Yes. Maotai. Bought to bottles, Lin Minda replied calmly. Ha ha. I'm putting you out. I'll make it up to you next time, Sulanchi chuckled. No need. Just 2 bottles of liquor. Lin Minda waved his hand, appearing indifferent on the surface but feeling slightly annoyed inside. Spending over 600 yuan on 2 bottles of liquor might not be much, but Sulanchi, taking advantage of his leadership position to get Lin Minda to buy it, annoyed him. As the 3 of them chatted, a white Audi suddenly arrived in front of them. The car stopped, and Yifeng and Wang Tai got out. Sulanchi greeted them warmly with a smile, saying, Ha ha, welcome Yizong, Wanzong. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Suzan. Yifeng shook hands with him with a smile. It hasn't been long, we just arrived. It's been a while since we had a drink together. Today, we must not leave until we're drunk. Sulanchi warmly greeted them. No problem. Yifeng smiled lightly. Yifeng then went over to shake hands with Liang Dai and Lin Minda. Hello, Yizong. Lin Minda shook hands with Yifeng, showing a bit of enthusiasm in his eyes. Hello, Lin Zong. I have troubled you with my matter recently, Yifeng said politely. No trouble at all. No trouble at all. We are friends. Helping each other is necessary. Lin Minda immediately positioned and their relationship as friends. Yifeng smiled without commenting. After some chatting, they all went upstairs together to the reserved private room. Once seated, dishes and liquor were served. Lin Minda poured Maotai into a wine glass, first passing it to Sulanchi, then to Yifeng. Yizong, give it a try. This is the new Maotai. It sold out as soon as it was launched. I only managed to grab 2 bottles. Do you think it suits your taste? Lin Minda invited. Yifeng sniffed the liquor, with its aroma carrying a hint of so flavor that penetrated his nose. He admired. Not bad, it's a good liquor. The fame of the so-flavored Maotai was not unfounded. In the future, it might ascend as the top liquor on the share market. Not to mention how great it tasted, its status on domestic drinking tables alone was worth a lot. A bottle of Maotai priced at over 300 yuan today could be worth tens of thousands in over a decade, appreciating faster than gold. Ha ha, here. Yizong, I toast to you. Wishing you a smooth career. Lin Minda raised a toast, making a special gesture to show goodwill. Taking your auspicious words, Yifeng reciprocated the toast. They emptied their glasses in one go. At the beginning of the dinner, they ate and drank, discussing life anecdotes and avoiding business matters. After the 3rd round of drinks, everyone was in high spirits. Suddenly, Sulanchi spoke up. Yizong, you should have received a text message notification from the bank, right? Yes, I did. Thanks to Manager Su for the assistance, Yifeng replied. Come, let me propose a toast to you. With a look of gratitude. Well, Yizong, you are so supportive, Sulanchi said with a smile. By the way, Yizong, you seem to be familiar with Bing Brother. I've also admired Bing Brother for a long time. I wonder if we'll have a chance in the future to gather together like last time. Sulanchi's intention in this statement was to ask Yifeng to be the intermediary to connect him and Yan Zubing. This was part of the deal in which he helped Yifeng apply for a 4 million loan. Sulanchi's mention of the loan was also a subtle reminder to Yifeng, a reminder of this favor he had done for him. Sulanchi actually implied that he was not planning to take the money, but Yifeng unexpectedly brought it. This made him somewhat pleasantly surprised. He thought this loan was merely a favor and he wouldn't receive any money, but Yifeng did bring it, after all. This made him somewhat pleasantly surprised. He never thought Yifeng would actually bring it. He feigned surprise and said, Yizong, what's this for? You don't have to. Really. He pretended to decline. Yeah, no need. Liang Dao looked at the red envelope with a delighted expression, followed Sulanchi's lead, in acting like he shouldn't accept it. Yifeng raised his hand and smiled, saying, Oh, you guys, this is just a little token of my appreciation. How can I let you guys help for nothing? One feel really uncomfortable about it. Brothers, please listen to me and don't refuse. Whoever resists, I'll be mad at them, he added. They could refuse, but Yifeng couldn't back down. It was a matter of integrity, repaying one favor, that favor, trading this. Even if Yifeng was just going through the motions, they wouldn't say much. The 3 men accepted the red envelopes after hearing Yifeng's words. Su Lanqi said happily. Since Yizong has said so, then I have nothing more to say. Yizong, you are a great friend. Come, let's propose a toast to Yizong. Yifeng returned to his seat, raised his wine glass, squinted at the three men, and smiled. I'll need the support of you three elders in the future, that's for sure. They all raised their glasses and drank together, celebrating the success of this personal transaction. Afterward, Yifeng and Wang Tai stood up and nodded to the three men before finishing their drinks in one go. After sitting back down, Yifeng gestured for Wang Tai to bring something out. Wang Tai understood, nodded, got up, and started passing out cigarettes, saying, let's take it slow with the alcohol, let's have a smoke first. You know what they say, smoking and drinking go hand in hand. Wang Tai handed out cigarettes, and all three of them politely accepted before each lighting one. Yifeng then lit his own cigarette, glanced at the three men, and said, to be honest, if it weren't for the support of Manager Su, this loan might not have been possible. I'm truly grateful to you all for this. This loan will help solve a big issue for my company, easing my worries, he continued. No need to say that, Manager Su. Thank you so much. Su Lanqi waved his hand repeatedly, adding, no need to be thankful. Yizong, you treat us as friends, and we treat you as a friend too. Helping each other as friends is natural. These pleasantries were something Yifeng had heard and said many times before. At a drinking gathering, such small talk helped to build stronger relationships, so it was necessary. Well, I am truly honored. With the help of you three brothers this time, I must show my appreciation, Yifeng said before giving Wang Tai a meaningful look. Wang Tai nodded, understanding the signal, and pulled out three big red envelopes from Yifeng's bag, wrapped in red paper. Yifeng took the three red envelopes, walked to Su Lanqi's side, placing one in front of him before handing them out to the other two. Su Lanqi glanced at the thickness of the red envelope, revealing a look of surprise. He pinched it to feel the thickness and had a rough idea in his mind. 10,000. Dealing with money for a long time, he knew well the thickness of 10,000 yuan. There was definitely a full 10,000 yuan in this red envelope. Su Lanqi had hinted to Yifeng earlier that he did not intend to take the money, but Yifeng had still brought it. This brought him a pleasant surprise. He never expected Yifeng to actually bring it. He pretended to be surprised and said, Yizong, what's this for? You don't have to, really, he said, declining. Yet. No need. Lian Dao looked at the red envelope with a delighted expression, but followed Su Lanqi's lead in acting like he shouldn't accept it. Yifeng raised his hand and smiled, saying, oh, you guys, this is just a little token of my appreciation. How can I let you guys help for nothing? One feel really uncomfortable about it. Brothers, please listen to me and don't refuse. Whoever resists, I'll be mad at them, he added. They could refuse, but Yifeng couldn't back down. It was a matter of integrity, repaying one favor, that favor, trading this. Even if Yifeng was just going through the motions, they wouldn't say much. The three men accepted the red envelopes after hearing Yifeng's words. Su Lanqi said happily, since Yizong has said so, then I have nothing more to say. Yizong, you are a great friend. Come, let's propose a toast to Yizong. Yifeng also raised his wine glass and toasted, I'll need the support of you three elders in the future. The atmosphere in the private room was lively, full of laughter and joy. The dinner lasted from 7 o'clock in the evening until 10 o'clock at night. Yifeng checked the time on his watch and felt it was getting late. He was thinking of finding a way to excuse himself when suddenly his phone rang. Taking out his phone and seeing the number, he was a bit surprised. It was a call from Zhang Zhibei. Yifeng answered the phone. Hello, Zhibei. Fun Shen, are you resting? I didn't disturb you, did I? Zhang Zhibei asked in a tired yet excited tone. No. I haven't rested yet. I'm out having dinner with a few friends, Yifeng said, glancing at Su Lanqi and then standing up, covering the phone. Manager Su, you guys go ahead and chat. I'll take this call. Su Lanqi nodded, smiling, all right, go ahead. Yifeng smiled, then walked out of the box and down the corridor. All right, Zhibei, you wouldn't call me for no reason. Is there good news? Heh. Fun Shen is indeed smart, indeed, it's good news. Zhang Zhibei exclaimed joyfully. Yifeng lit a cigarette, smoked, exhaled the smoke, and said, go on, what's the good news? Heh. With our technical department working overtime day and night, based on your product plan, we have completed both Cuckoo Space and Cuckoo Show. I worked overtime tonight to finish the program, and called you immediately, John Jabé excitedly said. He could feel that the appearance of these two functions would bring significant changes to Cuckoo. In the process of implementing these two functions, he could see from Yifeng's product planning that Yifeng was ready to make significant operations in these two functions. He was looking forward to seeing how these two functions would turn out. Yifeng was delighted to hear that the two functions had been completed. He didn't expect John Jabé's technical department to work so hard and quickly to finish the program. It's not easy being a programmer, working overtime to rush out the program, which could easily lead to premature aging and hair loss. With the two functions ready, all they needed were users to come on board, and the launch of Cuckoo members would be a sure thing. Previously, Jing tried a membership fee model but failed. That was because he didn't understand the sense of acquisition and social attributes of membership. Directly launching a membership model would only alienate users. Now with Cuckoo Space, Cuckoo Show, and the redesigned Cuckoo level system, enriching Cuckoo's features and social attributes by increasing social attributes when proposing Cuckoo membership benefits. Satisfying the uniqueness of Cuckoo members, users will be eager to become members. In plain terms, early membership was just a way to show off in the social circle. Cuckoo members could change their names to read, receive a large number of exquisite Cuckoo shows for free, and could decorate their Cuckoo Space easily. The emergence of Cuckoo Space was akin to early personal blogs, recording users' daily lives, a vital step for boys pursuing girls. Unlike the core instant messaging feature of Cuckoo itself, Cuckoo Space was more like a personal, user showcase stage, where users could display their diaries, photo albums, space updates, and share their daily lives. Cuckoo Space greatly satisfied the desire for personal sharing. Yes, the desire to share, whether sadness or joy, sharing makes it more meaningful. Cuckoo Show personalized a virtual character, adding fun to the otherwise dull chat. Allowing each user to customize or create their own Cuckoo Show, of course, special designs were charged. Free Cuckoo shows were standardized, but most people wanted to be unique, either by becoming a member or purchasing other items with virtual currency to impress others during chat. Yifeng was an early Cuckoo user, experiencing every change in Cuckoo iterations. He understood what continuous evolution and development of Cuckoo meant for the future. And Cuckoo had always been the core product of the Penguin Group, the final stronghold. Yifeng smiled slightly. Now let me lead the future of Cuckoo. After a while, Yifeng returned to the box. Ha, Yi General is back. Let's have another drink, I toast to you. Lin Minda said, red-faced and a bit drunk, looking like he was already 7 or 8/10ths drunk. Seeing that it was getting late, Yifeng raised his cup. Well, this cup is just about right, I'm almost drunk. Director Lin, do you really want to get me drunk here? Yifeng referred to himself as almost drunk, instead of Director Lin being drunk, showing him some respect. Drunk people don't like being told they're drunk, a crucial rule at the drinking table. Lin Minda laughed out loud. Ha, come on. Let's finish this cup first. The two clinked glasses and downed the drink. Su Longqi, standing beside them, noted Yifeng's hint and chuckled. All right, we had a great time drinking today. If we keep going, we won't be able to get up. Let's just be happy with what we've had. Yi General, let's take a break later and have some tea. Yifeng smiled faintly. Okay, to take care of Lin Minda and avoid any embarrassing situations due to overdrinking, everyone switched to tea. After drinking tea in the box for half an hour, Yifeng saw that it was getting late and bid them farewell. As Yifeng left, the drinking party also broke up. Su Longqi personally walked him downstairs and had the restaurant valet drive Yifeng and Wang Tai back. In the car, Yifeng and Wang Tai sat in the back seat. TZ, you'll have to come with me to Shenzhen Penguin Company early Saturday morning. Our product is ready, and we'll update it over the weekend, Yifeng said, turning to the somewhat tipsy Wang Tai. Wang Tai, also nearly drunk, hesitated for a moment before responding, Sure, that's fine. I'll rearrange my work schedule for Friday. Now, the electronic department has Lao outside looking after it, I can rest assured, Yifeng said, smiling, of course. Lao Tsai is an old hand at this. Alright, it's settled then. I'll pick you up then. Wang Tai replied. Yifeng quietly closed the door of the dormitory building to avoid spending the night out. It was late at night, and the dormitory building was quiet since the power outlets were shut off at 11 p.m., followed by internet disconnect, forcing everyone to turn off the lights and go to sleep. However, Yifeng could still see lights in the dormitory when he returned. Opening the door, he saw 3 friends sitting around a table, shining a flashlight on something, deeply engrossed and not noticing him coming back. What are you guys doing? Yifeng suddenly spoke behind the 3, startling them. This sudden interruption startled all 3. Whoa. Oh my god, you scared the life out of me. Yang Jian jumped in surprise, almost leaping out of his chair. Damn. Yizhe, are you a ghost? You walk in with no sound? Hangzhou patted his chest. Yifeng chuckled. You guys were just too focused. Didn't even notice I came back. Hehe. Yizhe, where did you go today? Smelling of alcohol. Did you go on a date with your wife? Yang Jian teased. Nope. If it was a date, I wouldn't have come back tonight. Yifeng teased back. I just had dinner with a few friends. Do I look that desperate to you guys? The 3 nodded in agreement. Yes. Yifeng. What are you thinking? I went out with a few friends for dinner. We haven't slept all night. We're here to pick up girls, Yang Jian boasted proudly. Pick up girls? It's late at night. Who are you picking up? Yifeng asked in confusion. Yang Jian took out his phone, a Nokia 8310, one of only 2 phones in the dorm. There was a text message on the black and white screen. The sender was Lily. It's the weekend. I don't know where to go play yet. It's so boring at school, she texted. Yifeng was surprised. Okay, Jianzi, have you to hit it off so quickly? Yang Jian grinned. Of course. Don't you see who I am? People give me the nickname Wave Little White Dragon. The one who waves in the waves, Yifeng. If you're picking up girls, what's the excitement with the 2 of them? Kafatzi said seriously. This is learning. Can learning be called excitement? Hehe. The 2 of us are both learning how to pick up girls from Brother Jian. Sun Tugan nodded. Brother Jian, what does she mean by this? Does she want you to accompany her at Gwanda this weekend? Yang Jian, with the demeanor of a master, explained. No, she's saying she doesn't know where to go play this weekend. It's boring at school, so of course, we'll go out to play. She's just asking me where we should go play. If it's fun, she agreed to come out, and if it's not fun, she definitely refuse. Now both of you answer me. How should I reply to her next text message? Kafatzi raised his hand eagerly. Me. I know. Fatsi, you speak. Kafatzi smirked. A date must be going out for a fancy dinner. Yang Jian patted his head disdainfully, always thinking about eating. If just eating could get you girls, you would have been a polygamist long ago. Tugan. You say something? Sun Tugan scratched his head. Having no concept of picking up girls, as he had never held hands with a girl his age from childhood to adulthood. Maybe, probably going for a walk, right? A walk in the park. The scenery is nice. Yang Jian patted his head in the same manner, laughing. A walk in the park. You can think of such a boring activity. If you reply like that, you definitely won't be able to get a date. Student Tugan, think more progressively, Yang Jian said, then turned to Yifeng, who was sitting on the bed changing shoes, and asked, Funzi, you are the only one in the dorm with a girlfriend. What do you say? Yifeng put on his slippers and smiled. Is my Shishi the same as your Lily? Funny. Besides, is she an ordinary girl? Yang Jian was taken aback, then said solemnly, Indeed, sister-in-law is not an ordinary girl. If it were me, I would ask her to go to a bar or a dance hall, and before going, bring an idea and a gift, like a handbag or perfume. Yifeng said. Hearing this, Yang Jian widened his eyes, amazed. Wow. Incredible. Funzi, you actually thought the same as me. Our ideas are completely aligned. Yifeng shrugged proudly. Is it that hard? Not really. Yang Jian gave a thumbs up, praising, exactly, truly living up to my style. Oh, spare me. I have my own style. Yifeng gave him a look and added, I am a pure young man. Yang Jian chuckled and turned to Kafatzi. See, this is the correct answer. Not dining. A walk in the park. A bit innovative, right? You watch. If I reply like that, she will definitely agree to come out. Believe it or not, Kafatsi asked in confusion. Really? Of course, Funzi and I have a similar outlook. Yongjian edited a text message and sent it. For a while, the three continued sitting together, waiting for Zhou Lily to reply. After a while, a text message alert sounded. A reply. Quick, look, Kafatsi exclaimed. Yongjian opened the text message. It was from Zhou Lily. I rarely go to bars, but with your enthusiastic invitation, how could I refuse? Let's meet on Saturday. Yes. Done. Yongjian excitedly exclaimed. Wow. Impressive. Brother Jian has a knack for picking up girls. Kafatsi admired. Absolutely. My nickname Wave Little White Dragon is not just for show. Yongjian proudly smiled. He turned to Yifeng and asked, Funzi, are you free on Saturday? Let's go together, my treat. Seeing through his intentions, Yifeng laughed. You want me to be the driver, right? Hey, you found out. Yongjian scratched his head. I have to make a trip to Shenzhen early Saturday morning. I probably won't be back until Sunday night, so you'll have to figure something out on your own, Yifeng explained. How? Funzi, why are you going to Shenzhen? Yongjian asked in surprise. It's related to work, Yifeng said, indifferently. Yongjian sighing. Okay, looks like I'll have to go back and drive my dad's car. Brother Jian, what car does your dad drive? Kafatsi asked absent-mindedly. Oh, nothing special, just a little Pingzi, Yongjian casually replied. Kafatsi. Suntugging. Saturday morning. Penguin Company in Shenzhen. In the office of the Human Resources Manager, Chengdan turned on his computer, and Suyi knocked on the door. Chengdan, why have we recruited so many front-end UI personnel recently? Suyi asked as soon as he entered the room. This was instructed by Ma Director. He said it's to support Yi Director's work. Chengdan replied truthfully. Yifeng is currently the product director at Penguin Company, responsible for the development of new features for QQ, and also a shareholder of the company. In the agreements negotiated earlier, Yifeng had already secured some authority over personnel decisions from Ma Teng, allowing him to recruit corresponding talents based on his product needs. He's just a figurehead. Why recruit so many people? It's been so long and he still hasn't come up with a feasible plan, so he complained discontentedly. As the one in charge of external relations, he had to run around to various government departments daily to secure policy support for the company. He was well aware of the company's dire financial situation and was striving to secure more resources. However, during this period, he discovered that the company had somehow hired many new employees, all of whom were from the newly established product department, and many were technical front-end UI personnel. Given the financial situation, not laying off employees was already considered good management, let alone adding so much labor costs. How could this be possible? So, as soon as he arrived at work today, he came to ask Chengdan for clarification. Knowing that it was instructed by Ma Director, Suyi was even more frustrated. Chengdan helplessly said, Ma Director has spoken, what can I do? Ma Director also said that since Director Yi has arrived, we must trust his abilities and let him handle it. Suyi sat on the sofa, took out a cigarette, grunted, and said, question first, then trust. If he can't deliver, how can I trust him? Our company's finances can barely sustain it now, and he's still doing this, without informing us. Chengdan handed over the document. He wrote a recommendation on the flat management of enterprises that Ma Director has already approved. He's only accountable to Ma Director. He says our department's negotiation and coordination mechanism is too outdated, taking 3 to 5 days for any matter. Suyi's eyes widened, not expecting Yifeng to delve into corporate institutional development. What is flat management? I've never heard of it. I think he just wants to seize power. Lao Su, there's no need for you to put it that way. It would be strange if he joined the company and did nothing. Ma's intention is to see how he operates. Chengdan smiled. Why would Ma entrust him with this task? Shouldn't he get familiar with our products and resources first? I think it's too risky, especially in terms of hiring. It could bring greater financial pressure to the company, Suyi complained. Cheng Den stood up from his seat, walked over to the sofa and comforted. All right, I know you also have the company's best interests at heart. Ma probably gave him this responsibility because 361 software was successful. I don't think Yizong lacks skills, at least he has some strategy in software marketing. Do you know that 361 software has nearly 1 million users now? Huh? Really? So fast? Suyi was surprised. He knew Yifeng's company was developing a 361 computer security manager, but he didn't expect it to grow this quickly, completely unexpected. Cheng Den shrugged. It was Zibei who told me. Currently, 361 computer security software is estimated to have reached a 25% market share. The main focus is on free security. In an environment with so many viruses and malicious programs, computer security seems to attract users more easily in instant messaging. But think about it. How long has this software been around? Yizong managed to develop it to this extent. Do you believe he doesn't know what he's doing? Suyi was taken aback, pondered for a moment, and continued. You make a good point, but QQ and security software are different. Not all marketing methods are suitable. I still maintain my opinion. To question first, then believe. And I must suggest to Ma Zong that for important personnel changes in the company, products, projects, and heads of other departments should at least be informed. This way other departments won't be too passive. Cheng Den laughed. Ma Zong has made arrangements early on. According to Yizong's plan, cross-department discussions and joint promotion of projects will be carried out at the conclusive phase. Oh, I forgot to tell you, according to the node, this weekend is the meeting node. Zibei has already completed internal testing of two functions. Yizong will come to the company today, Suyi was surprised. He didn't expect Zhang Zibei to rush Yifeng's product development so quickly. Well, I can't wait to see what he does, Suyi said, smoking a cigarette, his face gloomy. Knock, knock. At that moment, an employee knocked on the door and then opened it. Manager Cheng, Manager Su, Yizong has arrived. Ma Zong asks all departments to gather in the meeting room, a female employee informed. Okay, we got it. We'll head over now, Cheng Dan responded, then turned to Suyi. Let's go. Lao Su. The two of them entered the meeting room where 6 senior members of the Penguin Group, except for the finance department head, had gathered. Zibei, is your plan ready? Ma Teng asked Zhang Zibei calmly, turning his head to him. It's ready. Completely based on Yizong's project documents, Zhang Zibei connected his notebook to the projector. Suyi looked at the projected document. QQ space and QQ show marketing plan. QQ space. QQ show. Suyi's face showed confusion. He didn't understand these two products from the literal meaning. Were they new additions? Would it be too redundant? Oh, by the way, Zibei, where's Yizong? Suyi asked as Yifeng had not arrived yet. He went to print the documents. He'll be here soon, Zhang Zibei replied, smiling with a hint of excitement. Just as he finished speaking, the door opened, and Yifeng and Wang Tai entered the meeting room. Wang Tai was carrying a stack of printed documents, which he distributed to the others present. Yifeng walked to the front of the projector, glanced at everyone in the room, and smiled. Hello, colleagues, we meet again. I'm very pleased that these two products have been completed ahead of time due to the efforts of Zibei's technical department. Here, I must first commend Zibei, who deserves the credit. After Yifeng spoke, Zhang Zibei blushed from the praise, feeling embarrassed. It was the effort of everyone working together. Yizong is being too kind. Yifeng smiled. All right, let's discuss rewards after all aspects of the project are laid out. I won't waste time talking too much. This meeting primarily has two purposes. First, to familiarize all departments of the company with these two brand new products. Understand the development of these two products, their purpose, and effects to be achieved. Second, I hope to mobilize the company's resources, integrate various marketing channels and methods, and swiftly get users to use and like these two products, paving the way for our membership system to go live. Upon hearing about the membership system, Suyi frowned and questioned, Yizong, we have tried the membership model before with little success. Are you proposing to continue with the membership model with the development of these two new products? Isn't it risky? If the products fail, it will drain almost half of our resources, and even our finances will be heavily impacted. The risk is too high, isn't it? His words clearly showed distrust towards Yifeng, straightforwardly expressing his distrust. Yifeng rebutted, "You haven't seen the products, how can you know they won't work? The success of the products can speak for themselves." Yifeng gave a look to Zhang Zibei, and the projection then changed, introducing QQ Space. Before explaining QQ Space, let me explain QQ Web, our platform. In the future, most of our QQ projects will be based on this domain for expansion. The Space product is one of them, aimed at future light function applications on web. The QQ Space product is about allowing users to showcase themselves on QQ, meeting their need for expression and desire for attention, enhancing their presence on social applications on the internet. The main functions of the product include personal information, space decoration, posts, message boards, likes, albums, etc. It also includes a virtual tree in QQ Space for social games. Currently, we only have one cultivation game available. Other users can browse other people's spaces, obtain fruits and fertilizer from their virtual trees, and accelerate the growth of their own virtual tree sapling. In the future, we will launch QQ Farm, QQ Parking Spot, and other social games within QQ Space. I believe these games will become popular across the internet. Yifeng went on to introduce the specific pages and functionalities, leaving everyone in the meeting room in shock and surprise. They had never imagined such products. It was too bold. Yizong, you need to understand that our core product is QQ, an instant messaging software. We should concentrate our technical strength on improving our interactive chat features rather than developing platforms or small games. Suyi's face darkened, unable to contain his disagreement any longer. Zhang Zibei countered, I believe Yizong's approach is correct. Our core product is QQ, but we need to enrich the application of our products, making them more fun for users to engage with. QQ is not just a messaging app, it is a platform for personal social connections. Suyi shook his head in denial. That may be the case, but we can improve on the chat interaction without the need for these platforms. Anyway, I disagree. After Suyi finished speaking, there was dead silence in the meeting room, and no one spoke. Ma Teng didn't say anything but looked at Yifeng, wanting to see how Yifeng would address internal doubts. Besides, he had a better relationship with Suyi, who was the original partner, so it wouldn't be good for Suyi to speak up for Yifeng. Just then, Yifeng smiled easily and said, Manager Su, this is a project discussion meeting, not a project initiation meeting. You should understand that. How? Suyi's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Yifeng to say this. Everyone else was stunned as well. It was clear that Yifeng was implying that the project had already been initiated and completed, rendering Suyi's current objections useless. Cheng Dan was shocked. Yifeng was ruthless. Even Ma Teng couldn't help raising an eyebrow, finding Yifeng's words too domineering and disregarding Suyi's feelings. Suyi's face flushed with anger, but he only managed to utter a word, not daring to confront Yifeng in front of so many people in the meeting room. Yifeng continued to smile and said, This project has been reviewed by me, Zibei, and Captain Ma. It has completed the internal testing phase and is ready to go live today. If we cancel it now, wouldn't all our work during this time have been in vain? Zheng Jing couldn't help but nod in agreement and said, I think what Yi CEO said makes sense. I have looked into this project, and from an operational perspective, it indeed has great feasibility. Zhen, you too. So Yi looked astonishedly at Zheng Jing, not expecting him to support Yifeng as well. Zheng Jing looked determined as he added, when it comes to matters beneficial to the company, we should pursue them. Yifeng gave Zheng Jing an approving glance. Although his operational skills weren't top-notch, his work attitude was commendable, focusing on the task at hand rather than personal matters. I don't want to discuss this matter further. Let's move on to discussing how to promote the project once it goes live. Let me continue to introduce you to QQ Show and QQ Level Design. Yifeng said, as the projection changed, showing the content of QQ Show and QQ Level. QQ Show is for displaying chat content, showcasing personal virtual avatars. Users can customize their own avatars through the QQ Show platform. Regular users will have access to some free outfits, but VIP users will have access to more special and attractive outfits. VIP personal avatars and VIP badges, together with VIP levels and space privilege unlock privileges, constitute the entire VIP benefits. What we aim to achieve is to showcase the member's identity comprehensively, in all aspects. Let the VIP users understand that having a QQ VIP membership is prestigious and honorable. This is a new VIP level system I design, replacing numeric levels with star, moon, sun, crown for level system. The levels are displayed with the member's badge on the main panel, not hidden in the personal information anymore. The QQ level display appeared on the projection screen. Zheng Jing couldn't help but applaud and praise, saying, "This feature is great. I think of it before." Yi CEO's ideas are truly innovative. Even Ma Teng nodded in approval after listening, acknowledging Yifeng's membership theory. After introducing the entire project, Yifeng began assigning tasks. Zibei, your technical department should prepare for the upgrade push today. Yifeng instructed. Understood. Zhang Zibei replied excitedly. Yifeng turned to Zheng Jing, saying, "Zheng, the operation department needs to start preparing various copies for forum marketing and pop-up promotion for the new major update. It should be targeted at all users with pop-ups." "Sure. No problem. I'll cooperate fully," Zheng Jing replied with a smile. Yifeng continued, "I'll have the front-end UI go live with more QQ show equipment, space decorations, and outfits as soon as possible. Zibei, please coordinate with the work. Chengdan, I need more designers. Please recruit them promptly." Chengdan made an okay gesture, saying, "No problem." Yifeng then provided specific instructions on their tasks, emphasizing interdepartmental collaboration, but notably didn't assign any tasks to Suyi. Suyi sat with a cold expression, silently spinning his pen on the meeting table. He was in charge of external relations, and his rationality told him not to escalate conflicts with Yifeng. He was willing to do his job, even though Yifeng hadn't assigned him any tasks. Do you all understand? If you do, let's adjourn the meeting and prepare to start working, Yifeng said decisively. Ma Teng then interjected, "Yi CEO, what will managers who be working on?" After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng replied, "Indeed, managers who has his responsibilities, but not now. Let's focus all our energy on the product going live first. He will have a very important task later." Ma Teng was puzzled for a moment but then understood Yifeng's intention. He intended to cool off Suyi for his earlier attitude. Without speaking up for Suyi, Ma Teng simply accepted Yifeng's decision. Suyi glanced at Yifeng indifferently and replied, "Oh, I understand. I'll be awaiting Yi CEO's instructions." Yifeng calmly responded, "You'll receive them in due time." Sensing the tense atmosphere, Ma Teng quickly lightened the mood, suggesting, "All right, everyone, let's celebrate the product going live tonight. I invite you all to gather for a meal. After a successful launch, there will be a celebration." "Great, can we have BBQ? Ma CEO?" Zhang Zibei asked with a smile. "Of course, it's no problem. By the time we finish work, it'll be around 8 or 9 in the evening, so we'll have BBQ. Seafood BBQ, Ma Teng generously replied. Yet, the room burst into cheers and excitement, and the atmosphere became lively again. Yifeng smiled, acknowledging Ma Teng's leadership qualities. After the meeting, Yifeng and Wang Tai went to the rest area to smoke and have tea. "Yizhe, it seems like Suyi has some issues with you," Wang Tai whispered while smoking. "I can tell, but it doesn't matter if he has issues with me," Yifeng replied calmly. After pondering for a moment, Wang Tai asked quietly, "How are we going to deal with him in the future?" Yifeng narrowed his eyes and said, "I feel like Suyi is a bit arrogant and doesn't respect me much. If there's a chance, we'll just kick him out. Funzi, he is one of the founding members. It won't be easy to kick him out, right?" Wang Tai asked in a low voice. Yifeng sneered and said, "There are ways." He wanted to control Penguin Company, so he needed to gradually remove Ma Teng's people, preferably replacing them with his own, and of course, it would be best if he could win over people, like Zhang Zibei. When the time came to complete the gambling agreement, he would be able to control the internal personnel appointment and management rights of Penguin Company. The workplace competition here could be very dangerous. Ma Teng didn't seem like an easy person to deal with, so Yifeng needed to proceed cautiously. The most crucial thing was not to let Ma Teng take the peach at the critical moment of the gamble. Currently, all the top management of Penguin Company were trying to improve the company's financial situation. As long as Yifeng could achieve this, they wouldn't act recklessly. They were only worried that after the issue was resolved, Ma Teng might turn out to be ungrateful. Yifeng always presumed the worst about others in order to be prepared for any unexpected situations. Hehe, I believe in Funzi. Wang Tai chuckled softly. He believed that anyone who offended Yifeng would face a miserable end. No exceptions. As the two were talking, Zhang Zhibei walked over and greeted, Feng Shen, we are about to update. Is there anything else you need to pay attention to? Yifeng extinguished his cigarette, stood up, and smiled. I will take a look. Subsequently, Yifeng arrived at the technical department where, through Zhang Zhibei's computer, he already saw the latest version uploaded to the server backend. All that was needed was to push the update, and the clients would receive the message of the new version. This time, it was a major update, including to products, a membership system, and a ranking system. This was Yifeng's first step in changing QQ. After checking the update package, Yifeng noticed that it was nearly twice the size of the previous version. Creasing his brow slightly, it seems that the compression technology is still insufficient. This technology needs an update. With current internet speeds of a few tens of kilobytes, downloading such a large installation package takes quite some time. Next time, switch to a virtual installation package, upgrade the compression technology, and have it downloaded in the background during computer idle time. Once the update notification appears, users can simply click to upgrade directly. Yifeng's words left all the other tech team members stunned. They didn't expect such an innovative solution. Brilliant, Zhang Zhibei exclaimed. Wow, Feng Shen, this technology is awesome. Yes, we must use it for the next version. He was completely impressed by Yifeng's technical prowess. Coding is just a technical tool. A programmer's true limitation lies in their internet technology mindset. Clearly, Zhang Zhibei could sense the gap between his own thinking and Yifeng's, silently admiring him. Yifeng smiled and said, all right, the check is done. Let's push the update. After the update, pay attention to the data on QQ web platform user logins and retention time, as well as membership growth data, and report back at any time, Yifeng instructed. Got it? Zhang Zhibei nodded heavily. He then proceeded to upload the update on the backend and push the message. As soon as he sent it, a nearby computer displaying QQ showed the new version update. Users could choose to update immediately or at a later time, as the update messages would be pushed at different times throughout the day. Installation down low is normal. An excited programmer in a checkered shirt next to them exclaimed. Penguin Company used dedicated internet lines, so the update to the new version was fast. Opening the new version of QQ, the layout was no longer the plain gray-white, but vivid blue. Although this color also looked a bit cheap, it was the result of Yifeng's optimization of the colors. This was mainly due to the current low graphics card performance, which would make loading QQ difficult with very fine colors. Yifeng could only gradually optimize all aspects of QQ within the existing hardware technology. Yizan, QQ space has been opened normally, and the server is responding well, the programmer in a checkered shirt continued to report. Yifeng smiled confidently, saying, keep an eye on the backend. If a large number of users flock in, it might affect server performance. Understood, the programmer in the checkered shirt replied. Yifeng patted Zhang Zhibei on the backend said, all right, after being busy for so many days, the product is now online. Relax a bit, go enjoy a cup of coffee. Zhang Zhibei looked tense and wryly smiled. Feng Shen, how can I relax and have coffee now? The success or failure of this version update will decide the company's fate. Yifeng shrugged, seeming not worried at all, and went to make himself a cup of coffee. At that moment, Ma Teng and his group entered the technical department, having received the new version update. I have received the new version. What's the current situation? Any user feedback? Ma Teng asked sternly. Ma Zong, it was just sent out. We don't have specific data yet. We'll know shortly, Zhang Zhibei responded. All right, keep an eye on it, Ma Teng nodded, then turned to see Yifeng and Wang Tai leisurely drinking coffee. Was Yifeng not worried at all? So confident like this? At that moment, So Yi indifferently remarked, Yizong, the new version is online, and we haven't heard anything yet. Are you still in the mood for coffee? Everyone in the company was very nervous, feeling the pressure mounting, but Yifeng seemed unaffected. So Yi couldn't stand Yifeng's indifferent attitude, feeling like he was treating the company's affairs lightly and carelessly. Could he perform well like this? Nervous? Why should I be nervous? The update is out. Time to take a break, Yifeng said nonchalantly. This coffee is really good. Smooth taste. It lives up to being a foreign brand of instant coffee, Yifeng complimented. Humph, so Yi muttered under her breath, expressing her dissatisfaction without wanting Yifeng to hear. She thought to herself, putting on a show. If you can't deliver results later, let's see how you explain yourself. Yizong, I've started the full network promotion according to your plan. Various major chat rooms and forums have been operated, Zheng Jing replied. Alright, we just have to wait now and see how users and the market respond. Yifeng nodded. Suddenly, Zhang Jibei shouted, not good. It seems the web server is having issues. Data isn't loading. Yifeng curiously got up to take a look. After checking the server backend, Yifeng found the data weren't loading due to the server being congested by heavy traffic. Hehe, it's probably just due to the server being overwhelmed by a surge in traffic, Yifeng said lightly. He quickly typed on the keyboard, and after a moment, the server's limits were adjusted, data refreshed. Next moment, Zhang Jibei, looking at the screen, was stunned by the numbers shown. Wow! QQ Space has over 89,000 users online. What? Everyone present found it hard to believe upon hearing this number, their expressions filled with shock. How is that possible? It just launched, so Yi was dumbfounded. Yi pushed through the crowd to get to the front, wanting to personally see the data. When he saw the number of online logins on the server backend, he was stunned. He never expected QQ Space to be so popular upon launch. Ma Teng also saw the screen and couldn't help but show excitement on his face. It worked, Yifeng really succeeded. Haha, great, very good. Being so warmly welcomed right after the launch, we can definitely operate it. Next, we should consider monetizing the members, Ma Teng said with a smile. Yifeng nodded and said, yes, after users experience the new features and space, QQ members will naturally increase. By adopting a membership renewal system, it can bring us abundant cash income. After speaking, Yifeng got up from his seat, patted Zhang Jibei's shoulder, and said with a smile, Jibei, it's up to you next. All right, Yifeng, rest assured. I will monitor it well, Zhang Jibei assured. An employee rushed in excitedly, saying, Manager Zhang, several forums have featured our post, and the discussion heat is soaring. Great, keep pushing it. Have the keywords been set up with Baidu? Zheng Jing excitedly clapped his hands. It's all set up, and we are in contact with Baidu. They promise to provide traffic services. The young employee replied. Excellent, Zheng Jing smiled happily. At this moment, a QQ craze was sweeping the Chinese internet, with almost every netizen discussing QQ. In the female dormitory of South China University of Technology, Gu Muxi browsed forums in front of her computer. Suddenly, Chen Jiajia exclaimed, wow! QQ has updated to a new version, and it's a major update. Updated, Gu Muxi noticed a small pop-up in the bottom right corner. It was an update notification. It is, but what's the use of updating? If I update, I reckon your internet speeds would be crippled. Gu Muxi chose not to click the update, as the campus network was unstable and slow. Downloading updates would hog bandwidth and slow down the internet speed for others. Muxi, you really have to update this version. Come here and see. QQ Space is added. Chen Jiajia called out. QQ Space, what's that? Gu Muxi looked puzzled, got up and walked over. She arrived next to Chen Jiajia and saw her curiously exploring QQ Space, which had space decorations, a message board, posts, diaries, and even planting trees. Upon refreshing, she could also see Fran's activities in the space. Oh my god, Xiao from our class seems to be dating Xiaomu. Look, their posts have changed to couple avatars. They must be together, I'll check their space. Hehe, Chen Jiajia had a gossipy look on her face, clicking into the classmate's space, only to find that the space was empty. It was still early after the update, so there wasn't much there. However, she found a small apple tree sapling in Jiaxiu's space, and she could steal a bag of fertilizer and a bottle of water there. Wow, I'll steal them to plant my own sapling. Chen Jiajia said triumphantly, returned to her QQ space, watered and fertilized the sapling, and saw the growth value increase by +10. Gu Muxi watched with interest, surprised. It's quite interesting. Fun. But there aren't many materials to decorate the space. Most materials are for members. How about trying the membership? Chen Jiajia was tempted. Membership, how much does it cost? Gu Muxi asked. I just checked, it seems to be 10 yuan a month. Chen Jiajia clicked on the gray VIP icon on QQ, which brought up the QQ VIP membership benefits system, listing various benefits like accelerated upgrades, space decorations, and QQ show outfits, among others. Being a member lets you get 2 extra bags of fertilizer each day, unlocks other fruit tree saplings. I want to join. I want to join. Chen Jiajia exclaimed excitedly. Gu Muxi also found it interesting. The QQ space was fun, interactive with friends and classmates, and planting fruit trees was intriguing. She had never seen this kind of small game before, where she could interact with QQ friends. Wasn't this more fun than chat rooms? Thinking so, she immediately went back to her seat and chose to update without hesitation. Similar scenes were playing out in various cities and internet cafes across the country. Many people chose to update after seeing the improved version of QQ. And those with extra money even started becoming QQ members to decorate their QQ shows and spaces. Once they became paid members, their QQ would have a VIP badge, and their names would be in rating others' QQ contact lists, making their QQ show stand out. This allure of spending money would make you stand out from the crowd. 8 o'clock in the evening. Other companies in the building had already turned off their lights, but Penguin Company's lights were still on. All employees were still busy, with departments cooperating under Yifeng's coordination to promote QQ space comprehensively. In the technical department, Yifeng adjusted server access restrictions, then installed the 361 Enterprise Endpoint Security Manager on the server before finally exiting the server with peace of mind. All set, everyone worked hard today. Yifeng stood up and shouted to all the technical department employees. Yizong, we didn't work hard. Yes, seeing QQ taking off makes us happy. That's right, for once, I see a glimmer of hope. Just gotta say, Yizong is amazing. The technical staff all stood up in response, with smiles of genuine joy on their faces. They knew their hard work hadn't been in vain this time. Zhang Jibei brought over a summary report, excitedly saying, Yishen, good news. Great news, our QQ broke through 200,000 online users today. The number of members has surged from 130 to 35,000. The revenue from membership fees alone today exceeded 350,000. Ha ha ha. This is the highest single-day revenue since our Penguin Company was established. At these words, the entire office burst into amazed and delighted exclamations. Everyone was shocked by these achievements. Pride surged in everyone's hearts. This substantial revenue figure was their report card. Yifeng, upon hearing the data, couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised, and said, Great, this revenue figure is even higher than expected, which is very good. Colleagues, achieving such outstanding figures today, it's all thanks to you. This is also the result of our unity, hard work, at Penguin Company. I believe that in the near future, you can achieve even better results. Believe in me, believe in yourselves, you can definitely do better, faster, stronger. Encouraged by Yifeng's words, the employees were energized and applauded warmly. Great, under Yizong's leadership, we have confidence. Yes, we have confidence. Thunderous applause, everyone looked at Yifeng, with admiration in their eyes. Even Zhang Jibei, the revenue model issue that had been troubling Penguin Company was finally resolved with Yifeng's arrival at the company. As long as they had good blood-making abilities, Penguin Company could develop better. Yishen, thank you. Zhang Jibei, deeply moved, specially thanked Yifeng. Yifeng patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Why thank me? It's all part of the job. I should thank you instead. Without you, the product wouldn't have gone online so quickly and effectively. You are the core technological backbone of Penguin Company, its support, It has to be you. With such a lavish praise from Yifeng, Zhang Zhibei scratched his head in embarrassment. However, Ma Teng, standing at the door, witnessed this scene, and a smile gradually disappeared from his face. Chapter 267 Ma Teng's guarded heart. Ma, you're here. I haven't had dinner yet. Can we have a big meal tonight? Zhang Zhibei greeted Ma Teng, who was standing at the door, with a wave. Ma Teng forced a stiff smile and replied, of course, let's have dinner together after work. Chief Yi, why don't you join us? Yifeng nodded, no problem. After work, employees gradually left the company, and the executives of Penguin Company went to a nearby seafood restaurant for supper. In the private room, everyone sat down, and the waiter served tea. Ma Teng took a sip of tea and gave a glance to Su Yi. Su Yi looked a bit embarrassed, but under Ma Teng's gaze, he reluctantly stood up. He forced a smile and said to Yifeng, Chief Yi, you've worked hard today. I shouldn't have offended you this morning. Here, let me offer you tea instead of alcohol as an apology. The attention of others shifted to Yifeng. Yifeng didn't pick up the teacup immediately, as if he didn't hear what Su Yi said. What did you say? Yifeng saw the gazes of others and turned to Su Yi in surprise, asking. Su Yi twitched his mouth a few times and replied, I didn't speak well this morning and might have offended you. Let me offer my apologies. Oh, it's okay. You were just doing your job for the company. I understand. It's normal to have doubts. Yifeng smiled and then stood up to toast with Su Yi. Ma Teng stepped in and said, Ha ha, that's right. I knew Chief Yi would understand. Old Su is not bad, but sometimes a bit stubborn. He focuses on the tasks, not the people. Today is a very important day. It's the first time Penguin Company has achieved a significant profit. All of you here have contributed a lot. I believe our Penguin Company will only get better and stronger in the future. Ma Teng's words smoothed over the awkwardness and lifted the atmosphere. Everyone present showed happy smiles. Wang Tai glanced at Ma Teng and felt that by not mentioning Yifeng, Ma Teng was intentionally downplaying Yifeng's contributions. He felt a bit resentful. Without Brother Feng, could Penguin Company have achieved this today? But when he looked at Yifeng, who remained calm, he decided not to say anything. The waiter came to take their orders, and Wang Tai wasn't polite with Ma Teng either. Ordering various expensive seafood dishes, Australian lobster, red prawns, and grouper, generously without worrying about the cost. Ma Teng had agreed to foot the bill for this meal. Hearing Wang Tai ordering so many expensive seafood dishes made Ma Teng feel a bit uneasy. Zhang Zhibei loved seafood barbecue and ordered more, such as grilled prawns and fish. This meal would cost over 3,000 yuan. Yifeng chuckled at Ma Teng's odd expression. Ah, Ma Teng is feeling the pinch even for this amount of money. It seems Ma Teng isn't that wealthy now. Soon, the grilled dishes arrived, accompanied by beer. Amidst the lively chatting and laughter, everyone began to feast. At the drinking table, Yifeng frequently toasted with Seng Jing and Zhang Zhibei. Come on, Seng Ye, have another drink. Zhibei, don't let your cup collect dust. You've all worked hard today. Here, a toast to everyone. I hope we can work together harmoniously in the future. Yifeng was the life of the party, overshadowing Ma Teng. Ma Teng also enjoyed drinking, but he had to maintain his senior position in the company. Yifeng was the only one who could sit on an equal footing with him. Ma Teng had to keep his guard up, but Yifeng didn't. Ma Teng poured himself a beer and watched Yifeng and Seng Jing chumming around, feeling a hint of alertness. He reached for a cigarette but realized he had forgotten to bring one. So he handed him one quietly, suggesting, Ma, it's stuffy in the private room. Shall we step outside for a smoke? Ma Teng nodded after glancing at Su Yi. Old Su and I will go smoke outside. You guys continue drinking. Subsequently, the two stood up and left the private room together. Outside the restaurant in the corridor, Ma Teng lit his cigarette and asked Su Yi with a smile, What's on your mind, old Su? Can't get past this hurdle? Su Yi took a deep drag of his cigarette and said, in distress, Ma, I just feel like Yifeng seems a bit distant with us. It's like he's not on the same page with us. Ma Teng blew a smoke ring and nonchalantly replied, That's normal. Given Yifeng's personality, he probably gets along better with them, especially Zhibei. He's in the technical field, so he connects more with Yifeng. Su Yi was a bit puzzled at Ma Teng's apparent lack of concern. Ma, Should we remind Jibei and Sengjing that Yifan is the outsider here? Ma Teng raised his hand to interrupt Su Yi, saying, "Hey, old suit, let's not say things that could disrupt our unity. Yifan is competent and can bring significant revenue to the company. There are many areas where we'll rely on him in the future. However, I can tell you, you don't need to worry too much. I have things under control." Ma Teng spoke with a serious tone. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yi said, "Ma, I shouldn't say this, but if Yifeng fulfills the bet agreement, Penguin Company may not necessarily remain under our control." Ma Teng lightly chuckled, exuding confidence. "Is that so? I don't think so. Achieving 10 million in annual revenue is just the beginning. There's more to come." Su Yi was completely puzzled by Ma Teng's current stance. Was Ma Teng pushing for Yifeng to fulfill the bet or not? Ma Teng flicked the cigarette ash and smiled. "Old Su, don't think too much. Just remember, trust me, as long as a few of us brothers support me together, Penguin Company will remain ours." In Ma Teng's mind, there was only one thought: to have Yifeng help increase the company's profits and then move him out of the management team. It was the result he wanted the most and the necessary outcome. "All right, Ma, don't worry. I may not speak for everyone, but I will definitely support you. I believe Jibei, Sengjing, and Chen Dan will support you too," Su Yi said earnestly. "Ha ha, that's good to hear." Ma Teng laughed heartily. Meanwhile, inside the private room, Yifeng took out cigarettes and offered them to everyone. Except for John Jibei, everyone else smoked. "Old Zheng, Jibei, and Lao Chen, whenever you have free time, do consider visiting Guangxi. It's not far from Shenzhen." Yifeng smiled and suggested that they plan a trip to Guangxi. "Sure, I've wanted to visit Guangxi for a long time. Shenzhen is indeed a dessert when it comes to good food. I miss the authentic Cantonese cuisine in Guangxi." Zheng Jing happily agreed. "I'll finish upgrading my current projects. Next month, I'll definitely make time for a visit. I haven't taken a vacation in ages. I've been burning the midnight oil every day." John Jibei joked. After the other two had agreed, Yifeng turned to Chen Dan. After some contemplation, Chen Dan politely said, "I also really want to go, but I have a lot of work on my plate recently. With the year-end evaluations approaching and the need to hire people, I can't free up time at the moment. Maybe another time." Yifeng stared at him squinting, then smiled and said, "That's fine." This person seems to be straddling the fence. Chen Dan felt a bit awkward under Yifeng's gaze and laughed uneasily. "What are you all chatting about so happily?" Ma Teng and Su Yi returned from outside, smiling and asking. John Jibei grinned and said, "Feng Shen invited us to play in Guangxi." Ma Teng returned to his seat and smiled faintly. "Oh, that's nice. After this busy period, everyone can take a break and relax." Yifeng extended an invitation. "Ma, why don't you come with us?" "Me? I don't know when I will have free time. Let's talk about it when I do." Ma Teng found a perfunctory excuse to decline. Yifeng didn't mind and said, "Sure, whenever you come to Guangxi, I'll be happy to welcome you. We'll have food, drinks, and entertainment all covered." "Ha ha, that sounds good. I haven't been there yet." John Jibei blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Ha ha, Jibei, when the time comes, I will definitely show you around. Don't worry, the ladies there are very kind." Yifeng teased, prompting everyone to burst out laughing. The celebratory dinner was lively, and the group continued drinking until 2 in the morning before dispersing. Yifeng and Wang Tai returned to the hotel for a night's rest and then set out for Penguin Company the next morning at 9 o'clock to arrange for the follow-up work. Yifeng, upon arriving at Penguin Company, directly met with Zheng Jing and Zhang Jide and assigned them the tasks of product updates and operation, respectively, allowing them to contact him through QQ or phone for any questions. Yifeng spent most of the day at Penguin Company and left work only at 7 in the evening. After work, he and Wang Tai returned to Guangxi together. Following this operation, Penguin Company finally began to generate significant revenue, greatly improving the company's financial situation. This gave Yifeng some peace of mind, enabling him to delegate tasks to Zheng Jing and Zhang Jibei with more confidence. With QQ memberships continuously increasing and renewals ongoing, Penguin Company's income was assured, and there was no need to worry about sudden closure. In the evening on a return journey, Wang Tai was driving. Fun. Would Ma Teng really be willing to let us win the bet successfully? Wang Tai expressed some concerns. Putting himself in Ma Teng's shoes, he realized that it would be hard for anyone to willingly hand over a company they had built from scratch. Yifeng stretched lazily and smiled, saying, "Without me, Penguin Company would just be another tech company on the verge of collapse. With me, Penguin Company gains value. Even if he's unwilling, it won't change the outcome. Moreover, I have prepared a backup plan for the worst-case scenario. If Ma Teng knows what's good for him, everything will be fine, and there's no need to escalate to a confrontation. If he's not cooperative, he won't get anything out of it." Fang, what backup plan have you prepared? Wang Tai asked in surprise. Yifeng said calmly, "A method to push him out of the company. It's a bit complicated to explain, but I must first restructure Shifeng Company," he added. Wang Tai was puzzled, asking, "How? Restructure? Feng, our company is operating so well, why do we need to restructure?" In his understanding, companies usually undergo reorganization when they are on the verge of bankruptcy. Yifeng shook his head and explained, "Although our company is doing well, we haven't established a proper equity structure and top-level design. In case the company faces risks, the lack of risk resistance poses a potential threat. Additionally, as the company grows in size, with over 500 employees, not adjusting the business structure poses significant obstacles to business operations and employee advancement paths. I've been considering company restructuring for a while, and I already have a plan in place. I intend to convene a high-level meeting in 3 days to discuss the reorganization." Wang Tai looked confused, finding it hard to comprehend Yifeng's explanation. "Ow. Feng, I still don't quite understand." Yifeng chuckled lightly and simplified, "It's not your fault, you haven't studied business strategy, so not understanding is normal. In simpler terms, we are planning for the long-term development of the company. Without proper equity and business structure design, a company won't go far. Limitations emerge, hindering employee growth and promotion opportunities." Wang Tai's face showed realization upon hearing this explanation. "I get it. It's like our current company is a fish tank, limited in the water and fish it can accommodate. Are we preparing to switch to a bigger fish tank?" "That's about right, so that small fish can grow into big fish and hold more water," Yifeng praised, smiling. "Well done. That's pretty much the idea. This reorganization is for the company's development and to eventually acquire Penguin Company." 3 days later, on a Wednesday morning, Sai Tongming arrived early at the company at 7:30 in the morning, thinking he would be the first one there, but to his surprise, he found the door open and the lights on. Who could be here even earlier than himself? Curious, he entered and saw Han Ping'an coming out of the printing room with a stack of documents. "Oh, Ping'an, you're here so early. Is your health better?" Sai Tongming hastened to greet him. Han Ping'an looked up and replied calmly, "I was discharged from the hospital a couple of days ago. After resting for so long, it's time to work hard." During his recovery, Han Ping'an had been itching to return to work from lying in bed, as he felt he was at risk of getting bored. After repeated requests, he finally convinced Yin Lu to allow him to leave the hospital. "That's great. One of our key members is back." "Ha ha," Sai Tongming said cheerfully. "By the way, Ping'an, did you receive the notice? Today, Yizong said there would be a significant company reorganization meeting. That's why I came early to prepare the documents." Sai Tongming put down his bag, smiling as he spoke. "Yizhe told me," Han Ping'an responded, looking over the cooperation materials from Keji Company, his expression serious. "Ping'an, guess, what kind of reorganization meeting is this?" Sai Tongming whispered, trying to gather some information early on. Han Ping'an raised his head, glanced at him, and calmly said, "I'm not sure either. When Yizhe arrives, you'll find out. Whatever Yizhe wants us to do, that's what we'll do. I don't concern myself with the rest." True. Sai Tongming felt a bit embarrassed by the response. Before long, employees started arriving for work, and the top executives of Shifeng Company gathered. Yifeng and Wang Tai arrived last, sat in the office for a while, then issued a notice to convene an official company reorganization meeting. All top executives of Shifeng Company gathered in the meeting room. In the spacious conference room, all the executives were present, sitting upright with serious expressions. Click, the door opened, and Yifeng walked in with a thermos cup and a briefcase in hand. "Hello, President Yi." All the executives stood up and greeted Yifeng as he entered the room. Cai Tongming's heart skipped a beat as he observed Yifeng. Yifeng was dressed in a black suit, exuding a certain indescribable authority. There was an air of majesty around him. It felt as if he was not a young man in his early 20s, but a seasoned business tycoon. Yifeng walked to the main seat, raised his hand to signal for everyone to sit down, and smiled, saying, "All right, everyone is here, please take your seats." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the executives waited for him to sit before taking their seats. Yifeng glanced at everyone, cleared his throat, and solemnly stated, "Today, I have gathered everyone here for this meeting, because it will determine the future development of Shifeng Company, which is extremely important. This meeting will decide the major reorganization of Shifeng Company, and I hope everyone understands the significance and can come to a consensus. Now, I announce that the Shifeng Company reorganization meeting has officially begun." Yifeng took the documents out of his briefcase and handed them to Wang Tai for distribution. "Fu Han, as the manager of the finance department, take a look at this reorganization document. What are your thoughts on the financial aspect?" Yifeng turned to Fu Han and asked. Fu Han nodded and quickly went through the document. The others in the room were also carefully examining Yifeng's reorganization plan. The plan was not extensive, but it could be summarized as follows. Firstly, in terms of corporate structure, Yifeng proposed adopting a group enterprise system. Upgrading the current Shifeng Technology Company to Shifeng Group, Yifeng would then establish a third-party fund company and trust company to indirectly control Shifeng Group, minimizing risks to the lowest possible level. This plan was devised by experienced businessmen in the business world. For a more stringent approach, overseas trust equity holding could be used to control the company. Even in the event of bankruptcy and liquidation, it would not impact the actual controlling party. However, Yifeng would continue as the legal person of Shifeng Group to fulfill his responsibility to all employees. Secondly, in terms of equity structure, Yifeng would continue to uphold independent complete control and partial employee stock ownership. However, Yifeng would move high-level executives' personal shares level down to the subsidiaries' shares. In this way, by establishing a group company, better funds and resources allocation could be achieved. Existing businesses could be integrated and developed, responsibilities could be delegated to the subsidiary companies, enhancing employees' initiative and providing them with greater opportunities for development. After reviewing the reorganization plan, Fu Han's face showed a look of astonishment. After a moment of silence, she suggested implementing a group financial centralized decentralization management model. This model would have the group parent company control fundraising, utilization, recovery, and distribution while adopting a bottom-up multi-layer decentralized model, allowing for effective control of financial risks in subsidiary companies and maximizing market competitiveness. Yifeng smiled at Fu Han's suggestion and requested a detailed financial plan with advanced financial management content. The meeting continued with discussions on specific arrangements for each business division to establish subsidiary companies. The overall business logic and plan remained the same, shifting from departmental communications to interconnection among subsidiary companies to enhance support and project recommendations. Finally, Yifeng announced the appointments of the heads of each subsidiary company. The attendees eagerly awaited his decisions. Yifeng appointed Wang Tai as the general manager of Shifeng Electronic Sales Company, Cai Tongming as vice general manager to assist Wang Tai, Han Ping'an as the general manager of Shifeng Gaming Company, and Zhang Lei as the general manager of Shifeng Technology. Yifeng himself would oversee Shifeng E-Commerce Company. The reorganization began promptly, with high spirits and determination in the room. As Yifeng declared the start of establishing Shifeng Group, everyone stood up, echoing their support for the new journey ahead. After the meeting, Yifeng met with Fu Huan in the office. "Manager Yi, here are our quarterly financial data for your review." Fu Huan handed a stack of documents to Yifeng's desk. "All right, let's sit down and talk." Yifeng nodded and picked up the documents. From the financial statements, it could be seen that the revenue of 361 Computer Security Manager currently ranks first in company revenue, with membership revenue reaching 3.78 million, and the highest growth rate this month, surpassing other business revenues at once. Next, computer accessory sales quarter revenue just broke through 2.6 million. With very satisfactory performance, online e-commerce platform sales growing more than physical stores. Finally, the computer repair business, the quarterly revenue just exceeded 900,000. The new store repair business has not taken off yet, there is still a lot of room for growth. With a total revenue of over 7 million, deducting expenses such as goods and operations, personnel costs, the net profit is over 2.8 million, achieving a profit margin of over 40%, which is significantly higher than competitors. Seeing the data on the report, Yifeng was already very satisfied. From monthly revenue of 1 million to over 2 million, achieving double growth, and with great potential for future growth. There was an additional 4 million in cash on the books, borrowed from the Guangxi Development Bank, making Yifeng's available funds over 6 million. He could definitely be considered a millionaire. In the domestic market in 2000, having $1 million estate was already considered wealthy. However, $4 million of that was to be used to operate 3 cybercafes, and the next step was to get the cybercafe business up and running. After much thought, Yifeng suddenly said to Fu Huan, I will give you a summary of the group's financial plan later. I need you to quickly come up with the group's financial plan within 3 days before the restructuring needs to be implemented. All right, Manager Yi, I will do it as soon as possible. Fu Huan nodded solemnly. Yifeng smiled and said, by the way, I plan to increase employee benefits, mainly for the construction of the staff cafeteria, gym, entertainment room, and lounge. I heard that a company upstairs is preparing to move out. I want to take over that space and set up the staff cafeteria, gym, lounge, and entertainment room there. However, we need to first rent a restaurant nearby, hire enough chefs, prepare meals before meal times, and deliver them to allow employees to choose freely, a self-service style. I want to provide free meals for employees, breakfast and lunch, with additional dinner for overtime work. Fu Wan's face showed surprise and asked, are you really planning to do this? Other private companies want employees to work overtime and work hard. Ideally from early morning till late at night, aiming for the lowest cost and highest output. In society, not to mention overtime pay, even extra meals are rarely provided. Employers always say, if you don't do it, many others will, and they won't consider employees as human beings. However, it was difficult due to the large labor force population in the country. Since implementing the 5 insurances and 1 fund policy in 1998, only state-owned enterprises have officially complied, while most private companies completely ignored it, still exploiting employees as before, without the 5 insurances and 1 fund, without overtime pay, with most companies only offering 4 days off per month, and deducting from employees for any leave taken, let alone meal allowance, travel allowance, and other benefits. It was unthinkable, however, since its establishment, Yifeng Company has adhered to normal weekend holiday system. With an 8-hour workday, overtime pay, monthly bonuses, various subsidies, full tax compliance, and all employees covered by the 5 insurances and 1 fund, truly abiding by regulations. Ironically, the compliant company treatment had become first-class treatment, which was why Yifeng Company received hundreds and thousands of resumes every day. Fu Huan was surprised that Yifeng planned to further improve employee benefits, beyond imagination. If all these benefits were implemented, Yifeng Company could be said to be one of the best employers in Guangxi, an incomparable existence. Seeing Fu Huan's astonishment, Yifeng just smiled and said, of course, the company is making money, so it's only natural to improve employee welfare. It's normal, it's necessary. Do you think I want to be a capitalist, to squeeze people dry? Fu Huan regained her composure and quickly shook her head, saying, no. Manager Yi, I think you are the real entrepreneur. Truly, I have never seen anyone like you who cares for employees so much. The benefits you provide us are already very good, and all the staff are very grateful to you. Fu Huan said it sincerely and solemnly. It was from the heart. She believed that it would be rare to find a company with such benefits in the entire city of Guangxi. Manager Yi was indeed a conscientious boss. In response to Fu Wan's praise, Yifeng just smiled and said, "With so many problems in the country that need to be solved, everyone should contribute in this era. I am no exception. This is the original intention of running a business, and it has never changed." Fu Huan was shaken by these words. After a long silence, she said, "Manager Yi, as long as you need us, we will follow you. Finding the right boss is not easy." "Thank you for your trust," Yifeng smiled. The two of them smiled at each other. 2 days later, on Friday afternoon, the freshman ball was held in the basketball gym. Even before the school was out, there were already many people in the gym. The student union had banners hung on the walls, along with many colorful lights flashing neon lights. Many male and female freshmen were already practicing inside the gym, making the scene lively and bustling. "Funzi, it's so lively today, and there are so many beautiful girls." Hangzhou crouched on the side of the gym, scanning the girls inside with a somewhat lewd look, or rather, a very lewd look. Hangzhou always had this expression whenever he saw a beautiful woman, but he was just a wolf at heart without the courage to act on it. "No matter how good-looking they are, they can't beat my Zixi in my family," Yifeng smoked, not even looking up from his phone, texting Gumoxi. "Me too. No matter how good-looking, they can't beat my Julili, so I don't even bother looking," Yan Jian said seriously. Yifeng glanced at him and laughed. "Oh, in just a few days, you've turned into a pure little beau. Of course, now in my eyes, in my heart, there is only Julili. There is no room for other women," Yan Jian said passionately, like a lovesick poet. Hangzhou felt gratified and said, "TSK, Jianjie has also grown, that's good." Sun Tugging echoed next to him. Jianjie is refraining from other interests. "It's indeed rare." Yifeng chuckled and suddenly shouted, "Look over there at 10 o'clock. There's a 360. Where? Yan Jian suddenly turned in the direction he pointed, revealing his true nature. Hangzhou, Sun Tugging. The two of them said, in unison, "A leopard can't change its spots." The four friends chatted leisurely. Yifeng's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Gumoxi. "Hey, Shao, have you arrived?" Yifeng asked. "Not yet, I'm still in the dorm, getting ready. I just wanted to tell you, it might take a little more time," came Gumoxi's clear voice from the other end of the line. Yifeng smirked. "All right, a woman needs to get ready and it really does take a little more time, or a billion more times." "No problem, take your time getting ready. I'll go buy some snacks later." Yifeng chuckled helplessly. "Hehe, all right, remember to buy me some snacks, and remember, you're not allowed to flirt with other girls." Gumoxi joked. Yifeng feigned surprise. "Xiao, why are you so domineering?" "Humph, how am I domineering? You occupy my heart all the time, and you say you're not." "Ha ha," there was the sound of laughter from the other end. Yan Jian, who was listening on the side, suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body at that conversation. Yifeng hung up the phone. "Oh my god, Funzi, your sweet talk is just too cheesy." Yan Jian grimaced. Yifeng, thick-skinned, didn't mind at all, and chuckled. "Really? I didn't feel that way at all. We all think it's cheesy," the three friends chimed in unison. "Hey, you guys just don't understand charm. You'll understand when you get a girlfriend," Yifu, in a knowing tone, taught. Hangzhou asked in confusion, "Is it really effective?" "Definitely helpful when chasing girls," Yifeng said seriously. Really, Funzi, teach me," excitedly exclaimed Hangzhou. Yifeng coughed twice, cleared his throat, and said, "I'll teach you these advanced techniques slowly in the future. I'm going to buy some snacks first." Hearing this, Hangzhou grinned like a sycophant. "Hehe, sure. Funzi, I'll treat you to spicy dried meat, my treat." In the girls' dormitory, Gumoxi hung up the phone and quickly wiped the water off the table. She had just been choked by Yifeng's corny endearments. "Ha ha, Muxi, Yifeng is quite charming after all," teased Chen Jiajia. Gumoxi blushed and glanced at her, saying, "What charm is this? Jiajia, help me put on eyeliner quickly. Time is running out." "All right, no rush, there's still 2.5 hours," Plenty of time. Why are you in a hurry? Oh, I see, eager to see your lover. Chen Jiajia started applying eyeliner slowly. Ding Ying, who was looking in the mirror, said with a smile, I think Moxie is naturally beautiful. She's beautiful even without makeup. Isn't she the #1 campus beauty at South China University of Technology? Why does she need makeup like us? Gu Moxie pouted. This is the first major event I've participated in since starting university, so I have to take it seriously. Okay, I won't put on heavy makeup for you. Light makeup is fine. Too heavy would cover your natural beauty, said Chen Jiajia, holding her chin and examining her handiwork. Gu Moxie shyly said, Stop it, your praise makes me embarrassed. That you're so good at it, praise me a little more. Chen Jiajia, Moxie, when did your face get so thick? Never mind, surely it's because Yifeng infected you. Gu Moxie left her spot to find clothes to change into. Moxie, what are you planning to wear? Asked Chen Jiajia curiously. How about a sailor suit? What do you think of this blue and white set paired with white shoes? Gu Moxie gestured with the clothes she picked up. No way. You're wearing those casual shoes with such beautiful makeup. And it doesn't really match. Chen Jiajia shook her head. Oh, doesn't match, I think it's okay. Gu Moxie scratched her head. Not having any special requirements for outfits, as long as they were comfortable. No, it won't do. I'll give you a pair of shoes to wear. You can wear mine. We have the same shoe size, said Chen Jiajia, taking out a box from under her bed. These are an extra pair of shoes I bought, not a match for my outfit today, but they go well with your outfit. Look, Gu Moxie smiled sweetly. Thank you, Jiajia. She eagerly took the shoes, opened the box to find a beautiful pair of black pumps, but they were mid-heel. They looked like they had a 4 or 5 centimeter heel. Ah, such high heels, I've never worn them before, Gu Moxie said in surprise. This will make you taller, show off your figure better, and make your legs look longer. Perfect match for your blue and white sailor suit. Go try them on. Chen Jiajia urged. Okay, I'll go try them on, Gu Moxie said, a bit apprehensive. She had never worn high heels before and wasn't sure if she could handle them. She went to the bathroom to change. Chen Jiajia, Ding Ying, and Su Xiaomei were all ready, waiting only for Gu Moxie. Yeah, you look beautiful today. Seems like you're in a romantic mood tonight. Hehe. Ding Ying teased as she looked her up and down. Chen Jiajia was wearing a pink miniskirt with a bow tied at her chest, her long hair flowing, exuding a youthful and vibrant vibe. Of course, who knows, today I might meet my mister. Right? I also want to end my single life. Chen Jiajia flirtatiously adjusted her hair. Hehe, if you find him, be sure to let me know. I'll also help you judge. Ding Ying gossiped. Chen Jiajia straightened her skirt and said, No worries, wait for me to show off my dazzling light. Just as she finished speaking, they heard movements coming from the bathroom, and the door opened. Gu Moxie stood there in a blue and white sailor suit, looking posed and beautiful, her face radiant. Tall and slender figure, and those incredibly eye-catching long legs. Each inch of her seemed as if it were meticulously sculpted by a god, perfect enough to astonish anyone. With her large, watery eyes shining brightly, she exuded a fresh and tender aura. Like a peach that was just starting to ripen, a bit youthful yet sweet and enticing. Chen Jiajia, Ding Ying, and Su Xiaomei were all stunned by the sight of Gu Moxie before them, amazed and speechless at her beauty. My goodness, I take back what I said earlier. Moxie, you're so beautiful, exclaimed Chen Jiajia, walking over to examine her from head to toe. Yes, truly goddess-level beauty. This outfit suits you perfectly, Su Xiaomei praised endlessly. Ding Ying, with her mouth agape, stated, Indeed, naturally beautiful, anything looks good on her. Moxie, if you were to attend a ball, you absolutely captivate a lot of men. Gu Moxie blushed at their praise. Really? Am I really that pretty? Absolutely. Believe me. Yifeng's eyes will pop out when he sees you. Chen Jiajia said earnestly. Ha, alright, let's go, Gu Moxie said with a sweet smile. Okay. Let's go. Chen Jiajia nodded, turned and took a few steps, but didn't hear Gu Moxie following. Turning back, she saw Gu Moxie walking very cautiously with each step. Ow, Moxie, you're not used to wearing heels, are you? Chen Jiajia asked in confusion. Who said I'm not used to it? I just haven't worn them in a long time. It takes some getting used to, but I'll be fine. Gu Muxi tried to sound confident. Yet, after taking 2 steps, she stumbled. Chen Jiajia chuckled at the realization that Gu Muxi really couldn't walk in heels. Muxi, how about I hold you as you walk to get used to it? Gu Muxi quickly waved her hand to refuse, saying, No need to help me. I can do it. It's just slightly higher heels, no big deal. Are you sure you can do it? Chen Jiajia asked, concerned. Gu Muxi nodded firmly and said, Don't worry, I can do it. I can even run, not just walk. With that, Gu Muxi took a step forward and attempted to run to demonstrate her adaptability. Next moment, oops, Gu Muxi fell to the ground. Chen Jiajia, if Muxi goes dancing like this, will she be okay? An hour later, Yifeng was leaning against the wall, eating an old popsicle, with a bag full of snacks in his other hand. He looked towards the entrance of the stadium and muttered to himself, Just a little bit of time with Zishi, it really feels like an eternity. At that moment, Yan Jian and a few girls walked by. Hey, Funzi, are you still waiting for sister-in-law? Yan Jian greeted. Yeah, Yifeng replied casually while licking the popsicle. Well, take your time. I'll show the girls around the venue first, Yan Jian boasted proudly, gesturing to the group of girls behind him, including Zhou Lili and Lu Yao. Suddenly, Zhou Lili stepped forward, extending her hand confidently towards Yifeng, and smiling charmingly. Hi, classmate Yifeng, nice to see you again. Today, Zhou Lili was dressed in a tight black dress, showcasing her voluptuous curves, especially her ample bosom, at least 36F. Out of politeness, Yifeng shook her hand and smiled. Hello. He had nothing more to say afterwards, indicating he didn't want to engage in further conversation. But Zhou Lili seemed not to catch on, and she proactively suggested, Yifeng, if you have time, would you mind showing us around? Can you recommend some fun places near South China University of Technology? We plan to explore nearby after the dance, but we're not familiar with the area. Right? Yao, Zhou Lili said. Turned to Lu Yao and gave her a look. Lu Yao hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. With her shoulder-length hair, a butterfly headband, and a blue dress, Lu Yao looked youthful and attractive, drawing the attention of many male students around her. Yi, can you please help us? Lu Yao asked with watery eyes, looking at Yifeng with a coy smile. Yifeng took a bite of the popsicle, the cold and sweet ice water slipping down his throat. No, he replied coldly, with a distant and rejecting tone. Those present were stunned to hear his resolute refusal. Who is this guy? So aloof, yeah, he's hard to get along with. Are many male students at South China University of Technology like this? I don't know, but I don't want to talk to him anymore. After the group of girls left, gossiping about Yifeng, he remained unfazed, enjoying his popsicle alone. Yan Jian's expression fell as he approached, saying, Funzi, you don't have to be so aloof if you don't want to play with others. How will you make friends? Yifeng glanced at him, laughing, since when do I want to be friends with them? In his heart, he just wanted them to stay away, especially Lu Yao. Hearing this, Yan Jian paused. Okay. But, let me ask one more question, Funzi, do you have a grudge with those people inside? Yifeng shot him a look and teasingly scolded him, no grudges, but don't ask, or I'll kick you out with one kick. Yan Jian quickly backed off, laughing. Alright, I won't ask. You keep waiting for sister-in-law, I'll go mingle. Watching Yan Jian leave, Yifeng shook his head, muttering, this guy, better watch out. Amidst flickering colored lights and amid the crowd, two mysterious figures were lurking. Target acquired. Target acquired. Over, but there's only one target. The other target hasn't shown up yet. Over. Using a magazine rolled into a makeshift telescope, Liu Mubai focused on Yifeng. Suddenly, an eye peered in his field of vision. Old Liu, what are you doing? Do you know you look creepy right now? Yuan Hua was speechless, wondering how he ended up with such a chuny teammate. Liu Mubai put down the magazine, only then realizing the strange looks directed at him, especially from the girls who distanced themselves. Don't mind me, the target is here. We need to prepare for Plana. Liu Mubai chuckled lowly, leaning in close. Plan A. Isn't it a bit too much? Yuan Hua hesitated, placing a hand on his shoulder. Liu Mubai solemnly said, one must be ruthless to stand firm. It's for the girl we like, so what does it matter? Today is our strategic attack day, the decisive day. As long as we mobilize well before the battle, we will definitely succeed in winning her back. Oh no, conquering Gumuxi. Stirred by this, Yuan Hua gathered his courage and said, all right, you're right. Let's execute Plan A. But I haven't prepared that thing yet. Well, I have. Haha. Liu Mubai pulled out a vial of liquid from his pocket, looking quite pleased. Just mix it into a juice, and watch him squirm in discomfort from all angles. I just clogged up the restroom, and the facilities staff are working to clear it up. When the time comes, haha, we'll have a show to enjoy. Liu Mubai shook the vial with satisfaction, even showing a bit of cunning. Hearing this, Yuan Hua swallowed hard, realizing that if Yi Feng fell victim to this plan, he might end up socially dead at South China University of Technology. This trick was too harsh. Liu, I see the potential villain in you. Seriously, Yuan Hua remarked. Shocked, Liu Mubai exclaimed, what? What are you talking about? You calling me a villain? How could you? I am the true love of Gumuxi, the one Yi Feng used sweet talk to steal my princess. I'm rescuing Gumuxi from distress. Sure, sometimes you have to use some means. Yuan Hua refused to accept this and said, no, I don't agree. Disagree all you want, but Gumuxi is mine. No, she's mine. Mine. Darn it, let's draw swords. Bring it on. Duel. The two men started arguing, tensions rising, seemingly on the brink of a conflict. Suddenly, a commotion erupted near the entrance of the stadium, and they both turned to see, freezing in place. At the stadium entrance, Gumuxi, assisted by Chen Jiajia, slowly entered the venue. Gumuxi was dressed in a white and blue sailor suit, with cascading black hair. A tall and graceful figure, radiating an angelic aura under the lights. She was stunning, especially her long, flawless legs sculpted like artistry by God, captivating everyone's attention. At that moment, all the male students in the open space near the entrance had their eyes fixed on Gumuxi, awestruck, almost popping their eyeballs out. However, after a while, several boyfriends felt a cringe in their groin area, moaning in discomfort. She, so beautiful. Liu Mubai observed from a distance, wearing a creepy expression with drool escaping his mouth. Yeah, truly the school's #1 beauty. The eternal goddess in my eyes. Yuan Hua shared the same admiration. Wiping his mouth, Liu Mubai suggested, Yuan Hua, let's call a truce for now. Let's eliminate Yi Feng first, and then we can compete fairly. Yuan Hua agreed with a nod. All right, I agree. If it weren't for that kid Yi Feng, I would have been her dance partner today. Liu Mubai clenched his fist, a hint of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Growing up, he was always the envy of his classmates, with a superior family background, good academics, and the opportunity to study abroad. He had the perfect start in life. But returning home, he found out that his house had been robbed. Gumuxi had fallen into the hands of Yi Feng, which left him feeling irritated, silently vowing to win Gumuxi back. If it weren't for that kid Yi Feng, maybe Gumuxi and I would be together. Yuan Hua sighed. The two suddenly looked at each other, a sense of shared suffering between them. Because of Yi Feng, these two rivals had become allies. Quick, Loke, where is Gumuxi headed? Yuan Hua turned around and saw Gumuxi walking towards the gym. Liu Mubai quickly ran a few steps forward and finally saw where Gumuxi was going. He saw Gumuxi stumbling towards Yi Feng, falling into Yi Feng's arms. The sight shocked the two of them, leaving them stunned on the spot. Oh no! Almost simultaneously, they both grabbed their heads and sat down, struck dumbfounded. Tane. It's too painful. No, not like this. She. Liu Mubai cried out miserably. This outburst drew the attention of the surrounding students, who looked at him as if he were a fool. On the other side, Yi Feng happily lifted Gumuxi up and then gently put her down, saying, Miss Gu looks so beautiful today. HMPH. Am I only beautiful today? Gumuxi pouted. Yi Feng pat her head affectionately, saying, all right, My little Shishi is always beautiful, but especially today. That's good enough, Gumuxi sweetly smiled, and affectionately hugged his arm, but stumbled, almost tripping. Yifeng noticed her unusual behavior and looked at her feet in surprise. Huh, you're wearing high heels. In his impression, Gumuxi had never worn such shoes before. She usually wore casual or athletic shoes. How is it? They look nice, right? Jia lent them to me, saying that wearing them would give me a ladylike charm. Gumuxi showed off the shoes, then struck a ladylike pose. Oh. Ladylike, Yifeng raised an eyebrow, wondering how the term related to her. Yes, am I not ladylike? Gumuxi puffed her cheeks and asked. You are the most ladylike, Yifeng quickly praised. Good enough, very obedient, Gumuxi smiled, pinching his cheeks affectionately. Chen Jia teased on the side. Who was grumbling just now, but suddenly becomes a lady in front of someone. Huh. Why do I smell a scent of dog food? Sisters, let's go play somewhere else. There's too much dog food here. It's nauseating. Ding Ying and Xiaomei both laughed. All right, let's go, Shi. Take your time playing. Ding Ying joked, then the three of them left. Gumuxi blushed and spat, stinky fun. Ignore them, they just love joking around. They are right, we can take our time playing. Yifeng raised his eyebrows strangely, smiling mischievously. Gumuxi blushed even more, grabbed his waist flesh, and spat, even you are not serious. Yifeng winced in pain, took out a popsicle from the snack bag, and handed it to her, saying, Here, eat it. Ah, popsicle, Gumuxi's face lit up, excitedly grabbing the popsicle, looking like a child. Yifeng smiled, Gumuxi had a natural weakness for popsicles. As the time for the dance approached, the crowd in the gym grew larger. To the rhythm of the music, everyone joyfully danced, the lively dance marking the beginning of university life for the freshmen. At this moment, a male host from the student union, wearing a white shirt and glasses, walked to the front of the dance floor. Good evening, everyone, he began. With the care of the school leaders, the freshman welcome dance organized by the student union is officially starting. On behalf of South China Institute of Technology Student Union, I welcome the new students, welcoming you to South China Institute of Technology, and encouraging you to actively participate in the student union. I wish you all a joyful time in school. Now, let's dance to our heart's content. With that, the music volume increased, a cheerful dance tune played, and the students cheered. Yifeng and Gumuxi, urged by teacher Li Ru, walked to the front of the dance floor, ready to take the lead in the dance. A spotlight shone on them, making them the focal point of the room. Everyone waited for them to begin. Despite the countless gazes on her, Gumuxi couldn't help but feel nervous, her heart racing. I'm a little nervous. Yifeng held her hand, reassuring her softly, take deep breaths, follow my rhythm. With that, according to the music, Yifeng led her in the social dance. Yifeng's moves were precise and coordinated, but Gumuxi's movements were a bit stiff and unstable. One move involved them moving apart, with Gumuxi spinning away. Suddenly, Gumuxi tripped, exclaiming, almost falling backward. Oh no, disaster, if she fell in front of so many people, it would be so embarrassing. My goodness, how humiliating. Gumuxi's heart almost leapt out in that moment. Just as things were at a critical point, a hand suddenly caught her waist, preventing her fall. Stinky! Gumuxi stared in surprise at Yifeng in front of her, not really registering what had just happened. At that moment, their bodies were pressed together closely, Yifeng leaning in to hug her, freezing time and space. Wow! A murmur of surprise swept through the venue. Observing this scene, the students couldn't help but show amusement. It had turned into a big display of affection. Shi, are you okay? Yifeng helped her up, smiling and asking gently. Phew. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Gumuxi blushed, patting her chest, relieved and slightly embarrassed, feeling a bit scared. Thank goodness nothing major happened. Let's continue, but at a slower pace, Yifeng said softly, continuing to guide Gumuxi. With no further mishaps, the students started joining the dance floor, dancing with their partners to the music. The dance had officially begun. After a while, the crowd's attention was no longer focused on the two of them. Muxi quietly breathed a sigh of relief, pressing close to Yifeng. I was so nervous just now. Fortunately nothing embarrassing happened. Yifeng hugged Muxi's slender waist, smelling the sweet fragrance from her, feeling relaxed and happy. Who let you wear high heels? Humph. Even with them, I can still dance well, Muxi pouted, showing her defiant sigh. Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the room. Muxi and Yifeng looked towards the sound to see two figures gracefully dancing in front of the dance floor, drawing exclamations of approval from the surrounding onlookers. They saw that it was Lu Yao. Lu Yao danced gracefully with a young man in a white shirt, their movements light and nimble, exuding a natural grace as if they were butterflies in a garden. Lu Yao noticed Yifeng and smiled slightly, her eyes fixed on him. But Yifeng remained indifferent, pretending not to notice her gaze. However, Muxi observed Lu Yao's actions keenly, feeling a twinge of alertness rising within her. HMPH, what's so special? We can dance just as well. With that, Muxi stopped, dramatically taking off her high-heeled shoes, standing barefoot on the ground. The surrounding people were stunned at Muxi's bold move. My goodness, she took off her shoes. Is that even allowed? Muxi actually had such a bold side to her. Let's do this. Muxi smiled proudly. Okay. Yifeng smiled back, their hands clasped, and they started dancing. With perfect harmony and synchronization, they captivated the attention of many eyes. Wow, they're dancing so well. They have great chemistry. I'm so envious. The surrounding students whispered to each other in admiration. Lu Yao, seeing this, became somewhat distracted, bumped into her dance partner, and the two stopped. Lu Yao, are you okay? The young man asked in concern. Lu Yao straightened her hair apologetically. I'm sorry. I might need to rest for a moment. All right, should I take you to rest over there? The young man offered kindly. No, it's not necessary. Lu Yao shook her head, then bowed slightly, turning to leave. Before leaving the dance floor, she looked back at Yifeng with a puzzled expression in her eyes. Xiao Yao, why did you come back so soon? Weren't you dancing well? Zhou Lili saw Lu Yao walking back alone and asked, in confusion. Ah, it's nothing. Maybe just a bit tired. Lu Yao forced a smile. Zhou Lili noticed her expression and guessed, is it because of Yifeng? Not really. Lu Yao turned her face away, trying to hide her thoughts. Come on. Ever since the last time you saw Yifeng, you seemed distracted. Could it be that you've developed feelings for him? Zhou Lili chuckled. Lu Yao blushed, gave her a look, and said, what nonsense are you talking about? He has a girlfriend, and she's even so beautiful. Zhou Lili leaned in, hooked her shoulder, and whispered, having a girlfriend doesn't mean anything. As long as you're willing, there's still a chance. Besides, I guess Yifeng is probably from a wealthy family, judging by his clothes and accessories. If you manage to get him, you might become a rich young lady. Lu Yao pushed her hand away, speechless. That doesn't sound right. Zhou Lili continued to persuade. There's nothing wrong with it. You two might be true love. Who knows in matters of the heart? I don't want to talk about it. I need to rest. Lu Yao didn't want to discuss these matters, sitting by the wall in the gym. Zhou Lili followed and sat next to her. Come on. If you don't like him, why have you been so absent-minded lately? Lu Yao rested her chin on her hands, pondered for a moment, and said, I'm just confused. It seems like he's been deliberately avoiding me, and I have this strange feeling, like he knows me, like he's known me for a long time. But from what I remember, I've never met him. I asked him last time, and he denied it. But thinking about that day, I have this feeling that something's off, but I can't figure it out. Zhou Lili listened, her eyes widening in surprise. He knows you, but you don't know him. What's going on? Could it be fate, destiny? Ha ha. Maybe you two really have a chance. Lu Yao rolled her eyes at her, wanting to argue, but the words stuck in her throat, and her thoughts became even more chaotic. At that moment, a song ended, and the dance floor filled with enthusiastic applause. Under the spotlight, Muxi and Yifeng nodded towards the crowd while she held her shoes and left the stage. Phew. It's finally over, mission accomplished. Muxi let out a deep breath at the sight, relieved that the tension was finally gone. Put on your shoes quickly, the floor is quite cold, Yifeng said, squatting down to help her put on her shoes. She felt warm inside and smiled sweetly. Thank you, Yi. Next time I won't let you wear high heels, they look good but are inconvenient. It's not good if you twist your ankle, Yi Fun advised. I got it. I know, you're as naggy as my mom. She teased, mentioning her mother. She suddenly felt homesick and continued. Yi, it's been a while since we went back home. Let's visit our parents soon. Sure. Let's go this weekend when we have days off. Yi Fun stood up, affectionate. Gu Muxi hugged him joyfully, wrapping her arms around his waist, tilting her head back with a smile. Ha ha. You've made a promise. Yi Fun looked at her, her beauty so close. Delicate features, rosy cheeks, and couldn't help but feel a rush of emotions. I promised, and if you don't give me a reward, I'll have to claim it myself. Yi Fun teased and bent down to kiss her lips. In that instant, she felt her brain turn blank, the world incredibly silent, only her heartbeat resonating. The touch of his lips sent electricity through her body, making her soul quiver. Gu Muxi slowly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes quivering as she entered a wonderful sensory world, completely absorbed. Nearby, Chen Jiaji and Dingying walked over and witnessed the scene. Oh my god! Dingying couldn't help but cover her mouth in astonishment. She never expected Yi Feng and Gu Muxi to kiss at the dance party. How daring and romantic! I'm so envious. Su Xiaomei exclaimed, eating popcorn. Me too, Chen Jiaji envied, but she then pulled out a note with a series of numbers on it, proudly announcing, girls, let me share some good news with you. I'm about to stop being single. Ha ha. Wow, really? Jiajia, what's that? Dingying asked curiously with wide eyes. Chen Jiajia flaunted the note and said, just got a cute guy's number. He's 6 feet tall, handsome, and charming. Oh my god. That's amazing, Jiajia. Today is indeed your lucky day. Everything's going just as predicted, Su Xiaomei said, impressed. Dingying, pretending to be a fortune teller, said, today's feng shui is excellent for you, Jiajia. According to my calculations, today you'll not only have a blossoming love life, but also find true love. Maybe that handsome guy is your true love. If it works out, make sure to give me a big red packet. Chen Jiajia, thrilled by the news, looked at the note, wondering if she was about to enter 19-year single status. Ha ha. If it works out, forget the red packet. I'll pay for your breakfast this semester. As she was speaking, someone bumped into her from behind. Excuse me, please move aside. A sturdy figure squeezed past her right side, almost knocking her over. Annoyed, she glared at the person but then froze when she recognized who it was. The guy she bumped into was none other than Wan Tai. They both said in unison, Wan Tai. Chen Jiajia, startled, they asked each other, why are you here? Dingying and Su Xiaomei exchanged strange looks at the synchronized conversation. Chen Jiajia regained her composure first, surprised that it was Wan Tai she bumped into. Seeing her old classmate, she held back the retort and asked, Wan Tai, weren't you studying at Guanda University? What are you doing at South China Institute of Technology? Scratching his head sheepishly, Wang Tai grinned. Yifeng said, we're having supper together tonight to catch up, so I popped by to say hi. Sorry for bumping into you earlier, I was in a hurry and didn't see you. Oh, I see, no worries. But in the next moment, she realized something crucial. The note in her hand was missing. She freaked out. Ah, my note is gone. Note? My note? Oh no. Chen Jiajia grabbed her head in distress and frantically looked down for the note. Wan Tai scratched his head in confusion and asked, Note? What note? Dingying on the side widened her mouth in shock and asked, Jiajia, did you lose your note? Yes, I remember it was just in my hand, but when Wang Tai bumped into me, it disappeared. Please help me look for it quickly. Chen Jiajia urged, all right, we'll look for it. Dingying and Su Xiaomei also searched the ground for the note. However, after searching within a 10-meter radius, they couldn't find any trace of the note. Jiajia, it seems like we really can't find it, Dingying said helplessly. Giving up. With so many people in the stadium and the dim lighting, who knows where the note flew off to? It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Chen Jiajia tugged at her hair, feeling frustrated. This is the only way I can contact that handsome guy. She felt like her future Prince Charming was slipping away, lost forever. Luck and love, true love, all gone. So Xiaomei patted her shoulder comfortingly. It's okay, it's just a piece of paper. Remember the number on it. Chen Jiajia slapped her forehead helplessly. But I didn't remember the number. So Xiaomei, Chen Jiajia suddenly raised her head angrily, walked towards Wang Tai, and exclaimed, "Screw you. Wang Tai, you lost my note. You have to compensate me." Wang Tai was still puzzled, asking, "What note? Compensate you for what? A piece of paper?" Chen Jiajia grabbed his collar, emphasizing each word. "It's a note with the phone number of a handsome guy written on it. You knocked it out." Wang Tai finally realized and smiled bitterly. "Jiajia, but I didn't do it on purpose. How can I compensate you?" Chen Jiajia glared at him, coldly snorting, "No matter what method you use, you must find me that handsome guy's phone number." Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, Wang Tai whispered, "Jiajia, is there a possibility? I mean just a possibility, that I don't even know what the handsome guy looks like?" Chen Jiajia, Ark, you are driving me crazy. Chen Jiajia shook off his collar furiously, shouting in frustration. Wang Tai coughed and consoled, "Jiajia, don't be so angry. There are so many handsome guys in the world. Why hang yourself on one branch? You lost a big tree, but you might gain a whole forest. Chen Jiajia, if I can have the whole forest, why bother looking for just one big tree?" Wang Tai scratched his head, nodded, "You have a point." Chen Jiajia, "Wang Tai, are you asking for trouble?" Wang Tai quickly stepped back, wary. "Jiajia, calm down. I really didn't mean it. Think about it in another way. Maybe, just maybe, that handsome guy is a scumbag and actually already has a girlfriend." Chen Jiajia, Dingying slapped her forehead, thinking to herself, "This guy, if you're so good at talking, then say less." Oh no, Jiajia is about to explode. "Wang Tai, come here." Chen Jiajia swung her fist and was about to hit him. Seeing trouble looming, Wang Tai slipped away. With one chasing and one fleeing, they soon ran to the side of Yifeng and Gumuxi. Wang Tai directly hid behind Yifeng. "Funzi, save me." Yifeng looked astonished at the two, then raised his hand to stop Chen Jiajia, smiling. "What are you two up to?" Chen Jiajia put her hands on her waist, annoyed. "Yifeng, don't stop me. If I don't hit him on the head a few times today, my last name is not Chen." Gumuxi was even more puzzled, as she rarely saw Chen Jiajia this angry. "What's wrong with Jiajia? What did Wang Tai do to you?" Chen Jiajia blushed and hurriedly explained, No, it's about something else." She then briefly explained the situation. After hearing it, Yifeng smiled and said, "Oh, so that's it. I thought it was something else. Jiajia, when we turn back, I'll have Tai introduce you to a new handsome guy. If you're not satisfied, we'll keep changing until you are. Deal?" Wang Tai hurriedly agreed. Yes, don't be angry. I guarantee your happiness for the rest of your life, okay? I'll make sure to find someone you're satisfied with." Gumuxi also advised, "Yes, we're old classmates, give Wang Tai a chance to change and start anew." Chen Jiajia calmed down a bit at their words, huffing, "Okay, for your sakes, Wang Tai, I'll spare your life for now, but remember, from now on you'll have to introduce me to potential partners until I'm satisfied." "Okay, no problem. Trust me, it's on me." Wang Tai quickly reassured, "That's more like it." Chen Jiajia finally smiled. Yifeng turned back, patting Wang Tai's shoulder. "Let's go get something to eat." Yifeng thought he had to separate the two at this point to prevent another argument. "All right." Wang Tai hastily followed Yifeng and left. On the other side, in a distant corner, two shadowy figures whispered to each other. "Report, the target has left. Over." Liu Mubai whispered. "Good. Let's start our move," Yuan Hua said seriously, waving his hand. Liu Mubai took out two identical bottles of energy drink and said to Yuan Hua, "In one of these bottles, there is medicine. Remember, the bottle with a black mark on the cap contains medicine. Don't mix them up. When you meet Yifeng later on the way, give him the bottle with the medicine. Got it?" Yuan Hua was startled, asking, "What? Why is it me again?" Liu Mubai explained seriously, "I'm the strategist, and you're the warrior. You have to show fearlessness, bravery, and dedication. Charge forward without fear. Yuan Hua. Why not have me strategize? Why is it always me? Liu Mabai's face fell, realizing, I'm the obvious rival. Yifeng will be wary of me. But you appear in front of them less frequently, and you can pretend to have given up pursuing Gumuxi, then make peace with him. He'll definitely believe you. Yuan Hua's face changed abruptly, quickly saying, No, this is too dangerous. We need to find another way. He wasn't that dumb. If they went ahead with this plan, they'd become the school's laughingstock, and he would probably face retribution from Yifeng, giving Liu Mubai the upper hand. No, absolutely not. Liu Mubai, seeing Yuan Hua's firm refusal, asked, Do you have a better plan then? After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Hua suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I've got it. Yifeng and Wan Tai chatted as they walked to the convenience store, slowly making their way there. They were thinking of going back later to help dissipate Chen Jiajia's resentment. Funzi, where should I introduce a handsome guy to her? The only handsome guy I know besides you is you. Wan Tai shrugged helplessly. Yifeng laughed and scolded, Teasy, you've really improved. Are you trying to flatter me now? Stop it. Don't make me help you. You handle this yourself. If you can't, then just give yourself to her. Wan Tai scratched his head naively, looking very humble. This won't work. Can our taste be that low? Wan Tai and Chen Jiajia were old high school classmates, and their relationship was good, but they had never thought of each other in that way. They were just too familiar. You're too humble. Let me teach you a trick. Treat her to a nice meal as an apology. Chen Jiajia is not a petty person. Once her anger fades, everything will be fine. Yifeng advised earnestly. All right, Funzi, I'll listen to you. Wan Tai said happily. Suddenly, Wan Tai noticed two suspicious figures next to the convenience store, their eyes constantly sneaking glances in their direction. Hey, Funzi, who are those two? Do you know them? Wan Tai turned to Yifeng. Yifeng took a closer look and recognized the figure of Liu Mubai in the dim light. OTZ. Don't you remember? That's Liu Moxian. He transferred to this school to study. Yifeng smiled. Wan Tai looked carefully and showed surprise. It really is him. The three of them grew up in the same residential area for workers and knew each other. Didn't he go to Country B? Why did he come back? Wan Tai asked in confusion. I heard that Uncle Liu came back to do business, so he followed him back. Yifeng followed up with a brief story about Liu Mubai coming back, leaving Wan Tai in stitches. The two joked and arrived at the school's convenience store. Yifeng raised his hand and called out, Hey handsome, give me 5 old-school popsicles, and I'll pick some snacks. Behind the counter was a young man who seemed to be working part-time at the store. No problem, the young man smiled at them. Yifeng noticed a strange look in his eyes, which made him a little puzzled. When he turned to look at Liu Mubai and Yuan Hua pretending not to see them next to the door, he asked, Hey Liu Mubai, what are you doing here? Liu Mubai pretended to hear the voice, turned around, and said, Oh, nothing, I'm looking at the stars. Why? Is there something? Oh, the stars are really round today, Yuan Hua said sarcastically. How can you make such a lame excuse? There are clouds in the sky. Where are the stars? Besides, stars are star-shaped, not round. What a foolish thing to say. Yifeng looked up, smiled, and said, Well, enjoy your stargazing. As the conversation ended, Yifeng continued to pick snacks in the store. After a while, the two of them took their items, paid, and were about to leave when the young man suddenly stopped them. Wait, young brothers. Yifeng turned back perplexed and asked, What's wrong? You are the 100th customers today. Congratulations, you get a free bottle of Gatorade. Yifeng's lips twitched. Are you really counting the number of customers? Ahem, of course. This is your gift. Please take it. The young man said earnestly. Wan Tai said excitedly, Oh, what a good deal. Your event is fantastic. I'll take the items. Wan Tai took the Gatorade and handed it to Yifeng, knowing it was his favorite drink. Yifeng took the Gatorade and said, All right TZ, let's go. After Yifeng and Wan Tai left, walking away, Liu Mubai and Yuan Hua glanced at each other, clapping hands excitedly. Oh, yes, haha, My plan is working, right? Yuan Hua chuckled proudly. Not bad, not bad. Let's sit back and enjoy the show, Liu Mubai said enthusiastically. He was looking forward to Yifeng drinking the beverage and then facing the consequences. As planned, Yifeng would embarrass himself in public, run to the restroom, only to find it locked. Haha, he could already imagine Yifeng gaining notoriety, school, leading to Gu Muxi breaking up with him. Perfect, this way. Little Zixi will come into my arms. Liu Mubai laughed as he imagined the outcome. Thud. Yuan Hua snapped him back to reality. Don't laugh yet. Pay up first. Yuan Hua demanded. All right, but you're not allowed to hit my head. Liu Mubai retorted, reminding Yuan Hua, I'm your superior. Yuan Hua glared at him and said firmly, I'm your senior. Liu Mubai. Let's forget about it this time. Humph. Liu Mubai took out 100 yuan bill and handed it to the senior watching the shop, saying, Thanks, senior. The senior was pleased to receive the money and said, Heh, it's nothing much. Yuan Hua urged, Come on. Let's catch up and see what happens. The two of them immediately trailed after Yifeng. Back in the gymnasium, Yifeng and his group rested on the side, snacking. After a while, they put down their snacks and entered the dance floor one by one. Once Chen Jiajia cooled down, Wang Tai took the initiative to invite her to dance. She accepted, thanks to the snacks. However, Wang Tai danced clumsily, making Chen Jiajia burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Yifeng held the delicate waist of Gu Muxi and danced in the dance floor, their heads closed together, chatting and laughing happily. Seeing this scene, Liu Mubai and Yuan Hua, who were secretly watching Yifeng, felt jealous. Damn it! This is so annoying, Liu Mubai envied and hated, clenching his fists, his teeth almost grinding to dust. Just wait, Yifeng will regret it soon, Yuan Hua said firmly. After another 10 minutes, after Yifeng and Gu Muxi finished dancing and returned to their seats to rest, Gu Muxi suddenly got up and left, leaving Yifeng alone on the bench. Yifeng picked up the bottle of Gatorade, unscrewed the cap, and was about to drink it. In the shadows nearby, drink it. Liu Mubai watched eagerly, whispering to himself. He was looking forward to seeing Yifeng's reaction, waiting for the moment when the drink took effect. Suddenly, Yifeng paused, took a sip, and tilted his head back. Oh, yes. Liu Mubai and Yuan Hua, seeing the scene, were overjoyed and jumped up excitedly. Ha, Yifeng is done for. The drug's effect will kick in any moment now. Liu Mubai was uncontrollably excited and shaking with happiness. Then Yifeng stood up, left his seat, walked through the crowd, and started chatting with another guy. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed. What's going on? Liu Mubai, what did you do? Why isn't anything happening? Wasn't the effect of this medication supposed to be strong and almost immediate? Yuan Hua turned to him and asked, Yeah. Last time I had digestive problems, and just a bit of it made me dash to the bathroom. This time, I added the whole bottle, so it should have been strong. It shouldn't be like this. Liu Mubai seemed puzzled. Yuan Hua furrowed his brow and asked, Did you mix up the bottles? Go check it. The two of them stealthily approached the spot where Yifeng had left his things, and Yuan Hua quietly picked up the Gatorade bottle and checked the cap. Huh. That's not right. Where's the label on the cap? You must have made a mistake. Yuan Hua confronted him, taking the bottle. Liu Mubai couldn't find the label as well and scratched his head in confusion. It shouldn't be. I distinctly remember it was this bottle. Then why isn't Yifeng reacting at all? You must have made a mistake. Yuan Hua concluded. That shouldn't be the case. Let me try it. Liu Mubai unscrewed the cap, took a small sip, smacked his lips, and tasted the liquid. How? Why can't I taste anything else? Could it be that the bottle he drank from wasn't our marked one? Liu Mubai speculated. Yuan Hua touched his chin, nodded, and said, It's possible. He might have bought his own Gatorade, and this bottle isn't the one we marked. Liu Mubai asked, But what happened to our bottle then? When you ask me, how would I know? Quickly search. If you find it, then exchange this bottle, Yuan Hua whispered. That's right. Forget about it. Just exchange it first. Liu Mubai nodded, and the two of them started searching for the bottle of sports drink in the snack bag on the bench. But even after they searched through the bag once, they didn't find another bottle of the sports drink. "What are you two doing?" Suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind the two. Liu Mubai was startled by Yifeng's unexpected voice and quickly turned around, embarrassedly saying, "Ah, Yifeng is here. I saw that I bought quite a lot of snacks, so I caught in the act," he stammered and felt guilty under the pressure. "Yifeng, don't misunderstand, we just saw a big rat here, and it even went into your snack bag. Mubai and I quickly helped scare the rat away for you." "Really?" Yuan Hua coughed dryly and said seriously. Hearing this, Liu Mubai immediately echoed, "Ah, right, I was just helping you chase away the rat. You should thank us." Yifeng looked at the two, lightly smiled, and asked, "Is that so?" Liu Mubai vigorously nodded, saying, "Of course, it's true. Look at my innocent eyes, do I look like someone who would lie?" Yifeng pointed at the sports drink in his hand and coldly said, "So you're fooling who? Why do you have my drink?" "Oh, you know, I just got back from abroad not long ago, and I haven't had this drink before, so I just took a sip. But don't worry, I drank it in one gulp, just one sip, and I'll give it back to you now." Liu Mubai rambled for a while, taking a deep breath midway to calm down before putting down the sports drink. Yifeng's face suddenly showed some strange expression, saying, "You drank it, and you're fine. I thought you guys might have done something to the drink, but maybe I was too suspicious." Liu Mubai. Yuan Hua. "What?" the two exclaimed in unison. Liu Mubai turned pale and urgently asked, "Is this bottle the one you received as a gift?" Seeing the drastic change in the two's expressions, Yifeng felt that something was amiss and asked, "Yes, is there something in it for real?" "It can't be. What about the label on it?" Liu Mubai felt a sense of foreboding. "Oh, that small black dot on the cap, I wiped it off." Yifeng replied with a smile. Those words hit Liu Mubai like a bolt from the blue, leaving him stunned. That meant the bottle he just drank from had been spiked with something. Damn it! Suddenly, Liu Mubai felt his stomach churning, a mo sensation as if something was about to eject. "Damn it, I'm done for, I've been poisoned." Yuan Hua hurriedly tried to calm him down, saying, "It's okay, he's been poisoned too. Comrade Liu, your sacrifice is worth it." Liu Mubai. "Damn it. It seems like Yuan Hua is the mastermind here, I've been played." Yifeng suddenly raised his hands, smiled, and said, "I took a sip, but I spit it out. Only you drank it." "Oh, so there's a laxative in it, right? How shameless." Yifeng scolded the two sternly, "How shameless are you? To even think of spiking someone's drink with a laxative. It's despicable, too despicable. How could you be so shameless in a harmonious society? Such despicable people, you are like a social cancer." Nearby, Wang Tai heard this and felt impressed, though he also felt something was off. Liu Mubai and Yuan Hua are now completely dumbfounded. "Ah, you didn't drink it." Yuan Hua patted Liu Mubai's shoulder and lamented, "Mubai, our plan has failed. You quickly find a restroom." As soon as he said that, Liu Mubai's stomach started making loud gurgling noises, and he felt like a storm was raging inside him. Clenching his buttocks, his face turned pale, and he bolted, crying out, "Yifeng, we're mortal enemies now." He was farting loudly as he ran, and his pants were soaked, attracting the attention of onlookers. "Ooh, it smells terrible. This guy seems to have had an accident," someone shouted, drawing more onlookers. "Damn, indeed. This guy had an accident. It stinks. Who is this person? Seems like that new transfer student, the one named Liu. His pants are soaked. Disgusting. Ooh, it's so stinky. I feel like throwing up." Many people around were discussing him, pointing and whispering. Liu Mubai's face turned from red to white rapidly, feeling embarrassed and wishing he could hide somewhere. Wang Tai shook his head and sighed. TSK, so embarrassing. If I were him, I'd definitely transfer schools tomorrow. But he brought this upon himself. It's his own fault. He's reaping what he sowed. Poor guy. Liu Mubai used such tactics. He probably didn't know that Yifeng is a mastermind. What a case of teaching the axe to Liu Ban. overestimating oneself, just as the idiom goes. Yifan looked at him strangely, saying, "Damn, Iron, you've improved your idiom game in just a few days." Wang Tai blushed at the praise, scratching his head. "Hehe, I've been cramming idioms lately." On the other side, Liu Mubai covered his buttocks and ran desperately towards the restroom outside the stadium. By this time, there was already a long queue at the restroom, especially the men's restroom. Liu Mubai didn't care and tried to cut in line. However, he was stopped by a middle-aged man from the administration office as he tried to enter. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Liu Mubai's face was turning purple from holding it in, and in a panic, he said, "Sir, please let me in, I can't hold it anymore." "Go somewhere else, I have no idea who did it but someone stuffed balled up toilet paper and wood inside. I'm getting it cleared, if I find out who did it, I'll fix them. Now I have to spend the night unclogging the toilets, damn it," the middle-aged man cursed. Liu Mubai realized then, the restroom had been blocked by him. Oh no, in that moment, he felt despair. What made it worse was that he was about to burst. "Forget it, I'll find a secluded spot first." He turned and left the restroom, only to be intersected by two bespectacled young men. "You just lack manners. As students of South China Institute of Technology, you're disgracing the school by cutting in line like this." One student with black-framed glasses reprimanded sternly, "I don't have time to argue with you." Ignoring them, Liu Mubai pushed past them, but they stopped him firmly. "Hey, why can't you listen to advice?" "Huh? What's that smell? It's so bad. So stinky." The bespectacled student covered his nose, and others also pinched their noses. But their eyes were all on Liu Mubai. Clearly the odor was coming from him. At this moment, Yuan Hua arrived quickly and, with a smile, apologized to everyone. "I'm really sorry. My junior is a bit impatient. I hope you all don't mind." After that, Yuan Hua muttered to Liu Mubai quietly, "Go, find a place to handle this urgently." However, Liu Mubai, at this moment, had a deadpan expression, frozen in place. Seeing this expression, Yuan Hua felt something was wrong and looked down. "Damn. Ahem, classmates, I'm not actually very familiar with him," Yuan Hua said apologetically. Inside the gymnasium, as the freshmen's dance approached its end, Yifan, Wang Tai, and Gumuxi were already resting on the side. "Wang Tai, are you really unable to dance or just pretending to be unable? Why do you dance like a big clumsy bear?" Chen Jia mercilessly teased. Wang Tai, feeling embarrassed, lowered his head and chuckled. "I really can't. I never danced in high school. You are so hopelessly clumsy. If you can't even do the simplest dance steps, how will you ever attract girls in college? I think you'll just end up a lonely soul," Chen Jia taunted. "Hey, Chen Jia, your curse is too harsh. I object." Wang Tai protected his chest with his hands in a defensive gesture. "I object some more. I object." The two of them started quarreling again, and Gumuxi quickly intervened, saying, "All right, you two, what's all this objecting for? It's getting late, let's go have supper." Chen Jia, Ding Ying, and Su Xiaomei were all excited and cheered at the prospect of having supper. Yifan stood up and said, "All right, let's go, my treat. Wow, Yishao is really generous." Gumuxi smiled sweetly. Holding his hand, the group then left the dance venue and headed to the school's food street at the back gate for supper. After a late-night supper that lasted until 11 o'clock, everyone returned to the school fully satiated. Gumuxi went back with her roommates, while Yifan and Wang Tai headed to the parking lot. Yifan intended to drive Wang Tai back to Guanda. Just as they reached the parking lot, they saw several familiar figures ahead. Yan Jian, Zhou Lily, and their group. Yan Jian was ecstatic to see Yifan, exclaiming, Funzi, Funzi." Confused, Yifan approached and asked, "What are you doing here at this hour? Aren't you supposed to drop your friend off?" Yan Jian looked embarrassed and chuckled. "Funzi, my car broke down." "Funzi, are you going out?" Yifan nodded and said, "Yes, I'm dropping my brother off at Guanda." Yan Jian excitedly slapped his hands together and exclaimed, "Perfect, Lily and them are also heading to Guanda. How about you give them a ride?" Yan Jian leaned in and pleaded with Yifan. "Funzi, you've got to help me out. Otherwise, Lily will be mad at me. If you do me this favor, I'll treat you to a big meal later. Zhou Lili and Liu Yao approached, observing Yi Feng closely. Zhou Lili playfully twirled her hair and asked in a coquettish tone, Yi Feng, can you do us a favor? Liu Yao remained silent, her gaze fixed on Yi Feng with a hint of doubt, as if she had a lingering question about him in her mind. Amid their expectant gazes, Yi Feng smiled faintly, took out his keys, and handed them to Yang Jian, saying, I can't, but you can trouble Jianzi here. This meant Yi Feng was letting Yang Jian use his car to drive them. Yang Jian, overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events, was deeply touched. Taking the car keys happily, he said, All right, I'm not afraid of trouble, Yi Feng, you can rest assured. I'll be back soon. Yi Feng then turned to Wang Tai and said, Taizi, why don't you ride with them? Remember to bring Ping An to the company tomorrow, it's Saturday. Wang Tai grinned and said, All right, then, Funzi, we will be going now. Yang Jian, Wang Tai, Zhou Lili, and Liu Yao left together. Yang Jian draped his arm over Wang Tai's shoulder, as they were already acquainted from meeting previously when he fixed computers. He knew Wang Tai was Yi Feng's good friend, and naturally, they were on the same side. Hey, brother Tai, where are you guys planning to go tomorrow? Wang Tai shook his head and replied, I'm not sure. We just go along with Funzi's plans, probably some work to do. Work? That sounds boring. Why not skip it? Yang Jian waved his hand dismissively. Coming from a well-off background, he never considered working during university and intended to enjoy it for years to the fullest. Hearing their conversation, Zhou Lili interjected, Student Yang, what company are you talking about? Does Yi student have a company? Yang Jian proudly boasted, Of course. My buddy, Funzi, can be considered a young genius. He started his own business at a young age. The company is thriving and it said they have 700 to 800 employees. Impressive, right? This student Wang Tai is also a great buddy, holding a high position in the company too. Zhou Lili was dumbfounded upon hearing that Yi Feng's company employ hundreds of people. My goodness, how impressive. He's just a freshman. Zhou Lili was awestruck, but seeing Yi Feng wearing luxury items and expensive watches, things started to make sense. No wonder Yi Feng was so wealthy. It must be due to coming from a rich family. Who else could start a company while in college? Despite his young age, Funzi is really something. Yang Jian said with admiration. Wang Tai agree, I fully agree with that. Liu Yao was amazed, realizing that Yi Feng was capable of running a company with hundreds of employees, signifying it was no small business venture. It must earn a lot of money to support all those people. Zhou Lili tugged at Liu Yao's sleeve, excitement evident in her eyes, signaling that this catch should not be missed. Liu Yao didn't say anything but rolled her eyes, implying her annoyance. Beep beep. Yang Jian pressed the car keys, illuminating a shiny Audi 100 in front of them. This is it, Funzi's ride. It's my first time driving it. Oh my goodness, Audi 100, that must have cost a lot, right? Zhou Lili's eyes sparkled seeing the car. Around 300,000, heard Funzi bought it with his own money in full. Yang Jian envied. Buying an expensive car outright at such a young age was admirable. And Yang Jian admired Yi Feng for this ability, believing he couldn't do the same. Liu Yao covered her mouth in surprise, finding it hard to believe. Student Yi Feng is really amazing. At that moment, she felt that Yi Feng was far more extraordinary than what Zhou Lili had described. How could a little golden turtle second generation compare? Was there really such a phenomenal talent in the world? She now felt even more perplexed about Yi Feng, as if he were shrouded in thick fog, making it impossible to grasp or see the truth clearly. This man seemed to carry some secrets. The most puzzling part was that he seemed deliberately distant from her from the start. There was a strange tension between them, as if a huge iceberg separated them. The more this happened, the more it piqued her curiosity deep within. Student Yi Feng, what's going on with you? The following English translation is produced the next day, Saturday morning at 9 o'clock. Yi Feng arrived at the company on time. Just as she entered the company, a pretty girl at the front desk immediately stood up to greet her. Good morning, CEO Tilda. The girl's voice was sweet and pleasant, like a melodious silver bell. Positions like the front desk and business PR that involve interacting with people are more suitable for those with good looks, as it enhances the company's corporate image invisibly. Currently, Shifeng Group does not have a suitable candidate for the position, PR director. But in Yifeng's heart, at least someone like Lan Kaiyu would be suitable for the role. In social occasions, business dealings, and negotiations, Yifeng has not met anyone who does better than Lan Kaiyu. It's just a pity Yifeng came back to her senses from her daze and asked with a smile, Zijan, have Mr. Wan and Mr. Han arrived? Yes, CEO, they arrived early before I did. Both CEOs were already here by the time I arrived. The girl called Zijan respectfully replied, all right, I have other matters to attend to today. If anyone needs to find me, just call me, but I won't be in the office. Yifeng instructed, yes, CEO. Zijan nodded heavily in response. Yifeng walked quickly into the company. The weekend duty staff had all gathered, and they all respectfully greeted Yifeng as she passed by. Good morning, CEO. CEO, good morning. Hello, CEO. Yifeng smiled and nodded to each of them. Upon reaching the CEO's office, Han Ping'an and Wang Tai were already inside, having Tian waiting. Ting'an, TZ, you're here so early. Yifeng greeted, Hehe, Funzi, I came early to take care of the procedures for the establishment of Shifeng Electronics Company. Our legal department head, Zheluo, has been pushing me hard. Wang Tai stood up and replied. Han Ping'an handed a document to Yifeng from his backpack and said solemnly, Funzi, this is the cooperative example I collected from Keji Company. Through friends in the industry, I've also found out about their common ways of cooperation. These are the materials I've prepared for you to look over. Yifeng was surprised and looked at Han Ping'an, taking the document and asking, you compiled this so quickly. Well done, Ping'an. Your efficiency is truly impressive. Hearing the praise, Han Ping'an scratched his head and said, embarrassedly, Funzi, I took a break for so many days. Delaying the internet cafe project for so long, I have to speed up a bit. Yifeng flipped through the document, which was detailed and clearly outlined Keji Company's profile and cooperation methods, which would be advantageous for the negotiation between Shifeng Group and Keji Company. How are the discussions going on Keji Company's side? What does Manager Kui Yuan from the company recommended by Mr. Huang say? Yifeng asked. Han Ping'an replied, Manager Kui has already started the process on their end. That there are some concerns at the senior level about changing the city distributor. In the conversations I had with him, I felt they were a bit distrustful of us. Changing the distributor would affect their interests. If we don't offer attractive enough conditions, it might be tough to persuade them. After some contemplation, Yifeng said seriously, arrange a meeting with Manager Kui, and it's best to have his direct supervisor present. Invite them to dinner together in my name. Han Ping'an nodded in agreement, okay, I'll give Manager Kui Yuan a call later. By the way, Funzi, Keji Company seems to be getting closer to Nanchao Trading Co. Limited. Nanchao Trading Co. Limited gets at least 60% of their products from their city distributor. I heard Manager Kui say that Nanchao Trading Co. Limited is also interested in securing the distribution rights of Keji Company in Guangzhou. When the time comes, Nanchao Trading Co. Limited will monopolize almost 80% of the computer components market in Guangzhou. Yifeng understood what he meant. If Shifeng Company successfully secures the distribution rights of Keji Company, their relationship with Nanchao Trading Co. Limited would turn into a competitive one, and this competition would be out in the open. Hehe, it doesn't matter. Don't mind Nanchao Trading Co. Focus on our own business. Yifeng smiled lightly. His casual tone seemed to dismiss Nanchao Trading Co. Ltd. as a threat. Han Ping'an was taken aback, knowing that once Shifeng Group secures the distribution rights of Keji Company, their relationship with Nanchao Trading Co. Ltd. would be completely strained. But Yifeng wasn't afraid of Nanchao Trading Co. Limited, which reassured him. Funzi, did you call us to the company for something important today? Is there a special operation happening? Wang Tai curiously asked. Yifeng smiled and said, actually, not really. You are both about to become branch leaders soon, and I intend to lead by example and teach you a lesson. What lesson? Wang Tai asked, puzzled. Yifeng glanced at their attire. Han Ping'an was wearing a casual shirt and jeans, while Wang Tai was wearing a white shirt and black trousers, which were already faded, and their shirts were slightly yellowed. Most importantly, neither of them had groomed their hairstyles. With Wang Tai's hair in disarray and Han Ping'an sporting a crew cut, looking like a college student, look at what you both are wearing. You earn good money, don't feel like dressing up. Yifan shook her head helplessly. Wang Tai and Han Ping'an looked down at themselves, looking confused. Yifan took out a cigarette and handed one to each of them, then said seriously, "You're not kids anymore. Once you hit 20, you shouldn't dress like kids. You two are becoming high-level executives of the company. Your appearance represents the company's image when you're out in public, so you can't dress so casually. Today, the lesson is about how to take care of yourselves. We're all doing business, so we need to look presentable. I didn't have many demands on you while the company was small, but things are different now. Shifeng Group is about to be established, you know." Wang Tai eagerly lit Yifeng's cigarette and smiled, saying, "All right, Funzi, I'll listen to your arrangements. I never gave it much thought before, just focused on getting the job done. But now, hearing your words, Funzi, I feel that it does make sense. Yes, we need to be presentable, definitely." Han Ping'an nodded along quietly. "Oh, yeah, presentable." Yifan nodded in satisfaction, adjusted Wang Tai and Han Ping'an's appearance, and then blew a smoke ring, feeling emotional. "You two are my brothers, and I hope that following me will help you succeed and develop a respectable image. We are no longer the ones fixing computers in a small computer shop. Now, both of us, when dealing with others, will be industry elites and social elites, leaders of various companies. You can't dress as casually as before. It's time to evolve." Wang Tai was taken aback. "Huh? Evolve?" 3 people arrived at Tian City half an hour later. This place is the largest in Guangxi and currently the most fashionable comprehensive commercial entity. It is known as "you can find everything at me in Lao Guangku," meaning they have everything. Therefore, it is also known as Tian Department Store. Tian City has a total of 8 floors. The shopping areas are from B1 to the 4th floor. Restaurants are on the 5th to the 7th floor. Most luxury brand stores are on the 3rd to 4th floor, while high-end dining is on the 7th floor. There seems to be a clear distinction between regular consumption and high-end consumption. Yifeng, along with Wang Tai and Han Ping'an, headed straight to the 3rd floor, planning to upgrade their images and maybe buy something for themselves. Arriving at the 3rd floor, Wang Tai looked at the English letters on the storefronts. There were clothing brands, shoe brands, watch brands, and more. The stores had fashionable and bright decorations, with every detail exuding a sense of luxury. Feng, do we really have to come here? The things sold here look expensive at first glance." Wang Tai swallowed and said, in a low voice. Han Ping'an, passing by a display window, saw a suit worn by a mannequin, with a price tag of 12,899 yuan, which surprised him. "Feng, this is really expensive." Han Ping'an's usually calm face showed a hint of hesitation. Yifan glanced at the two of them and smiled. "Calm down, don't worry. I'll foot the bill today, won't spend much. Tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands are just small change to Yifan, similar to pocket money for ordinary people." However, Wang Tai and Han Ping'an were still overwhelmed with everything, feeling amazed but reluctant to come closer and look at the price tags, afraid they might break something and have to pay for it. "The shoes are beautiful, right?" Wang Tai pointed at the shoes and asked Han Ping'an in a low voice. "Beautiful, but they are 5,899 yuan per pair. More than my living expenses for a year," Han Ping'an said with a tug at his mouth, somewhat hesitant. Yifan patted his shoulder and said, "If you like them, go ahead and buy. This is a Swiss brand Bali, good quality and brand recognition, looks classy." Yifan looked up at the store, noticing many brands specializing in foreign trade imports, where they buy goods from overseas and sell them domestically at a higher price. Dali has been a renowned luxury brand for over 100 years globally, specifically known for their core product, leather shoes, favored by high-end consumers and successful businessmen. "Let's go in and take a look." Yifan walked into the store with his hands behind his back, the other two following closely behind. "Welcome to the Bali counter. Gentlemen, A long-haired beauty in a black and gold-trimmed professional dress greeted the three of them at the door with a sweet professional smile. Wang Tai blushed as he saw the beauty consultant, feeling embarrassed. Han Ping'an turned his head, avoiding eye contact with the beauty, perhaps out of shyness. Only Yifeng remained composed, walking in as if in his backyard. "Hello, I am the store consultant, Isa. You can call me Xiao Xia. I am honored to serve you," the beauty said to Yifeng with a smile, demonstrating excellent service attitude. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction and said, "Lovely name. Then I'll trouble you, Xiao Xia. May I know your name? My surname is Yi. Easy Yi. Mr. Yi, which pair of shoes caught your eye? I can introduce them to you. Please follow me." Isa led Yifeng and the others into the store, showing them the shoes. She was very attentive, smiling throughout the process, providing detailed explanations of the shoes and the brand. However, Wang Tai was lost in the history of the brand, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, as if attending a lecture. "Wang Tai, what are you doing here?" A clear voice suddenly came from behind. It was a voice Wang Tai was very familiar with. He turned around, and indeed it was Su Zhaoling, but this time there was also a man beside her. Wang Tai recognized the man, a 20-something young man who had previously confessed his love to Su Zhaoling in front of a hotel. "Zhaoling, who is he?" "Your classmate." The young man beside her was well-dressed, fair-skinned, and carried an air of affluence. He was looking at Wang Tai with a hint of contempt. "Sweetheart, he's my high school classmate, Wang Tai." Su Zhaoling avoided eye contact, hiding their previous relationship. Wang Tai was shocked to hear Su Zhaoling deny their past beautiful relationship, or rather, not acknowledge it at all. "Hey. Yeah. Just a classmate," Wang Tai sneered, feeling a dagger through his heart, expressing his disbelief. Su Zhaoling avoided eye contact, possibly worried her gaze would give away her guilt. The man beside her, noticing the odd atmosphere between the two, furrowed his brows, sensing Su Zhaoling was trying to conceal their relationship. He looked at Wang Tai with a smile, asking, "Wang Tai, right, which school did you attend?" "Guanda." Wang Tai felt a sense of disdain in his tone, feeling belittled. He put his hands in his pockets and stared straight at the man. "Oh, you attended Guanda. I thought maybe South China or Fudan University." "Well, Guanda is not bad. If you can't find an internship in the future, give me a call. After all, you and Zhaoling are high school classmates," the man said, as he took out his wallet and handed Wang Tai a gold embossed business card. It read Shanghai Fashion Co. Ltd. Vice President, Zheng Nan. Seeing it was a fashion company, Wang Tai understood it was likely involved in garment production and trade. Looking at Zheng Nan's arrogant and condescending face, and his patronizing tone, Wang Tai felt insulted. "No need. I have a job," Wang Tai retorted, slapping the card back on Zheng Nan's chest before turning and walking away. Zheng Nan was shocked by such rudeness for the first time in his life. The next moment, the gold-embossed card fell to the ground, his face turning purple in anger. "What the heck? Who do you think you are? A worthless junkie?" Su Zhaoling quickly tried to calm the situation. "Darling, don't be angry. Wang Tai's parents work at the factory. His upbringing wasn't the best. You don't need to lower yourself to his level." Zheng Nan, in a fit of rage, slapped Su Zhaoling across the face, scolding, "Damn it, are you defending him?" Su Zhaoling covered her cheek, looking at him in disbelief, tears swirling in her eyes. You hit me?" Zheng Nan glared at her impatiently and said, "No. If you're not willing to be with me, you can leave now." Su Zhaoling lowered her head and cried silently, but she did not leave. Zheng Nan was getting annoyed and asked, "Tell me honestly, do you have any relationship with that guy named Wang Tai?" No, I really don't, dear. Please believe me," Su Zhaoling defended while wiping her tears. She knew that Zheng Nan's temper was sometimes not good, but she endured it because she didn't want to miss the opportunity to marry into a wealthy family. As her mother put it, if she could marry Zheng Nan, she would be able to live a comfortable life forever, without having to work in a factory, like other ordinary girls, and then marry a man who also worked as a laborer in a remote mountain area. Wang Tai was a good person, but she was aware of Wang Tai's family background, which couldn't provide her with everything she wanted. She didn't want to continue suffering with Wang Tai, having to split a fast food meal into two during their dates. Stop crying. It annoys me when you cry. Jingnan glanced at her and waved his hand. Su Xiaoling nodded, immediately suppressing her sobs and tightly holding his hand. On the other side, Wang Tai returned to the Bailey counter feeling depressed. Yifeng was choosing shoes and seeing his expression, asked, "What's wrong, Ziddy? Why do you look so unhappy? I just ran into Su Xiaoling." Wang Tai sighed. Su Xiaoling, Yifeng suddenly realized. You're still bothered by her. Don't think about it. It's all in the past. She's not worth it. Yifeng consoled. Wang Tai smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes, what Yifeng said is true. Han Ping'an suddenly said, that night you also said it yourself. You have nothing to do with her. Wang Tai didn't know if this was a sarcastic remark but sighed. Ping'an, you haven't been in love. You don't understand. Wait until you have a partner. Then you'll know. But be sure to choose the right girl, so you won't end up like me. How can one easily forget someone they once liked so much? People are not calculators. They can't just erase it with a press of a button. Yifeng understood his feelings and smiled, saying, you can put it in the recycle bin. With time, the recycle bin will automatically empty itself. Yifeng makes sense. Wang Tai let out a heavy sigh, no longer looking troubled. All right, forget about her. I've chosen several pairs of shoes for you to try on. See if they fit. Each of you gets 3 pairs of leather shoes, enough for you to rotate, wearing them daily. Yifeng patted his shoulder. Yifeng, so many. It must cost a lot of money. Wang Tai asked in surprise. Yifeng gave him a stern look and jokingly scolded. Just try them on. No need for unnecessary talk. Thank you. Yifeng, you're like an elder brother to me. Ha ha. Wang Tai chuckled. With the help of female assistant Isa, the two of them tried on the shoes, and they both felt comfortable. Han Ping'an jumped in place, looking puzzled. Yifeng, these shoes are comfortable to wear, but they don't seem to justify the price of 4,200 yuan. Yifeng rolled his eyes at him. The premium you pay is just for the brand, a luxury label attribute. In the future, when we go to work or formal occasions, you'll need to wear these shoes, so luxury goods make a lot of money. Han Ping'an couldn't help but think of the premium prices. Of course they do. That's the value of the brand. In the future, we will also create our own brand. Yifeng smiled. Isa approached and respectfully asked, Mr. Yi, should I pack up the shoes now? Yifeng nodded. For both of them, 3 pairs each. And also the 7 pairs I chose earlier. Yifeng planned to give them as gifts to his parents, to Gu Muxi, and to his future in-laws. Isa's face lit up with joy. A big customer. You wouldn't have guessed this young man to be so wealthy. Great, Mr. Yi. Please wait a moment. I'll have them all packed up. I estimate your total expenses are close to our store's membership threshold. Shall I apply for a membership card for you? Becoming a member of our store entitles you to free cleaning services for clothes and shoes, as well as delivery services, and higher discounts. Isa respectfully asked. Yifeng was already familiar with these marketing strategies of luxury brands. Binding consumption to membership was quite normal. Okay. Go ahead and do it. We'll browse other items. Yifeng waved his hand. All right, Mr. Yi. Isa happily replied, then proceeded to pack the shoes with other employees. Yifeng led Wang Tai and Han Ping'an to other areas of the store to look around, planning to buy a few sets of suits and belts. After looking at several displayed wardrobes, Yifeng shook his head, finding that the formal attire brands were relatively small international brands and didn't seem to fit well for local sizes. Finally, he stopped in front of a display of shirts, finding the styles quite appealing. If you're not buying, don't block the way as if you can afford it. Suddenly, a mocking voice came from behind. Yifeng turned around and immediately recognized Su Xiaoling, accompanied by a young man who must have been with her. Wang Tai furrowed his brows and grumbled, Jingnan, what business is it of yours if we buy or not? Don't show off in front of us. Go somewhere else. Jingnan, who was already not happy with Wang Tai, spoke sarcastically. Hey, I can indeed afford it. Looking at certain people, they don't even have the conditions to show off. Oh, by the way, you do know, a single piece of clothing here could be several months' worth of your wages, right? Zheng Nan casually picked up a shirt, waving the price tag in front of Yifeng and Wang Tai, sneering, "Oh, this shirt costs over 3,000 yuan. When Han Ping'an saw his arrogant smile, he whispered to Yifeng, "Yifeng, this guy is really obnoxious, I want to punch him." Yifeng chuckled and replied, "There are plenty of strange people in the world. No need to pay attention to them." Yifeng was too indifferent to bother engaging with such people. Zheng Nan raised his hand and called out, "Sales assistant, I'll take this one, and this one. Tack these 2 items." A female assistant quickly came over, took the 2 pieces of clothing down to pack them, and then presented the POS machine, asking, "Sir, the total for these 2 items is 6,566 yuan. Will you be paying by card or cash?" Zheng Nan smirked proudly and handed over a bank card. The assistant swiped it, but found the transaction had failed. "I'm sorry, sir, the payment was unsuccessful." She handed the card back to him. Zheng Nan was at a loss, realizing that his card balance might not be sufficient, having already spent all his allowance from home. Damn, these 2 pieces of clothing are too damn expensive. This was embarrassing, not able to show off. Seeing the looks of Yifeng and the others directed at him, Zheng Nan felt as if he had eaten **T. Ahem. The other piece doesn't look that great, I don't really like it, I'll just buy one. Zheng Nan made a pretentious gesture. "All right, sir," the female assistant replied, successfully processing the payment after swiping the card again. "Sir, here are your clothes." She handed him the bag. Zheng Nan proudly lifted the bag in front of Yifeng. "Oh, I bought another new piece of clothing, the price is still okay, not too high." Turning around, he hugged Su Xiaoling's waist and sarcastically said, "Xiaoling, in this world, there are some things that some people can never afford from birth, and will never be able to enjoy in their lifetime. Do you agree with this logic?" Su Xiaoling weakly responded. Yifeng shook his head and nonchalantly stated, "What a jerk. Who the F***ck are you insulting?" Zheng Nan suddenly became furious, his face turning purple with anger. Yifeng shook his head, ignoring him, knowing that the more attention you paid to such people, the more they would provoke you. He turned around and glanced at the rack of shirts, still about a dozen on display. He casually picked out 3 and placed them aside, then smiled at the female assistant. "Hello beautiful, apart from these 3, I'll take the rest, please pack them up for me." The female assistant's reaction was like, Zheng Nan, L. Yifeng's words caused a sudden silence in the scene, and everyone looked at him in shock. The female sales assistant thought she misheard and asked hesitantly, "As sir, did you say all of them?" Yifeng smiled faintly and asked back, "What, not for sale?" No. Please wait, I will pack them for you right away." The female sales assistant was pleasantly surprised and quickly started packing. At that moment, another female sales assistant, Iso, walked over and respectfully handed the bill to Yifeng. "Mr. Yi, this is your bill. The 10 pairs of leather shoes you purchased. Total 48,566 yuan, and I have applied a 10% member discount for you." Others were stunned upon hearing that the bill was over 40,000 yuan. Wang Tai opened his mouth in disbelief, thinking, "Wow, spending over 40,000 on shoes. How extravagant, no wonder they're luxury items." Zheng Nan and Su Xiaoling stared in astonishment at Yifeng. Zheng Nan's face showed extreme shock and disbelief. Buying shoes for over 40,000, he had never been so extravagant. If he spent money like that, he would definitely get a spank when he got home. Who exactly was this person? Could it be a second generation of some wealthy family? Very possible. Su Xiaoling was shocked, but her astonishment was about how Yifeng could be so wealthy. She had heard from Wang Tai before that Yifeng owned a computer repair shop. She had even visited the shop a few times, but it was just a small store. Had Yifeng become rich in the meantime? If so, following Yifeng might earn Wang Tai quite a lot as well. Suddenly, Su Xiaoling looked at Wang Tai with a complex gaze. "Mr. Yi, did you also buy clothes?" Isa asked in surprise. "Yes, we will settle together later." Yifeng smiled. Soon, the female sales assistant scanned the items and said to Yifeng, "After the discount, the total is 115,000 yuan. Thank you for shopping with us. Will you be paying by card?" "Over 110,000 yuan. Everyone was almost jaw-dropped upon hearing this number. An ordinary person might not even save up 10,000 yuan in a lifetime, yet here someone was spending over 100,000 at once. Zheng Nan swallowed his saliva awkwardly. Buying clothes and shoes for so much money, this person must be extremely wealthy. Yes, I'll pay by card. Yifeng took out his bank card. After settling the bill, Isa bowed deeply to Yifeng with a smiling face, saying, "Thank you for shopping with us, Mr. Yi. You're welcome. Please have these items delivered to the address on this card." Yifeng handed her his business card. Isa accepted the card with both hands, her eyes wide with shock. CEO of Shifeng Group. Oh my goodness, this young man in front of her was actually the CEO of a group company. Unbelievable. Isa covered her mouth in astonishment but quickly showed a more respectful attitude. Bowing, of course, Mr. Yi. Yifeng turned to Zheng Nan and said calmly, "Young man, don't try to show off with a little money, it's embarrassing." Zheng Nan's face turned red with anger, struggling to find words to respond. Yifeng smiled slightly and added, "Showing off is really pointless." With that, Yifeng looked at Su Zhaoling and coldly said, "Su Zhaoling, leaving TZ was actually a good thing, and I hope you won't regret it in the future. For the sake of our old school days, my advice to you, take care of yourself." With those words, Yifeng left with Wang Tai and Han Ping'an. As the three of them walked away, Zheng Nan stared at Su Zhaoling with a red-eyed gaze, angrily questioning, what did he mean by what he just said? Were you dating that guy named Wang before? Seeing him, Su Zhaoling was taken aback, her eyes darting around. Stuttering, darling, things, it's not what you think, let me explain. Explain my fault. Damn it, you lied to me. Saying the scar was from falling off the bike. Bullshit. So I've got myself a second-hand product. Zheng Nan grew more agitated as he spoke, grabbing Su Zhaoling's hair. No, that's not true. Zheng Nan, please don't, you're hurting me. Su Zhaoling crying, tears rolling down her cheeks. Damn it, you slut. Zheng Nan slapped her again, knocking Su Zhaoling to the ground. The female sales assistant Isa intervened, stopping him and advising, "Sir, please calm down. Fighting is not allowed in the shopping mall. Let's talk it out." Zheng Nan huffed and walked away, leaving Su Zhaoling alone on the ground to cry. At the end of the mall corridor, Wang Tai sat on a chair, rubbing his face to clear his head. Yifeng handed him a cigarette. "TZ. Have one." "Thank you, Bro Feng." Wang Tai's eyes were a bit red as he took the cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. "Bro Feng, I saw scars on Su Zhaoling's face just now." Wang Tai exhaled a puff of smoke, looking pained. He had noticed the marks on Su Zhaoling's cheeks and palm when he saw her again. That moment felt like a knife stabbing deep into his heart. However, he needed to maintain a cold and indifferent attitude in front of Su Zhaoling, so he didn't inquire further. But his heart truly ached. After all, she was a woman he once loved with all his being. Many nights, he continuously tried to convince himself to completely forget Su Zhaoling, but the more he tried, the more pain it brought him. How long does it take to forget someone you once loved? He couldn't provide an answer to himself. Yifeng lit a cigarette for himself and calmly said, "I know, I can see it. But, TZ, one needs to look forward, don't dwell on the past. Remember, it was Su Zhaoling who betrayed you, who cheated on you. You and her have had no relationship for a long time." Han Ping'an, sitting on the other side of Wang Tai, added, "Bro TZ, if we had known this earlier, we should have just confronted him back then. That guy needed a beating." Wang Tai rubbed his face, mustering a faint smile. "You guys are talking nonsense. Bro Feng is right, Su Zhaoling and I have no connection anymore. Screw her." Looking at Wang Tai in this state, Yifeng let out a light sigh. Wang Tai was a person with deep emotions. He might claim to have let go completely verbally, but deep down, he probably hadn't. However, this was just who Wang Tai was. If he could easily let go, he wouldn't be himself. Yifeng understood that in matters of emotion, Wang Tai needed to resolve it on his own. Suddenly, a commotion was heard from outside the smoking area. A woman's voice shouting, "Bastard! Daring to steal from my mother! Quick, give it back! Darn it, if I don't teach you a lesson, my name isn't Yan." Upon hearing the sound, Yifeng immediately recognized who the owner of the voice was. It was Yan Lubing's sister, Yan Lu. Before Yifeng could even get up, Han Ping'an dashed out next to him like an arrow. His reaction, his speed, stunned both Yifeng and Wang Tai. Damn! Ping'an. Wang Tai's mouth dropped open, at a loss for words. Forget it. Let's go see what's going on. Something must have happened. Yifeng immediately put out his cigarette and followed suit. At the other end of the hallway, Yan Lu was entangled with two men, their bickering attracting the attention of many in the shop. Let go. A man in jeans shouted as Yan Lu tugged on his clothes, glaring back at her fiercely. But who was Yan Lu? She was Yan Lubing's sister, a well-known figure in certain circles. She glared back and even gave the man a kick. Dare to steal from my mother. The man in jeans, angered by the kick, was about to strike back. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Yan Lu. The man in jeans only saw a foot coming towards his face. With a solid kick, Han Ping'an sent the man in jeans flying, rolling on the ground. Yan Lu was stunned and turned to see Han Ping'an's back. It's you. Are you okay? Han Ping'an turned around calmly. In the midst of the conversation, one of the men in leather jacket suddenly grabbed Han Ping'an, aiming to avenge his companion. Be careful, Yan Lu's heart raced, but she remained calm, swiftly kicking the man in the leather jacket between his legs. The man winced in pain, his face drained of color, curling up like a cooked shrimp. At the same time, Yan Lu stumbled a step, looking like she might fall. Han Ping'an quickly caught her, holding her delicate waist and pulling her up into his arms. In that moment, their eyes met. Time seemed to stand still. All other sounds faded away, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats. Han Ping'an blushed, awkwardly staring at Yan Lu, avoiding her eyes as he stuttered, "Are you okay?" Yan Lu regained her composure, but blushed when she realized she was still held by Han Ping'an. Yifeng and Wang Tai rushed over, ready to confront the two men, fists ready to strike. Yifeng picked up the wallet, dusted it off, and looked back to find Han Ping'an and Yan Lu still in each other's arms. Yifeng, well done, Ping'an. With his hands behind his back, he seemed in no hurry to release Yan Lu. Yet, concerned for Han Ping'an's safety, Wang Tai quickly asked, "Ping'an, are you okay? You just recovered from your injury not long ago. Why act heroically?" Really, Han Ping'an was brought back to reality by Wang Tai's words, realizing he was still holding on to Yan Lu. "Ah, sorry." Looking flustered, Han Ping'an finally let go, causing Yan Lu to plop down on the ground. Yifeng shook his head at Han Ping'an's reaction, understanding that Ping'an's aloofness might have a reason. "Out. Sorry." Han Ping'an reached out to help her up. Yan Lu breathed a sigh of relief, brushed off the dirt, saying, "Forget it. Forget it. Thank you for helping me." "Hey. Where's my wallet? Did you get it back?" Yan Lu turned to search for it, only for Yifeng to hand it to her, smiling. "Miss Yan, it's been a while. What a coincidence to meet you here." Yan Lu took back her wallet, grateful. "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Yifeng gestured towards Han Ping'an, acknowledging, "You should thank Ping'an. If he hadn't heard your voice and rushed out immediately, those two could have escaped." TSK. I've never seen Ping'an move so fast before. That speed had me dumbfounded. Yifeng smoothly transitioned the conversation towards Han Ping'an. Hey, I am fast too. I threw one punch at that guy as soon as I got there, not much slower than Ping'an." Wang Tai walked to Yifeng's side, eager for praise. Understanding Yifeng's signal, Wang Tai quickly asserted, No, Ping'an is amazing. That kick was something else." Yan Lu turned to Han Ping'an, nodding in gratitude. Han Ping'an awkwardly replied, "No need to thank me. You looked after me while I was in the hospital, so this is nothing. After all, I still owe you a favor." Yan Lu giggled, "Hey, that's on you. I didn't force you." With her laughter, Han Ping'an was momentarily entranced, consumed by three words in his mind. She's really beautiful. Her laughter was carefree, bright, warming hearts like sunshine. "Ping'an, since you owe favors, why don't you treat her to a meal?" Yifeng nudged Ping'an. Yes, Miss Yan, care to have a meal with us?" Emboldened, Han Ping'an scratched his head and asked. Yan Lu agreed with a smile. "Sure, it's a free meal for me. I'm hungry, haven't had lunch yet. There's a restaurant on the 5th and 6th floors. Let's go up and check it out," Yifeng suggested. Teal. Yanlu nodded, however. As she lifted her foot to take a step, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her ankle. Glancing down, she saw her ankle bruised and swollen. "Oh no, I twisted it," she sighed, exasperated. Han Ping'an quickly knelt down to inspect, confirming her suspicion. Yanlu rolled her eyes. "I'm a nurse." "Of course, I know. Do I need you to tell me?" "It's just a minor twist. You'll be fine. Apply an ice pack, and some medicine later. You'll be alright. No big deal. Having a full stomach is more important." "Let's eat first," Yanlu nonchalantly advised, but winced in pain, taking a few steps. Han Ping'an suddenly knelt before her, saying gently, "Climb on. I'll carry you. Come on, I'll carry you." Han Ping'an looked at her with a firm gaze. Yanlu just hesitated for a moment, then without further ado, she lay on Han Ping'an's back and said, "Miss Yanlu is not polite at all. Saves me from walking with sore feet." Han Ping'an lifted her up steadily and calmly said, "You've taken care of me for so long, it's my turn to take care of you. It's only right." Yifeng and Wang Tai, standing on the side, smirked simultaneously. "Good job, Ping'an, finally showing some promise." "Hey Funzi, does Ping'an have a chance?" Wang Tai enviously whispered. Yifeng chuckled and replied, "He does have a chance, but it's not easy. It seems like Ping'an rarely takes a liking to a girl this much. He does seem to genuinely like her, but as for Yanlu, whether she likes Ping'an or not is hard to say. Hopefully it's not unrequited love." Wang Tai watched Han Ping'an with a sudden paternal look in his eyes, sigh. "If he likes her, let him be. Whether it works out or not, that's a different story. Besides, our Ping'an is not bad." Yifeng gave him a joking glare and teased, "The way you talk, one might think you're Ping'an's dad. When did you secretly elevate your status?" "I won't allow that. Plus, Ping'an is older than you." "Heh, Funzi, just feeling a bit emotional." Wang Tai scratched his head. "Hey Funzi, let's go. They've gone far." Yifeng knocked his head and said, "Are you stupid? I deliberately let them walk away a bit first. Why, you want to be the third wheel?" Wang Tai suddenly understood, raised his thumb, and said, "Funzi, hi. Really hi." The group arrived at a Western restaurant on the 6th floor of Tian Plaza. Yifeng saw that it was almost lunchtime, so he got up and went to the side to call Gu Muxi. After a while, the call was picked up. "Stinky Fan, what do you want? If it's urgent, speak up. If not, buzz off. This little lady, still very busy." A tired voice came from the other end of the phone. Yifeng smirked, reporting to the little lady, "I'm at a Western restaurant in Tian Plaza. Do you want to come over?" "Western food," Gu Muxi exclaimed in excitement, followed by a sound of her slurping. But soon she despaired. "I want to eat too, but the weirdo teacher added more assignments this morning, and it's a design project. I won't finish in time for Monday. Ah, my Western food, I really want to eat. Such agony, forget it. Stinky Fun, you eat by yourself, I still have to finish the assignments." Yifeng teased, "You can't finish the assignments in 2 days. If you don't come today, you'll miss some major gossip." "Huh? What did you say? Gossip? Wait, I'm coming right now." Gu Muxi's voice raised a few octaves, then hung up the phone. Yifeng. ... When did she become so enthusiastic about gossip? Must have been infected by Chen Jiajia. Yes, definitely. Chen Jiajia. Half an hour later, the waiter brought out the appetizers. I'm here." Gu Muxi's voice arrived before she did. Yifeng looked up to see Gu Muxi running over in surprise. "Impressive. Little she, you're here so fast." "Of course. Tell me, where's the gossip?" "Where?" Gu Muxi plopped down next to Yifeng, excitedly asking. Suddenly, the eyes of two people focused on Yifeng. It was Yanlu and Han Ping'an. Yifeng felt a twinge of embarrassment on his face and chuckled awkwardly. "What are you talking about? There's nothing going on. I just called you out to eat." Gu Muxi noticed Han Ping'an's slightly embarrassed expression and then saw Yanlu acting like nothing was amiss. She understood immediately, and the flames of gossip started burning in her eyes. "Oh right, that's perfect. I'm hungry too. Let's eat." Gu Muxi smirked. Yifeng changed the subject. "Do you guys want some red wine?" Wang Tai raised his hand and asked, "Funzi, what red wine? Is it like the grape wine from Bingjie?" Yifeng face-palmed and said seriously, "TZ, you need to broaden your horizons. If you go out for business meetings like this, you'll just end up being laughed at. Listen, wine can be roughly categorized by color into red, white, rose, and by sugar content into dry, semi-dry, semi-sweet, sweet. When we say dry red wine, it's usually a dry red grape wine. At gatherings, you need to know what type the guests prefer, so you don't make a mistake and end up embarrassed." Yifeng lectured, and Han Ping'an and Wang Tai nodded in understanding. "Waiter, what red wines do you have?" Yifeng signaled to the waiter. "Sir, we have wine suppliers who provide imports, and we carry most domestic brands." "Which brand are you looking for?" the waiter asked respectfully. "Do you have Le Pon Dry Red, Dijon Sweet White, Lafite Sweet Red?" Yifeng listed some higher-end wines available in the market, as long as you don't know the other party's preferences. Choosing these won't go wrong since they're widely accepted for their quality and taste by the majority. "We have all those, sir. Should I bring them up now?" the waiter asked with a bit of surprise. "Yes, bring them all," Yifeng nodded. Soon, the waiter brought up the wines, opened them, and let them breathe. Yifeng introduced the wines to everyone and taught them how to taste. "Miss Yan doesn't drink wine, right?" Yifeng casually asked, feeling belittled. Yanlu slammed the table and shouted, "Why wouldn't I drink? Are you underestimating me?" "Tay? No. Isn't it because of your special profession?" "I was just asking," Yifeng defended. Yanlu rolled her eyes, who said nurses on vacation can't drink. "I'm off this weekend anyway, and tomorrow is also off. Come on, fill mine up. Hey, forget it, you just sprained your foot. What if you're even more unsteady after drinking?" Yifeng falsely advised. Seeing Yifeng's expression, Gumuxi chuckled inwardly. "This guy, definitely thinking up some mischief again. Are you questioning my alcohol tolerance? Even my brother never doubted me. You'd be on the floor in just a few drinks. Less talk, fill it up." Yanlu waved her hand boldly, exuding a bit of her brother Yan Zubing's domineering aura in her gestures. They really were siblings, Yifeng chuckled. "Since you're so insistent, go ahead. Ping'an, why are you still standing there? Fill up Miss Yan's glass. Do you really want to drink?" Han Ping'an confirmed with Yanlu again, mainly concerned about her low alcohol tolerance. "Stop being so long-winded, pour it." Yanlu waved her hand. Han Ping'an had no choice but to pour her a glass of red wine. Just as Yanlu lifted the glass, she suddenly saw that Han Ping'an's glass was still empty. She pouted and said, "Your glass is still empty. What are you waiting for?" Han Ping'an then filled his glass. "Come on, let's make a toast." Yanlu raised her glass to invite him. They clinked glasses. Han Ping'an only took a sip, but Yanlu immediately poured the entire glass of red wine into her stomach. Half a glass of red wine seemed to disappear into a vortex. This scene left everyone stunned. Wang Tai was shocked, his mouth agape, stuttering, "Oh my god. Miss Yan seems to have an extraordinary alcohol tolerance." Yifeng tugged at the corner of his mouth, with a puzzled expression. This situation was somewhat unexpected. Yanlu's unexpected high alcohol tolerance made it seem like drinking wine was as easy as drinking water for her. Han Ping'an was left speechless, unable to close his mouth. Yanlu burped, giving him a glare. "What are you doing? Keeping it for your goldfish." Han Ping'an, "Ow. Okay. I'll finish it." Han Ping'an didn't want to be looked down upon, so he picked up his glass and finished it. "Haha, that's more like it. Come, let's fill it up. I'll spar with you later." Yanlu laughed heartily, as she poured more red wine for Han Ping'an. It was the first time Han Ping'an had encountered such a bold girl, but as he looked at Yanlu, his gaze became a bit more gentle. "All right, however much you want to drink, I'll accompany you." Han Ping'an showed his boldness. Yifeng, seeing Yanlu getting tipsy instead, couldn't help but feel a toothache, feeling a bit miscalculated. It seemed like Han Ping'an might not even be a match for Yanlu. No, he had to come up with a plan. Yifeng glanced at Wang Tai and Gumuxi, exchanging a knowing look. The two of them understood instantly and nodded almost simultaneously. "Come on. This is the first time I'm drinking with Miss Yan. I'll toast to you." Yifeng raised his glass of red wine, sharing the pressure with Han Ping'an. "Sure. Let's go. Red wine isn't strong. Just down it." Yanlu chuckled as she quickly finished her glass. Yifeng could only think, impressive. She was the best drinker he had ever encountered. Gu Muxi also looked shocked, discreetly tugging at Yifeng's sleeve. Stinky Fun, she can really hold her liquor. What should we do? Yifeng responded in a low voice. Don't worry. 3 mediocre craftsmen are no match for Zhuge Liang. He then raised his glass and finished the red wine. Gu Muxi also toasted Yanlu, but she couldn't handle much alcohol, her face turning as red as an apple after drinking half a glass. Ah, why does it feel so strong? Gu Muxi hiccuped, feeling intoxicated, her cheeks growing even redder. Yifeng knew she couldn't handle much, so he indulgently advised, all right, you didn't finish it, why don't you eat something first? Gu Muxi blushed and shyly stuck out her pink tongue, feeling like a burden to the team. The group enjoyed their dinner, drank red wine, toasting and exchanging cups. Yifeng, Wang Tai, and Han Ping'an took turns toasting to Yanlu, who accepted all. An hour later, the table was a mess, with over 20 empty wine bottles attracting the attention of the neighboring diners and servers. Wang Tai was lying on the table babbling drunkenly. Come on, come. Let's drink more. I'm not drunk yet. Han Ping'an was also quite tipsy, shaking his head and trying to force himself to sober up a bit. Among them, Yifeng had the highest alcohol tolerance, but drinking only red wine also made him feel tipsy, as he felt he was reaching his limit. As he looked up at Yanlu, he saw that although she was flushed from drinking, her eyes were bright and very clear. I can't drink anymore. If I keep going, I'll get drunk. Miss Yan, you really have impressive alcohol tolerance. Yifeng forced a smile, shaking his hands. Yanlu was still standing strong after all that alcohol. Her tolerance, there was nothing to say, truly on par with her brother, Yan Zubing. Hey, not drinking anymore. It seems that your alcohol tolerance is just like this, ha ha. Yanlu proudly laughed. Yifeng, Han Ping'an. The two looked at each other, helpless. Yifeng glanced at Han Ping'an, meaning to say, brother, this time I can't help you either. Beside them, Gu Muxi saw Yifeng's frustrated expression and couldn't stifle a laugh, looking somewhat mischievous. Hey, our Yunyi is having this kind of day, Gu Muxi chuckled. Yifeng shot her a glare. Are you going to laugh at me too? Gu Muxi linked arms with him, pretending. No, did I laugh at you? I love you so much, how could I laugh at you? Silly Feng Feng. With that, Gu Muxi used her finger to pinch Yifeng's nose, her eyes curving into a cute crescent shape. Darn it, you two are showing affection in front of a single dog. I've had my fill of dog food. I'm out. Yanlu teased. All right, now that we've all had a good time drinking, let's leave. I've already settled the bill. Yifeng, holding Gu Muxi's hand, stood up. Han. Miss Yan sprained her foot, and she's been drinking, so could you please escort her? Yifeng reminded Han Ping'an. Han Ping'an stood up. I will, brother Yi. Yifeng smiled. Please take good care of her. Make sure to escort Yan Miss safely home. She didn't forget to take care of you at the hospital. The implied meaning was, Ping'an, be attentive and make sure to escort her all the way home. Han Ping'an was taken aback, not understanding Yifeng's hidden message, just dumbly nodding his head. Yanlu waved her hand. All right, I'm not that drunk yet. You can drop me off at the corner downstairs. I'll take a cab back myself. Yifeng spoke seriously. How can that be? Big Brother Zhu has been so good to us, and you've been taking care of Ping'an for so long. In case something happens to you, how can we explain to Big Brother Zhu? It's better to have Ping'an personally escort you home. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Yanlu didn't insist and agreed to let Han Ping'an accompany her home. Yifeng helped Wang Tai up and the group left the restaurant, hailing separate cabs at the entrance of Tian Shopping Mall. Yifeng and Gu Muxi escorted Wang Tai back to the company. After settling Wang Tai in the rest area, Yifeng returned to the CEO's office, slouching on the sofa. Gu Muxi poured a cup of honey water for him and handed it to him. Fan, you showed off, but ended up losing. TSK. Come, have some honey water first to get rid of the alcohol. Yifeng took the cup, took a big sip, feeling warm and sweet, the honey water spreading through his body, helping him sober up a bit. Ah, much better. Little G's water, so delicious, so sweet. Gu Muxi found these words strange, but couldn't pinpoint what was oh, all you know is sweet talk. She sat on the sofa, gently massaging his head with her hands. Fun, do you think? Ting En drank so much. Can he really safely escort Yanlu back home? What if something happens? Yi Feng joked. What do you want them to do? Gu Muxi blushed. Haven't you watched TV dramas? If a man and a woman, alone in a room, and drunk. Moreover, I have a feeling that Yanlu might have some feelings for Ping En. TSK. This situation is hard to predict. On the other side, in the employee compound next to the People's Hospital, Han Ping En carefully helped Yanlu up the stairs. After Yanlu opened the door, she turned to Han Ping En and said, "Thank you. Come in and rest for a bit." Is it convenient? Han Ping En felt a bit embarrassed, as it was his first time visiting another girl's home. There's no inconvenience. Come in, Yanlu said cheerfully. Han Ping En helped her sit down and then sat on the sofa himself. Looking around, he noticed that Yanlu's home was sparsely furnished and clean, giving a neat feeling. You can pour yourself a glass of water. I won't wait on you, and if you can, please bring out a bottle of floral oil and a bottle of medicated liquor from the drawer. Yanlu leaned back on the sofa, looking relaxed. Sure. I'll get that for you. Han Ping En got up to search for the medicine. Yanlu watched his back and a faint, imperceptible smile crept up on her face. She felt that Han Ping En seemed intelligent. At times she felt he was a bit clueless, especially in dealing with girls, like a blank sheet of paper. Perhaps it was this beau, seemingly simple, like a blank sheet, who turned out to be very sincere upon closer interaction, a quality much better than the sweet talk of other men. When she was studying before, she had met various types of men through her brother Yan Zubing, and had encountered many men who approached her either because of her brother's influence or because of her appearance and figure. But Han Ping En was not like those men, giving her a very relaxed feeling and easy to get along with. Are these the two bottles? Han Ping En suddenly turned back and asked. Yanlu came to her senses and nodded, saying, "Yes, those are the two bottles, please give them to me." Han Ping En handed her the two bottles on the sofa and watched as Yanlu struggled to take off her shoes, seemingly finding it difficult to clean them. Do you need help? Han Ping En couldn't help but ask. Yanlu looked at him in surprise. If you don't mind, I really need some help. Han Ping En grinned and said, "Sure, it's nothing to mind. When my sister used to twist her ankle, I was always there to help her with the medicine. I'm quite experienced in this." Sister? Yanlu was taken aback. Was he treating me like a sister? Does that mean I have no attraction to him? Yet, my sister used to be playful and would occasionally twist her foot. I would help her apply medicine, and she would be better in 2 or 3 days, Han Ping En explained as he knelt down. Opened the medicine bottle, poured the medicated liquor into his palm, and applied it to the swollen area of Yanlu's ankle. The stinging sensation made Yanlu take a sharp breath. Han Ping En eased his grip and comforted her, saying, "It might sting a bit at first. Just bear with it, it will get better slowly. You can go harder, I can bear it." Yanlu gritted her teeth, determined. "You can speed up, it will be comforting." Han Ping En, surprised, replied, "Really? Then I'll start now." Yanlu continued, "Hold on, it's almost done." The man replied, "Okay." Hearing the conversation coming from inside the house, Yan Zubing felt as if he had been struck by lightning and stood frozen on the spot. Could it be that his sister has a boyfriend? Why didn't I know about this? Yan Zubing raised his hand, intending to knock on the door, but his hand froze in midair, unable to bring himself to knock. If it really was that kind of situation inside, wouldn't it be very awkward to knock at this moment? Thinking about it, Yan Zubing decided to call instead. Soon, the phone connected. "Hello, brother, what's up? Are you at home?" "Yes, why?" "I'm coming to see you. I'm heading upstairs now, about to reach your door." "What? Now? Okay." The call ended, and soon after, the door opened. However, it wasn't Yanlu who opened the door, but Han Ping En, which left Yan Zubing stunned. Ping En, what are you doing here?" He recognized Han Ping En as Yifeng's brother. They had met and drunk together before, when Han Ping En had personally come to thank him. Seeing Yan Zubing, Han Ping En, intimidated by the latter's imposing presence, quickly explained. "Brother Bing, Miss Yan twisted her ankle, so I brought her back. Yan Zubing glanced inside and saw Yan Lu with one leg propped on the coffee table, her right foot hanging in the air, clearly injured. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief. Ha ha. I see, you've had a tough time. Come in, Yan Zubing said with a smile. As he entered, Yan Lu rolled her eyes and said, Why are you laughing? Is it funny that I twisted my ankle? No, not at all. I just thought, ahem, never mind. Here, I brought you some fruit. Yan Zubing said awkwardly, placing the fruit on the table. Yan Lu said with displeasure, Why are you here? Aren't you busy with your big business? Yan Zubing smiled ingratiatingly and said softly, I missed you. You are my only cute and beautiful sister. Han Pinggan, watching from the side, was amazed. The fierce brother Bing of Guan City was surprisingly so gentle in front of his sister, showing a side of a doting brother. Yan Lu covered her mouth and laughed, Save it. That lie might work on your wife, but not on me. What do you want? Well, it's almost Dad's birthday. He asked you to come home for dinner. Don't worry, it's just a family dinner, no one else. Yan Zubing promised, patting his chest. Yan Lu waved her hand and laughed, That's fine. No problem, I'll go back a day earlier. Oh, by the way, brother, did you drive here? Can you give brother Han a ride? I drank at noon, and I'm sleepy now, Yan Lu yawned. Sure. No problem, Yan Zubing agreed. He glanced at Han Pinggan with a look of some unknown meaning. Han Pinggan remained calm, pretending not to notice his look. Half an hour later, Yan Zubing and Han Pinggan went downstairs together. They didn't speak during the descent until they reached the bottom. Yan Zubing took out a cigarette and handed one to Han Pinggan. Pinggan, be honest with me. Do you want to date my sister? Are you trying to hit on my sister? Yan Zubing handed a cigarette over while staring fixedly at Han Pinggan. At that moment, a strong and compelling aura erupted from Yan Zubing, making it almost suffocating for those around. But Han Pinggan remained calm, taking the cigarette and saying slowly, Brother Bing, to be honest, I do like Miss Yan. In the face of Yan Zubing's overwhelming presence, Han Pinggan displayed a calm similar to a mountain standing firm. He was not like ordinary people. He wasn't afraid of death, didn't utter a sound even after being stabbed 18 times. In this world, there were only two people who mattered to him, Yifeng and his sister Han Nanan, and now an additional person, Yan Lu. Only these three individuals, so no matter how fierce Yan Zubing's gaze was, it couldn't shake his inner peace one bit. Even though this response might anger Yan Zubing, Han Pinggan didn't hide his feelings, didn't make excuses, but chose to speak honestly. Upon hearing this, Yan Zubing laughed. His laugh dissipated the imposing aura instantly. Ha ha, good kid, you're quite something. Yifeng didn't misjudge you. Yan Zubing patted his shoulder, laughing heartily, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Pinggan, I never interfere in my sister's matters, nor do I oppose whoever she chooses to be with in the future. But she is my sister, and I want her to find a suitable, right person. I don't want her to be hurt because of this, do you understand? Yan Zubing lit his cigarette and handed the lighter to Han Pinggan. Han Pinggan accepted the lighter, lit his own cigarette, and solemnly said, Brother Bing, I understand. I also have a sister, and I love her very much. I can understand the feelings of being a brother. Yan Zubing smiled and praised, That's good that you understand. You're Yifeng's brother, so you are my brother too. If you need any help in the future, you can call me. With that, Yan Zubing took out a business card and handed it to him, a sign of his recognition. Finally, a smile appeared on Han Pinggan's face as well. He took the card and replied, Yes, Brother Bing. Yan Zubing blew a smoke ring, pondered for a moment, and said, By the way, there's something I want you to remind Yifeng about when you go back. The large internet cafe in the university city is next to Dai Maokai's place. Tell him to be cautious. Dai Maokai is a Wolf leader. If he's not careful, he might get bitten by him. Han Pinggan's expression turned serious, nodding. Yes, I understand. Yifeng mentioned this person before. We will be careful. Yan Zubing nodded, then patted his shoulder, saying, Let's go. I'll drive you back. ... The next day, Sunday, Yifeng arrived at the company early to handle the 361 project matters. Knock. Knock. A knock was heard at the door. Come in. Yifeng stopped typing on the keyboard, raising his head to respond. The door opened, and it was Sai Pengming who entered. CEO, I have something I want to discuss with you, Sai Pengming said with a serious expression, walking quickly to Yifeng's desk. Oh, what's the matter? Yifeng furrowed his brows slightly, realizing that whatever made Sai Pengming this tense must be significant. Sai Pengming began detailing the incident regarding the delivery order issue with Nanchao Trading Company. He shared his concern that the situation might affect the business of Westwind Electronics significantly. After hearing the whole story, Yifeng's expression turned cold then serious. It was evident to him that this was probably orchestrated by Funzi. Could it be that Funzi had already noticed the contact between Westwind Group and the provincial distributor Keji Company? Don't worry, I'll call Mr. Feng to inquire about this situation, Yifeng said calmly. In such situations, the first step was not to panic but to understand the other party's intentions. Only then could appropriate actions be taken. Okay, CEO, it's best if you handle it, Sai Pengming nodded repeatedly. Yifeng took out his phone and called Funzi. The call rang for a while before being answered. Hehe, Yi. Calling me early in the morning. Do you have something to discuss? Funzi's voice on the phone sounded lazy, lacking the previous warmth. Yifeng noticed the difference in his tone, but suppressed the chilling feeling in his heart, maintaining a warm smile on his face. Ha ha, Feng, did I disturb you? I have something to ask you about, Yifeng said, patiently, slowing down his speech. I don't have much going on right now, go ahead and ask, Funzi responded. Yifeng continued patiently, I heard that your company is implementing a dynamic supply strategy. Our planned goods are now unavailable, is that so? Listening to Funzi's explanation, Yifeng's face turned completely cold, like frost covering his face. It seemed to him that Funzi intentionally targeted Westwind Group, changing the supply strategy without prior notice, using other channel partners as an excuse, finding ways to press on the goods, and even refusing to supply them. It was clear to Yifeng that this was a warning from Funzi to Westwind Group, a warning of a supply cutoff. Yifeng spoke calmly, Feng, we can't do things this way. If you continue like this, what about the goods we planned for next week and in the future? A cold laughter came from the other end of the phone. Hehe, Yi. Some things indeed shouldn't be done this way, but what about your sneaky contacts with Keji Company? What's the meaning behind those? Yifeng immediately understood what he meant upon hearing his words. It really made him realize the contact between himself and Keji Company. Although the operation had been carried out in secret, Keji Company had, indeed, leaked some information. At this point, Yifeng just smiled faintly and said, Yes, I did have contact with Keji Company. This is an internal matter of Zifeng Company. Does it have anything to do with Nanchao Trading? This statement implied that his affairs were none of the other person's business. On the other end of the phone, Funzi coldly snorted and said, Yifeng, I thought you would be a smart young man. If we cooperate, there would be no problem handling the markets in Guangzhou and even the entire province. What you are doing undoubtedly cuts off your own path, retorted Yifeng calmly. Director Feng, our path should not be in the hands of others, but at our own feet. Also, you don't need to keep an eye on my small company. I believe I don't need to partner with anyone. This was his first direct refusal of Funzi's proposal for cooperation. Since the two had now come to a complete confrontation, there was no need to hide anything. Funzi coldly said, Is that so, Director Yi? I think you will regret this decision. His voice abruptly stopped and the call was hung up. This signaled a complete breakdown between Nanchao Trading and Zifeng Group. Yifeng remained expressionless, set down his phone, leaned back in his boss chair, and contemplated. The CEO's office fell into a dead silence. Sai Pengming was standing nearby, listening. He vaguely heard the voices from the phone call and from Yifeng's tone and attitude, he knew this was a big deal. Zifeng Group and Nanchao Trading, the largest computer parts supplier in Guangzhou, were breaking ties. He didn't speak, just looked at Yifeng, ready to follow orders. After taking 3 deep breaths, he mentally prepared himself for any further changes and turmoil. After a long time, Yifeng spoke up, Pengming, draft a company announcement. I will personally release it. The general content is that Zifeng Company will suspend all cooperation and personnel exchanges with Nanchao Trading effective immediately. I will have the legal department's Luo Xian draft a lawyer's letter to send to Nanchao Trading, citing their violation of the cooperation agreement to be reported to the court. You focus on your tasks, stabilize the internal situation. I will try to resolve the issue of the source of goods as soon as possible and replenish the stock before next week. Upon hearing Yifeng's instructions, Sai Tongming was somewhat surprised, but he nodded heavily and said, "Yes, President. I will go take care of it shortly." He understood that Yifeng wanted to take the initiative. In this cooperation agreement, Zifeng Group was the first party, the beer, so initiating the attack against the second party still had some hope. This would put Nanchao Trading in a passive response situation, expending effort to prepare for a defense. Moreover, the head of Zifeng Company's legal department, Luo Xian, was not an ordinary legal professional. Before joining Zifeng Company, he was a professor at the university's political and law department with no losses in his record. Yifeng's decisiveness and ruthlessness were what surprised him. Sai Tongming looked deeply at Yifeng before turning and leaving the office to get to work. At this moment, only Yifeng was left in the office. Yifeng fiddled with his phone, devising various strategies to deal with the situation. Right now, the priority was to solve the issue of the source of goods and to secure the market agency rights of Kajia Company. Nanchao Trading would surely take action immediately, not only cut off supplies entirely, but also utilize their influence to persuade other related agents to block the sources of goods. At least many accessory suppliers in Guangzhou should stop supplying goods. According to the agency agreement, agents were not allowed to mix goods from different sources. Once discovered, the consequences would be severe, rendering the option of obtaining goods from other cities infeasible. There was only one way now, and that was to quickly obtain the market agency rights of Kajia Company. Yifeng called Han Ping'an. After a while, the call connected. "Feng. Ping'an, we've confronted Nanchao. Negotiate with them. Arrange a negotiation meeting for tomorrow. I will personally attend this time." Yifeng instructed, "Okay, I will contact them now. I will inform you immediately once I have news." Ping'an replied calmly, "All right." Yifeng nodded. Shortly after hanging up, Ping'an called again. Yifeng answered and asked, "How is the situation?" Manager Kui Yuan agreed to meet tomorrow, but it will be held at Kajia Company. His immediate supervisor will also be present. They will decide whether to have a meal after the negotiations. Ping'an responded, Yifeng frowned. It was smooth to arrange a meal before. Although there were scheduling issues, it was agreed upon. But now, after the discussion, they would decide whether to have a meal. There must have been some changes on Kajia Company's side, new considerations. "No problem, we will go there in person tomorrow. We must secure this deal in one go." "Ping'an, come to my office now," Yifeng said calmly. Ping'an replied, "Okay, I'll come over right away." As Ping'an left, Luo Xian from the legal department entered the room. With a smile on his face, Luo Xian asked, "President, did you call for me?" On the other side, in the office of Nanchao Trading, Funzi paced back and forth smoking a cigarette. "Z, would you like some coffee?" Lan Kai asked, entering expressionlessly with a cup of coffee. "I'm not in the mood, Kai. Besides making tea and coffee, what else can you do? Focus more on your work," Funzi scolded impatiently. Lan Kai's expression dimmed. She didn't reply and quietly placed the coffee on the table. At this moment, she felt utterly cold inside. Since the last incident, she had completely given up on this relationship. Living every day, work and life as if she were a walking corpse. "Kai, that boy surnamed Ji has shown his cards. He deliberately bypassed us to contact Kajia Company. He also wants to get a hold of Kajia Company's market agency rights, and he explicitly refused my proposal for cooperation and investment." Damn it, Funzi took a deep drag of his cigarette, his anger burning fiercely. "What do you want to do, Z?" Lan Kai raised her head and asked. After pondering for a moment, Funzi said coldly, "Instruct them to stop supplying goods to Zifeng Company starting today. Also, ensure that Chen Bo and Zhao Tongxing do not supply goods to Zifeng Company either. Let's see what they can sell without goats." tell the sales department's Molabang to execute a frontline market sales plan, establish a branch company, and open a store near Zifeng Electronics. If they have no goods to sell, I have plenty. I want to take over their market. Lan Kai acknowledged and left. Walking outside the office, she pulled out a resignation letter from her pocket, clutching it in her hand. However, she eventually returned the letter to her pocket. She turned back and re-entered the office. These days I've been really wanting to know, how did you handle things with the one at home? What exactly do we have between us since the beginning? Have you ever truly loved me since meeting me, even just for a moment? Lan Kai's eyes were filled with tears, gazing at him intently. Funzi furrowed his brows and reproached, "Why bring up such things now? Focus on your work first. We'll have a good chat when the time is right." Seeing his impatience and evasion, Lan Kai realized that Funzi was not making any effort to conceal his feelings anymore. However, she had already found her own answer in her heart. She forced a sad smile, a pale smile full of despair. "All right, I understand, General Feng." With that, Lan Kai wiped away her tears, turned, and left. "Lao Luo, do you have confidence in winning the case against Nanchao Trading?" Yifeng sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and asked. Luo Xian flipped through all the cooperation agreements between Shifeng Company and Nanchao Trading, and smiled. "Winning or losing, we won't know until we fight, but I can tell that we have the advantage. Based on this supply cooperation agreement, which implies relative equal rights and obligations. If they indeed cut off our source in court, it will be an established fact. I am confident that we can win the lawsuit, but if we can obtain their internal, purposeful evidence of cutting off supplies, our chances of winning will be significantly higher." Yifeng smiled. "That's fine. I'll leave it to you to handle this. The lawyer's letter can be sent out today." "No problem, CEO. I'll go back and prepare now," Luo Xian responded. "Okay, you go ahead and get busy," Yifeng nodded. Luo Xian left, coincidentally meeting Han Ping and rushing in. "Hey, Lao Zhe, if you intervene, at least you have to give Funzi a start of 3 years. Han Ping'an joked rarely. "Don't tease, if I were the judge, it would be at least 9 years minimum. The CEO is waiting for you, I'll go get busy first." Luo Xian shook his head and smiled. "All right, you go ahead," Han Ping'an nodded in agreement. Later, he quickly walked to Yifeng and handed him some documents. "Funzi, after our contact during these times, I've summarized their main needs for you to look over." Han Ping'an sat down and said seriously, "According to Kui Yuan's words, we need to replace the current city agent and at least surpass them in sales volume. From the data I gathered and the information from Kui Yuan, the current city agent, Aokan Electronics, had an annual purchase of goods from Keji Company around 30 million. Sales have been declining due to internal struggles and weakened demand in Guangzhou, with a slower growth rate than Shanghai and Beijing. Coupled with increased competition from similar accessories, Aokan sales in Guangzhou have seen a significant drop this year, and Keji Company has been considering changing agents for a while. However, the new city agent hasn't been finalized yet. We are just one of the candidates. According to Kui Yuan, Nanchao Trading has also expressed interest and has been actively in contact recently." Yifeng smoked and looked through the documents calmly. After a while, he asked, "Your research is detailed. Keji Company's requirements are sales figures, annual growth rate, corporate strength, and stability. I believe our Shifeng Group can completely seize this opportunity. With sufficient supply, considering the growth of the 3 companies, Shifeng E-Commerce, Shifeng Electronics, and Shifeng Gaming, 30 million is just the beginning." Yifeng put down the documents, a confident smile appeared on his lips. He flicked the cigarette as Shan looked at Han Ping'an, saying, "With a target sales figure of 50 million, with an annual growth rate of at least 20%, there shouldn't be any problem at all. In fact, we can even propose a betting contract to Keji Company. That wouldn't be an issue. And I also have an ace up my sleeve that I'm sure will intrigue them." Han Ping'an asked confusedly, "Funzi, what's the ace?" "A 1 million cash purchase contract." Yifeng blew a smoke ring and said leisurely. Han Ping'an's expression turned to realization. "Right, that's our negotiating advantage. Without your permission before, I didn't dare to reveal it easily. Indeed, We can bring it out for negotiations. Yifeng chuckled. We need to make good use of it tomorrow. You come with me to the bank later to withdraw 1 million in cash. Cash? Han Ting'an was surprised. Yifeng nodded. Yes, it would have a strong impact, showing them our sincerity. This city agent qualification, I must secure it. The next morning at Keji Company headquarters, Kui Yuan swiftly walked into the general manager's office, knocked on the door. Come in, came a hoarse voice from inside. Kui Yuan entered and respectfully said, General Luo, here are the documents from Shifeng Company. They have recently restructured and are now known as Shifeng Group. He handed the documents to an old man in a white shirt with snowy hair and gold-rimmed glasses. The man looked refined and wise. This person was Luo Yanyun, the general manager of the business department of Keji Company. Oh, didn't you say their company was established less than a year ago? How did they rebrand so quickly? Luo Yanyun asked in surprise. As far as I know, their growth is quite rapid, to the extent of being described as ever-changing. My teachers in school speak highly at Shifeng Group CEO, Mr. Yi, Kui Yuan said with a slight smile. He mainly praised Shifeng Group so much because of Huan He's influence. Huan He had taken care of him a lot when he was in school. And this time Huan He entrusted him to take good care, naturally prompting him to say more good things to the boss. However, he didn't have the decisive power in this matter. The one who could make the final decision was his superior Luo Yanyun. Only after Luo Yanyun made the decision would it be submitted to the board for deliberation and ultimately signed off by the boss. In this matter, Luo Yanyun was the key decision-maker. Without looking at the documents, Luo Yanyun glanced deeply at Kui Yuan. Feeling as if his hidden intentions were being read, Kui Yuan lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. Kui, when judging people, don't just see the surface, and don't believe everything you hear. The Guangzhou market is crucial for us. We must be cautious, Luo Yanyun subtly cautioned him. Yes, General Luo, your guidance is correct. I will reflect on my actions, Kui Yuan replied respectfully. Luo Yanyun then carefully examined the documents. This document is much more detailed than what I saw before. Was this information provided by Shifeng Group? Luo Yanyun asked calmly. He could tell the difference between the two documents right away, and he had his suspicions. Kui Yuan, not daring to hide anything, replied, yes, they have provided assistance. Well, from the document, they do indeed meet the qualifications and have the capacity. However, we still need to see if they have what it takes to handle the Guangzhou market. Luo Yanyun tapped the table. Glancing at his watch, Kui Yuan said, according to the agreed time, they should be ready now. We will have a negotiation meeting with Shifeng Group this morning. I understand. You go welcome them. I'll be waiting in the meeting room. Luo Yanyun gestured. Kui Yuan agreed and, after a moment of hesitation, he asked, General Luo, the general manager of Kyoshu Technology, Mr. Wan, sent some tea leaves for you. Shall I bring it in? Luo Yanyun raised an eyebrow and smiled. Bring it in. That's good stuff. Okay, I'll get it for you right away. Kui Yuan smiled back. He turned and hurried out, returning shortly with a high-end tea box. He placed it in front of Luo Yanyun. Luo Yanyun glanced at it and carefully put the tea leaves into the bottommost drawer, the most hidden compartment. Kui Yuan noticed this detail, feeling surprised because Luo Yanyun didn't put the tea box with the other leaves. But he didn't dwell on it, as his phone rang. He read the message, then immediately said, General Luo, the people from Shifeng Group should have arrived. All right, you go pick them up. Luo Yanyun stood up and straightened his clothes. Okay, Kui Yuan responded and answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Han. How are you? Have you arrived downstairs? Okay, please wait a moment. I'll come down to pick you up. After hanging up the phone, Kui Yuan left the office and headed to the lobby of the office building. When he arrived in the lobby, he saw Han Ting'an and also noticed a young man in a suit next to him. He quickly greeted them. Haha, sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Han. Manager Kui. Let me introduce you. This is the president of our Maple Group, Yifeng. President Yi. Han Ting'an smiled as he introduced him. Kui Yuan was surprised to see that the young man in front of him was actually the president of the Maple Group. It was the first time he had met Yifeng, and he had only heard about him from his teacher, Wang He, before. At that time, Wang He described him as a young talent, so Kui Yuan had thought he must be at least 30 years old, but the young man in front of him looked around 20. It was truly incredible. President Yi, hello, I am Kui Yuan, the business manager of Keji Company. It's a pleasure to meet you. I often hear Huan teacher speak highly of you. He has great admiration for you. Kui Yuan reached out his hand for a warm handshake with Yifeng. Yifeng smiled warmly and said, Huan teacher also mentioned that you are a righteous person, and said that we must seek your help to cooperate with Keji Company. You've helped me a lot, and I must thank you. By the way, we have learned from teacher Huan, so we can consider ourselves fellow students. Yifeng did not show any arrogance and even used Huan He's connection to establish a closer relationship between them, positioning them as senior brothers in the same school. Kui Yuan was pleasantly surprised and quickly said, Oh, President Yi, you're too kind. Teacher Huan has helped me a lot in school, and I believe in repaying kindness. If I can be of help, I won't hesitate. After some small talk, Kui Yuan extended his hand and said, Come on, follow me upstairs. Our company's general manager, General Luo, is waiting for you in the meeting room. Yifeng nodded and gestured to follow him. The three of them went upstairs to Keji Company, and Kui Yuan led them straight to the meeting room. Opening the door, they found only one person in the meeting room. Luo Yangyun stood up from his seat and greeted them warmly. Though his smile seemed a bit forced, purely for business etiquette, Yifeng reciprocated and shook hands with him. Although this smile seemed somewhat fake, Luo Yangyun's reputation in the industry was quite high, and the fact that Keji Company had made progress could not be separated from his efforts. After some polite exchanges, they all took their seats and the meeting officially began. Yifeng took a document from his bag and handed it to Luo Yangyun, saying, Mr. Luo, this is the market research report on computer accessories in Guangxi done by our Maple Group. Please take a look first. Our subsidiary, Zifeng Electronics, currently has 8 computer stores in Guangxi. In the future, we plan to expand with at least 20 offline stores and to service centers in Guangxi. Our goal is to have a Zifeng Electronics store within a 5-kilometer living circle. Furthermore, within the next 3 years, we plan to expand our offline stores to the entire Pearl River Delta region. Our Maple Group not only has the largest offline store channels in Guangxi, but also employs the most advanced store operation management model. Our warehouse efficiency, staff efficiency, after-sales efficiency, and customer retention rate all rank among the top in the industry in Guangxi. This is the foundation that allows Zifeng Electronics to rapidly replicate and expand. I believe that combining our channel with your company's products will create a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. A collaboration between your company and ours would be mutually beneficial. Your company holds a 30% market share in Guan province for computer accessories and represents numerous domestic and foreign manufacturers, which is exactly what we need. For Zifeng Electronics to expand quickly, a stable supply of goods is essential. Yifeng confidently shared their basic situation and advantages, articulated their needs, and highlighted the benefits of cooperation between the two companies. He was straightforward and transparent, presenting their position and potential collaboration in a clear and concise manner. As Luo Yangyun went through the report, while listening to Yifeng, he occasionally nodded. After Yifeng finished speaking, Luo Yangyun closed the report and said, President Yi, this report is very detailed. I can see that you have prepared for this for a long time, and I can feel your sincerity. I am very pleased. Han Ping'an's face lit up with a hint of excitement. This could be promising. But then Luo Yangyun continued, however, compared to our other partners, we still have some concerns about this direct-operated model. If adopting a 3-tier distribution model, shouldn't you be able to expand faster? For example, companies like Aokong have over 33-tier distribution partners covering Guangxi and its surrounding areas, and companies like Manchao Trading also have many partners. Luo Yangyun delicately hinted that he was skeptical about whether their direct-operated model could compete with the 3-tier distribution model. The 3-tier distribution model was already well established in China, and its effectiveness and applicability had been proven in various industries. As there had been no successful examples, direct-operated models in Guan province, Luo Yanyun had valid concerns. With a calm expression, Luo Yanyun continued, tapping the table, "President Yi, to be blunt, what makes me believe that your direct-operated model will be successful?" Luo Yanyun's words made the atmosphere at the meeting significantly colder. Han Ping'an's smile froze on his face, not expecting Luo Yanyun to question this aspect. He was about to speak up anxiously, but was stopped by Yifeng raising his hand. Yifeng calmly said, "From Luo's perspective, it's normal for Luo to have doubts. Looking at the long-term business activities over the years, the three-tier distribution model has been active in various industries, which must have its merits." However, his tone changed. "Everything is constantly evolving, and we need to view things with a developmental perspective. Since 1996, the domestic internet has gradually emerged, and after 4 years, the internet has started to become popular in core cities. New marketing models have emerged, such as second-tier direct operation, and even manufacturer direct operation is not impossible. Reducing sales levels can reduce the turnover cycle, increase profit margins for consumers, which provides healthy competition between old and new models. Luo, after this period of operational verification, our direct operation model is indeed more competitive than the original model. Whether it's in front-end sales to users or post-sales services, we can offer better services and cost-effective prices. I have confidence in our model based on experience." Yifeng explained the advantages and disadvantages of both models to him, and even a normal person could discern the strengths and weaknesses of both models. After listening, Luo Yanyun nodded, smiling. "He is indeed insightful. However, speaking of which, businesses always consider risk factors. While the new model may be promising, without actual experience, it poses uncertainty for us." Yifeng calmly smiled. "And what about this?" He took out a document from his bag and handed it to him. Confused, Luo Yanyun took the document, and upon reading it, his face revealed a look of surprise. "Guaranteed annual sales of 50 million? Yi, are you serious?" Luo Yanyun asked in shock. "Luo, this is the sincerity from our West Maple Group. In a year, if we don't reach 50 million in sales, we will voluntarily make up the remaining amount and terminate the cooperation voluntarily," Yifeng stated firmly and confidently. Surprised, Luo Yanyun admired the young man's audacity. He actually dared to present such a commitment, not something ordinary people could do. This agreement was indeed filled with sincerity, and from all perspectives, he had no reason to reject it. In truth, the current agents were only making 30 million in sales annually, with no growth in sight. The company was getting impatient with the regional companies. Unexpectedly, Yifeng dared to boost the sales target to over 50 million. After regaining his composure, Luo Yanyun pondered for a moment and praised, "Yi, your confidence and sincerity are truly admirable. Your drive and courage are impressive. You're overpraising me a bit. I came here with the certainty of reaching an agreement." Yifeng stared straight into his eyes. Luo Yanyun hesitated and said, "From my perspective, I don't see a reason to refuse the cooperation. However, we haven't discussed with other parties yet, such as Morning Tree Technology, Southbridge Trading, and so on. Perhaps you might need to wait a bit longer." Raising an eyebrow, Yifeng knew he came here to secure the deal and didn't want any unforeseen variables. Not seizing this opportunity would mean giving competitors a chance, and West Maple Electronics' inventory couldn't wait much longer. Yifeng pulled out a third document and handed it to Luo Yanyun. "Luo, aside from discussing agency cooperation today, there's actually another matter. Under the West Maple Group, West Maple Electronics currently runs 3 internet cafes, and total procurement of 600 whole computers and other accessories is needed. After careful selection, I think most of Koji Company's mid to high-end products suit our needs." "What? 600 mid to high-end computers?" Luo Yanyun was amazed. He understood the value of this business deal, at least 3 million or more. Even Kui Yuan, who was standing nearby, was stunned. This was a huge order. The revenue from this single deal alone would cover a tenth of the annual sales performance. Feeling a bit overwhelmed by the situation, but suppressing his excitement, Luo Yanyun carefully considered the offer. He understood that Yifeng was using this large order as leverage in negotiations, and the sales commission from securing this deal would be substantial for him. Essentially, it was also a way to benefit himself indirectly. Reflecting on this, Luo Yanyun couldn't help but feel impressed by the young man in front of him. Luo Yanyun was about to speak when Yifeng continued, "I believe this is mutually beneficial for both parties, Luo." After saying this, Yifeng shared a look with Han Ping'an. Han Ping'an nodded and took out two large briefcases, placing them on the table. The oversized briefcases were almost as big as suitcases. Seeing these two cases, a puzzled expression crossed Kui Yuan's face. He was speculating about their contents, probably a large number of documents or samples needed for negotiation. Equally curious, Luo Yanyun asked, "What's this?" With a slight smile, Yifeng replied, "This is our sincerity. Ping'an, please open them." Following his instructions, Han Ping'an first opened one of the briefcases and turned it around. In the next moment, both Luo Yanyun and Kui Yuan were shocked. It was money, a large briefcase filled with cash. Han Ping'an then opened the second briefcase, revealing stacks of 100 yuan bills. Both Luo Yanyun and Kui Yuan were stunned by the scene before them. The visual impact of the cash was unparalleled. Kui Yuan gasped in shock, never having seen so much money in his life. It was truly astonishing. How much money was there? Luo Yanyun, who was well-traveled, couldn't help but feel a hint of greed as he looked at the pile of cash. However, he quickly composed himself and said seriously, "It seems like you're really determined to succeed today, Yi." If he didn't agree today, he might miss out on this significant deal. Yifeng chuckled, "Of course, I hope Luo can give me his answer today." The 1 million here is the advance payment for West Maple's gaming PC purchase, with a total budget ranging from 3 to 4 million. What? Kui Yuan gasped in shock at the high procurement amount. The personal commission from this would be a substantial reward. Thinking about this, Kui Yuan regretted silently that he didn't have a share in it. As his direct superior was present, the credit for this deal will undoubtedly go to the superior. He envied Luo Yanyun a bit, seeing so much money. Luo Yanyun felt a bit parched. With a wry smile, he said, "Yi, you are the most interesting young person I have ever met. Truly a young talent. Since you've shown such a level of sincerity, how can I refuse? I believe that West Maple Group will surely be the best partner for Koji Company in the future. No, not just in the future, but today." Ha ha. Luo Yanyun stood up, extended his hand towards Yifeng. "Yi, on behalf of Koji Company, I am delighted to cooperate with your company." Rising to his feet as well, Yifeng shook his hand firmly. "Thank you for your trust, and I wish us a fruitful cooperation." Han Ping'an and Kui Yuan also stood up, applauding. Finally, everything was settled, and a weight was lifted from Han Ping'an's heart. Next up, time to deal with Southbridge Trading. If Funzi got wind of this news, would he be furious? An hour later, in Luo Yanyun's office, four people sat at the tea table, drinking tea and chatting. "Ha ha, come, Chairman Yi, try this tea," Luo Yanyun said as he poured tea for Yifeng. Yifeng took a sniff, appreciating the rich aroma of the tea before tasting it. He praised, "Good tea. This must be High Mountain Tuo from Nanyun Province. The quality is excellent, clear tea soup, bright red color, strong aroma, and a sweet aftertaste." Luo Yanyun was surprised and said, "Impressive. I didn't expect Chairman Yi to be such a tea expert. This is indeed High Mountain Tuo, a friend of mine gave it to me. He keeps this kind of tea leaves for himself and only occasionally gifts a small amount." Yifeng modestly replied, "Oh, I just made a lucky guess, not bad." At this moment, Luo Yanyun's female secretary knocked on the door and entered with some documents in her hand. She said to Yifeng, "Chairman Yi, your fax documents have been returned." Yifeng stood up and replied, "Thank you." The secretary handed him the documents, and after Yifeng reviewed them, he passed them to Luo Yanyun for his review. After confirming everything was in order, they proceeded with finalizing the agreement. Luo Yanyun then suggested celebrating their successful cooperation with a meal, and Yifeng agreed, joking that they won't return until they're drunk. As they prepared to go for lunch, Luo Yanyun instructed his secretary to escort Yifeng downstairs as he changed into casual attire. Meanwhile, Yifeng's associate, Kui Yuan, was asked to return a gift if anyone from Kyoshu Technology came looking for it. Kui Yuan, though surprised by the directive, did as instructed before leaving to find Yifeng. In another area, Yifeng asked his associate Han Ping'an for a watch he bought, intending to give it to Kui Yuan as a gesture of gratitude. Han Ping'an seemed to understand the importance of repaying favors in business dealings. When Kui Yuan received the watch, he was taken aback by its luxurious brand. Yifeng expressed his appreciation, noting Kui Yuan's significant contribution to their successful negotiation with Koji Company. As the group prepared to head to a restaurant to celebrate, Luo Yanyun received a call and arranged to speak with the caller, Mr. Feng, later. Yifeng, recognizing the name on the call, asked to speak to Mr. Feng, showing surprise that they knew each other well. Handing the phone to Yifeng, Luo Yanyun was curious about their connection. At this point, the call was from Mr. Feng on the other end. Hearing Yifeng's voice, which seemed to have caused a sudden change in his demeanor, darkening his face, Funzi's face turned gloomy. He didn't expect that Yifeng is now with Luo Yanyun. It was so obvious that even a blind guess could tell Yifeng had already taken a step ahead, successfully establishing contact with Luo Yanyun. And even, he suspected Yifeng had already reached a cooperation agreement with Keiji Company. Thinking about this, a wave of anger surged in his heart, filled with suppressed rage. Damn it, Yifeng took the lead. Heh. Yifeng, what a surprise to see you here too. Funzi restrained his inner anger and gritted his teeth. On the other end of the phone, a teasing smile could be heard from Yifeng. Heh, nothing much, just discussing some matters with Total Luo. Don't worry, we are having a great time. By the way, Feng bro, I have good news to tell you. Yifeng and Keiji have reached a partnership agreement. What do you think? Aren't you happy for me too? Funzi almost spurted out a mouthful of blood at those words. Damn. Yifeng is truly ruthless. He couldn't believe that Yifeng had taken the initiative to secure the exclusive distributorship of Keiji, making the situation a bit tricky. Funzi's face changed multiple times, turning purple with anger, almost wanting to throw his phone away, not wanting to hear Yifeng's voice anymore. Is that so, Yi? My friend, congratulations to you. But remember, don't celebrate too early. Funzi ground his teeth with hatred. Yifeng smiled slightly. Old bro, don't worry, I am indeed very happy now. I'm going to have dinner with Total Luo in a while, so no need to worrying about me. Funzi, upon hearing that Yifeng was going to dinner with Luo Yanyun, immediately hung up the phone in rage. Damn it! Funzi raised his hand, as if about to throw the phone on the ground, but hesitated and stopped himself. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down. After years of business experience, he almost lost his mind to Yifeng, but thankfully managed to calm down in the end. If it were someone else, they would have gone crazy long ago. He put his hand down, gripped the phone tightly, gritting his teeth. Yifeng, we're not done yet. Since you are unwilling to cooperate, don't blame me. ... On the other side, inside the car, Yifeng handed the phone back to Luo Yanyun with a smile. I guess Feng bro is busy. He suddenly hung up the phone. Yifeng said casually. Luo Yanyun gave a strange look at Yifeng, secretly murmuring in his heart, do he and General Feng have a good relationship? Is that so? That's okay, I guess. General Feng has nothing important to discuss with me. Luo Yanyun said to Yifeng. This was meant for Yifeng to hear, indicating that since the two sides have confirmed the cooperation, whatever the third party does now is futile. To assure Yifeng. Yifeng naturally grasped the implied meaning and laughed. Ha ha, General Luo is correct. The two exchanged a knowing smile, solidly understanding each other. Before long, the two cars arrived at the Tengyun Grand Hotel. Yushimin personally opened the car door for Yifeng, taking care of every detail. The group entered the private room they had booked in a hotel, with delicious food and wine served one after another. The few of them didn't talk much about work matters, just drank and chatted to bond and strengthen the relationship for future smooth cooperation. After 3 rounds of toasts, the atmosphere became lively. Yifeng warmly called Luo's brother repeatedly, while Luo Yanyun also called his old bro affectionately, and even hooked arms intimately. Han Pinggan on the side was dumbfounded. If an outsider saw them, they would think the two were about to become sworn brothers. The drinking session lasted from noon until the sunset in the afternoon, a full 4 hours of drinking. Kui Yuando was already unconscious, and Luo Yanyun was also quite drunk, even throwing up once. If they continued drinking, they would both have to be carried back. Yifeng smoked, his eyes blurred with drunkenness, pushed Luo Yanyun and said, "Luo bro, I had a great time drinking with you today. I'm very happy, and next time, I will treat you. You must come." Luo Yanyun was already barely conscious, but nodded repeatedly. "No problem, I will definitely go. We are brothers, there's no need to say much." At this moment, Yu Shimin stepped forward. "General Luo, Mr. Yi, the cars have been arranged." Yifeng waved his hand. "Secretary Yu, don't worry about us. Just send General Luo back first. Pinggan and I can go by ourselves, you can rest assured." Yu Shimin hesitated for a moment, but seeing Luo Yanyun, who seemed unable to hold on much longer, she had no choice but to say, "It's all right, I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I'll send General Luo and Manager Kui back first." The hotel staff and Yu Shimin supported the two men out. Inside the private room, only Yifeng and Han Pinggan were left. Han Pinggan had also drunk quite a bit, his face red, but seemingly still somewhat sober, not fully drunk. Yifeng smoked and handed him a cigarette, saying, "You seem fine, not drunk? Smoke and clear your head." Slowly, Yifeng's eyes cleared up, not showing much sign of drunkenness. Han Pinggan took the cigarette, lit it, showing a bitter smile. "I finally understand Brother TZ now. Drinking is really his thing, not mine." He had a clear understanding of his abilities, good at work but not skilled in social interactions, especially dealing with shrewd businessmen like old foxes. Yifeng encouraged him, "It's okay, take it slow. Some things take time, and I think there's more than one way to succeed. Pinggan, you are honest and driven, you can surely make a name for yourself. Take over the cooperation with Keji Company, and the future of Shifeng Sports Company will be in your hands. Once the components are all in next week, Shifeng Internet Cafe can officially start operations. It's your time to shine." Han Pinggan was greatly encouraged by these words, feeling validated by Yifeng and overflowing with motivation. "Bro Feng, I will work hard. I won't let you down." Yifeng patted his shoulder. "Good. I believe in you." Just then, Yifeng's phone rang suddenly. Checking the caller ID, it was a call from Gu Muxi, which he promptly answered. Once connected, a roaring voice came from the other end. "Hey, Stinky Feng, where are you?" Yifeng moved the phone a bit away, smiling. "Is little Zixi missing me? I had some things today, just eating with a few friends, HMPH, definitely drinking, right?" Gu Muxi guessed right away. "Burp, just, had a little bit." Yifeng let out a burp, looking at the table full of alcohol bottles, feeling a bit guilty. Gu Muxi said with a hint of complaint, "HMPH, you sound drunk just by hearing your voice. You must be drunk." But then, her tone softened, expressing concern. "Where are you? Be careful on your way back. Stay safe. Forget it, I'll take a taxi to pick you up." Hearing this, Yifeng felt warm in his heart, a tear welling up in his eyes. "Sure. Zixi, come to the company to pick me up." Gu Muxi replied, "Humph, always drinking. Wait until I see you, see how I'll deal with you." Gu Muxi hung up the phone as soon as she finished speaking. It didn't take long for her to start her journey here. Yifeng smiled with a sweet bitterness. "Oh, it looks like someone is going to use force to oppress the innocent." Han Pinggan comforted him. "Funzi, take care of yourself." "Yifeng, are you gloating?" Han Pinggan held back his laughter and said, "No, really not." Yifeng gave him a look. "No. Your mouth is about to reach your ears. If you want to laugh, go ahead. I'll take it as jealousy." "Yes, jealousy." Han Pingyan covered his mouth and said seriously, "Funzi, I really didn't laugh. I've been professionally trained. Unless, I can't help it. Ha ha." Yifeng immediately knocked on his head, laughing and scolding. "Get lost. You'll understand when you have a girlfriend in the future." After finishing a cigarette, the two left the box. At the hotel entrance, Yu Shimin had already arranged a driver for them. An employee of Keji Corporation, who safely sent both back to Zifeng Group. When Yifan and Han Ping'an returned to the company, it was already dark, with only a few employees working the night shift. Just as he pushed open the office door, he saw Gu Muxi sitting on the sofa waiting for them. Ahem, Xiao Huihui is here. Yifan cleared his throat a couple of times and smiled. Gu Muxi crossed her arms, arrogantly sigh. You said you're not drunk, you're clearly drunk. Yifan pretended to be really drunk, holding his head. Oh, my head is so dizzy. As he said that, he walked over and collapsed next to her, pretending to be dizzy. Han Ping'an tactfully said, Sister-in-law, you guys talk, I'll pack up and leave work. After Han Ping'an left, Gu Muxi poured a glass of warm water and brought it to Yifan. Yifan half closed his eyes, tilting his head back, signaling her to feed him. Gu Muxi, not in a good mood, sat closer, held his head, and fed him water. She saw a hint of satisfaction on Yifang's face and felt both angry and amused. Is this guy really pretending to be drunk? Here, have some more water, Gu Muxi tenderly said, quoting a line from a TV drama. Surprised, Yifan drank a big gulp of water, quickly recovering. Cough, I'm fine now, not feeling as dizzy. Gu Muxi put down the water glass, pinched Yifang's cheek, teasing, HNPH, rascal, pretending to be drunk with me. Going along with her direction, Yifan lay in her lap, acting spoiled. No, I'm really drunk. Gu Muxi was tickled by his hair, laughing and scolding. You're like a mudloach wriggling around. Yifan chuckled. Yes, I am a mudloach. You know mudloaches like to drill holes. Gu Muxi felt his words had a deeper meaning but couldn't figure it out. So she scolded him while smiling. So smelly. You reek of smoke and alcohol all over. You stink. Yifan shamelessly quipped, men should smell, otherwise they wouldn't be real men. Heh. Gu Muxi covered her nose and mouth. Come on, you're suffocating me. However, she suddenly noticed a few strands of gray hair near Yifang's ear and exclaimed, Oh, stinky Yifan, you have gray hair now. Yifang rubbed his temples nonchalantly. It's normal to have them. Being in a technical profession and a boss, having a few gray hairs is quite normal due to the stress. Although Yifan didn't mind, Gu Muxi's eyes revealed a hint of concern. She pouted and suggested, You should take a break. How about we take a few days off to rest at home? Yifan joked, Oh, you're worried about me so soon. Don't worry. No matter what, I can at least last half an hour. Definitely more than half an hour. Gu Muxi looked puzzled. What do you mean by lasting half an hour? Yifan whispered something in her ear. Gu Muxi blushed like an apple, scolding, Rascal, you shameless. Her heart was racing. Stinky Yifan, always thinking about these things. But Stinky Yifan is an adult who graduated from university. Having such thoughts is normal, right? Oh, what are you thinking? Gu Muxi, are you trying to justify this rascal? Gu Muxi shook her head, trying to shake off those fantasy scenes from her mind. Yifan saw her blushing and looking shy, which he found cute. Xiao Huihui, come here, I'll tell you something very important. Yifan lay on her lap and gestured for her to come closer. Gu Muxi steadied herself. What is it? Hey, come closer, I'll tell you secretly. Yifeng's face was serious. What is it? Gu Muxi lowered her head closer. Suddenly, Yifan kissed her, their lips met. Gu Muxi widened her eyes, bewildered and stunned, feeling an electrifying sensation as if a current ran through her body. Yifan began passionately, while Gu Muxi succumbed. In the quiet office, only the sound of their heavy breathing could be heard. A gigantic window displayed the city's colorful lights and the silhouettes of the two figures, creating a beautiful scene. After a long kiss, Yifan finally let her go, licking his lips, looking like he wasn't done yet. Gu Muxi, with gentle eyes and flushed cheeks, scolded him in embarrassment. Damn it! You have no honor. Daring to attack this lady. Yifan had a triumphant grin, saying, How can this be considered an attack when it's so open and above board? HMPH. Let's see. Gu Muxi raised a little pink fist, as if to punch his chest. Yifan felt her hands block his, but the next moment, Gu Muxi leaned down and initiated a kiss on his lips. Gu Muxi's kiss was very awkward. She seemed to be initiating it, but also very cautiously, and she was shy. Before long, she took the initiative to leave, blushing and saying, HMPH, this is my counterattack. You're becoming bad, not following martial ethics, replied Yifeng. Heh. But I like it, Gu Muxi said, while raising his hands. And teasingly said, come on, come baby. Torture me and ravish me as much as you want. Don't worry, I won't resist. Gu Muxi pinched his ears, blushing, and said, get lost, trying to take advantage of me, but I won't spank you properly. Sighed Gu Muxi, starting to tickle him. Yifeng, not one to back down, tickled her back. Yifeng turned into a flower thief, smirking. Heh, young lady, where do you think you're running to? Stop making useless resistance. The two of them immediately started playing around on the sofa, rolling around. 2 minutes later, Gu Muxi was riding on top of Yifeng, with one hand pinning his wrist in a standard arrest position. Yifeng's head was buried in the sofa. You still want to fight me? Gu Muxi lifted her chin as if a victorious general. All right, let go, you win. Yifeng quickly surrendered. Seeing him beg for mercy, Gu Muxi released him, sat on the sofa, and rested. In a couple of days, let's take a break and go home, so you can rest for a few days too. Don't overwork yourself. Yifeng heard the concern in her words, feeling warm inside. Okay. We'll go back home the day after tomorrow. I've already prepared the gifts. Gu Muxi patted his head and said, that's a good boy. Yifeng, are you treating me like a child? Take this. Yifeng pretended to tickle her, but Gu Muxi quickly jumped off the sofa and ran away. Naya, come catch me. Gu Muxi made a funny face towards him. Yifeng chased after her, shouting, I'll catch you. And when I do, I'll tickle you. The two of them playfully ran out of the office. Yifeng saw some staff on duty and quickly regained his composure. Greeting them with hands behind his back, oh, continue with your work, continue. Gu Muxi took the opportunity to sneak away. 2 days later, in the morning, in the neighborhood of the steel factory workers, Gu Xingzhang came back from outside with a birdcage in one hand and bags of groceries in the other. Walking cheerfully, occasionally chatting with the songbirds in the cage. An old man walked up to him. Director Gu, what's the happy occasion today? You seem so joyful. Oh, nothing. My daughter, she is coming back today. She's been away at university for so long. It's rare to have her home, so I'm buying some extra groceries for lunch today. Gu Xingzhang lifted the bags of groceries. Ah, there are even prawns. You're really generous. The old man admired. For ordinary working families, having meat for a meal occasionally was already good enough. Not to mention expensive river and sea delicacies, which were rarely seen outside of holidays. It's just fitting to have a little gift for her. It's nothing too valuable, Gu Xingzhang said happily. As the two chatted, Li Wen called from downstairs, Dad, bring the groceries in and prepare them. All right, Gu Xingzhang responded and bid farewell to the old man. My daughter is coming back for lunch today, and her mother came early to clean up the house and asked me to buy the groceries. Lao Liu, I'll head back now. Let's talk another day. Gu Xingzhang hurried back home with his belongings. At home, he saw his wife had already tidied up the kitchen. She and the others are only staying for a few days, they're not moving in for the new year, Gu Xingzhang joked, putting the groceries on the table. You're not worried about our daughter, but I am. I don't know if she's eating well at school. Today I'll cook her favorite dishes. Oh, by the way, did you buy the prawns that Xiafeng loves? Gu Xingzhang said. Xiafeng loves garlic vermicelli steamed prawns. I need to prepare the prawns in advance for that dish, Li Wen replied without looking back. Gu Xingzhang hung up the birdcage and said, I bought them. My dear wife asked, and I bought them. All right, help me with the vegetables, Li Wen directly assigned the task. Gu Xingzhang chuckled, knowing he couldn't refuse. At work, he was the leader, but at home, his wife was the one in charge. Sure thing, Gu Xingzhang replied and started to help with the vegetables. Li Wen handed him a basket and asked, how she and Xiafeng's relationship developing? Will Xi's fiery temper cause arguments with Xiafeng? She seemed worried. Gu Xingzhang rolled his eyes and said, when these two kids weren't dating, you were worried they wouldn't get along. Now that they are together, you're concerned if they will have a good relationship. Well, these two have grown up quarreling with each other since they were kids. They'll be fine, Gu Xingzhang reassured. Li Wen thought for a moment and said, That's true, but she is a bit strong-willed. It might be good to help her temper a bit. She's a girl, she should act like one. You can change a country's landscape, but not a person's nature. The kids are all grown up now, so don't worry too much, Bu Xingzhan smiled. Moreover, Xiafeng is gentle. I think they match well, so stop worrying too much, he added. Li Wen hesitated for a moment and said, all right, let's see. But when they come back, I'll observe them quietly. Bu Xingzhan was surprised. Observe them quietly. Time passed quickly, approaching noon. Bu Xingzhan was watching TV in the living room when the doorbell rang. Mom, Dad, we're back. Gu Muxi's voice was heard from outside, and Bu Xingzhan quickly put down the remote and went to open the door. As he opened the door, he saw Gu Muxi and Yifeng standing there with bags of items. Zixi, Xiafeng is back. Come in, come in. Bu Xingzhan welcomed them with joy. Dad, we brought gifts for you both, Gu Muxi said, showing the gifts in her hands. It's good you're back. Why did you buy so many things? It's such a waste of money, Bu Xingzhan said, shaking his head. Uncle Gu, it's the least we could do. A small gift that's not too expensive, Yifeng replied. Gu Muxi playfully stuck out her tongue and said, Dad, Xiafeng personally chose and bought these gifts. Bu Xingzhan looked puzzled at the various bags on the table. Yifeng casually opened one of the gift bags, took out a pair of shiny leather shoes, and handed them to Bu Xingzhan, saying, Here, Uncle Gu, try them on and see if they fit. Bu Xingzhan was amazed at the shoes and exclaimed, My goodness, these shoes must have cost a lot of money. Oh, not that much, Yifeng said nonchalantly. What do you mean, not that much? How much did they cost? Bu Xingzhan asked eagerly. Yifeng scratched his head. Well, around 5,000, more or less. Bu Xingzhan, what? 5,000? Bu Xingzhan was a bit dazed. A pair of leather shoes is so expensive. What he was wearing on his feet wasn't just shoes, it was an entire year's worth of expenses for an average family. This, Zifeng, this gift is too precious. Bu Xingzhan wanted to put the shoes back. Yifeng stopped him and said with a smile, Uncle Gu, just accept it, since you've already bought it. How can you return it? Bu Xingzhan hesitated for a moment and could only respond, Well, then thank you. This was the most precious gift he had ever received. But then Yifeng continued to bring out other gifts one after another, high-end cigarettes, liquor, suits, watches, cosmetics for Li Wan, jewelry, and so on, leaving him dumbfounded and bewildered. Bu Xingzhan was completely dumbfounded. After a moment, he finally came back to his senses and asked in astonishment, My goodness, Zifeng, did you win the lottery? Where did you get so much money? Yifeng casually replied, Oh, the company is doing well lately, making a bit of profit. Uncle Gu, let me help you take these to the side. Bu Xingzhan watched Yifeng diligently packing up the gifts, feeling confused. Just how old was Yifeng to be able to earn so much money? It was unbelievable. After a while, Li Wen came out of the kitchen wearing an apron, and greeted them. Zifeng, she is back. Please sit down. I'm preparing your favorite dishes. By the way, Zifeng, your parents called and said they'll be back at noon. They took the day off today too. Yifeng replied, Auntie, I know. I called my dad. After arranging the gifts, Gu Muxi pulled Yifeng to sit on the sofa in the living room and asked in a low voice, Stinky Yifeng, would Uncle and Auntie really like the gifts I bought? This time, Gu Muxi had also prepared gifts for Yifeng's parents using her own pocket money. But she always worried that the gifts might not be well received. Yifeng's eyes lit up and he said seriously, Possibly they won't like them. Oh, what should I do then? Gu Muxi grabbed his arm and eagerly asked, What kind of gift should I get then? Yifeng smiled and said, You can go for a different gift, they will surely like it. What gift? Tell me quickly. Gu Muxi held his arm and anxiously asked. Yifeng teased, Make them grandparents. Gu Muxi blushed and glared at him, saying, Are you itching for trouble again? She then playfully punched his chest. Bu Xingzhan happened to witness this scene and immediately said sternly, What are you doing? You're a girl, act like one. Yifeng smirked and nodded, You're right. Then he provocatively made a face at Gu Muxi. This irritated Gumushi. Fine, you feel proud just because my dad favors you. Is your tail wagging so high up now? HMPH, you'll pay for it tonight. With that, Gumushi sneakily pinched his waist. Ouch, Yifeng winced in pain and almost jumped up. What's wrong? Zifeng, Guxingzhan asked in confusion. Ah, nothing. I was just imitating Bruce Lee. Yifeng grinned through the pain. Guxingzhan put down his teacup and asked kindly, Zifeng, how have you been adjusting to school lately? How's your studies going? Yifeng handed him a cigarette and replied, I'm getting used to it. She and I have joined the drama club, and I'm also in the student association. The classmates are very friendly, and I'm keeping up with my studies, not failing any subjects. Guxingzhan smiled with relief. That's good. You two going to university together. Can take care of each other and supervise each other's studies. I feel a lot more at ease. He lit his cigarette and continued. By the way, Zifeng, is your computer repair shop doing well? The rest of the family members still perceived Yifeng's business as the computer repair shop, mainly because Yifeng rarely talked about work. He didn't want to worry the elders unnecessarily, as sometimes too much concern could lead to trouble. Yifeng pondered for a moment and said, It's doing okay. I've opened a branch, and business is a bit better than before. Guxingzhan was surprised. What? You've opened a branch so quickly? That's impressive, Zifeng. But let me remind you, take it slow in business. Success comes gradually. Rushing things might cause problems. After sharing a business advice session with Yifeng, Guxingzhan felt a sense of accomplishment as an elder. Zifeng, I've watched you grow up. I know you're smart and hardworking. You'll surely achieve great success in the future. Yifeng chuckled and nodded, but in his heart, he found Guxingzhan's advice a bit outdated. In the realm of modern business, speed is the key to success. Rapid product iterations, fast logistics, quick sales, etc. Every aspect needs to be fast. Once the business model is established, one must immediately expand and increase market share rapidly to suppress potential competitors. For Yifeng, receiving traditional advice from an elder who came from a different business landscape felt nostalgic yet a bit incongruent with his current strategies. Guxingzhan finished his tea and continued. So, it's all about connections in business. I know some people in the district. When your business grows, I can introduce you to them. It might help you. Yifeng nodded with a smile. Yes, I'll need Uncle Gu's guidance in the future. Here, let me pour you some tea. He got up to pour tea, maintaining a pleasant demeanor. Despite Yifeng's reservations about the advice, he knew the importance of respecting elders' opinions and nodded along. Suddenly, Guxingzhan's phone rang, and he answered with excitement. Oh, Mr. Liu's call. Mr. Liu is coming over. Yifeng was surprised to hear that Mr. Liu was coming, despite being rivals with Mr. Liu's son. Mubai. Yifeng had high regard for Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu had been supportive of Guxingzhan and Yi Jianjun when he was the factory director and even helped them advance in their careers. In Yifeng's eyes, Mr. Liu held a special place as a respected elder with whom they had a good relationship. The three families often interacted during festivals and occasions, with Mr. Liu always sharing snacks with the children. Yifeng once received calligraphy practice sheets and a pen as a gift from Mr. Liu on his birthday, which left a lasting impression on him. Gumushi, on the other hand, sighed dramatically. What? Mr. Liu is coming over. Does that mean Mubai will also come over? Oh my god, that guy is so annoying. Guxingzhan hung up the phone, excitedly saying, Yes, Mubai and Mr. Liu are coming over. They are on their way. Dad, I want to change schools. In the car, Liu Mubai carefully said to his father, Liu Zongqian. Liu Zongqian did not smile, only glanced at him, saying nothing. But that one look already made Liu Mubai feel nervous. Since childhood, he was most afraid of his father. He was strict with discipline when he was young and often received physical punishment. Growing up, Liu Zongqian was busy with work and had no time for him, so he became more relaxed. The reason he wanted to change schools was because he was already a well-known figure in South China Institute of Technology. Last time he tried to prank Yifeng, it backfired. embarrassing him in front of many classmates, and his posts on the school forum went viral. He couldn't continue studying at this school. It was too embarrassing. Dad, Liu Mubai was about to continue speaking when Liu Zongqian raised his hand to interrupt. What reason do you have for transferring schools? Liu Zongqian stared at him, the eyes behind his glasses exerting great pressure. I feel like the school is not suitable. Yeah, not very suitable, Liu Mubai stammered, trying to evade the question. Liu Zongqian gave him a stern look and said, "Don't beat around the bush. South China Institute of Technology is the best university in the entire Guangxi province. If you don't go to this school, where else are you planning to go? I'm telling you, when you come back, you better focus on studying and not be as reckless as you were abroad." The father and son's conversation never exceeded 3 sentences, always met with reprimands and lectures. Normally, they spoke little because Liu Mubai didn't want to talk to his father. Each conversation started with a lesson and ended with his silence. Liu Mubai forced a bitter smile, unable to express the real reason, and could only remain silent, not daring to argue further. Liu Zongqian looked out the window at the street. The street scene outside was both familiar and strange. Years had passed, and many new buildings had sprung up. His reflection in the window showed his graying hair, making him feel like he had aged 10 years in just a few. I heard that the eldest son of the Lao Yi family, Yi Feng, became the provincial champion this year. He was in the same school as you. Have you met him? Liu Zongqian suddenly turned to ask. At the mention of Yi Feng, Liu Mubai felt a mix of emotions and muttered, "Yes, I've met him." Liu Zongqian said with a serious expression, "You've met him, but you didn't invite him home to visit. He's doing so well now, becoming the provincial champion. How many candidates each year to achieve first place? That's really impressive. You, on the other hand, need to learn from Yi Feng." "Annoy," Liu Mubai quickly replied. "Yes, Dad, I understand. Study hard and strive for excellence. Look at your attitude now. You always ignore my words. If you have the ability, instead of becoming the provincial champion, show me that you can at least rank in the top 10,000, Liu Zongqian lectured. Liu Mubai drooped his head, not daring to speak up, as he knew arguing back would only lead to another argument. Shortly after, the car entered the employee housing area. The male secretary driving reminded, "Boss, we've arrived at the steel plant employees' residential area." "Which building are we headed to?" "Building 7, Liu Zongqian replied. "Got it," the secretary responded. The car parked downstairs. Liu Zongqian got out of the car and instructed the secretary, "Tia, help bring the gifts upstairs, bring all of them." "Yes, boss." The secretary nodded. Liu Zongqian then noticed Liu Mubai still sitting in the car and reprimanded, "Why are you just sitting there? Come help with the gifts." "Okay," Liu Mubai replied weakly. The father, son, and secretary carried the gifts upstairs and went straight to the Gu family's doorstep, knocking on the door. After a while, the door opened, not by anyone else but Yi Feng. "Ha ha, Uncle Liu. Long time no see. I've missed you," Yi Feng greeted happily, welcoming them in. "Ha ha. Yes. Little Feng, you've grown so much taller since we last met. You're getting more handsome," Liu Zongqian warmly complimented, showering Yi Feng with praises. Upon hearing this, Liu Mubai rolled his eyes in jealousy, feeling a bit envious. Other people in the house, such as Gu Xingzhan and Yi Jianjun, came out to greet and welcome them. "Hello, Chief Liu," Gu Xingzhan happily embraced him. "Old Gu, old Yi, all is well." Liu Zongqian laughed. "You can't leave tonight without getting drunk. If you do, I have plenty of rooms here," Gu Xingzhan said sternly. "All right, today we'll have a good time. I'll definitely accompany you until the end," Liu Zongqian exclaimed. Long-lost friends had much to catch up on. And Gu Xingzhan took Liu Zongqian to the living room for a lively chat, filled with laughter. After a while, Liu Zongqian suddenly turned to look at Liu Mubai, who was playing with his phone on the side, and scolded, "Mubai, why didn't you greet Uncle Gu and Uncle Yi when you entered? Haven't I taught you this before? You're an adult now, don't I have to remind you?" Liu Mubai was speechless. He had just greeted them, and his father hadn't heard. He was waiting to see Gu Muxi and didn't want to join the group of elders. Under his father's stern gaze, he reluctantly stood up and once again greeted, "Uncle Gu, Uncle Yi, hello, would you like some fruit? My dad and I bought it from the supermarket, it's fresh." He pulled out 2 oranges from the fruit bag and offered them. However, Gu Xingzhang and Yi Jianjun already had a lot of fruit in front of them. "Oh, this child is so polite," Gu Xingzhang praised as he accepted the fruit. Yi Jianjun added, "Mainly because he is handsome and has the manners of Chief Liu." Liu Zongqian jokingly scolded them, "You guys, always praising him, speaking nicely. My son here might not amount too much if he doesn't gain some real-life experience." Liu Mubai felt belittled in front of everyone, uncomfortable, that he could only endure silently, moving to the side to continue playing Snake on his phone. At this point, Yifeng brought tea, handing a cup to each of the elders present. "Uncle Liu, please have a taste of this tea. It's Wuyi Mountain Dahan Pao. Since you appreciate tea, I'd like your opinion on it." This compliment not only flattered but also sparked a new topic of discussion. Liu Zongqian took a sip of the tea, expressing surprise at its quality. This doesn't seem like ordinary Wuyi Mountain Dahong Pao. It's so sweet and fragrant, the leaves are intact and clear, truly a premium product from an old tea house. Little Fun, this tea must be expensive, right? Yifeng smiled, acknowledging its quality without mentioning the price. This interaction impressed Liu Zongqian, but at the same time, he felt that his son was lacking far behind. Years of not seeing Yifeng, Liu Zongqian was pleased by his demeanor, yet he couldn't help but feel disappointed by his own son's behavior. He turned to Liu Mubai, who was still playing on his phone, and scolded, "Mubai, what are you doing? Always playing games. You're becoming more unreasonable." Liu Mubai, "Oh, Dad is angry again. Looks like another round of lectures is on the way." Liu Mubai hung his head, reluctantly put away his phone, and said, "All right, I'll stop playing. I'll go eat some fruit." He didn't want to talk to Liu Zongqian at all. The more he spoke, the more he would be scolded. He took an orange and silently peeled it on the side. Yifeng turned to look at him, took a plate of peanuts, and handed it to him, saying, "Have some peanuts, you can peel them slowly. If you can, peel some more. We can offer them with the wine." Liu Mubai snorted, not wanting to accept his kindness. "Dream on. Peel it yourself if you want to. So kind but unappreciated. Then play by yourself." Yifeng shook his head. He didn't bear any ill will towards Liu Mubai. After all, they grew up together as childhood friends. And he felt grateful towards Liu Zongqian, so out of respect, there was some positive feelings for his son as well. At this moment, Gu Muxi came out of the room, with a simple makeup, tied her hair into a ponytail, looking adorable. "Uncle Liu, hello," Gu Muxi greeted sweetly. Liu Zongqian's eyes lit up when he saw Gu Muxi, praising, "Haha, it's Muxi, really changing so much. Getting prettier and prettier. Old Gu, your daughter is truly growing up into a beauty." Liu Mubai quickly stood up from his chair and ran to hand Gu Muxi the orange. "Muxi, here, have an orange." "HMPH, I don't want it, you can keep it for yourself." Gu Muxi coldly disregarded him, giving him a disdainful look, then sat next to Yifeng. Gu Muxi even affectionately linked arms with Yifeng, showing a sweet smile. Liu Mubai, seeing this, felt like a knife being stabbed into his heart. Painful, too painful. Liu Zongqian was puzzled. "Oh, Muxi, are you and Xiaofeng dating?" "Yeah. Uncle Liu, we are together," Gu Muxi openly admitted. Yifeng modestly added, "It's my good fortune, she ran to me first. Muxi was caught by me." Liu Zongqian laughed heartily. "Ha ha, great. Old Gu, old Yi, now you've solved a big matter, being closer. Excellent, Xiaofeng is promising, ambitious, made our steel factory proud, getting the top in the province, his future is bright. Muxi will have a good time with him." Yi Jianjun blushed with pride, happy to see his children doing well and being recognized by others. Well, Xiaofeng still has a lot to learn, it's good to let him learn more from the old factory manager sometimes, broaden his horizons, Yi Jianjun sincerely expressed. "Whatever business is done, having guidance makes learning and progress easier." "Ha, no problem, if Xiaofeng is willing to help me, I'd be delighted," Liu Zongqian expansively said. Yifeng also smiled slightly, not refusing immediately. "When I have the time, I'll definitely come to learn from Uncle Liu. Sometimes, honesty and openness are virtues, but in conversations with elders, it's best not to rush to refuse, as it could end up shutting down the conversation. The group chatted warmly in the living room, while Liu and Meng Xiaoyun were busy preparing lunch in the kitchen. Liu Mubai was left alone in a corner, feeling left out, eating sour oranges. He couldn't blend into the situation, appearing particularly lonely in the corner. So sour. Liu Mubai grimaced as he ate an orange slice, finding it too sour. But when he saw Gu Muxi feeding Xiaofeng a grape, witnessing their intimate interaction, he felt even more sour. Damn, so sour. Liu Mubai felt like he had bitten into a super sour lemon. After a while, Meng Xiaoyun served the dishes and called everyone to the dining table. As they sat down to eat, Liu Zongqian nudged Liu Mubai with his elbow, giving him a stern look. Confused, Liu Mubai asked, "What's wrong, Dad? Is something the matter?" Disappointed, Liu Zongqian sighed. "Mubai, can't you understand anything? Bring the alcohol over." "Oh, all right." Liu Mubai brought a bottle of alcohol and placed it in front of Liu Zongqian before starting to eat. Liu Zongqian nudged him again, giving him a meaningful look. "Dad, what's up?" Liu Mubai stopped eating, puzzled. Clapping his forehead, Liu Mubai scolded himself. "Don't just think about eating. Hurry up and pour alcohol for Uncle Gu and Uncle Yi. Isn't that basic?" How could his own son not even know basic table manners? So disappointing. He didn't blame him entirely, having been abroad for so long without learning much. Yifeng then brought out the Fashion Mayo Tai, saying, "No need to trouble Mubai, let me do it. Uncle Liu, try this Fashion Mayo Tai, see if it suits your taste." Pouring the alcohol for the elders, Liu Zongqian was impressed by his maturity. Wishing his own son was half as responsible, he glanced back at the dumbfounded Liu Mubai, shaking his head. "Come on, let's start eating, dig in. Don't be shy," he encouraged. "Old factory manager, I'll toast you first." Gu Xingzhong raised his cup. They all began to eat, with Gu Muxi dutifully serving the elders, offering the dish she picked for Liu Zongqian to Liu Mubai. Gu Muxi picked up a chicken leg. Excitedly holding the bowl, Liu Mubai eagerly passed it to Gu Muxi. "Thank you, Muxi." But in the next moment, Gu Muxi handed the chicken leg directly to Yifeng. Shocked, Liu Mubai stood there, astounded. "Oh no, my chicken leg, my love. This loss isn't about the chicken leg, it's the love of Gu Muxi. Is this how God treats me, the destined one?" Gu Muxi even peeled a shrimp and fed it to Yifeng herself, asking, "How is it, Yifeng? Does it taste good?" Gu Muxi's sweet smile and meaningful look towards Yifeng felt like a knife piercing Liu Mubai's heart. It hurt. The dishes on the table suddenly lost their appeal to Liu Mubai. Pouring himself a glass of alcohol, he drank it in one go. Bitter alcohol entered his throat, causing him pain. But the next moment, the 52-degree Fashion Mayo Tai promptly taught him a lesson. The fierce alcohol immediately choked him, tears welling up. Liu Zongqian turned to him, scolding, "Why are you drinking so hastily? How discourteous." After being scolded, Liu Mubai remained silent, wiping away his tears. As the elders continued chatting and drinking, Gu Muxi invited Yifeng to take a walk downstairs. Liu Mubai, now flushed and tipsy, didn't want to stay at the dining table and made an excuse to slip downstairs, following Gu Muxi. When he saw the two ahead being affectionate, inebriated, he shouted loudly, "Yifeng, stop right there." Surprised, Yifeng turned back, asking, "What's wrong?" Liu Mubai ran up to them, glaring at Yifeng fiercely. "Yifeng, I want to duel with you." One-on-one, alcohol emboldened him, and he had been eager to challenge Yifeng for a while. In Bookworm Country, where they lived a peaceful life, if two guys liked the same girl, they would duel for her. He had no first-hand experience or even witnessed it, but that's how it's done in TV dramas, right? "Yifeng, did you hear me? I want to duel with you." Liu Mubai stared at him intently and shouted. But Yifeng just smiled, then didn't say a word. "What's wrong? Are you scared, chicken?" Liu Mubai taunted, using provocation. Yifeng shook his head and said, "Liu Mubai, you're drunk hiccup, tilde I'm not drunk." Liu Mubai hiccuped and insisted, "Come on. Yifeng, don't make me look down on you." He had studied boxing in his country's traditional school, although he had never been in a real fight. He just wanted to fight Yifeng for Gumushi, his true love. Just like in the comics, have you ever risked your life for someone in this lifetime? He could confirm without hesitation. Only for Gumushi. Yifeng calmly said, "Dueling is too childish. I refuse." "What did you say? You refuse? You dare to refuse, you coward Yifeng. For someone like you, why are you allowed to stay by Gumushi's side?" Liu Mubai angrily grabbed Yifeng's collar, his eyes red. Gumushi was startled and quickly tried to pull him away, questioning, "Liu Mubai, are you crazy? What are you doing? Let go." But Liu Mubai wouldn't let go. He stared at Yifeng with determination, as if he wouldn't let go unless Yifeng agreed. Boom. Thunder roared within the thick dark clouds in the sky. Lightning streaked across the horizon, and rain poured down. Yifeng stood in the rain, unfazed, then sighed. "Must we really fight?" "Yes, let's fight." Liu Mubai nodded vigorously. But before he could finish his sentence, thud. Yifeng suddenly made the first move with a sweeping low kick. Hiss. Liu Mubai's face changed suddenly. His mouth agape, unable to even call out, he slowly curled up on the ground like a cooked shrimp. You shameless, no respect for martial ethics, resorting to sneak attacks on me." Liu Mubai angrily pointed at Yifeng. Yifeng adjusted his clothes and said seriously, "Liu Mubai, you never said I couldn't use sneak attacks. You couldn't beat me when we were kids, and it's the same now. I challenge you." Liu Mubai roared angrily, getting up and grabbing Yifeng's shirt. His fist was about to strike Yifeng's face, all boxing skills thrown out the window due to his anger. But Yifeng was prepared and dodged, then used a judo technique that Gumushi taught him to execute a shoulder throw. Sout. Liu Mubai was thrown to the ground and soon found himself on the receiving end of a one-sided beatdown. Gumushi, watching, silently praised Yifeng's swift action. "Good job, Stinky Maple, truly didn't waste the effort I put into training you." In the pouring rain, the two tangled on the ground, quickly drawing attention from the surrounding neighbors. Gumushi pretended to mediate. Stop, don't fight anymore." It was Yifeng overpowering Liu Mubai, and she didn't bother to intervene. It wasn't righteous to have two against one. Soon, Liu Mubai was pinned down by Yifeng and couldn't move until he was exhausted. Yifeng then let him go and stood up from the ground, soaked and muddy. "All right, Liu Mubai, have you vented enough anger?" Yifeng chuckled. He didn't really go all out in this fight and knew that Liu Mubai needed an outlet to let off steam. Liu Mubai panted heavily, his face red and purple. "Yifeng, you're just taking out your anger on me, aren't you? I challenge you. Liu Mubai wanted to stand up, but he had no strength left. Yifeng looked down at him, calmly saying, "Liu Mubai, face reality and stop living in your own fantasy world. Gumushi is mine for this lifetime. It's mine. No one can take her away, not even you." Gumushi grabbed Yifeng's arm, glaring at Liu Mubai. "Liu Mubai, irrational. I like Yifeng, can you stop bothering me?" Liu Mubai lay on the ground, struck by Gumushi's words. I like Yifeng, echoed in his mind. At that moment, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. So it was all just wishful thinking on his part. Tears mixed with rain slid down his face, unable to tell which was rain and which were tears. He smiled bitterly as he let the cold rain hit his face. Suddenly, a hand appeared in his line of sight. He looked up in surprise. It was Yifeng, extending his hand. "Get up, stop lying there." Yifeng wiped the rain off his face, smiling at him. Gritting his teeth, Liu Mubai reluctantly reached out, allowing Yifeng to pull him up. "Yifeng, I don't need your fake kindness." Liu Mubai lowered his head, saying in a low voice. Then he turned and walked away without looking at Yifeng or Gumushi. In the heavy rain, Liu Mubai's lonely figure seemed so desolate. Yifeng smiled helplessly. This guy, so stubborn. He could understand Liu Mubai's feelings, but there was no room for negotiation when it came to Gumushi. Apart from this aspect, he had no other conflicts or interests with Liu Mubai. Yifeng shook his head, hoping that this fight would help Liu Mubai clear his mind. A person couldn't bury their head in the sand like an ostrich. "Stinky Maple, are you okay? Were you hurt?" Gumushi asked with concern. I'm fine. Not a scratch. Liu Mubai couldn't beat me even when we were kids. Ha ha. Yifeng laughed. Gumushi rolled her eyes. That guy. Such a one-track mind. If it weren't for Mr. Liu's face, I wouldn't bother with him. Yifeng wiped his wet hair and looked in the direction where Liu Mubai had left, saying calmly, he's just too deep into his delusions, living in his own world, self-absorbed. From another perspective, he's kind of pitiful, but choosing me as his opponent, he can only blame himself for his bad luck. The pitiful people often have detestable traits, that's the way it is. Gumushi held his hand, feeling sorry. Look at your dirty clothes. Go change quickly before you catch a cold. All right, let's go back. Yifeng nodded. The two returned upstairs, where the elders were still drinking. They were surprised to see Yifeng coming back all dirty and asked a few questions. Yifeng casually made up an excuse and went back to his room to change clothes before showering. After showering, Yifeng returned to the room and saw Gumushi looking for something. Little Shishi, what are you looking for? Yifeng, with wet hair, asked with a smile. Your hairdryer. My hair is wet too. I want to blow dry it. Gumushi pouted, cheeks puffed, looking helpless. It's in the cabinet. Let me help you blow dry. Yifeng found the hairdryer in the cabinet and offered to help. Gumushi was worried about Yifeng catching a cold and insisted, no, let me dry your hair first. Don't worry, I'm good at this. A quick blow and I'll be fine. Yifeng, is this a trap? Cough. Let me dry yours first. Yifeng plugged in the hairdryer and waved at her. Come here. I'll help you. Gumushi glared at him. Why so talkative? I said I'm drying yours first. Come over here and behave. She cracked her knuckles, the sound echoing. Little Maple, if you don't behave, don't blame this princess for going tough on you. What? You still want to play tough? Let's see who's tougher. Yifeng had a resolute and unyielding expression on his face. But in the next second, Gumushi walked over and put him in a death chokehold, pressing him against the wardrobe. Yifeng, you're tough. You're the toughest, tall and tough. Gumushi chuckled and let him go. All right, I won't mess with you anymore. Sit down nicely. The two looked at each other and smiled, each sweetness hidden in the details of their lives. Yifeng sat on the edge of the bed, while Gumushi used a hairdryer to blow dry his hair. Yishao, do you have any plans for the winter vacation? Gumushi asked casually. Yifeng was taken aback. Winter vacation? School just started not long ago. Why are you thinking about winter vacation already? Just casually asking, Gumushi said with a pout. Well, maybe I'll rest at home during the winter vacation. It's still early. I haven't planned anything yet, Yifeng said with a smile. Gumushi paused and asked, really? Don't you have anything you want to do? Something you've always wanted to do in your life, you have the means for it too. There are too many things I want to do in my life, too many to even list, Yifeng said. Like, I want to go see the sea with you, visit the northern grasslands with you, stroll through the streets of Paris with you, have coffee beneath the Eiffel Tower, and many, many more. Yifeng turned to look at her. Gumushi blushed, embarrassed, and said, why are they all things we do together? Don't you have things you want to do on your own? Yifeng held her hand, smiled, and said, because, in this lifetime, my life is filled with you. I want to stand on the mountaintop, but only because I want to share the beautiful view with you. Without you, all these things would lose their meaning. Gumushi's heart swelled with happiness, tears of joy welling up in her eyes. She laughed and said, you always know how to make me happy. But, I really am happy. Turn your head back, I'll help you dry your hair. The room fell into silence, only the roaring sound of the hairdryer could be heard, everything calm and peaceful. After a while, Gumushi turned off the hairdryer, patted his shoulder and said, all right, all dry now, feeling better. How was my technique? Yifeng turned back and gave her a look. You're making a big deal out of blow-drying hair. Of course, I even styled your hair. Can you do it yourself? Gumushi teased. Yifeng touched his head and indeed, she had given him a stylish bangs. All right, you're good. It's my turn to blow-dry your hair now. Yifeng stood up, and they switched positions. Gumushi's shiny black hair seemed to have grown longer, almost reaching her waist. Zishishi. Now it's my turn to ask you. Do you have anything you want to do in your life? Yifeng asked. Gumushi smiled gently, her eyes crescent-shaped and cute. I'm not telling you, Yifeng. Gumushi, that's not fair. What are you going to do about it? Any complaints? Ahem, no complaints. HMPH tilde, if you have any complaints, keep them to yourself. What if I can't hold them in? Then release them. I don't mind. Creak, creak, ahem. I'll just keep it in. Ha ha. The laughter of the two filled the room, harmonizing with the sound of the rain outside, soaking into the deep autumn night. At night, Gumushi finished showering and sat on the sofa in the living room watching TV. Liwen had just taken care of the Drunken crossing John and came out of the room, seeing Gumushi sitting alone in the living room watching TV. She, aren't you going out to play with Zifeng? She sat down beside her and asked. It's raining. I don't want to go outside and get soaked in the rain, Gumushi replied casually. After a moment of silence, Liwen asked, She, how have you and Zifeng been getting along lately? We're getting along fine. Mom, why are you suddenly asking about this? Gumushi looked at her in confusion. Oh, nothing, just asking. As long as you're getting along well, it's fine. But, as someone with experience, there are some things I'd like to talk to you about. Liwen said seriously. About what? Gumushi was puzzled, wondering if it was about that thing. Gumushi blushed and quickly said, Mom, not yet, it's not that. What thing? I'm talking about the importance of mutual understanding and tolerance in a relationship. What were you thinking? Liwen asked. Gumushi awkwardly smiled. Nothing, I thought. Never mind. Liwen looked at her lovingly, held her hand, and said, I'm happy to see you two together. Both of you have grown up under my care since childhood. As long as you're happy, I'm relieved. I know you're impatient. Your dad was worried you'd be bullied, so he sent you to learn judo. That's why you have this bold personality. I don't expect you to change, but I hope you'll be more patient and tolerant in the future. The most important thing is to understand each other when you're together, to know each other's thoughts and needs. That's crucial. If you understand these principles, then you've grown up. Gumushi smiled reassuringly. Mom, I understand. You can rest assured. Liwen nodded. All right then. Don't stay up till late. Get some rest. Okay. Mom, Gumushi replied, after Liwen returned to her room. Gumushi leaned back on the sofa, looking up at the ceiling, lost in thought. Suddenly, she remembered her mother's words, and they seemed to have a deeper meaning. Her thoughts were in turmoil. She couldn't focus on the TV, so she decided to go back to her room. In her room, Gumushi sat at the desk and took out a transparent glass jar from the bottom drawer. Inside the jar were colorful paper stars folded into shapes. She opened the jar and randomly picked out a star, unfolding it. There was a sentence written on it, I want to see snow in the north. She smiled sweetly, took a pen, and added a few words on the paper. I want to go see snow in the north with Stinky Feng. In her future life, she probably wouldn't be able to do without this scoundrel Feng, those abandoned wishes, thoughts, and things she wanted to do. Only with another person, they gained meaning. Gumushi thought to herself, and emptied all the folded paper stars from the jar, one by one adding new words on them. Finally, she folded each of them into small stars again, put them back in the jar, and wiped the dust off the jar. It was already late after she finished all this. Gumushi picked up the glass jar and placed it in front of the table lamp. The colorful little stars inside seemed to be glowing. It was so beautiful. They were really beautiful. In the future, she wanted to accomplish these things with Stinky Feng, to live without regrets. Just thinking about it made her feel how wonderful it was. Gumushi put down the jar, suddenly feeling like something was missing. A white light flashed in her mind. She immediately took out a colorful post-it note, picked up a pen, and wrote on it, I want to become an excellent architect, design a house to live with Stinky Feng. After finishing writing, she folded the note into a new small star, smiling satisfactorily as she put it in the glass jar. Gumushi placed the glass jar in a conspicuous spot on the bookshelf so she could see it just by looking up. She stood up from her seat and ran to the window to pull back the curtain, wanting to see if Yifeng was asleep or not. But when she opened it, she saw that the lights across the way were already out. HMPH. Feng is sleeping so early. Oh well, I won't wake him up. Gu Muxi pouted, pulled back the curtain, and laid down on the bed. She hugged the pink pig plushie and rolled around happily on the bed, exclaiming, "Ha ha. Did Pink Pig miss me? I miss you so much. The dorm is too small. I can't bring you to school, you poor thing. Haven't seen each other in a while. You seem to have gained weight. Your face has become rounder." Saying this, Gu Muxi held Pink Pig's cheeks in her hands, pinched and pulled, feeling the soft texture. Pink Pig, you understand me. I'm the one who cares for you the most, right? Can you do me a favor? Help me choose. Should I go see the snow in the north during winter break, or should I go to the grasslands? I really want to go to both. If you choose the first one, nod once. If you choose the second one, nod twice. Gu Muxi held Pink Pig's face, stared at it, and chuckled to herself. She saw Pink Pig nod once, then nod twice. Oh dear, how greedy you are. Pig. Why do you want to go everywhere? Can't you just choose one? Gu Muxi grinned. She actually wanted to go to both places herself. There were too many places she wanted to go. Oh well, asking you was a waste of time. Gu Muxi, seeing Pink Pig's lack of response, suddenly felt bored and kicked it away. Yifeng and Gu Muxi rested at home for 3 days. If they weren't watching dramas at home, they would go out to eat or buy groceries to cook at home, almost inseparable except for sleeping. The days passed in a simple and fulfilling manner, and they were happy every day. 3 days later, Yifeng and Gu Muxi returned to school and stood at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. "Feng, remember to call me at night," Gu Muxi said reluctantly. "Sure. No problem." Yifeng smiled. Gu Muxi then smiled and walked up to him, suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed his right cheek. "This is your reward. If you don't call me, see how I deal with you. Tilde, I'm going back first. Bye." Gu Muxi turned and ran happily towards the dormitory, as cheerful as a little bird. Yifeng touched his cheek and laughed. "This girl, she is really cute." He hummed a tune as he prepared to go back to the dorm when his phone rang. When he answered, he was surprised to hear Yan Zubing calling him. He answered with a smile. "Hey, soldier brother." "Yes, it's me. Are you free now?" Came the deep voice of Yan Zubing from the other end of the phone. "I'm free." "Brother, what's up? You want me to face the music or walk into the fire?" Yifeng joked. "Haha, no need for that. Since you're free, come over for a drink." Yan Zubing chuckled. Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Yan Zubing wouldn't call him out for a drink without a reason, right? "All right, which bar?" Yifeng agreed without hesitation. "At the speed bar on the Tianhai. Come over now. By the way, bring that guy named Han Ping'an with you. Come have a drink together." Yan Zubing added. Yifeng realized that Yan Zubing might be looking for Ping'an. It seems Yan Zubing also knew about the relationship between Ping'an and Yan Lu, Yan Zubing's sister. "Okay. No problem. I'll wait for him and come over together." After informing Ping'an, Yifeng went to pick him up. Shortly afterward, Yifeng picked up Han Ping'an downstairs at the company. After exchanging a few words, Han Ping'an asked, "Brother Feng, why did Brother Bing suddenly ask me to join for drinks?" Yifeng sighed and said, "How would I know? He probably knows about you pursuing Yan Lu, right?" Han Ping'an nodded and briefly mentioned the encounter with Yan Zubing when they rented Yan Lu's house. "I think Brother Bing is quite open-minded and didn't mean to embarrass me," Han Ping'an said calmly. After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng said, "It's probably because of Yan Lu. Anyway, when we get there, just watch your words. I don't oppose you pursuing Yan Lu. In fact, I support it, but her brother is Brother Bing, not an ordinary person." Han Ping'an solemnly nodded and said, "Brother Feng, I understand. I'll be careful." Turning to look at him, Yifeng reassured him, "Don't be too nervous. Don't carry too much burden. Brother Bing is easy to get along with and has a sense of justice." Han Ping'an also smiled and said, "I can see that." Seeing him calm and seemingly more accepting of the situation, Yifeng felt that he had changed slightly. The former Han Ping'an was introverted, sensitive, and too serious, always inwardly sensitive and earnest in his work. When they were renovating the Shufeng electronics store, Yifeng noticed that Han Ping'an had made a mistake in nailing the boards. And after correcting him once sternly, he kept apologizing the next day as if he had committed a big mistake, leaving Yifeng at a loss. After comforting him and telling him to just correct his mistakes in the future, he spent 2 days and nights fixing the boards perfectly. The current Han Ping'an no longer seemed to be the insecure and sensitive youth. He seemed more calm, confident, and fearless. He seemed to have figured something out. Yifeng didn't know what, but the change in him was visible. This was something that brought Yifeng comfort. The two of them drove to Speed Bar, located in the Tian district, a bit remote, with few vehicles on the road, and surrounded by a small commercial street. The bar was at the end of the street and attracted the attention of passers-by with a black Audi 100 parked in front. As there were only a few cars parked at the bar, mostly older models, and more motorcycles, the appearance of a luxury car caused a stir. Yifeng got out of the car, took a glance at the bar, a 5-story self-built house converted into a bar. The booming bass could be heard from the first floor, indicating it was a dance bar. These dance bars, playing DJ music, were very popular in the current urban-rural fringe areas, where many young people gathered for entertainment and flirting. Yifeng and Han Ping'an walked towards the entrance, where a few people were stationed. One man in a black suit came forward upon seeing Yifeng. "Mr. Yi is here. Brother Bing is waiting inside. Please." At this moment, in the big booth on the left side of the first-floor lobby, there were about a dozen people drinking. Yan Zubing sat with his legs crossed on the main seat in the middle, cracking sunflower seeds. He wasn't drinking, and the nearby underlings didn't dare to offer him a drink. "Brother Bing, everything is arranged properly," a subordinate reported as he hurried over. Good. You sit down." Yan Zubing patted the seat beside him. The subordinate sat down immediately and asked, "Brother Bing, do you have any other instructions?" Yan Zubing chuckled and instead asked, "Loafer, what do you think of that young man who rode in my car last time?" called Han Ping'an. Loafer scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. "Brother Bing, I'm not good at judging people. My opinion might not count." "TSK. Loafer, you're good at playing dumb. Just speak your mind. What are you afraid of?" Yan Zubing glanced at him. Loafer smiled and said, "I think he's pretty good. At least he seemed sincere when making eye contact, and he didn't seem afraid of us at all. Quite bold." Yan Zubing spat out a sunflower seed shell and said, "A man who didn't whimper after being stabbed 18 times naturally has guts. I watched the surveillance video. He's a tough guy. However, some things cannot be judged merely by appearances," Loafer added. "So, Brother Bing, did you invite him here for a test?" Yan Zubing nodded and sighed. "I'd, Yan Zubing, have only one sister. I don't want her to follow my path, nor do I want her to associate with men from the underworld. This path isn't easy to walk. That kid Han Ping'an isn't from the underworld. He does business with Yifeng. After several interactions, he seems decent, a suitable candidate. But to become Yan Zubing's brother-in-law won't be that easy," Loafer smirked. Yan Zubing's friends and underlings all knew very well that he doted on his sister. When Nian Lu went out with him before, she met many troublemakers and picked up some of their temperament. Once when Nian Lu drank too much, a reckless guy wanted to make a move on her and got kicked to the ground. Later, when the guy came for revenge with others, Yan Zubing got furious upon hearing about it and went out with a machete, slashing through the streets. He even disabled the guy's hands in the end. When Nian Lu had conflicts with classmates at university and was trapped inside the school, Yan Zubing immediately rushed to the school with two vans full of people, scaring them off and cleaning up the situation. After that incident, no one dared to mess with Yan Lu, spreading rumors that she was kept by a big shot as a mistress, which made other students distance themselves from her. This left her with few friends. It can be said that if Yan Zubing knew his sister was in trouble or danger, he would rush to her side first, making sure the perpetrators paid the price. He promised his parents he would take good care of his sister and used his hands to shield her from harm. In personal relationships, many tried to pursue Yan Lu, but Yan Zubing refused them all because they were all shady characters. He knew exactly who they were since he came from that world, filled with opportunists and shady characters with low education levels. Most importantly, walking that path could end up with a violent death at any moment. At this moment, a subordinate quickly walked over to Yan Zubing and said, "Brother Bing, Mr. Yi is here." Yan Zubing responded, put down the sunflower seeds in his hand, took a napkin to wipe his hands, and stood up. Sure enough, he saw Yifeng and Han Pingyun coming together. Yifeng quickly walked up, extended his hand, and laughed, "Ha ha. Good evening, Brother Bing. Hope I didn't keep you waiting." Yan Zubing shook hands with Yifeng and patted him on the shoulder, laughing, "Ha ha, not at all. Have a seat." "Brother Bing." Han Pingyun stepped forward and shook hands with Yan Zubing. "Pingyun, you're here, you need to drink a few more cups with me later. Last time you weren't fully recovered, so I didn't let you drink too much. You're fully recovered now, right?" Yan Zubing asked with concern. "All better now. Tonight, we won't leave until we're drunk," Han Pingyun grinned. "Ha ha, good." Yan Zubing laughed heartily. Yifeng squinted his eyes, observing Yan Zubing's actions, and started to guess Yan Zubing's intentions. After thinking and analyzing all the way here, Yifeng figured that Yan Zubing wouldn't just invite the two of them over for a drink without a reason. It seemed he needed to be prepared for any situation. The three of them took their seats, and Camel proactively offered cigarettes, handing one to Yifeng. "Ha ha, here, Mr. Yi. Have a prosperous smoke." "Thank you, Brother Camel. Prosperity it is." Yifeng politely accepted the cigarette with both hands and lit it. Yan Zubing suddenly focused on Yifeng and asked with a smile, "Shafan, I heard that your internet cafes are starting to install machines. Such fast progress, your business is going to flourish." "Wow, 3 super large internet cafes. No one in Guan City is as bold as you." Yifeng's expression showed a bit of surprise. He hadn't expected Yan Zubing to know so much about the progress of the internet cafes, likely due to the substantial publicity for their opening. "Sigh, just trying to make a living. With such an investment, whether we can break even depends on how these 3 internet cafes operate," Yifeng said modestly. Yan Zubing lit a cigarette and assured, "You'll make money, definitely more than Daimyo Kai. His lousy internet cafes still make a lot, let alone yours. But be careful, when you make money, some people will get jealous." Yifeng exhaled a smoke ring and nodded. "Brother Bing is right, I'll be careful. I've already got someone watching Daimyo Kai." With that, Yifeng poured a full glass of beer for Yan Zubing and raised his glass. "Come, Brother Bing, I toast you. Thank you for your care." "Ha ha, no need for thanks, come on. Bottoms up." Yan Zubing clinked glasses. Next to Yifeng, Han Pingyun was about to join in, but Yifeng's other hand pressed on him, signaling him not to move. Toasting has its etiquette, where juniors toast seniors one-on-one, not multiple people to one. Only the senior has the right to toast multiple people. This is the rule at the drinking table. Han Pingyun, who didn't have many chances to be out with Yifeng, wasn't familiar with these rules. He paused, but then put down his glass. After Yan Zubing finished his drink and looked towards him, signaling that it was his turn, Han Pingyun stood up to refill Yan Zubing's glass, then raised his glass. "I also toast Brother Bing. Thank you for all your care." Yan Zubing smiled appreciatively, nodded, and said, "We're all family. Come, drink." With that, they clinked glasses, and Han Pingyun, following Yifeng's advice, kept his glass slightly lower than Yan Zubing's, and both finished their drinks in one go. Yan Zubing looked at Han Pingyun with interest. This kid didn't used to follow so many rules. He must have learned quickly from Yifeng. He then turned to Camel and gave him a look. Camel understood, stood up, and laughed, "Ha ha, since Mr. Yi is here today, let's have some fun. Manager Huang, bring those girls up and let's have some fun." The girl in the camel's mouth is naturally the hostess sitting at the table in the bar. There are hostesses in almost every scene in the disco bar, but the scenes are also divided into clean and foul. The so-called clean scene is just plain hostessing. The hostesses there only accompany guests properly. They don't engage in other businesses, and they cannot conduct any other business in the scene. Of course, if you can persuade the hostess to go out alone, that's your skill, and the bar management can't control much of that. In contrast to the clean scene, there is the foul scene, where hostesses, besides hosting, also engage in other activities, such as dancing or something more intimate, and also feeding alcohol directly into the guests' mouths, and many other similar activities that bring in additional fees if guests want to enjoy such services. When customers are having a good time, they can also take guests to private rooms or the hotel upstairs for rest. In terms of earning potential, the profits from 3 clean scenes can match 1 foul scene. However, high profits also come with corresponding risks. If you're not well connected behind the scenes, those foul scenes may be raided at any time. Yifeng, upon hearing that the camel wanted to order hostesses to sit at the table, remained unfazed but kept an eye on Yan Zubing's expression. Yan Zubing is a good husband at home, very loving towards his wife. Is it appropriate for him to order hostesses at this time? But Yan Zubing showed no opposition, instead suddenly taking out his phone to check, furrowing his brows, and getting up, saying, Shafeng, Ping An, I have something to attend to. You guys enjoy yourselves first, I'll handle it. Camel, come with me, the camel grinned and said, Sure thing, Brother Bing. After the two left, only Brother Bing was left with a group of henchmen. At this moment, Manager Huang led a group of alluring dressed young ladies over, with a charming and elegant woman leading the way. She was a graceful and plump young woman, with a figure like a ripe peach that oozes juice at a pinch. Qian Shenkin walked gracefully in front of Yifeng, smiling flirtatiously, saying, You must be General Yi, right? Camel just told me and instructed me to take good care of you. I must not neglect you. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lian Zhao. Others call me Sister Zhao. You can call me whatever you like. After Lian Zhao introduced herself, she sat next to Yifeng, staring at him intently, smiling. General Yi is indeed young and handsome. Look at the ladies present, who can catch your eye. This meant that Yifeng should choose a hostess first. This made the more than 10 henchmen nearby envious, each one scrutinizing the beauties up and down, discussing excitedly that they knew Yifeng's relationship with Brother Bing was not ordinary. No one dared to choose first, it had to be Yifeng's choice. The remaining hostesses would then be picked by them. Yifeng smiled and said, Okay, let me take a good look first. Han Ping'an was surprised by this and wondered how Yifeng could pick a hostess. Wasn't he afraid his wife would tear him apart? Yifeng, should we just forget about it? Han Ping'an wanted to remind Yifeng to reject all the hostesses at the tables. He only had Yan Lu in mind, and had no interest in these hostesses. Yifeng stood up, gave him a meaningful look, and said, No need, we have to order, it's Camel's goodwill. Han Ping'an was even more surprised, not grasping Yifeng's meaning. Meanwhile, in the corridor on the 2nd floor not far away, Yan Zubing and the camel were standing in the shadows, watching carefully. They had earpieces that allowed them to hear all conversations inside the booth. Brother Bing, it seems like General Yi is going to order hostesses. Heh. Heroes indeed struggle against the charms of beauties, the camel strangely chuckled. Yan Zubing squinted, watching Yifeng's every move, calmly saying, He won't order. The camel was surprised, not understanding why Yan Zubing was so certain. Brother Bing, what about Han Ping'an? What if Han Ping'an orders and plays? In fact, this test was still about Han Ping'an. Not only how he would deal with the troublesome Mama Sang, but also how he would handle the situation, wrap it up, and not get involved with the hostesses. How well he handles a whole process would all be seen by Yan Zubing. Yan Zubing coldly said, Then he will never appear in front of Zilu again. In the face of fine minds and beautiful women, if a man can't have a little restraint, why should he pursue Yan Lu? Inside the booth, Yifeng looked over the group of beautiful women, pointed at one slightly prettier, and said, It's you. The chosen hostess was overjoyed and was about to come over and hold Yifeng's arm, but he dodged. Wait. Common saying goes, good fortune is shared. Everyone here is Brother Bing's brother, and that means my brothers too. This hostess, she goes to this brother. Yifeng pointed to one of the henchmen, just a random choice. The whole room erupted in astonishment. Lian Zhao and the selected hostess both showed surprise. Oh, General Yi, me? The selected henchman was ecstatic, feeling greatly honored. Thank you, General Yi. Thank you, General Yi, he repeatedly thanked. Yifeng, in a friendly manner, said, Hey, don't mention it, we are all brothers, she's yours. The selected hostess's face immediately fell upon hearing this. thinking she was going to cozy up to a big spender and earn some extra money tonight, but unexpectedly, she was assigned to someone else. However, customers are like gods, and she couldn't voice any objections. She just pursed her lips, put on a forced smile, and went over to accompany the chosen henchman. The chosen henchman hugged the hostess and showed a broad smile. Other henchmen were envious and clamored excitedly. After picking one, Yifeng turned to Han Ping'an and beckoned him over. Ping'an, come and pick one too. Han Ping'an had observed Yifeng's actions and sensed his intention. He rose and, imitating Yifeng, assigned a hostess to each henchman, delighting everyone. Only Liang Zhao found the situation somewhat tricky. With only one hostess left, and that being the least desirable, how could these two young men find her appealing? Would this violate Camel's instructions? She hurriedly stood up and said, all right, General Yi. If Brother Han isn't interested in the other sisters, I'll accompany you guys. Yifeng waved his hand and said, sure, but Sister Zhao, could you bring us some bottles of red wine first? Spirits, although beer is drinkable, I prefer red wine. While the superficial meaning of this statement was that they were missing red wine on the table, the actual implication was that these women, well okay, were not to his taste. Liang Zhao, being experienced in the scene, naturally caught the underlying meaning behind his words and showed surprise. Had this young man such high standards? Or was he just trying to make things difficult for her? Nonetheless, she took it at face value and replied, of course, I'll go get some red wine for you right away. Please, have a seat. Liang Zhao hurried off. Yifeng and Han Ping'an sat back down, and Yifeng pulled out a cigarette, offering one to Han Ping'an. By then, Han Ping'an had started feeling things were a bit off and asked in a low voice, Brother Feng, why do I feel like something strange tonight? Click, Yifeng lit his cigarette, then whisper, because someone is watching us. Surprised, Han Ping'an asked, who? Yifeng blew a smoke ring and shook his head, saying, what do you think? Han Ping'an was momentarily taken aback but soon understood Yifeng's meaning. All of this might have been a trap set by Yin Zubing. Thinking of this, a cold expression appeared on Han Ping'an's face. He smoked and fell silent. Yifeng comfortingly patted his shoulder, saying, there's no use being angry. He's Yin Zubing. This might be his way of testing you. It's about not trusting me. Han Ping'an bluntly pointed out the key point. Yifeng flicked the cigarette ash and said seriously, who is so easy to trust? I'm not speaking for Bingjie. It would be the same with anyone, especially since you're pursuing his sister. Han Ping'an furrowed his brow in distress. It's getting complicated. However, I won't give up, Yifeng admired. Looking at him, good, determination. Tonight, you will have a lesson in society. Do you know why I let others choose the girls first? Han Ping'an replied softly, of course, because I couldn't choose for myself. Yifeng shook his head and raised two fingers. You're only half right in your answer. Another reason is that these people are Bingjie's men. Even if you don't choose, if you don't speak up and let others choose, those younger brothers would only be left watching, which is unfair. Han Ping'an frowned. It's that troublesome. What if I directly refuse all of them? Yifeng chuckled. That would be lacking in social skills, offending Lao Luozhe. Han Ping'an suddenly looked enlightened, realizing there were so many hidden layers in this situation. Funzi, thanks to you, if it were me, I would have straightforwardly refused without hesitation. I didn't realize there were all these intricacies involved. Yifeng leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs, and said slowly, so, this is a lesson in society, where things are not that simple. If you're not careful, your weaknesses will be exposed. Why does society emphasize the importance of being amiable and smooth in relationships? Because by doing so, one is not necessarily right all the time but rarely wrong. Han Ping'an carefully contemplated Yifeng's words, especially the last sentence that implied not always being right, but striving not to be wrong. Yes, Funzi, I understand, Han Ping'an smiled. ... At this moment, in the shadow on the second floor, Yin Zubing saw the two talking. But their voices were too low and were drowned out by other no's, so he couldn't hear clearly. Bing-G, what do you think? Luo turned his head in puzzlement and asked. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zubing smiled wistfully. This little fox Yifeng, With his actions, our test might be rendered useless. However, from the side, it can be seen that Han Ping'an, following a good big brother, and this boy is quite enlightened. I thought he would reject everything recklessly, but with Yifeng's guidance, he also shows some insight. However, it's not over yet. Luo, go call Han Ping'an over to see me. Just him alone. Luo nodded. All right. As the two were talking, Liang Zhao returned to the table with 2 bottles of red wine and sat directly beside Han Ping'an, who stood up immediately, gesturing for her to sit elsewhere. This scene made Yan Zubing couldn't help but chuckle. This boy is quite straightforward. Inside the booth downstairs, Han Ping'an was drinking alone when a young brother walked over and whispered a few words in his ear. Han Ping'an was surprised. Ding Jie is looking for me now. Yes, Mr. Han, the young brother replied. Han Ping'an stood up promptly and said to Yifeng, Funzi, Bing Jie is calling me. I'll go upstairs for a moment. All right, go ahead. Yifeng smiled. He wasn't worried about anything happening to Han Ping'an. Yan Zubing should have seen what he wanted. Han Ping'an left with the young brother to go upstairs. In a private room on the 2nd floor, Han Ping'an saw Yan Zubing and Luo. Only the two were present in the room. Ping'an is here. Take a seat, Yan Zubing greeted warmly. Han Ping'an nodded and sat across from him. What's the matter, Bing Jie? Yan Zubing lit a cigarette but didn't offer one to Han Ping'an. Well, after this period, I've been thinking, and I feel you and Zilu aren't very compatible. That out of respect for my relationship with your big brother Yifeng, I haven't explicitly stated it. I called you here today to chat privately. I hope you give up pursuing Zilu. Yan Zubing turned to Luo from his bag behind. Luo took out a thick stack of cash and placed it in front of Han Ping'an. Han Ping'an frowned and asked coldly, What are you implying, Bing Jie? Yan Zubing smiled warmly. This is 50,000 yuan. Consider it as a compensation. I hope starting tomorrow, you don't show up in front of Zilu. You are Yifeng's brother. We are on the same side, and I don't want things to turn ugly. Han Ping'an's face grew even colder. Bing Jie, what if I don't take the money? Yan Zubing's previously warm smile turned dark and ominous. Then you're no longer one of us. The threat in his words was apparent. However, Han Ping'an remained unfazed, standing up and meeting Yan Zubing's icy gaze, even adding a slight smile. Ding Jie, you are Zilu's brother, and I respect and hold you in high regard, but I won't accept your words, nor your money. I can't stop you from doing anything, but in the same way, you can't stop me from doing what I think is right. Money, life, at the moment, they are not important to me. I will do what I believe needs to be done. His eyes were filled with fearlessness and determination. When a person fears nothing, even death, that's when they are truly fearless. Yan Zubing's tone turned solemn. Are you this stubborn? Aren't you adaptable like your big brother Yifeng? There are countless good girls in the world. Han Ping'an stayed calm. I am Han Ping'an. I am myself. I believe that even Funzi would have something he would persist with his life for. Everyone should have it. The private room fell into a deathly silence for a moment, as if the air had frozen. After a while, Yan Zubing broke the silence, saying, Today's youth, they truly do not know their place. With that, he took out a cigarette from the pack and offered one to Han Ping'an. Have one, young man. Han Ping'an was puzzled by Yan Zubing's sudden change in attitude, but accepted the cigarette. Thank you, Bing Jie. Stunned a sudden accident, the man in a leather jacket suddenly drew his knife and attacked. This all happened in an instant. Han Ping'an hadn't reacted yet, but a knife was already coming down from above. Dang! The first to react was Yan Zubing. He looked up and kicked the man in the leather jacket flying out. Back off, Yan Zubing calmly said, but his face turned dark. There was no need to say that this was definitely enemies seeking revenge. When you're in this world, you must be prepared for such situations. Yan Zubing had been through many battles over the years, and when the man in the leather jacket reached for the knife, he was already extremely vigilant and had thought about how to respond in an instant. Be careful, Brother Bing, Han Ping'an behind Yan Zubing growled softly. Theft. He turned around and saw that a few strong men with knives had suddenly emerged from a compartment behind him. And one of them had already swung his knife, trying to ambush Yan Zubing but was blocked by Han Ping'an. However, the knife still landed solidly on Han Ping'an's arm, causing a gush of blood that instantly stained half of his clothes red. Han Ping'an gritted his teeth and kicked the men trying to ambush him down. Ping'an, Yan Zubing, seeing this, became furious. His face turned cold as ice, and he stepped on the man's head. Crack, the man twisted his neck and fainted. Before he could get up again, others had already come to attack. Yan Zubing's eyes widened like copper bells, or raging fire burning in them. He arched his back, avoiding getting cut, and wielded his knife fiercely with his right hand. Theft, the sounds of continuous slashing echoed as within 3 breaths, Yan Zubing had taken down the 5 attackers who had ambushed him from behind. When he turned around, he saw that Lao Luo, who had been trying to fend off the more than 20 people attacking them head-on, was already covered in blood, with countless wounds on his body. But even in that state, Lao Luo stood firm, continuously wielding his blade to fend off the attackers. "Brother Bing, leave now," Lao Luo shouted without looking back. Han Ping'an pulled out a chair from the compartment and swung it at the attackers, relieving some pressure on Lao Luo. But how could Yan Zubing escape alone? Without saying a word, he raised his knife and went on the offensive. The place was filled with the sounds of blades clashing and slashing. Chaos ensued. The sounds of the fight on the 2nd floor startled the other patrons in the bar, causing them to scream and flee in all directions, turning the entire bar into a mess. The younger brothers downstairs were initially unaware of what was happening, only standing stupefied. Only Yifeng heard the commotion coming from the 2nd floor, and he immediately realized that something had gone wrong upstairs. However, even before he could lead the younger brothers upstairs to help, a group of over 10 people burst into the bar, each brandishing a weapon, looking fierce and menacing. Upon entering the bar, they first took down the younger brothers and innocent bartender who were keeping watch. "Damn it, brothers, let's kill Yan Zubing," the leader, a young man with purple hair, shouted with raised knife, and the group behind him echoed his sentiment, looking crazed and directing their gaze towards Yifeng's direction. Damn, Yifeng's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected to run into Yan Zubing's enemies. This was extremely unlucky. Earlier, when Yifeng found out about Yan Zubing's enemies, he had thought that if Yan Zubing got too close, it would be dangerous, but he hadn't expected the danger to come so fast and fierce. But this was not the time for complaints. He had to save Brother Bing first. As long as Yan Zubing was unharmed, the situation could be stabilized. If Yan Zubing fell, their morale would be shattered, and the enemies would have the upper hand. They wanted to capture the thief by capturing the king first, so he had to save Brother Bing first. "To the 2nd floor. Follow me to the 2nd floor to rescue Brother Bing." At the critical moment, Yifeng shouted at the group of younger brothers, awakening them. Yifeng rushed towards the stairs to the 2nd floor, followed closely by the other younger brothers. They didn't have any weapons, so they could only grab bottles and charge towards the 2nd floor following Yifeng. A few others blocked the stairs with chairs to stop the purple-haired youth and his group chasing after them. The entire bar was filled with screams, the sounds of fighting, shattering glass, and overturned tables and chairs. The hostesses and customers had scattered and fled from the bar, leaving the 1st floor almost empty. By this time, Yifeng had reached the 2nd floor, carrying a bottle of vodka. Seeing the group of people in the corridor, he charged forward and ambushed a man from behind. Smack! Yifeng smashed the bottle down on the man's head, causing it to burst and knock the man out on the spot. This move surprised the group, and they turned back towards Yifeng. Damn! Yifeng threw the broken bottle at another person's face, cutting it open. Taking advantage of the confusion, Yifeng stooped to pick up a knife from the ground. Simultaneously, 11 or 12 of his younger brothers followed and charged forward with balls in hand, sacrificing themselves to defend their group. The two groups clashed and the men brought by the man in the leather jacket found themselves trapped between Yan Zubing and Yifeng, attacked from both sides. As Yan Zubing saw the chaos behind the enemy lines and the panic among the men, he swung his knife even more aggressively, bringing it down on one man after another until the knife blade was damaged. Yan Zubing then picked up another knife and continued his assault, unstoppable, like a god of war. Turning to see Lao Luo covered in blood, Yan Zubing grabbed his collar and pulled him back from the enemy lines. Lao Luo, take a break, Yan Zubing said, in a low voice, stepping in front of Lao Luo. staring fiercely at the man in the leather jacket with a powerful and terrifying aura, looking more like a ferocious beast than a man. As Lao Luo let go of the fight, he slumped against the wall, exhausted. His body and face were covered in cuts, his flesh torn open, making him look like a blooded mess. Brother Lao Luo, seeing the change in the situation, finally breathed a sigh of relief. His face covered in blood, he smiled with a touch of relief before collapsing to the ground. Yan Zubing, tall and imposing, stood in front of the group of men in leather jackets, towering like a steel tower, exuding a terrifying aura. Surprisingly, the men in leather jackets were intimidated by Yan Zubing's presence and none dared to step forward. Seeing Yan Zubing, fear and terror crept into their eyes. Yan Zubing raised his knife, pointing it at the man in the leather jacket, and said coldly, "Your life, I'll take it." His words were like a death warrant issued by the King of Hell, shaking the entire room. The next moment, the blade flashed, striking heavily on the man in the leather jacket's chest, blood splattering. The man in the leather jacket wailed in agony and started to retreat, in fear. But Yan Zubing didn't give him a chance to escape. He swung for a second time, faft. This strike came down from above with great force, relentless. The blade tore through the man's shoulder blade down to his abdomen. Another cry of pain, and the man in the leather jacket collapsed to the ground, unconscious. With the man in the leather jacket down, the remaining men lost their morale, no longer interested in fighting but desperate to flee in Yifeng's direction. Yifeng glanced up and saw that Yan Zubing was unharmed and sighed in relief. He didn't want to fight to keep those men. As long as Yan Zubing was safe, it was considered a success. Out of the initial group of over 20 people, only 5 managed to escape, leaving the rest lying on the ground, the entire second-floor corridor stained with blood. Is Brother Bing okay? Yifeng wiped the blood off his face and approached Yan Zubing. I'm fine, but Ping En and Lao Luo are injured. You should take them to the hospital first. For now, let me finish this, Yan Zubing said calmly, his face expressionless, hiding his anger or any other emotions, but Yifeng saw the intense killing intent in his eyes. Unyielding killing intent, Yifeng had a premonition that this matter was unlikely to end easily. And he was already deeply involved, afraid it would be hard to escape, but there was no choice now. If Yan Zubing was dealt with, everyone around him would be implicated. Lend a hand. Send the person out, Yifeng said to the younger brother behind him with a serious expression. He turned to look at Han Ping'an, asking with concern, "How are you doing? Ping'an, can you walk?" Han Ping'an's clothes were stained with blood, looking quite seriously injured. I'm fine. Let's get Camel Brother to the hospital first. Han Ping'an gritted his teeth, then together with others, they picked up the unconscious camel. Downstairs, in the lobby, the other party's people were there, with Yan Zubing leading the way with a machete in hand. They went straight to the first floor. The younger brother who was blocking the staircase had already been knocked down, groaning in pain on the ground. The purple-haired young man sat at a table wiping a blade, evidently waiting for Yan Zubing. When the purple-haired young man saw Yan Zubing and Yifeng coming down, he smirked and said, "Oh, Sean, you're still alive." Then he turned to Yifeng, staring at him with a fierce and malicious look in his eyes. This made Yifeng feel like he was being eyed by a venomous snake. "Heh, I remember you. Last time Daimyo Kai's people fell into your hands, what was your name again?" "Oh right, Feng, right?" The purple-haired young man chuckled, his smile filled with playfulness. Yifeng's heart skipped a beat. He clearly didn't know him, yet the other person knew his name. And he even knew about the enmity between him and Daimyo Kai. A sense of uneasy merged from Yifeng's heart. "Who are you?" Yifeng asked in a calm tone, staring back at the purple-haired young man. "Heh, remember it, the name's Ba Mingji. From now on, the territory of Tian belongs to us." Ba Mingji waved his knife, standing up proudly. Yan Zubing furrowed his brow. "You guys are from the Lizhou gang." Ba Mingji sneered, F***K, you've got some eyes, Yan Zubing, it's been over a year. Our boss said he's been thinking about you, haha. Yifeng turned his head and asked quietly, "Sean, which row is the Lizhou gang on?" "Just a bunch of hicks, I had some trouble with them before," Yan Zubing said calmly, with a hint of disdain in his tone, not paying any attention to this group of people at all. Yifeng thought carefully, and suddenly his heart skipped a beat. Lizhou. Darn, how did I get entangled with these people? That place produces tough guys. It's not a place for ordinary people to come out of. Because the people there are fierce, fights and even gunfights are rumored to happen sometimes. Yifeng felt the toothache, never thought he would get involved and the opponents would be so difficult to deal with. Yan Zubing took 2 steps forward, staring at Ba Mingji and said, "If you want me to retire, you don't have that ability yet. Come on, you guys, about a dozen of you, come on." Yan Zubing beckoned with his finger, indicating they should come up together. F***K, what the hell are you pretending at? Ba Mingji was about to move forward with his knife, but suddenly a junior brother ran over to whisper in his ear. Huh? What did the boss say? Ba Mingji asked with a dark expression. The junior brother nodded. F***K, I got it. Ba Mingji cursed, obviously somewhat reluctant. Then he looked at Yan Zubing, shrugged, and put on a more amiable face. Looks like there's no play tonight, Yan Zubing. You can keep your life for now. We'll meet again sooner or later. Oh, and you. Surname G. Hey, be careful when you go out at night. Brothers, let's go. Ba Mingji waved his hand, leading a group of people to swagger off. Yan Zubing's face showed anger, wanting to rush over but was held back by Yifeng. Sean, let's take the brothers to the hospital first. This place will attract attention soon, Yifeng advised. Yan Zubing saw the camel was still unconscious, knowing it was not the time to linger. Yeah. Let's go. Yan Zubing replied in a deep voice, ... Yifeng and Yan Zubing took the injured brothers to a private hospital that Yan Zubing had invested in, relatively safe. After settling in all the wounded, it was already late at night. Although Han Ping'an had been stabbed, the wound wasn't deep, requiring over 20 stitches and bandaging. He wouldn't be able to use his left hand for some time. Camel, on the other hand, had multiple knife wounds all over his body and was still in the ICU, unconscious. Once the duties were done, the rest was left to the medical staff. Yifeng and Yan Zubing found themselves in the courtyard on the ground floor of the hospital. Yan Zubing handed a cigarette to Yifeng, saying, "Xiaofeng, I owe you one for tonight, otherwise, my fate would be similar to Camel's." Receiving the cigarette, Yifeng shook his head. "Sean, you're being too polite, it's what I should do." "Sean, what's the grudge between you and that group of people?" Yan Zubing sat on a bench in the pavilion, lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and calmly said, "In this world, everything boils down to one word. Profit. Do you know how many establishments I have in Guangxi?" Yifeng shook his head, indicating he didn't know. KTVs, pool rooms, game rooms, bars, discotheques, 52 in total. Yan Zubing held out his palm. Hearing this, Yifeng was surprised by the scale of Yan Zubing's operations. There must be a fortune made from these establishments every day. It's no wonder Yan Zubing became a big shot in Guangxi. With so many establishments, he must have no shortage of manpower. His power must be substantial. Seeing Yifeng's astonishment, Yan Zubing took a drag from his cigarette and continued, "These establishments are mainly concentrated in Tianhan Liwan. Hehe, these districts are like fat meat, attracting a lot of eyes. I'm there. Those people might still have some hesitation, but except for the Lizhou gang." Yan Zubing smoked, speaking to Yifeng in a calm tone about the past grievances in the rivers and lakes. 2 years ago, Yan Zubing and the people from the Lizhou gang had clashed due to territorial disputes, fighting fiercely for half a year, with wins and losses on both sides. Eventually, the leader of the Thunder Gang, Sun Yanghua, proposed peace talks, and both sides agreed to meet at a restaurant. At that time, the place was still under Yan Zubing's territory, so he didn't bring too many people, just a dozen trusted brothers to the meeting. Little did they know that Sun Yanghua had set up an ambush in the restaurant, trying to take advantage of the opportunity to get rid of him. In the end, one of Yan Zubing's brothers sacrificed himself to protect him, allowing Yan Zubing and the others to escape, but that brother also left his life there. With a loss of life, Sun Yanghua was spotted and became a suspect on the run from the authorities. Before Yan Zubing could personally seek revenge, Sun Yanghua had disappeared without a trace. More than a year had passed, and Yan Zubing thought the matter had passed, but he never expected that the people from the Thunder Gang would come back for revenge. Without guessing, he knew that Sun Yanghua was back. This time, he was coming straight for his life. After listening, Yifeng fell silent. He was not only caught up in this feud, but also learned from Yan Zubing's words that this opponent was very formidable. It's a mess. Suddenly, an urgent phone call interrupted the silence between the two. It was Yan Zubing's phone. Taking out his phone, Yan Zubing looked at it, and with a wry smile, he said, "Damn, Shalu is probably coming over." Half an hour later, in Han Ping'an's ward, Yifeng and Yan Zubing were having a late-night snack when the door of the ward suddenly opened, and Yan Lu came in. Yan Zubing felt warm inside, not expecting his little sister to come and care for him so quickly. She was really considerate. "Zilu is here. I kept saying I'm fine. You didn't have to rush over here in the middle of the night to see me, but I'm really happy that you came." Yan Zubing was moved, stood up with open arms, waiting for Yan Lu to rush over. But the next moment, Yan Lu exclaimed, bypassed him, and went straight to the hospital bed where Han Ping'an was lying. Yan Zubing, he turned around in disbelief and saw Yan Lu sitting by Han Ping'an's bed, showing concern about his injuries. Snap, he suddenly felt his heart breaking. Damn, he had never seen his sister care so much about another man. Could it be that she was interested in Ping'an? Yan Zubing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Beside the hospital bed, Yan Lu was examining the wounds on Han Ping'an's left arm. "Your old wounds have just healed, and now you have new ones. Do you think you don't have enough scars on your body? Do you want to turn your scars into tattoos?" Yan Lu glanced at him, complaining with a hint of tenderness in her words. Facing the concern of her secret crush, Han Ping'an clumsily scratched his head. Even though his arm hurt, his mouth almost reached his ears with a grin. "It's nothing, just a minor injury. Are you worried about me?" Han Ping'an, who rarely had a thick skin, asked unexpectedly. Yan Lu blushed, scolded him. Who is worried about you? Ha ha, if you keep going on like this, you won't know when you'll be killed. Do you really think you are indestructible, invincible?" Han Ping'an was scolded to the point of not daring to argue back. He just laughed foolishly, thinking that being slashed once might be worth it. Yan Zubing cleared his throat to interrupt their conversation. "Zilu, don't you care about your brother at all?" Yan Lu got up, walked over, gave Yan Zubing a once-over, and said, "Brother, aren't you doing fine? HMPH, if it weren't for you, Lao Han and so many of our brothers wouldn't have gotten injured. Brother, when will you stop? When will you be willing to turn over a new leaf?" she asked with some agitation towards the end. The ward fell into a dead silence. After a while, Yan Zubing replied lightly, "Zilu, I have my own plans." "Plans? What plans? Are you going to wait until your brothers, family, and friends all get into trouble before you stop?" Tears welled up in Yan Lu's eyes, showing anger and plea in her gaze. In the next moment, tears finally fell from her eyes. Yan Zubing wanted to reach out and wipe them away, but hesitated and ended up not moving his hand. He tried to explain something with his lips, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. "Brother, I'm afraid. I'm afraid that one day I'll see you lying in a hospital bed, lying in the intensive care unit." "Do you know?" Yan Lu cried out, but seeing that Yan Zubing was unmoved, her heart turned cold. "I see you still don't have that determination." Yan Lu wiped a tear away, turned away without looking back, and quickly left the ward. The room fell into silence once again, with a seriousness on everyone's faces. After a while, Yan Zubing smiled bitterly and said with a hint of helplessness in his eyes, stopping, "It's easier said than done. There are some things, once done, can never be undone." He turned to Yifeng and mockingly said, "Zifeng, do you also think I'm foolish?" Yifeng shook his head, replied seriously, "Brother Bing, I understand you. As the saying goes, in the world of martial arts, one's body is not their own. Once entangled in grudges, trying to withdraw completely is an extremely difficult task." Yifeng could understand Yan Zubing's dilemma. If he retreats, what about his business? How would the thousands of families below him survive? Among the many brothers by his side, how many could escape the sharp edge of the sword? Yifeng didn't want to get too deeply involved, which was why being dragged into this situation was something he had anticipated. Yan Zubing looked a bit helpless. "It's good to have someone who understands me, but I'm afraid only you can understand me." Han Ping'an suddenly asked in a serious tone, "Brother Bing, those people are so audacious in their actions. What are your plans? If it's not resolved, there might be a next time. Yan Zubing chuckled. Dan turned to Yifeng, asking, Zifeng, what would you do if you were in my shoes? Without hesitation, Yifeng replied, they made a move on the first day, so we will strike on the 15th, and we must take them out in one go. It has to be a fatal blow. Yan Zubing looked at him appreciatively, chuckling, great minds think alike. An hour later, Yifeng and Yan Zubing came out of the ward together. In the past hour, the two of them had discussed a lot, focusing on how to strike back and devising plans. After finalizing the plan, Yifeng saw that it was already past 1 in the early morning, so he bid farewell and left. To be cautious, Yan Zubing found 6 subordinates and drove to cars to escort him back. He left the hospital in the car, prepared to return to school. As the convoy passed through the main road of Tian City, he suddenly saw a woman stumbling drunkenly on the road, being blocked by 3 rude-looking young men, appearing to be hassling her. In the dim light, he recognized the figure. Dato, pull over to the side. He instructed one of his subordinates driving the car. Dato was one of Yan Zubing's trusted men, nicknamed for his big head that he was even fiercer with his hands than a camel. What's wrong, bossy? Dato parked the car by the roadside, turning around with a puzzled expression. He looked out the window and signaled, I see a friend, she seems to be in trouble. Dato followed his gaze to the situation on the pedestrian row and instantly understood, flashing a wicked smile. Got it. Hey, gorgeous, looks like you're drunk. Let me take you to rest. A young man with a chunky necklace grabbed the woman's hand, giving her a lecherous look. Let go of me. I'm not drunk, I want to keep drinking. The woman in blue silk looked hazy, her cheeks flushed, clearly showing signs of being mostly intoxicated. Hey, you can't even walk properly. It's dangerous to be on the main road. Let me take you to the hotel to rest for a bit. Come on. The necklace-wearing young man forcefully pulled her into his arms, his other hand beginning to roam on her body. The other 2 young men next to them saw the commotion and wanted to get in on the action. Let go of me. The blue-clad woman struggled desperately, but she couldn't break free. Suddenly, she stopped struggling, looked up at the necklace-wearing young man, her eyes regaining clarity fractionally, and in a calm tone said, Let me go. Come on. Let me support you. The necklace-wearing young man thought she had given up resistance and took further liberties, putting his hand on her buttocks. Dang. Suddenly, the woman in blue silk lifted her knee and delivered a heavy blow to his groin. Damn it. Muffer ****. The necklace-wearing young man groaned in pain. Clutching his sensitive vario, angrily slapping her across the face, that slap sent her tumbling to the ground. However, the woman in blue silk glared fiercely at him, gritting her teeth. You be ****, how dare you kick me? Muffer ****. I'll kill you. The necklace-wearing young man was furious and about to continue his attack. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder, and a cold voice came from behind. Do you dare to try that again? The young man with a necklace heard a voice behind him, fueling his anger even more. Damn, who the hell dares to meddle in my business? He abruptly turned around, ready to see who was the busybody. But in that split second when he turned around, he was dumbfounded. Standing behind him was a handsome young man, but behind this young man stood a group of fierce-looking individuals. Especially prominent was a strong man with a large head, his eyes gleaming with a ferocious glint like a vicious wolf, sending shivers down anyone's spine. He looked at the group with terror in his eyes, his heart racing, legs trembling. DB Big B brother, W what D do why you want? His words came out trembling and stuttering, purely out of fear. What do you think you're doing? The big head raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, smack. The slap echoed loudly, making him dizzy and causing him to fall to the ground, 2 of his teeth flying out. The other 2 young men watching the scene were immediately silenced, not daring to move. Because they could tell that this group of people were true thugs, not some petty criminals from the market. Their fierce and ruthless gaze were on a different level. Who exactly was this young man in front of them? The young man in the blue attire sitting on the ground looked bewildered and mumbled, Yizong. Yifeng walked over to help her up, seeing the red and swollen cheek with a handprint on it, and asked softly, Are you okay? Blue attire felt a bit more awake from the slap and embarrassedly covered her cheek with her hand, gratefully saying, Nothing. Thank you, Yizong. Yifeng smiled faintly and said, "We're old friends after all. How could I stand by and watch?" After that, Yifeng turned to the big head and said, "My friend just got slapped. Big head, give him 10 times that back." The big head chuckled and said, "All right, Yizong." He then grabbed the young man with the necklace by the collar and started slapping him fiercely with his right hand. His strikes were incredibly forceful, each slap ringing loud and clear, causing the young man's face to swell like a pig's head, blood dripping, and teeth knocked out. The sight horrified the other 2 young men, who immediately knelt down and started begging for mercy. The big head ignored them and focused on delivering all 10 slaps, leaving the young man with the necklace unconscious on the ground, his face swollen, bleeding, and several teeth missing. Blue Attire, watching the brutal assault, couldn't help but shudder and look at Yifeng with eyes filled with a mix of fear and awe. After admonishing the young man, the big head turned to Yifeng and asked, "Yizong, what should we do with the other 2 people?" Yifeng waved his hand, indicating for him to handle it himself. "Leave a few people to deal with them. You should take me to a nearby pharmacy first," Yifeng said, nodding. He left 3 people to educate them while the rest returned to their car. Yifeng took Blue Attire to a nearby pharmacy and bought her a bottle of medicated oil. They sat at a wonton stall by the roadside, and Yifeng offered her some dumplings. "Do you need any help?" Yifeng asked out of kindness as she saw her tend to her wounds by herself. "No, I don't want to dirty your hands," Blue Attire quickly declined, her tone now filled with more respect and reverence, a stark difference from their previous interactions. Yifeng smiled and said, "Secretary Lan, you don't need to be so formal with me, right?" Blue Attire awkwardly smiled and nodded, saying, "Thank you so much earlier, Yizong. It was just a small effort. By the way, Secretary Lan, is everything okay with Mr. Feng?" Yifeng took a cigarette from his pocket and offered her one. At the mention of Mr. Feng, her expression changed, showing some anger and sorrow. She didn't answer, but accepted the cigarette. Yifeng shrugged and said, "I'm sorry." She lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, and with a self-deprecating smile, she said, "Yizong, there's really nothing to be sorry about. It's just my own foolishness. He probably never had any intention of being with me. He might not have liked me at all from the start, or even a little." The smoke clouded her bitterness and anger, leaving only pain. Yifeng finished a cigarette and said calmly, "Things are unpredictable, but the only constant is that people's hearts change." Blue Attire, her hands shaking slightly, took a drag from her cigarette, tears rolling down her cheeks. "I hate him. I hate him. I hate him." Blue Attire covered her face with her hands, sobbing in agony. Yifeng sighed softly, realizing that nothing caused more pain than betrayed feelings. Falling for someone was already difficult, but to love so deeply, and be willing to give everything, only to receive indifference and disgust in return, any woman would feel such agony. He could only say that Blue Attire had loved the wrong person, loved someone she shouldn't have, and held on to a love she shouldn't possess. She had met the wrong person during her prime, a heartbreaking realization. One could say Mr. Feng was too clever, or maybe she was too naive. Falling for someone always made people naive, didn't it? Yifeng didn't sympathize with her. Instead, he thought she was paying the right price for her mistake, feeling nothing but a hint of regret. Some pain could have been avoided, yet she chose to face it head-on without hesitation. Yifeng handed her a tissue and said, "Secretary Lan, why shed tears for a man who's not worth it?" "He's not worth it." Blue Attire raised her head, her eyes swollen and streaked with tears, her makeup smudged. "Thank you." She took the tissue and wiped her tears. After a while, she put the tissue down, silently smoked her cigarette, looking forlorn and lost. At that moment, the middle-aged boss brought 2 bowls of wontons. "Hey handsome miss, your wontons are ready." The steaming bowls were set in front of them. Yifeng pushed one bowl towards her and said calmly, "Secretary Lan, from today onwards, you have a chance to choose your own path." Blue Attire was stunned, her gaze fixed on Yifeng. Yifeng smiled faintly and said, "Everyone should face the consequences of their actions, right? No one is exempt, not you, me, or anyone in this world, including Mr. Feng." Blue silk dress stared at Yifeng blankly, lost and confused, gradually regaining clarity in her eyes. After a long silence, she slowly said, "Yizong, you are right. Everyone needs to pay the price for their actions. As she finished speaking, she took the wonton Yifeng handed to her, wiped away her tears, and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Yizong." Seeing this, Yifeng felt relieved and said, "No need to be polite. This is our first true cooperation, isn't it?" A hint of a smile appeared on the corner of blue silk dress's mouth, showcasing her charm, nodding and saying, "Yes." She knew Yifeng's intention. There was an irreconcilable conflict between Yifeng and Funzi. In the ruthless business competition, the winner takes all, and anything goes to defeat the opponent. Now, it could be said that the two of them had a common purpose, shared interests, and could cooperate and utilize each other. What she wanted was to make Funzi experience the pain of losing everything. Losing hope, how truly painful it was. 2 days later, in the evening, Yifeng was busy catching up on homework in the dorm. These days, he had been at home playing with Gumushi and fell behind on assignments. Fortunately, the teacher showed near double standards towards him and only required him to make up the work. This could be considered a hidden special treatment for the top student in the college entrance examination. Footsteps were heard outside the door, and after a while, Yang Jian and his two friends returned from dinner. "Funzi, dinner's ready. I've brought yours back." Hangzhou held a lunchbox and called out, specifically seeking recognition from Yifeng. "Thanks, fatty." Yifeng looked up and smiled. Hangzhou looked at him affectionately, like a caring father to his child, and said, "No need to thank me. I should worry about you guys normally. After all, I care about you a lot, don't I?" "Yifeng, do you believe I can squeeze the fat out of you?" Hangzhou immediately backed down, handing over the lunchbox and saying, "Oh, Funzi, that won't do. I still need this fat to survive the winter." Yifeng took the lunchbox and suddenly noticed Yang Jian looking melancholic. He had been feeling down for the past 2 days. "Yang Jian, what's been bothering you these past few days? Why does our little white dragon look so down?" Yifeng opened the lunchbox and asked casually. Yang Jian slumped on the bed, looking gloomy. "I had a fight with Lily and we're not talking. Cold War." Yifeng looked at him in surprise, saying, "Shouldn't it be fine? You're feeling down because of a fight with a girl. That's not like you." Yang Jian rolled his eyes, saying, "It's because I haven't won yet. Fighting before winning is quite frustrating, you know." For a moment, silence filled the dorm room. "Oh my god, are you upset over that?" Hangzhou was flabbergasted. Sun Tugging interjected out of the blue. "Clearly, we can't understand Brother Jian's way of thinking with common sense." Yifeng smiled and said, "Yang Jian, you need to change your mood. I'm going to the drama club later. Want to come along?" "Chi, the drama club is so boring, I'll pass." Yang Jian sneered. "Oh, I heard the beauty from the accounting department also joined the drama club," Yifeng said while eating. "Bro." Yang Jian stood up suddenly and ran to Yifeng, holding on to his thigh. Yifeng chuckled and teased, "Didn't you say the drama club is boring?" Yang Jian persisted, "I'm just a boring person. I like to participate in such activities." Hangzhou chimed in, "Brother Jian, your rich skin is almost catching up to Funzi's." "Yifeng, fatty, be a good boy. If you keep talking nonsense, say more." Hangzhou laughed awkwardly, closing his mouth immediately. Suddenly, Yifeng's computer made a notification sound. He opened the message, which was from Gumushi. "Little boss Gu, Stinky Feng. I got it. I got it, Yifeng, how? That's not right." "Little boss Gu, Pa, what were you thinking? I meant I got inspiration for my novel. I'll show you when it's written. Hehe." "Yifeng, type complete sentences, you scared me. When do I get to see it?" "Little boss Gu, proud face, wait for it. I'll make an outline first. Bye. See you at the drama club later. ... On the other hand, Gumushi was sitting in front of the computer, rapidly typing on the keyboard, with a proud smile on her face. "Hey, what mischief are you up to? Stealing Joe? Are you watching adult videos?" Chen Jiajia held a lunchbox and approached the computer to ask. Gumushi didn't look back, continued typing on the keyboard. "What are you talking about? Haven't you seen that I'm writing a novel?" "Writing a novel? What's there to be happy about writing a novel?" Chen Jiajia asked in confusion. Then she noticed the text on the screen and was taken aback. The Legend of the Female Knight. Gu the Female Knight's Chivalrous Life. Oh my goodness, you're writing a martial arts novel? Gu Mushi stopped and shot her a look. What's with that? Can't girls write martial arts novels? I love reading martial arts novels. The Grand Knight served the country and the people. Chivalry. Wandering with the sword. It's so elegant. Chen Jiajia couldn't help but smile. Well, that's you, indeed, she. But with this story setting, portraying Yifan as a follower of Yi Zifan, does your boyfriend know? Gu Mushi excitedly said, isn't it good? Yi Zifan follows Gu the Female Knight on adventures, helping the weak. He's not very strong in combat, and I can cover for him. It's a great setting. Chen Jiajia burst into laughter. How could you set a meeting place at the latrine? Ha ha ha. Seeing the outline, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Gu Mushi said seriously, the meeting place doesn't matter. In the story setting, Gu the Female Knight and Yi Zifan are childhood friends. It's an old saying. With friends from afar who visit, their minds must first face hardship. Their bodies labor, exhausted and empty, disorderly in their actions, whipped numerous times, then driven to the latrine. How else can we test his determination to travel the world? Chen Jiajia was puzzled. Is there such an old saying? Why don't I remember? It doesn't sound right, does it? She was starting to doubt her knowledge of ancient texts. Gu Mushi pulled her to sit at the nearby seat, making her listen seriously, continuing, hey, don't focus on these details. This is just the beginning of the story. Later on, not only will I teach him martial arts personally, but I'll also give him peerless martial arts to cultivate, making him even stronger. Chen Jiajia realized, that's right. To travel the world, you must be strong. What secret technique do you plan to give him? Gu Mushi pondered for a moment and said, I haven't decided yet. How about the sunflower manual? Chen Jiajia, she, aren't you afraid Yifan will come after you? Moreover, what about little boss Gu's future intimate life? Gu Mushi blushed, spat out, what's wrong with this? It's a novel. Besides, he doesn't necessarily have to self-castrate. What do you think of my martial arts novel? Can it be published in the future? Chen Jiajia said seriously, I don't know if it can be published, but I do know if Yifan sees it, you might just end up going back to labor. Gu Muxi widened her eyes, blushing with embarrassment as she said, what? Who's going to give birth? Not me. It's just a novel. Yishao won't mind at all. Chen Jiajia teased, hey, the way you write about him, he might write one about you, making you a CEO's personal maid. HMPH even if he writes, I won't care. Anyway, I've already decided on this novel. No one can persuade me otherwise. Gu Muxi raised her small head defiantly. Creating a martial arts novel had been her dream for many years. During high school, the heavy workload for the college entrance exam took precedence over everything. Now that she was in university and had more time, she couldn't waste it. Wasting time is wasting life. After much contemplation, she finally came up with an idea for a female swordsman story, with herself and Yifang as prototype characters, roaming the martial arts world. She was determined to write this story and share it anywhere, whether on Tianya or on the tomato novel platform that Yifan had mentioned. Shaking her head, she thought it was too early to consider publishing when she hadn't even completed the outline. She needed to take it one step at a time. All right, I won't chat with you anymore. I need to quickly work on the outline while I'm inspired, and later I have to go to the drama club. Gu Muxi turned around and continued typing on the keyboard rapidly. Go to the drama club? What's going on? Is your club organizing an event? Chen Jiajia asked as she scraped her rice. Yes, the drama club is planning to rehearse a few programs and perform at the auditorium after the New Year's party. We might have to decide on the programs tonight, Gu Muxi replied. Okay, I won't accompany you then. I have something else to do, Chen Jiajia said. Gu Muxi suddenly turned back, squinting at her. Something? What could you possibly have at this time? It's either reading books or watching dramas. Come on, do you have a date? Chen Jiajia avoided her gaze, feeling guilty. No, I don't have a date. Gu Muxi teased her. Haha, as your best friend, when you are dating someone, you better tell me first. I want to see who has caught your eye, Chen Jiajia. In the evening, Yifeng brought Yanjian to the drama club. which was transformed from a separate warehouse behind the club activities center. Upon entering, they saw about 20 people inside, with a makeshift stage set up at the back of the warehouse, adorned with tattered red and green curtains and a few worn-out backdrop paintings. These items were all bought by the seniors of the club out of their pocket, barely creating a small stage. Various patch benches were placed in the middle of the warehouse, witnessing the passage of time. Props and miscellaneous items were piled around the warehouse, some covered in thick dust that had accumulated over time. The warehouse was surrounded by rusty corrugated iron sheets. Without someone mentioning it was a drama club, one would think they had entered an old recycling station. Yifeng, why does the drama club look like this? They seem to be struggling, Yang Jian exclaimed, looking around in surprise. Yifeng, unfazed, replied, the drama club has always been strapped for cash, and they even have to spend their own money since the school doesn't provide funding. If we can set up a table for performances, that's already good enough, but it does look a bit bleak. Yang Jian nodded. Bleak, very bleak indeed. As they conversed, a few people hurriedly approached from behind. Hey, Yixu, quickly help us bring the table in. This is the table we need for today's meeting. A stern-looking young man with black-framed glasses called out. This person was the president of the drama club, senior student Huang Sanqi, who was said to have gone to Hangzhou for acting training during the summer vacation. President, who's this? Yifeng turned around to see for people carrying back to broken school desks, probably picked up by the logistics department. Heh, these are the ones I asked the logistics teacher to bring back. The teacher even wanted to invite me for a meal, but I thought we had an important club meeting today, so I declined. In my heart, nothing is more important than club matters. Huang Sanqi waved his hand, revealing a look of righteousness. Yifeng gave him a thumbs up, praising, President, you are indeed a role model for us. Huang Sanqi was overwhelmed by the praise, modestly saying, Oh, you are exaggerating. Hurry and help out. He turned to look at Yang Jian. This student is new here, right? Are you joining the club? Welcome, our club welcomes every talent, although the entrance requirements are relatively high. Not all students have the chance to join. I think this student is quite fortunate. Looks and temperament are quite suitable. Let's skip the entrance test and just fill out a form. Yang Jian, surprised by Huang Sanqi's enthusiastic attitude, was at a loss for words and quickly explained, Senior, I'm just here with Yifeng to take a look. I currently have no plans to join the club. Upon hearing this, Huang Sanqi's expression cooled a bit as he said, I see, well, since you're here, why don't you lend a hand? With that, Huang Sanqi left, leaving a bewildered Yang Jian behind. Who is he? Come on. Lend a hand. Yifeng joked. They helped in moving the tables and placing them in front of the stage. Not long after, Gu Muxi also arrived at the warehouse. When she spotted Yifeng from afar, she waved and shouted, Stinky Yifeng. By the time Yifeng turned to look at her, she was already running towards him, cheerfully arriving in front of him. Ahaha, you came earlier than me. Why didn't you come to our dorm to find me? Gu Muxi pouted. Yifeng patted her head and chuckled. You said not to disturb you while you're creating. And now you're blaming me. I'm curious, what story are you writing? Arrogant CEO, Historical Palace and Tree. It wouldn't be a martial arts novel, would it? Gu Muxi mysteriously said. It's a secret for now. Wait for me to finish the main text before I tell you. Sister-in-law, hello, Yang Jian greeted playful from the side. Why are you here too? Gu Muxi asked in confusion. Ow. I just came to look around, that's all. Yang Jian coughed awkwardly. At that moment, President Huang Sanqi approached the old table and clapped his hands, calling everyone to gather for a meeting. Over 20 people crowded around, standing at the four sides of the table. Huang Sanqi strode confidently to the front of the table and announced, Today, we, the drama club, are gathered here for an important meeting to decide on the programs we will present after New Year's Day. This is very crucial, affecting whether our drama club will gain recognition from the school and expand our influence in important activities. I believe that by brainstorming together, we can discuss and decide on the programs and personnel assignments. Everyone can share their opinions. As he finished speaking, the crowd enthusiastically began discussing, suggesting a performance of Thunderstorm, Camel Xianzi, or Mr. Kong Yiji, creating a nose like a market. Gu Muxi shook her head at these suggestions. Although these plays were good and profound, today's university students were not very interested. She quickly raised her hand and said, "President, I suggest we can split into small groups and arrange our performance programs. It would be best if we write them ourselves." Write them ourselves? What are you thinking? Who in our drama club can write a script? Your suggestion is unrealistic. Huan Sanchi critiqued mercilessly. Confidently, Gu Muxi exclaimed, "A script? I can do that. Can you do it? Have you written a script before?" Huan Sanchi questioned. No, but I know how to write." "President, think about it. The times have changed. Everyone's tired of stage plays, like Thunderstorm and such. For example, I've seen it 7 or 8 times from when I was young. It's lost its novelty. Why don't we innovate then? We can create new plays together," Gu Muxi said seriously. Huan Sanchi, with a stern face, said, "Gu, you need to understand. This activity is meant to showcase the performance capabilities of our drama club. Innovations can come later. Just getting the original play in order is good enough. This is a principle that cannot be changed no matter what." "Oh, I see." Gu Muxi rolled her eyes with a hint of disappointment. Yifeng, unable to bear seeing her disappointed expression, asked Huang Sanchi, "President, if we succeed in this activity, how much funding can we secure from the school?" Huang Sanchi held up two fingers proudly and said, "At least 2,000, up to 5,000. I've put in a lot of effort to secure this opportunity. How much funding we can secure for our club depends on everyone's efforts." "Whoa, that much?" the members next to him exclaimed. This amount of money could cover a typical family's expenses for a whole year. For the drama club, it was a significant sum. With this money, they could update equipment and costumes, greatly relieving the club's financial pressure. Yifeng, momentarily stunned, thought they could secure tens of thousands of dollars, but it turns out it was just this amount. He smiled and continued, "President, since we're looking for sponsorships for this activity, shouldn't there be other sponsorships involved?" Huan Sanchi looked somewhat embarrassed as he forced a calm demeanor. "Well, securing sponsorships is not that easy. However, I have already made contact with some businesses interested in sponsoring. But don't place your hopes solely on sponsorships. Let's focus on doing our own thing first. Once our performance is successful, we won't lack for sponsorships in the future." Yifeng, upon hearing this, guessed that President Huan was unlikely to secure sponsorships. Raising his hand, he exclaimed, "President, I can secure sponsorships." "What? You?" Huan Sanchi scrutinized Yifeng from head to toe, finding it hard to believe he could secure sponsorships. "Yes, I have a way to secure sponsorships, but I have a condition. I think Gu Muxi's suggestion is good. We need to innovate. We should develop some new plays of our own," Yifeng said seriously. Gu Muxi turned to look at him, somewhat surprised but feeling warm inside, knowing that he was helping. With a serious expression, Huang Sanchi loudly scolded, "No, this is a matter of principle. This is the bottom line. It's not about a mere few $100s of sponsorship." The audience was startled by his loud voice. "Oh, no, I didn't say a few hundred. I can secure 10,000 in sponsorships," Yifeng said. "What? 10,000? Huan Sanchi was stunned, looking at him in disbelief. "Really? You're not joking?" Yifeng nodded solemnly and said, "More precious than gold." Gu Muxi tugged at his sleeve, not wanting him to confront the president directly. The president wouldn't change his principles for money. Huan Sanchi quickly put on a smile and said, "Well, I guess it's not impossible with this condition. Innovation is a good thing. We should encourage it, but why should there be only one innovative program? If we are to innovate, let's innovate all the way. If you can really secure 10,000 in sponsorships, it's no problem," Huan said, turning to Yifeng. The members and Gu Muxi were all confused. The president had just mentioned principles and bottom lines. What happened to those? It seems the president's bottom line is quite flexible. This is the power of money. Impressive. What shocked everyone even more was Yifan daring to set such a condition. 10,000. This was already a huge sum for them. In today's world, even sponsoring an intramural soccer game with a few $100s is considered high. No one had heard of anyone securing that much in sponsorships. Huan Sanchi pulled Yifan aside, his face brimming with enthusiasm. You know, Yi, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Since the day you joined the club, I had a feeling that you were someone who could accomplish great things for the club. Come on, are you thirsty? I have a bottle of water here, brand new and unopened. Hey, let's sit on the side and not stand. It will tire you out. Yifan chuckled and said, President, you should take it easy. I prefer your serious and solemn demeanor. Huan Sanchi immediately straightened his chest and continued with a serious face. Ahem, Yi. If you can secure such a large sponsorship, you'll be my right-hand man in the club. I'm serious. Huan Sanchi had been busy for 3 years trying to ensure the drama club's survival. Limited funds, lack of talent, and various other restrictions made it a difficult task. Now, hearing that Yifan could secure a large sum in sponsorship, he couldn't pass up this opportunity. Even if he had to call Yifan Big Brother, he wouldn't flinch. Yifan smiled and said, Sure, but I had other conditions. Will you agree to them, President? Huh? What are they? Huan Sanchi asked. First, I will take full responsibility for this drama activity. Secondly, I want the ultimate decision-making power in naming and promoting this event. Yifan stared at him, waiting to see his reaction. This meant that, at least for this performance activity, he needed full control, and Huan Sanchi couldn't interfere. After a moment of contemplation, Huan Sanchi nodded firmly. Okay, as long as you do well, I'll fully support you. Yifan extended his hand and grinned. I'm honored to have your support, President. For Yifan, this amount of money was not significant, but it wasn't a free sponsorship either. With full control over the event, he could have a nominal authority, main the event under his group's banner, expand internal university relations, increase influence within the school, and more. This $10,000 sponsorship was just the beginning. After their discussion, they headed back to the meeting together. Huan Sanchi, with his hands behind his back, addressed the group. I just spoke with Yifan, and I believe in his exceptional capabilities. He will be solely in charge of the event from now on. Everyone, please follow Yifeng's arrangements. Do you all understand? The members looked surprised by the sudden change in the president's stance. But this was his directive, so they needed to listen seriously. Yes, President, Yifan happily said to the group. With the president's generous support, I will work hard. Let's work together and make this event successful. Okay. The members cheered enthusiastically. Yifan then discussed the specifics of a performance activity with everyone, emphasizing innovation and new plays. He divided them into 4 groups of 5, with the rest focusing on logistics support. He assigned Gumuxi to his team, and she eagerly joined the discussion on the new play. After the meeting, Yang Jian went to chat up the accounting department's beauty, while Gumuxi and Yifan found a corner to work on the new play. Stinky Fun, any ideas? Gumuxi said. Yifan smiled. I'm giving you a chance to shine. What do you have in mind? Gumuxi pinched his cheek and said, Ha. You're my confidant, Stinky Fun. Let's do a comedy. Comedy? What kind of comedy do you want to do? Yifan was suddenly curious when Gumuxi mentioned wanting to do a comedy. Gumuxi snapped his fingers excitedly, saying, The performances we did before were all too heavy, too dull. This time, let's do something light and relaxing. I've had an idea for a while now. Let's have an ancient, martial arts, light-hearted comedy. For example, in one place, there's a group of very interesting people, each with unique skills, and some very interesting things can happen. I want to set this scene in. What do you think? Yifeng was momentarily stunned. Martial arts, in, comedy. Shouldn't the name be Legend of Wulin? Gumuxi clapped his hands. I haven't thought of a name yet, but using that name is go. Legend of Wulin. Ha, that's it. Yifeng smirked and said, This idea is actually not bad. If Beijing Tang found out, would he use his sunflower finger technique on himself? Okay, it's settled then. I'll go back and write the script. Ha, Gumuxi said happily. Just as they were talking, Yang Jian ran over looking dejected and sat next to Yifeng. What's wrong? Did someone pick on you? Yifeng teased. Yang Jian sighed. No, the flower of our department has a boyfriend now. Though I call myself a young dragon in the waves, I won't steal someone else's girl. It's a matter of principle. What a pity. Yifeng patted his shoulder and said, You, like a bird without legs, no matter how far you fly, you can't land. Just find a tree to perch on. Yang Jian shook his head. How can I give up the whole forest for one tree? Not possible. Definitely not possible. Yifeng took Gumuxi's hand, stood up, and said, Ha ha, you figure it out yourself. I have a date to go to, Zixi. Let's go. I'll buy you a nice lolly. Gumuxi's eyes brightened at the mention of ice lollies and he stood up, exclaiming, Okay. Just after Yifeng and Gumuxi left, several young people suddenly arrived at the drama club, led by a well-dressed young man wearing glasses. Director Huan, the man with glasses, smiled. Seeing the newcomers, Huan Sanchi immediately put on a warm smile and hurried over. Ahaha, why does Chiao come visit me when he has time? Welcome, welcome. The appearance of these few people also caught the attention of others, who turned to look. Yang Jian, hearing the voice, raised his head in surprise. Chia Zixuan, how did you end up here? Chia Zixuan, his high school classmate, also came from a wealthy background. His dad was in the garment export trade and received foreign orders. Nowadays, with the lower labor costs domestically, many clothing orders were directed to companies in Guangdong and Zhejiang provinces, making the owners of these clothing factories very wealthy within a few years. Yang Jian's family was in road construction, and they had collaborated with Kia's family once before, providing work uniforms. The two had met a few times and knew each other. However, Yang Jian had never had a good impression of Chia Zixuan, finding him too pretentious and always exuding a sense of superiority in his interactions with others. In more colloquial terms, he was a show-off. Chia Zixuan turned to look at Yang Jian upon hearing his voice, also somewhat surprised. Yang Jian, why are you here? Is there something of interest to you here? Yang Jian crossed his arms and retorted, I'll go wherever I please, and it's none of your business. Chia Zixuan pushed his glasses up and flashed a mischievous smile. TSK, Yang Jian, it seems like you're not in a good mood. Let me guess, are you sulking over a woman? Guess all you want. Yang Jian was annoyed at being read so easily. Chia Zixuan walked over and stood in front of Yang Jian, taking a few steps closer and looking him up and down. Then continued, let me guess. You came here because you have a crush on He Jing, but she rejected you, right? He Jing was the beauty in the accounting department. Surprised that his thoughts were so easily understood, Yang Jian asked, how did you know? Pushing up his glasses, Chia Zixuan smiled and said, in such a small club with just over 20 people, there are only 2 beautiful women. Apart from Gumuxi, there's only He Jing left. It's not too difficult to guess, is it? Yang Jian's face darkened, and he coldly asked, so, what are you here for? Chia Zixuan stretched lazily and smiled, saying, I'm here to find someone. Director Huang, upon hearing the arrival of Chia Zixuan, Huan Sanchi thought he was looking for him, and hurried over cheerfully, asking, ha ha, what can I do for you, Sir Chiao? Chia Zixuan took out a pen, handing it to him. It was a very beautiful and exquisite fountain pen. Director Huan, I'm giving you this pen. Can you help me fill out the application to join the drama club? I'd like to join. Is that okay? Chia Zixuan wore a confident smile. Sir Chiao wants to join the club. That's great. Warm welcome, there's absolutely no problem. Huan Sanchi took the beautiful pen, pleased. Having such a big shot join the club would surely mean more funding for future activities. Well, then, I'll trouble Director Huan. Chia Zixuan slightly bowed his head. Hehe, it's nothing, I'll go fill out the form for you. Huan Sanchi was so excited that he almost jumped up, rushing to fill out the form, afraid of Chia Zixuan changing his mind. Yang Jian wore a confused expression and asked, Chia Zixuan, you want to join the drama club? What are you up to? I know you never liked these things. Chia Zixuan chuckled. Does liking and what I do conflict with each other? Hehe. Yan Jian, you never change. Yan Jian's face darkened slightly as he retorted, watch your words, are you trying to lecture me? His tone held a hint of anger. F***ck. Watch your language when you speak to brother Chia. Chia Zixuan's lackey behind him pointed at Yan Jian threateningly. Although Yan Jian wanted to punch the guide, he remained rational, as there were too many people on the other side. Seemingly having read his mind, Chia Zixuan stepped forward, hands in his pockets, teasing. What? Want to hit me? Back in high school, you couldn't beat me. What can you use to fight me now? Yan Jian, wise up. Your brain and body have been emptied by fooling and chasing after girls every day. Yan Jian glared at him, angrily, XCK. What business is it of yours? Chia Zixuan was unfazed and suddenly gestured to someone behind him. He Jing, come here for a moment. He Jing, the beauty from the accounting department, hurried over. She had a cute appearance, with two braids and delicate features adorned with light makeup, giving her a charming look. Brother Chia, He Jing smiled sweetly, her voice sounding coquettish, almost melting one's bones. Yan Jian was taken aback. He hadn't expected He Jing to be acquainted with Chia Zixuan, and they seemed quite close. Chia Zixuan suddenly reached out and hugged He Jing by the waist, pulling her close to him. I came to join the club today. Will you play with me? Sure, He Jing responded happily but with a hint of shyness. Under her breath, she added, Chia Zixuan, are you He Jing's boyfriend? Yan Jian's expression changed. Chia Zixuan let go of He Jing, chuckling. No, she's chasing after me, but I haven't agreed yet. She, well, is for now, a friend with benefits. Huh. Yan Jian was taken aback. He hadn't expected the accounting department's beauty to be willing to go along with this. Are you joining the drama club for He Jing? Yan Jian stared at him. Chia Zixuan shrugged, smiling. Not exactly. Actually, I'm here for Gumuxi. What? What did you say? Yan Jian suddenly grabbed his collar in anger. Gumuxi already had a partner, something that was widely known throughout the school. The boyfriend of the school's #1 beauty was Yifeng, and Yifeng was his brother. Upon hearing this, Yan Jian's anger couldn't be contained any longer. Damn, having eyes for my brother's girlfriend. Do you deserve a beating? Yan Jian glared at him, angrily and cursed. Chia Zixuan seemed to have anticipated his reaction and gave a signal to the people around. The 5 young men behind him all rushed forward, twisted Yan Jian's hand open, and then forcibly pinned him down. Boom! One of the young men with a crew cut punched him in the stomach. F***ck, you dare to move now. Yan Jian, thoroughly angered by the punch, was ready to fight back. But he was outnumbered, and the 5 men held him down firmly, with one even hugging him from behind, rendering his arms useless. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. FCK. Let me go. I'll beat you all to death. Chia Zixuan leaned over with a calm expression. Let go of him. I'll let him fight. After the fight, I guarantee you'll be expelled. Oh, by the way, Yan Jian, your family has money. You can definitely study elsewhere. But you won't have a place at South China Institute of Technology anymore. If Uncle Yan finds out, you'll probably get a beating too. I know Uncle Yan's temper very well. The youth behind him released Yan Jian. Yan Jian's eyes were bloodshot as he grabbed Chia Zixuan's collar, lifting his hand to strike him. However, his hand froze midair. He couldn't bring himself to strike, although it would provide relief. Losing his place at the top university in the province after working so hard was not worth it. Not hitting, Yan Jian. I take back what I said just now. You've made some progress. Chia Zixuan chuckled, pushed his hand away, and adjusted his collar. Yan Jian, filled with unvented anger, felt trapped by Chia Zixuan. I warn you, don't mess with certain people, it'll cause trouble. Yan Jian lowered his fist and said coldly, Gumuxi's boyfriend? Oh, I remember now, you share a dorm with him. No wonder. But so what? Just a top scorer from the provincial high school entrance examination. Chia Zixuan brushed off the dust on his clothes with a hint of disdain. He had already learned about Gumuxi and Yifeng, knowing they both came from the same high school and neighborhood. Seeing Gumuxi's photo when the school forum had already decided for him that she would be his next target. Getting such a stunning beauty into his bed would be quite an achievement. But he didn't care who Gu Muxi was dating now, he simply wanted to win his prey on his own terms and enjoy the hunting process. At that moment, He Jing approached, holding his arm, tears in her eyes, and asked, "Qiaozhe, what did you just mean? Didn't you join the drama club for me?" Chia Zixuan replied coldly, "Oh, sorry. It wasn't for you, He Jing. I've grown tired of it already. I think it's time for our relationship to end. If you're looking for someone wealthy, I can introduce you to him. This is Yan Jian. Yan Da, his family is quite well off." He looked at Yan Jian and asked with a smile, "Yan Jian, you don't mind hand-me-downs, right? It's not the first time anyway, damn." Yan Jian gritted his teeth, wanting to punch Xia Zixuan's despicable face, but he was firmly held back by two people. "What are you doing, acting?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind the group. Yan Jian fell silent, looked up, and a look of joy appeared on his face. "Brother Fun." Behind everyone were Yifeng and Gu Muxi, both eating ice lollies, observing the situation. Xia Zixuan turned around, hands in his pockets, sizing up Yifeng and then looking at Gu Muxi with a glint in his eyes. Gu Muxi is indeed the top beauty of South China Institute of Technology. Very pretty. But a flower stuck in cow dungy. This kid has really wasted such a beauty. Gu Muxi also noticed his gaze, furrowed her brow, and tightly grasped Yifeng's hand. She felt uncomfortable with the eerie vibes she got from him. "Oh, hello, both of you. Let me introduce myself. I'm Qiao Zixuan, a new student in the fashion design department." Qiao Zixuan greeted the two with a smile, appearing very friendly and without any hostility on his face. "Oh." Yifeng calmly took a bite of his ice lolly and asked, "Were you trying to hit my brother just now?" Yan Jian broke free from the two and whispered a few words in Yifeng's ear. Yifeng's face showed understanding. "Oh, I see now. Qiao Zixuan, do you want to join the club?" "But I might not agree." Yifeng now had a bit of authority and could potentially block his application. However, Qiao Zixuan seemed unfazed and even said, "Maybe I won't need your agreement." Huang Sanqi quickly walked over, holding an application form, and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, Qiao, I've got your application sorted for you. As the club president, I officially declare, you are now a member of our drama club. Let's give a round of applause to welcome our new member, Qiao Zixuan." "Ha ha." Huang Sanqi energetically clapped first, but the other members remained silent, leaving him in an awkward position. Huang Sanqi seemed to sense the strange atmosphere and awkwardly said, What's going on? Why are you all staring blankly? Let's clap." But no one responded, making him even more embarrassed. Yifeng smirked, considering giving him a smack with his shoe sole. But in front of so many people, he wasn't the real deputy head yet, so acting on impulse would be unwise. Qiao Zixuan took the application form, waved it in front of Yifeng, and said, "Hehe, ye student, we are now fellow club members. Please take care of me in the future." Yifeng remained calm, and didn't acknowledge him, continuing to enjoy his ice lolly, paying him no heed. Qiao Zixuan didn't mind and turned to Gu Muxi, approaching her and bowing gracefully. "Ms. Gu, please, offer me your guidance in the future." Gu Muxi furrowed her brow slightly, dissatisfied, as she said, "There's nothing to teach, I'm not familiar with it." Qiao Zixuan shrugged and said thick-skinnedly, "It's okay, you'll get used to it slowly." "Oh, that's right, I have something to do later, classmate Gu. We'll see each other next time." With that, Qiao Zixuan put his hands in his pockets and left directly, deliberately passing by Yifeng, as if provoking him. Yifeng bit off the last bite of his ice cream calmly and said, "Did I let you guys go?" Qiao Zixuan stopped in his tracks and stood next to Yifeng. He turned around, sneered, and asked, "What, does classmate Yi still want us to stay for supper?" Yifeng shook the stick in his hand and laughed. "Yes, I want you to eat shh. Do you want to?" "What the f***ck? What did you say?" The buzzcut youth cursed loudly. Qiao Zixuan waved his hand, signaling the youth not to interrupt. "So, what do you want to do?" "I'm happy to accompany you." Qiao Zixuan showed no fear, but instead looked at Yifeng with interest. Yifeng turned to Yang Jian and asked, "Which brat just hit you?" Yang Jian looked at the buzzcut youth and gestured with his eyes. Yifeng grinned. Suddenly, he stepped forward, stood in front of the buzzcut youth, and gave him a resounding slap. Smack! The slap was crisp and loud. The buzzcut youth, caught off guard, staggered and almost fell to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Chia Zixuan's face turned cold, thinking that when you hit a dog, you should look at the owner. Anger surged in his heart as he raised his hand to slap Yifan, but at that moment, someone grabbed his hand and then gave him a heavy shoulder throw. Dang! This blow was fierce, causing Chia Zixuan to feel dizzy and unable to stand up for a while. Kumuxi clapped her hands and disdainfully said, "I thought you were so powerful. Turns out you're just a paper tiger." Everyone present was stunned by the scene. Yan Jian was dumbfounded. Damn, how skilled his sister-in-law was. Yifan looked back in astonishment and saw Kumuxi's relaxed look, and couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Zixi, you're amazing." Hehe, of course. How can I miss out on a fight? I've said it before. I will always have your back. I won't allow anyone to bully you. Kumuxi placed her hands on her hips, proudly declared. FCK, you're looking for death. The buzzcut youth who was slapped angrily rushed towards Yifan, but he was instantly subdued by Kumuxi, who tripped him with a leg sweep and applied a joint lock on his arm. Ow! The buzzcut youth knelt on the ground, shouting in pain. Kumuxi tightly held his arm, causing intense pain whenever he struggled, making him stop resisting. You dare to resist, Kumuxi snorted and applied more pressure. Ow, ow, ow. Let go. I dare not. I won't do it again. The buzzcut youth's face turned pale, begging for mercy. Yifan kicked him in the chest, sending him flying, then exchanged a high five with Kumuxi. Yeah, nice job, Zixi. Yifan praised. It's nothing. Kumuxi clapped her hands, smiling. She looked at the remaining four people and beckoned. So, do you still want to fight? The remaining four youths looked at her with fear, hesitating and reluctant to approach, obviously intimidated by her. Yifan adjusted his clothes, looked at the disheveled Chia Zixuan on the ground, and smiled. Chia Zixuan, aren't you arrogant? Feel free to report to the teacher. I'm ready to accompany you at any time. As the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination, Yifan still had some connections at school, and this reputation was enough to give him confidence, so he was not afraid of Chia Zixuan reporting him. Chia Zixuan struggled to get up from the ground, stared coldly at Yifan. Fine. We'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. We'll play slowly. Let's go. Two youths immediately stepped forward to help him leave, with the buzzcut youth following in panic. Stinky Yifan, that guy is really annoying. Be careful with him in the future. Kumuxi whispered. She didn't want any trouble at school. She just wanted the two of them to study university peacefully for 4 years and graduate successfully. Yifan smiled confidently. Don't worry. It's not difficult to deal with such people. I'll be careful. Yan Jian approached and thanked. Funzi, thank you very much. That was really satisfying just now. Haha. You should thank your sister-in-law. She's the one with the skills. Yifan laughed. Hey, thanks sister-in-law. Yan Jian scratched his head and thanked Kumuxi. You're welcome, we're family. By the way, do you know that person? Kumuxi asked curiously. Yan Jian sighed and said, yes, that kid Chia Zixuan was my high school classmate. Then Yan Jian briefly described Chia Zixuan's behavior in high school. Chia Zixuan was a model student in high school, very intelligent and favored by teachers, but others in the class knew that he was actually a jerk who loved playing around and showing off. He also had a special hobby of trying to steal someone else's girlfriend. He once broke up a couple, including the school's beauty and another top student, and surprisingly managed to take the beauty for himself. After 3 people were involved, he eventually dumped the beauty and bragged about it to others. Yan Jian had also pursued a girl before, and when he was close to winning her over, Chia Zixuan stole her away. The girl was played by Chia Zixuan for 2 months, intentionally provoking Yan Jian every day. Eventually, the girl transferred to another school, and now Yan Jian had no good feelings towards Chia Zixuan, just disgust. After listening, Yifan had a sudden realization. So, that guy is a manipulator. Kumuxi tilted her head in confusion and asked, what? Why do you call him a manipulator? Yifan chuckled. Nothing. Just thought of that. Forget it. Let's not bother with him. Let's go rehearse. I had a great idea just now, Bumuxi inquired. What's the brilliant idea? You'll find out later, Yifeng teased. Funzi, sister-in-law, you guys go ahead and have fun. I'll head back first. Yan Jian sighed, losing interest when he found out that He Jing was Chiao Zixuan's casual partner. Watching Yan Jian leave, Yifeng was somewhat surprised, wondering why he suddenly changed his mind. Stinky fun. Let's rehearse. Spill it. What's your new idea? Bumuxi grabbed his hand and walked towards the stage. As they reached the stage, Yifeng revealed the mystery, saying, aside from rehearsing martial arts, we can also rehearse urban drama. For example, a story where a domineering CEO falls in love with me. I'll play the CEO, and you'll play the female lead, Yifeng proposed. Bumuxi widened her eyes, puzzled. A domineering CEO? Is that popular now? Hey, don't worry about whether it's popular now, it will be popular in the future. Maybe we're creating a milestone in history. Yifeng affirmed, I already have the names figured out, let's call it Love in West District. Further mystifying Bumuxi, what? Love in West District, that name is quite unique. Yifeng snapped his fingers, immediately immersed in character, suddenly embracing Bumuxi's delicate waist and giving her a dominant gaze. You alluring little sprite, are you playing with seduction games with me? Howd? Bumuxi froze, not reacting yet, but her cheeks were as red as an apple, heart beating wildly, almost leaping out of her chest. What are you trying to do? Yifeng held her chin, raised an eyebrow, and said, you know, little sprite. With that, Yifeng lowered his head and kissed her. Bumuxi, the two of them stood on the stage, embracing each other, with the only spotlight shining on them, becoming the center of attention for the entire audience. Quan Sanchi was dumbfounded. What are these two doing? Perhaps, maybe, probably rehearsing a play. A young man with a 7-point fringe beside him said, in astonishment. Quan Sanchi had 3 black lines on his forehead. Even a discerning person could see that these two were flirting. Forget it. Dao Jun, tell Yifeng soon to confirm the performance and show me the script later. I have something else to do, I'll leave first. Quan Sanchi shook his head and left with his hands behind his back. He had just seen Yifeng getting violent with Chiao Zixuan. He dared to offend Chiao Zixuan, so he dared not get involved in Yifeng's affairs. He thought it would be better to avoid Yifeng in the future. President, Dao Jun nodded blankly. On the stage, the two ended their kiss, and Yifeng released her. Bumuxi's mind was still dizzy at the moment. After a moment of daze, she blushed and lightly thumped Yifeng's chest a few times with her small pink fist. Hey, Stinky Maple, how dare you sneak up on me when I'm not paying attention, you naughty guy. Bumuxi grabbed his ear with one hand. Ouch. It hurts, Bumuxi, I warn you. Now I am the boss, you better let go. Yifeng growled. Boss, you calling yourself a boss with what you just said? Jeez, so sleazy, I'm getting goosebumps. Bumuxi expressed disdain. Yifeng defended, that's how a boss is, you know. You let go first, can't we talk properly? Bumuxi looked at his pitiful look, chuckled, and said, where's the bossy look in you now? Yifeng rubbed his ear and growled, Bumuxi, you need to get into character, understand? Acting requires cooperation. Your reaction just now is not bad, but your acting skills are a bit rough. I think we need to practice more. Heh. Let's practice again. Bumuxi covered his mouth with one hand and said coquettishly, still want to take advantage of me. I won't let you. Yifeng, realizing his trick was exposed, helplessly said, fine, let's skip this scene for now. We'll start over, and I'll explain the roughly story to you. Oh, I'll call them over. Yifeng waved to his group of 5 under the stage. Everyone in our group, come over here. Dao Jun hurried over, smiling at Yifeng. Hey, leader. Oh no, Manager Yi, what play are we rehearsing? Yifeng was almost considered to be the designated vice president now. Although he was a sophomore, he still kept a low profile. Yifeng admired him and said, our group will be rehearsing 2 plays. One is a martial arts comedy, and the other can be considered urban romance. Her script isn't ready yet, but we can start with mine. Everyone, take out your pens and paper to record. I'll tell you the general story, you write it down, and then we'll go over the story again and design some dialogues. Trust me, the play I'm directing will definitely be a hit. Dao Jun quickly took out his notebook and pen, and earnestly said, Sure. Manager Yi, tell us, we'll write it down immediately. The other two, a male and a female, also took out their notebooks to prepare for recording. Gu Muxi was curious to hear what kind of story Yifeng could come up with, so she listened attentively. After a moment of thought, Yifeng said, This is a fantasy urban romance story called Love in the West District. The male lead is named Zi Qingdi, a dragon warrior god who returned from a foreign battlefield with unparalleled martial arts and medical skills. 3 years ago, the four major families joined forces to destroy the Zi family. He vowed to return for revenge 3 years later and marry his true love. On this day, after 3 years, he officially returns. In order to prove his true love, he is willing to marry into a family, but his in-laws look down on him. And the four major families come to humiliate him, trying to take away his true love. Just at this moment, the Dragon King's envoy is sent with a congratulatory gift. Seeing the Dragon King humiliated, he is furious and reveals his identity as the Dragon Warrior God on the spot, shocking the whole crowd. The in-laws regret deeply, and the four major families are all defeated. The male and female leads live happily ever after. How's that? Do you like this story? Ha ha. Yifeng was very satisfied, thinking that his idea was brilliant and well thought out. However, he glanced at the others and saw all of them looking confused. Is this really the story of Love in the West District? Gu Muxi asked in amazement. Yes. Huh? What's wrong? Yifeng asked. It's wonderful, it's so creative. And just hearing this story, so invigorating. Stinky Maple, you're amazing. Gu Muxi jumped excitedly, then hugged Yifeng, happily like a child. Clap, clap, clap. Dao Jun and the others also applauded enthusiastically. This story is really great. Just hearing it makes me want to watch it. It will definitely be very exciting. Dao Jun praised. Yes, yes. Just hearing the story already has me hooked. It will surely be thrilling. Another girl exclaimed excitedly. Yifeng's student is really awesome. This idea is too cool. A crew-cut young man raised his thumbs up in admiration. Dao Jun quickly recorded what Yifeng had just said, writing fervently and exclaiming, It will definitely be a hit. This play will be a huge success. The others also quickly took notes. Yifeng tugged at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, the enduringly popular exciting plot was so charming. If they knew that this kind of story would be oversaturated in the future, how would they feel? But fortunately, for them now, such a plot was still fresh and innovative. Gu Muxi eagerly asked, By the way, Stinky Maple, the title of Dragon Warrior God sounds really cool. How did you come up with it? Yifeng grinned. Oh, just random thoughts. I know many, like Supreme War God, War Emperor, Supreme Dragon God, etc. The group then engaged in a lively discussion about this story and shared their opinions. Suddenly, someone rushed over and shouted, Quick, quick, gather around. A teacher is coming for a safety inspection. Dao Jun was taken aback and asked in surprise, At this late hour, why would a teacher come for a safety inspection? Yifeng furrowed his brows, feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed. With the president not present, he had to step up himself. Let's go. Let's see what's going on. Yifeng beckoned to the others, signaling them to temporarily halt the discussion and follow him. As they walked off the stage, two middle-aged men walked in from the warehouse gate, with one man wearing black-framed glasses holding a notebook. Students, please stop what you are doing and undergo a safety check, the stern teacher with black-framed glasses said. The safety check was a periodic fire safety inspection arranged by the school, mainly focusing on club activity venues. This was due to an incident 2 years ago, where someone in the calligraphy club lit a candle inside the room, and carelessly piled waste paper, causing a fire that almost engulfed the entire building. Fortunately, there were no casualties, but since then, the school implemented strict regulations for all clubs to increase safety awareness. Teachers from the Academic Affairs Office would conduct random checks and deduct points for any safety hazards found. If a club's points were deducted to 0, the club would have to dissolve. Good evening, Mr. Zhu. Please feel free, a male student greeted with a smile. Zhu Dong, with a grim expression, coldly said, I received reports from students about safety hazards here, so I came to inspect. He looked around, noticing the clutter, items piled in a corner, and immediately jotted them down. These items are too messy and not placed properly. What if a fire breaks out? Deduct 10 points. What? 10 points. Mr. Zhu, isn't that a bit too harsh? The male student exclaimed in shock. Normally, even if something was found during an inspection, only 1 or 2 points would be deducted at most. Why was he being deducted 10 points all at once? This was too severe. Yes, Mr. Zhu, it's too harsh, isn't it? We'll correct it immediately. Can you please show some mercy? Other club members hurriedly approached to discuss. No leniency. Zhu Dong chuckled, decisively saying, Where is your club president? Have him come out and sigh. Everyone turned to look towards Yifeng. With the president absent, the acting vice president had to step up. Yifeng hastened forward and stood in front of Zhu Dong, smiling. Oh, it's Mr. Zhu. I'm Yifeng, the vice president of the club. President Huan just left for something urgent. Is there anything you need to discuss with me? Yifeng, Zhu Dong paused, his name sounding familiar. Oh right, the top scorer from Guan province admitted through special selection by the school. Zhou Zixuan didn't mention anyone named Yifeng in the club. This was a bit tricky. Yifeng was a special admissions student who had always received attention from school leaders. Moreover, it was a coincidence that Yifeng was also the vice president of this club. Zhu Dong's thoughts raced, revealing a warm smile. Oh, so you're Yifeng, this year's top scorer in Guan province, haha. How's your experience at South China Institute of Technology, Mr. Zhu? Yifeng smiled slightly, saying, You're too kind, Mr. Zhu. I'm just lucky. South China is pretty go. It's fate that I came to South China Institute of Technology. After the college entrance exam, I hadn't decided where to go. It was Professor Su Huakane from the admissions office who found me. And when I heard his introduction, I felt this school suited me best, especially since it's close to home. Zhu Dong's face changed slightly. Professor Su Huakane from the admissions office personally approached him. The head of the admissions office was an important position. People who held that position had strong backing at the school. If Yifeng knew Su Huakane, he couldn't afford to offend him casually. Oh, haha. Yes, nothing beats being close to home indeed. Zhu Dong chuckled dryly. Yifeng glanced at the notebook in his hand and said, Mr. Zhu, we'll correct the safety hazards immediately. Could you show some leniency with the 10-point deduction? Zhu Dong couldn't afford to deduct points now. He crossed it out with his pen. All right, no problem. Please arrange for the necessary adjustments. I'm not unreasonable. You all are busy. We need to check other places. With that, Zhu Dong bid farewell and left without looking back. The club members breathed a sigh of relief seeing the teacher leave. Thank goodness for Yifeng. Otherwise, those 10 points would have been deducted for sure. Yifeng is amazing. Mr. Zhu was lenient with you. You truly deserve to be the top scorer. Hehe. Dao Jun ran over excitedly, praising him. Yifeng pondered for a moment and calmly said, This might just be the beginning of trouble. If the club was targeted without reason, it might be related to Zhou Zixuan. Though what he didn't expect was that Zhou Zixuan could influence teachers from the Academic Affairs Office. If it was Zhou Zixuan causing trouble, there would likely be more problems in the future. Gu Muxi approached him and asked softly, Stinky Feng, are you okay? Why did a teacher suddenly come to inspect? She couldn't help but worrying and even make some speculations. Yifeng gently patted her hand reassuringly. It's all right. With me here, the drama club won't have any problems. Let's continue with the rehearsal. I still have many lines to design. Gu Muxi was full of security in her heart and nodded in agreement. For days later, in the evening, Yifeng was in the dorm chatting with Wang Tai via chat, managing some work. These days, aside from being busy with Gu Muxi preparing and scripting, they were also preparing for the opening ceremony of the West Maple Group, sending out invitations. The West Maple Group had officially completed registration and the internal restructuring and organization framework adjustments had been implemented. The formation of the West Maple Group signaled its presence in the industry. Unicorn was emerging in the computer accessories and internet markets. TZ. Have all the invitations been sent out? Have you confirmed each one? Yifeng asked. Don't worry, Funzi. I've double-checked everything. Besides our partners, we also have many industry peers who responded positively. They will be coming on Saturday. Wang Tai responded, all right, then follow the plan and set up the venue. Ensure the drinks and desserts are prepared perfectly with no oversights. Check each item meticulously according to the execution checklist. And don't forget the designated, invited journalists. Make sure they are well taken care of, Yifeng instructed. He wanted the opening ceremony of the West Maple Group to be a major success. This wasn't something to be taken lightly. It was an opportunity to establish the name of the West Maple Group. When going out for business collaborations, hearing the name West Maple Group would naturally garner more trust. If a company remained unknown or lacked reputation within the industry, it was abnormal. Only by achieving results and building a reputation could it become an industry benchmark. Yes, Funzi, I'll be meticulous. I won't let you down, Wang Tai said. At that moment, Gu Muxi sent a message. Stinky Feng. My decision-making disorder has struck again. Which outfit should I wear on Saturday, the day after tomorrow? With a playful face emoticon, Yifeng smiled and quickly replied, Little she, you look good in anything. Answering such questions required skill. Refusing to give suggestions would make her feel unloved. But giving suggestions that differ from what she wanted could result in her thinking he had no taste. Therefore, this was the standard response. Gu Muxi sweetly smiled. HNPH, always good with your words. Forget it. I won't ask you. I'll ask Jia instead. On the other side, in the girls' dormitory, Gu Muxi stood by the bed, contemplating between the sailor suit and the evening gown. Jia, which outfit do you think would be more appropriate for me? Chen Jia was removing her makeup in front of the mirror and replied without looking back. For such a formal occasion, it has to be the evening gown. Gu Muxi looked at the black evening gown, her cheeks flushing, feeling a bit shy. But, if I wear this evening gown, I have to wear black stockings. On Saturday morning, the sun was shining brightly at Guangxi TV station. In the program team of News Authenticity, Yan Na was touching up her makeup, while Wu Gang was packing outdoor equipment. It's really miserable, having to work overtime even on weekends, Wu Gang yawned and complained. This is a mission arranged by the leadership. What can we do about it? Stop complaining and just do your job well, Yan Na said as she patted her face with a powder puff. Our program team was already busy, and now they assigned this to us. Aren't they working us to death? Poor me. My weekend, Wu Gang sighed. Yang Na stopped her hand movements, glanced at him, and said with a smile, So what do you want to do? Do you want to call the leader directly now and say you're done? Wu Gang chuckled and replied, No, I still need my job. By the way, Sister Na, what are we covering for the field mission today? The establishment ceremony of what is it, the Shifeng Group? Isn't this something the financial channel usually covers? Why are we going? Yang Na glared at him and said, Who even watches the financial channel now? It seems this interview is likely to be featured in the daily news column. And our news authenticity program also needs to follow up with the report. Wu Gang exclaimed, What? Featured in the daily news column? Is this for real? What does this Shifeng Group do? I've never heard of them before. Do they have that much influence? Yan Na put down the powder puff, took out some materials from her bag, and handed them to Wu Gang, saying, Take a look at this material about the Shifeng Group. Although this group was just recently established, its predecessor was the Shifeng Electronics Company. Now they have the most computer accessory retail stores in the entire Guangxi city. Haven't you seen any of them on the streets? Wu Gang took the documents and saw the logo of Shifeng Group on top. He suddenly realized, oh, I see, it's Shifeng Electronics. I've had my computer repair at their shop before. I thought it was just a coincidence with the name, but turns out it's the same company. Wu Gang continued, Wait a minute, I remember Shifeng Electronics was just established about half a year ago, right? Yang Na checked herself in the mirror and smiled. It seems like you, blind man, have discovered a hidden gem. Shifeng Company has expanded rapidly. now establishing the Shifun Group consisting of Shifun Electronics, Shifun E-Commerce, Shifun Technology, and Shifun Sports, all involved in computer accessories, wholesale, online e-commerce, network security, and sports cafes. It seems like they have blossomed comprehensively. Moreover, have you noticed that all their businesses are related to computers and networks? Whether it's computer equipment, usage scenarios, consumer products, or network security, they are all within this field range. Yan Na praised, "This is indeed the computer internet era of the future. Wow, with the capability to do all these things, the boss must be someone extraordinary, right? And the boss's name is Yifan. Why does that name sound so familiar?" Wu Gang flipped through the document and found the name of the founder. Besides the name, there wasn't any other information. Yan Na packed her bag, glanced at him, and chuckled. "You also find it familiar, huh? But I doubt there are just too many people with the same name in the world." Wu Gang nodded in acknowledgement, jokingly saying, "Perhaps it's same name, different fate. Otherwise, I would have gone to the moon to cut laurel trees with change." Yan Na stood up and teased, "With your strength, you wouldn't even have the chance to cut a tree. Okay, let's tidy up and get ready. We need to head out. Even though the ceremony starts at noon, we should leave a bit earlier," Yan Na instructed. Wu Gang quickly packed up the equipment, and the two of them left the office together. They arrived at the company early in the morning and hadn't had breakfast yet. Yan Na suggested they drive to find a place nearby to eat breakfast. There weren't many breakfast options near Tian City, aside from street vendors selling buns, and there was only a roadside noodle shop left. Yan Na wanted to eat noodles, so Wu Gang drove to the old town area to find a noodle shop and parked nearby. After getting out of the car, they arrived at the noodle shop. The tables on the side of the road were already full, mainly occupied by neighbors around the area. "Boss, 2 bowls of beef brisket noodles." Wu Gang approached the cashier at the front of the shop and shouted. The middle-aged woman sitting at the cashier quickly took out 2 tokens with the word beef written on them, indicating 2 bowls of beef brisket noodles. 2 bowls, 8 yuan, the middle-aged woman said, emotionlessly. "Ow. Okay," Wu Gang paid, but noticed there were no available seats. Would they have to squat on the roadside to eat? It wouldn't be a problem for him, but having a beautiful female journalist like Yan Na squatting on the ground wouldn't look good. "Boss, do you have any tables left? Can you bring out another one?" "There's no space left," Wu Gang asked. The middle-aged woman glanced at him unkindly and said, "I don't have any tables left. You can find someone to share a table yourself." Wu Gang felt helpless and had to agree, taking the tokens to put in line at the window, then searching for a place where they could share a table. Suddenly, in a corner of the shop near the entrance, someone familiar appeared in his line of sight. How? Wasn't that the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination, Yifan, whom he had interviewed before? Yifan was only with a girl at the moment, and there were 2 extra seats next to him. Wu Gang thought it would be better to share a table with someone he knew rather than a stranger. He was pleasantly surprised and immediately called out to Yan Na outside the shop, Na Yan, there's a seat here." Yan Na was also worried about finding a seat. When she heard Wu Gang's voice, she hurried over. "Where's the seat?" Yan Na asked. Wu Gang pointed in Yifeng's direction excitedly, saying, "Over there." He's the first high school entrance exam top scorer to leave the exam hall. Yan Na naturally remembered she had interviewed Yifeng personally before, which had caused quite a stir. Yifeng was affectionately called Brother Oyster by people, but later when news broke that Yifeng had scored the top spot in the college entrance examination, it surprised many, including herself. With 2 available seats, she was worried someone else might take them, so she quickly ran over to greet Yifeng, saying, "Hi, Yifeng, right?" Yifeng was having his noodles and was surprised to hear someone calling him. He looked up to see Yan Na and Wu Gang and paused for a moment. "Oh, it's you." Yan Na smiled and said, "Ha ha, what a coincidence to meet you here. Is there anyone sitting here? Can we join?" Yifeng shook his head and said politely, "No one's here, feel free to join." Yan Na and Wu Gang immediately took their seats. She noticed the girl sitting next to them and curiously asked, "This student looks familiar. I think I've interviewed you before, right? Your surname is Gu." "Hello, I'm Gu Muxi. Gu Muxi put down her chopsticks politely and replied, "Ah, yes, I remember now. How are you two doing now? You should be in college by now, right? Which university are you attending?" Yan Na casually continued to strike up a conversation, sticking to her reporter habits at asking questions. Yifeng smiled and said, "Yes, we both applied to South China Institute of Technology. I'm majoring in computer science, and Muxi is studying architecture design." Yan Na seemed to realize something and asked in surprise, "Why didn't you choose to go to Beta? With your grades, I'm sure Peking University would have recruited you without hesitation." Yifeng replied, "It's better to stay closer to home, and it's more convenient to go back. And yes, my dad is still working in the steel plant." Yan Na continued to ask, "I heard that the city is requiring the elimination of outdated production capacity, with the first paper mill, leather factory, and many other plants closing down. Isn't the steel plant part of that as well?" Yifeng just smiled and replied, "I know, it's an unavoidable trend." Yan Na was surprised at Yifeng's optimistic outlook, realizing that even children from working-class families like him could remain so positive despite facing potential challenges. Such a positive mindset in life was truly rare. However, for people like them from humble backgrounds, life might become increasingly difficult in the future. Yifeng, don't worry too much. You're the top scorer in the National College entrance examination. As long as you study hard, you will definitely have a bright future. As the saying goes, knowledge changes destiny. Yan Na comforted Yifeng. Right. What Yan was saying makes sense. I'll work hard. Yifeng agreed wholeheartedly. He thought knowledge does change destiny. The more you know, the less you fear, and the stronger your abilities become. Anyway, Yifeng takes his studies seriously, at the very least, to deepen his understanding of current technologies and better plan the company's future. Yan Na praised, "Yes, that's the right attitude. Face all the difficulties with confidence. I believe you will overcome all challenges. By the way, just now, did you call Gumushi, Shi? Are you guys?" Yan Na tactfully changed the subject, afraid that discussing serious matters would ruin the atmosphere. Gumushi blushed slightly but explained opally, "Hehe, you are not wrong. We are in a relationship." "Aha, how? I knew it. I had that feeling during the interview earlier. You two must be together," Yan Na joked. Nearby, Wu Gang praised Yifeng. "Yifeng, you are so lucky to have found such a beautiful girlfriend. It's truly envious." Everyone was happy to hear this, and Yifeng, not being modest, replied, "Maybe I've used up all my luck in this lifetime, haha." Gumushi heard this and felt warm in her heart. She jokingly pinched Yifeng's arm, saying, "Nonsense, why make it sound like I've brought you misfortune? Does it mean you've run out of luck since being with me?" Yifeng defended himself with a smile. No, I was just kidding, hehe." Gumushi nodded in satisfaction. Yan Na watched the affectionate interaction between the two and couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Ah, to be young, to have a pure love in your youth is the dream of many. Hey, you two, no public display of affection. If you feed the dog too much, I won't be able to finish my beef brisket noodle soup, Yan Na teased. Gumushi playfully stuck out her tongue, continued eating but then slyly placed some of her noodles into Yifeng's bowl. Looking inside his bowl and not finding any pork liver, Yifeng joked, "Oh no, I didn't get any from you." Gumushi retorted, "Well, let it go this time. Next time, I'll add 2 extra portions myself." Yifeng chuckled, "Fine, you can add as much as you want." Yan Na observed the two nearly emptying their bowls, thinking they were very thrifty. "Ah, these kids are truly frugal." "Yifeng, how much allowance does your family give you every month for university?" Yan Na suddenly asked out of curiosity. Yifeng, still focused on his bowl, replied casually, "My family doesn't give me money. I don't rely on my parents for living expenses." Yan Na was moved and teary-eyed upon hearing this. This child is truly ambitious. He doesn't rely on his family for living expenses in university, so he must be working part-time and studying at the same time. That must be so tough. This child is really pitiful. They say kids from poor families grow up early. He not only excelled in the national exam through his hard work but also has to earn his own living expenses in university. It's truly touching. Yifeng, Don't be disheartened. Believe that with hard work and diligence, one can change their fate. Yan Na encouraged, wiping away a tear. Yes. Yifeng was surprised by her emotional reaction. Yan, we've finished eating. We should head out first. Take your time. Yifeng put down his chopsticks, picked up his heavy backpack, and bid farewell with a smile. Yan, goodbye. Gumushi held his hand as they walked away. Watching the two leave, Yan Na couldn't help but sigh. No matter how difficult it is, having someone by your side is a kind of happiness. But Yifeng is really having a tough time. Such an outstanding child, yet leading such a difficult life. Sister Na, are you okay? Wu Gang took out a pack of tissues from his pocket and handed one to her. Yan Na wiped her eyes and sighed. I'm fine. Just feeling a little emotional. Sister Na, you're always so sentimental. There are so many people like Yifeng in this world. Poverty is the truth of this world. Wu Gan shook his head and chuckled. Just then, the boss's voice came from the kitchen window. To beef noodle soups. Coming. Wu Gang responded. Sister Na, I'll go get the noodles. Wu Gang got up to bring back the noodles, handing them to Yan Na first. As they ate the noodles, Yan Na suddenly said, I almost forgot. I need to call Manager Yan from the PR department of Shifeng Group to say hello. The interview is scheduled before noon ceremony, or else they might not be available once the ceremony starts. She took out her phone, dialed the number, and after a while, the call connected. Hello, is this Manager Yan Z? Manager Yan. Hello, I'm Yan Na from Guanxi TV. Yes. Yes. We'll arrive at the company around 9 a.m. Yes, can we schedule the interview with CEO Yi around 10 a.m.? Okay. Great, I understand. We'll see you at the company in a while. Yan Na politely hung up the phone, relieved. Alright, no problem. Work should be finished by noon today. Wu Gang cheered. That's great. At least there will be half a day of rest time. Yan Na glanced at him and said, What are you thinking? After you go back, you still need to organize the materials and submit them to me. The news needs to be broadcast tonight. Wu Gang's smile froze upon hearing this, immediately looking dejected as he picked at his noodles, saying, Okay. Some people are born in Rome, some are born as oxen and horses. Who made my luck so bad? Yan Na chuckled. Hurry up and eat. Stop talking so much. After finishing breakfast, the two drove to Shifeng Group, arriving at Tian Building shortly after. This was one of the early CBD business centers in Guanxi, a total of 45 floors, already becoming one of the landmark commercial buildings in Guanxi. Looking up at the towering gray office building, Yan Na remarked, Wow, Shifeng Company has only been established for a short time, and they've already moved in here. Their development is really fast. Such a high-end office building, the rent must be expensive, right? Wu Gang envied. Yan Na glanced at him and chuckled. Are you silly? Those who can move in to open a company inside must surely consider the rent, right? Oh, right. My narrow perspective, Wu Gang laughed. Let's go visit Shifeng Group. Yan Na smiled. The two walked through the magnificent lobby and entered the elevator. After a while, a few young men in suits also entered the elevator with them. Which floor? A young man with a partial bangs hairstyle turned to ask Yan Na. Please press 30th floor. Thank you. Yan Na replied. Surprisingly, the young man's face suddenly showed a hint of envy. 30th floor. Beauty. Are you from Shifeng Group? I really envy you guys. No. I'm a journalist. Don't you recognize me? Yan Na joked. Oh, I see. Sorry. I thought you were from Shifeng Group. The young man apologized. As the elevator ascended, Yan Na asked with interest. From the way you spoke earlier, it seems like you really admire Shifeng Group. The young man joked. Not just me. Everyone admires them in the building, but no one says it out loud. The other young men beside him also chuckled. Why is that? Yan Na asked curiously. The young man replied in a low voice. Because we all envy the benefits the company offers, but our boss is not happy about it. If we had the chance to work at Shifeng Group, who would want to stay here? Another young man in a suit shook his head with a look of envy. Yan Na was surprised. Was Shifeng Group so attractive? Soon, the elevator arrived at the 30th floor. As the elevator doors opened, Yan Na and Wu Gang were amazed by the scene before them. Outside the elevator was a very spacious reception area, with two bright letters Shifun on the wall. The sides of the door were filled with various opening celebration flower baskets, lively and festive. It was the first time she had seen such a simple and elegant reception area, truly refreshing. As they stepped out of the elevator, employees were already waiting at the entrance. "Hello, are you reporter Yang from the television station?" A female employee greeted Yan Na. "Ow. Yes." Yan Na came back to her senses and nodded. The Wu Gang, next to her, hadn't recovered yet, looking around like a curious baby, feeling as if he had entered a place of wonders. "Wu Gang, stop looking around. Follow along." Yan Na nudged him with her elbow. "Ow. Okay." Wu Gang finally regained his senses, but couldn't help but praise, "It's really beautiful, this sense of design and artistry. You can tell, the boss of Shifun Group must be someone with great taste and artistic sense." The female employee gestured, "Please come in. Manager Yan will be here shortly." Yan Na walked into the company's entrance, where strip lights delineated spaces with wires and circles, giving a modern and visually appealing sense as it extended further into the company. "Oh my, sister, is this whole floor occupied by Shifun Group?" Yan Na exclaimed in surprise. The female employee's eyes held a touch of pride as she replied, "Yes, Yan reporter. In fact, Shifun Group owns a total of 3 floors, the 30th, 31st, and 32nd floors." "What? 3 floors?" Yan Na was almost jaw-dropped at the revelation. How could a new startup company occupy 3 floors in this premium CBD business center? It was unbelievable. Just then, a woman wearing a professional suit walked towards them. She exuded grace and composure, her hair neatly tied up. "Hello, Yan reporter, I am Yanzi," the woman greeted politely, extending her hand. "Hello, Manager Yan, it's a pleasure to meet you amidst your busy schedule. Thank you for welcoming us," Yan Na said courteously. "Hi, it's my duty, not a bother. Dealing with media work is part of my responsibility. Come, let me show you around the company. If you need anything from us, just let me know." Yan reporter, Yanzi said without missing a beat. After exchanging pleasantries, they started a simple tour of the company, with Wu Gang in charge of capturing footage and videos for the broadcast news. "By the way, Manager Yan, is it true that Shifun Group has rented 3 floors?" Yan Na asked incredulously. Yanzi smiled and explained, "Yes, but it was only rented recently. Initially, our company had just a 500 square meters office space. As the company grew and the number of employees increased, we expanded gradually, realizing that renting 1 more floor wasn't enough. So, after restructuring, the CEO decided to rent 3 floors to save the trouble of moving back and forth. It should be enough for a year." "Enough for a year?" Yan Na was puzzled. 3 floors, and it would only be enough for a year. Yanzi noticed her bewilderment, and with a touch of pride, she explained, "According to the CEO's plan, in a year, our number of employees may double, or even more. Space might not be enough, so we are already looking for other places, preparing to purchase ready-made office buildings." "Ah, planning to buy a building?" Yan Na was dumbfounded. A new startup company planning to buy a building in less than 2 years. It was simply too crazy. Yan Na followed Yanzi to visit the company's office location. Looking around, each workstation had a computer and was adorned with green plants, adding a touch of green to the office space. Such a superior office environment was something she had only seen in some established companies, not in a new private enterprise. The office environment was simple and warm. No wonder the people in the elevator were so envious a moment ago. Yan Na suddenly looked up and saw the sign of Shifun Technology Company. Surprised, she said, "Manager Yan, isn't Shifun Group supposed to have for subsidiary companies? I've walked around but only saw Shifun Technology, and there are still many empty spaces." Yanzi explained with a smile, "Apart from Shifun Technology, the other subsidiaries are all on the 31st floor. It's because Shifun Technology is currently focusing on our group's flagship product, the 361 Computer Security Manager. The company already has over 200 employees, with the tech department alone having over 150 people. They are not only responsible for developing and maintaining the 361 product, but also expanding to other internet products. Yang Na was shocked, surprised to learn that Qifeng Group's main business was not Qifeng Electronics or computer accessories market, but internet products. Are there other products in development? Yang Na curiously asked. Yanzi mysteriously smiled and said, I can't provide more information. If you want to know more, perhaps the CEO can tell you. Okay. Yang Na nodded, but her curiosity had been thoroughly piqued, much like a cat being teased. What kind of company is Qifeng Group, and what is its future vision? After visiting the 30th floor, they went directly to the 31st floor. It was Saturday, but the company still had quite a few people working. It looks like it's not just the two of us working overtime today. Ha ha ha. Wu Gang joked. Yanzi shook her head and said, most of them are rotating shift employees. Our group strictly follows the 5-day workweek with 2 days off policy, advocating not to work overtime unless necessary. Wu Gang asked. Yang Na asked. What? There's such a system? Yang Na was stunned. In this world, there was a company that promoted not working overtime. Incredible, Wu Gang exclaimed. No wonder they admire Qifeng Group so much. Just this alone surpasses 90% of private enterprises, right? Yang Na smirked and said, be more confident, it's 99%. Yanzi listened to their praises about the company and showed pride on her face. She said, I don't know about other companies, but I love Qifeng Group the most. I consider this place my second home, where everyone can showcase their talents and receive respect. With no exaggeration, the satisfaction of all employees with the company is 100%. Humanized management, people-oriented, has always been the foundation of our group. Yang Na sighed. It's impressive, but if it were me, well, it's probably impossible in this lifetime. Manager Yan, how many employees does Qifeng Group currently have? Yanzi answered, we have 450 regular employees, as well as some contracted staff. Whoa. Yang Na was shocked. It's only been developed for a short time, and they already have over 400 employees. The monthly labor cost alone would probably be over 700,000 to 800,000, not to mention rent and other operating costs. It would likely far exceed 1 million each month. However, from another perspective, it's also reflected that Qifeng Group was indeed making money. If they weren't earning money, they wouldn't be able to expand at such a speed. Young reporter, let's go to the 32nd floor. Yanzi extended her hand, inviting them. By the way, doesn't the 31st floor accommodate enough employees already? What's the function of the 32nd floor? Yang Na asked in confusion. Yanzi smiled mysteriously and said, let me keep it suspenseful. You'll find out when you go up. Yang Na was puzzled, her curiosity deepening. She quickly followed Yanzi up to the 32nd floor. When they arrived, Yang Na realized something was off as there were no office environments on the 32nd floor. Instead, there were many rest areas at the spacious entrance outside. Many people were busy setting up a ceremony venue. There were scaffolds, many opening ceremony flower baskets, guest registration, all done very formally, with a grand atmosphere. Yang Na was surprised. It seemed that this was the official venue for the opening ceremony. She thought it would be set up on the 30th floor. Here is where today's opening ceremony will be held, as well as where our group's employees dine, rest, exercise, and engage in leisure activities, Yanzi introduced. What? This whole floor isn't for office use. It's a company cafeteria. Yang Na was extremely shocked. Renting an entire floor in a premium office building just for a cafeteria, employee fitness, and leisure activities. My goodness, it's too extravagant. Yes, the position you see was originally the main cafeteria. On the left is the gym area, on the right is the lounge, and there's a self-service coffee station. Would you like to try? Yanzi asked with a smile, leading them to the coffee area in the lounge. Yanzi personally made 2 cups of coffee for them. Yang Na and Wu Gang sat on chairs, looking at the coffee in front of them, admiring the simple yet stylish environment around them, feeling dreamlike. Nah yeah, shall we jump ship? Wu Gang forced a smile, joking. To be honest, with such a superior office environment, anyone would be tempted. Yang Na smirked and said, what would you do here? Sweep the floor. You go ahead and drink first. I'll go to the restroom. Yan Na asked Yanzi for the restroom's direction and went alone. She needed to freshen up and clear her mind. She initially thought this was just a small company, a casual interview to finish and then head home. But since she arrived, everything had subverted her understanding of enterprises. Now she was even more curious about the CEO of Shifeng Group, who she was about to interview. What kind of entrepreneur could build such a miraculous company? She had to be fully alert and treat this interview seriously. After touching up her makeup and refreshing herself in the restroom, she came out and bumped into a young man in a suit. He looked about 20 years old, possibly even younger. He appeared simple and honest, likely a junior staff member of Shifeng Group. Hey. Hello, are you an employee of Shifeng Group? Yan Na casually struck up a conversation to avoid awkwardness. The young man looked confused as he appraised her and said, yeah. And you? Oh, I'm a journalist. Since today is an opening ceremony, I came to take a look and interview your CEO, Yan Na explained with a smile. Oh, I see, welcome. The young man was excited to hear that a journalist was going to interview and warmly welcomed her. As they walked and talked, Yan Na asked him, Hey, young man, can I ask you something? Is your CEO easy to get along with? Easy to get along with, our Maple. Our President Yi is personable, a great leader deeply beloved by the employees. The naive youth said firmly, almost as if making a promise to the heavens. Is that so? What does he like to do in his free time? Do you know? Yan Na continued to inquire. Scratching his head, the naive youth thought very seriously for a moment and answered, He likes to drink tea. Yes, drink tea. At that moment, an image of an elder with white hair, seated at a tea table, discussing matters and guiding the way flashed in Yan Na's mind. Perhaps only an elder with great wisdom like that could lead the company to success. Oh, by the way, since you're here to interview, do we have a chance to be on TV? The naive youth asked eagerly. Of course, our station leader values this task greatly and specifically sent us, so we'll definitely be on TV. But the content might be limited, not everyone will be featured. Please understand, Yan Na injected a note of caution. Generally speaking, the camera won't focus on the lower-level employees. The main spotlight will be on the company leaders. I see, well, if I could show my face, I'd be satisfied. But it's okay, let's go with the flow, the naive youth said with a smile, taking it all in stride. They both returned to the coffee break area, chatting and laughing. Yan Na talked until her mouth was dried, then gulped down her coffee, but she looked around and couldn't find a trash can. Where's the trash can? Glancing at the naive youth who was about to leave, she requested, Hey buddy, I can't find a trash can right now, could you help me throw away this trash? Oh, and mine too, Wu Gang raised his paper cup. No problem, it's a small matter. The naive youth grinned, took their paper cups, turned around, and threw them into a pristine pillar-style trash can with a flip lid. Yan Na felt a bit awkward, thinking for a moment that it might be a base for some decor. But really, even the trash cans at West Maple Group were so high-end. Just then, Yanzi walked over from a distance, smiling at the naive youth and giving him a nod. Yan Na was puzzled by this sight, feeling that Yanzi was too friendly and respectful even towards a small employee. Yanzi finished greeting and walked towards them, holding two bottles of mineral water in her hands, saying, Young reporter, I don't know if you like coffee, so here are these 2 bottles of water for you first. Oh. Manager Yan, you're so considerate. Your employees are very enthusiastic towards us too. Just now that guy was really nice, he knows a lot about the company. Yan Na praised. Yanzi smiled and turned to look at him, asking in surprise, Young reporter, are you talking about General Wan? General Wan, who? Yan Na asked bewilderedly. The one from just now, I saw you chatting so happily, I thought you knew each other. Yanzi chuckled, what? He's your boss. Yan Na was almost choked by her drink, shocked. Yes, he's the general manager of our subsidiary company, West Maple Electronics, General Wan, also my former boss. Yanzi nodded respectfully, Yan Na quickly composed herself. That guy. Oh no, that person is really your boss. So Yan Na couldn't believe it. She realized that she had just asked a company general manager to throw away her trash. Feeling embarrassed, she thought it was really humiliating. Who could have thought that such a young lad was a general manager of a subsidiary company? Who would believe it if she didn't say it? Yes. Don't judge General Wang by his age. He's very efficient in his work. Currently, all specific affairs of West Maple Electronics are under his leadership, and under his guidance, West Maple Electronics is the second highest revenue business in our group. Yanzi said seriously. Yang Na was amazed. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. Cough asterisk, I didn't mean anything else. Just being surprised at General Wang's accomplishments at such a young age. Yang Na explained. Yanzi smiled and said, actually, in our West Maple group, it's quite common. What? Yang Na didn't understand. Ring asterisk, Yanzi's phone rang, interrupting their conversation. She looked at the screen and immediately straightened up, subconsciously becoming more respectful. Hello, CEO. It's me. Yes, I understand. It's almost time now. I'll keep an eye on it. And other colleagues have already prepared for the reception. Don't worry. Things are going smoothly so far. CEO, the journalists from Guangxi TV have arrived. All right, I understand. Ending the call, Yanzi checked the time and told Yan Na, reporter Yan, it's about time. The CEO still needs to meet a few friends, so you can start the interview now. Okay, no problem. It's the agreed time. Anyway, I'll finish the interview work quickly without delay. Yan Na immediately stood up. Follow me, I'll take you to meet the CEO. Yanzi extended her hand, inviting them to come along. The three of them headed downstairs to the 30th floor, and Yanzi led them directly to the CEO's office. As they reached the door, Yan Na couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. She had met many entrepreneurs before, but for some reason, she was more apprehensive this time. Perhaps it was out of respect for the entrepreneur who founded such an outstanding company. She adjusted her clothes, took a deep breath. Knock 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 asterisk. CEO, reporter Yan is here. Yanzi respectfully knocked on the CEO's office door. Please come in. A calm voice could be heard from inside. But as Yang Na listened, that voice seemed oddly familiar, and she felt it didn't sound like an elderly person. Yanzi pushed open the door, smiling. Please come in. Yang Na nodded and led Wu Gang into the office. It was referred to as an office, but upon entering, they found a spacious reception room in gray tones with some subtle golden accents, displaying high-end furniture and decor elements, creating an atmosphere of simplicity, understated elegance, and grandeur. Behind the reception room was a huge floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the bustling cityscape of Guangxi, offering a panoramic view that made one feel small amidst the vastness. Upon their entry, Yan Na and Wu Gang were struck by the breathtaking view visible through the massive window. However, they quickly turned their gaze to the left, towards the office area, where there was a large, silver-gray office desk. Behind the desk sat a man in a business suit, working diligently with his head lower, not showing his face from the side view. Yanzi led them to the desk, saying, CEO, this is reporter Yan, and this is cameraman Wu. CEO Yi, hello. Yan Na instinctively greeted with a bow. Reporter Yan, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. Yan Na found the voice incredibly familiar, and as she looked up, a face she knew well, with a friendly smile, appeared before her. Clatter asterisk, she was dumbfounded for a moment, her notebook slipping from her hands to the floor. Beside her, Wu Gang stared in shock, wide-eyed and speechless, unable to believe what he was seeing. Yan Na stood frozen in place, overwhelmed with astonishment, as if a tsunami of emotions was crashing over her. She hadn't in her wildest dreams imagined that the CEO of West Maple Group was him. Finding it hard to believe her eyes, overwhelmed by what she was witnessing. Yi Fun, is that you? Yan Na stared at the young man in front of her blankly. He was dressed in a crisp high-end suit, wearing a diamond-studded watch on his wrist, and his hair was styled in a fashionable upward swoop. His entire demeanor had undergone a drastic change, shedding his youthful allure and appearing more composed, mature, and refined. And handsome. If it wasn't for the identical appearance, she would have thought they were two different people. Yi Fun, classmate. Yan Na wasn't sure and asked again. Yifeng stood up, opened his arms, and smiled, saying, "Why, don't I look like myself?" "Miss Yan." Yan Na snapped out of her daze and took a deep breath, feeling slightly embarrassed for her momentary lapse, and said, No. President Yi, hello." She quickly picked up her notebook from the floor and stood up properly. She knew she was representing the role of a TV reporter at the moment, here to interview the founder of Shifeng Group, the president of Shifeng Group. She had to maintain a professional image, but she couldn't help but mock herself internally for getting emotional about someone's life situation just a moment ago, only to find out that the person in front of her was the top scorer of the provincial college entrance examination, Yifeng, who is the president of Shifeng Group. His family was worth millions, and he was the rising star entrepreneur who owned a leading enterprise in the industry. "Don't be so formal, let's chat in the reception hall," Yifeng gestured. The group moved to the reception hall, and Yifeng took the main seat. "President, if there isn't anything else, shall I go attend to the guests?" Yanzi slightly bowed and excused herself. She was tactful and knew that the upcoming private interview segment wasn't appropriate for her to be present. "All right, go ahead and attend to the guests," Yifeng nodded. After Yanzi left, Yan Na cleared her throat and said, with a serious tone, "President Yi, we are delighted that you agreed to our interview today. To save your time, shall we begin now?" Yifeng gestured for her to proceed. Wu Gang immediately brought out the filming equipment, set up the camera between Yifeng and Yan Na, aimed the lens at them, pressed the record button, and then signaled with an OK gesture. Yan Na took out her notebook with pre-prepared interview questions. She took a deep breath, put on her signature reporter smile, and asked, "President Yi, this morning I visited your company, and to my amazement, the company's system is so mature, the office environment is so superior. It's hard to believe that this company was founded less than a year ago. Can you introduce to our audience the type of enterprise you have established, and why it has been so successful?" This is an important question, and one that I believe everyone wants to know. Yifeng sat upright, with a calm expression, and answered, "Shifeng Group is a technology company based in the internet industry. Currently, our main business directions include network security, computer accessories, e-commerce, and electronic sports. I do not classify our company as an internet or e-commerce company, but rather as a technology company. I have always believed that technology changes life, and technology is the foundation of all development. The blood of innovation and technology must always flow through the entire company. Only then can we confidently say that we are a technology company." Shifeng Group started with computer repairs and selling computer accessories. From having no store at the beginning to the first store, we also faced various problems and difficulties. But we always believed that we were on the right path, with the correct direction. As long as we persisted without doubt, we would definitely create a new world. I am fortunate that we have achieved that. There is nothing achieved without action. Staying idle results in nothing but zero. Only through taking action can we achieve something, become a one. Hence, strong beliefs and execution power are the basic driving force behind our rapid development." Yifeng's calm and composed demeanor as he spoke surprised Yan Na. It seemed like this young man had been through many such occasions, forging a strong heart. How could someone so young have such experiences? And his words seemed sincere, with each word expressing genuine thoughts. Even though one couldn't grasp any business secrets, his words made sense, and his smoothness left no room for loopholes. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Na continued, "President Yi, as you mentioned earlier that you founded a technology company, what is your vision for the future of the company as a technology enterprise?" Yifeng looked at her, smiled slightly, and said, "Our company's vision is simple: to achieve an overall industrial upgrade for Greater Xia. To enrich the nation and strengthen the people, one could say that is the ultimate goal." Yan Na was taken aback by his deep gaze and straightforward words. His gaze seemed to pierce through the past and into the future, profound and insightful, and so resolute. It seemed that this ultimate goal for him was bound to be achieved. The vision was simple yet grand and weighty. "President Yi, are you learning from national entrepreneurs?" Yan Na asked with a smile. Yifeng nodded truthfully, asking back, "Of course, otherwise, should I learn from capitalists?" Crossing his hands and placing them on his knees, Yifeng continued calmly, "Our country has endured many hardships and understands one truth. If you lag behind, you will be beaten. Our legs and spine were once broken by others, but numerous predecessors, including national entrepreneurs, used their blood, flesh, and bones to lift our knees and spines again, allowing us to stand tall once more. Don't they deserve our respect and learning? Everyone can choose their way to support this country, and I will do it my way. We have stood up again, and from now on, nobody will make us kneel down again." His words were calm yet resonant. Yan's heart was stirred, so this was Yifeng's original intention in establishing the company, and his vision for the future. Having such grandeur and passion was enough to earn respect. No wonder in Yifeng Group, she saw the shadow of a future enterprise. Here, there was no oppression through sweat and blood, but everyone could work wholeheartedly for the company, contributing. Each person knew that their work was meaningful. Whether in realizing personal value or societal value, they could achieve it in this company. She respectfully nodded to Yifeng, saying seriously, "President Yi, your vision is truly rare in the business world, and I greatly admire it." Yifeng waved his hand casually and humbly smiled. "You're exaggerating. We are just doing what we should. Nothing more. However, our current strength is still very small. There isn't much we can do yet, nor is it enough to change anything." Small. Yan bit her lip, thinking to herself, "You're really humble. Is this enterprise considered small by your standards? At this rate of development, you'll probably dominate the computer accessories market in Guangzhou and maybe even the province soon." According to Yanzi, the 361 Computer Security Manager was already the top product for C-end users, and you call that small. Yifeng Group's scale of operation is already quite large. President Yi, still modest. As far as I know, the 361 product has already achieved the highest market share, hasn't it? Yan inquired. Yifeng shrugged, saying, "It's just the current highest market share. But with the explosive growth of new internet users, the future competition in this field will be extremely fierce. There's no need to be proud, and with our current technology, we can't claim to be able to change the network security industry. Perhaps when the next version of the 361 Computer Security Manager is released, we can say we have some industry and technical barriers to surpass." Yan was surprised and asked, "Does this mean the new version will be released soon?" Yifeng smiled. "You can look forward to it. It had been some time since the last official release, and over 100 technicians at the technology company had polished the next version of the computer manager, applying Yifeng's guided new technology, keeping them ahead in the industry by more than 5 years. Having a technological differential was the deepest moat in this field." Seeing Yifeng not disclosing any information about the release date, Yan could only drop the topic and continued, "President Yi, do you have any specific plans for the future? Could you give us a hint?" Yifeng nodded and said, "Certainly. In addition to the upcoming launch of the 361 new version, at today's inauguration ceremony, we will also announce a new business venture in the electronic sports company segment, Yifeng Electronic Sports Internet Cafe. Furthermore, we have reached a strategic cooperation with Keji Company. Yifeng Electronics stores will expand to all areas of Guangzhou within a month, including other cities and counties, becoming the company with the largest number of offline stores in the province. Also, our Yifeng e-commerce will undergo further restructuring, leveraging the traffic from 361 to build an open electronic sales platform, establishing a dual-layer B2B and B2C structural platform, and setting up an independently controllable logistics warehouse. Moreover, we also have plans to enter the traditional manufacturing industry, electronic consumer goods, fashion industry, etc. Using technology to upgrade the industries. There are many things we aim to accomplish in the future, and we also hope that more talented individuals will join our company." This final sentence was Yifeng's true intention. Through business expansion, they aim to make more capable individuals aware of Yifeng Group, thereby choosing to join the group. This was also the fundamental reason for the media organization's participation in the opening ceremony, for in-depth coverage. The establishment of a company's brand required more media outreach and shaping of public perception, while also garnering more recognition for the brand. Hearing Yifeng's words, Yan Na was left speechless, her mouth agape in astonishment. If it were someone else, she would likely quit. That ambition could lead to failure. But Yifeng was the president of Shifeng Group, and all she could say was, "What great ambition!" It seems like President Yi's layout is really grand. There may be many difficulties, but I believe you can overcome them one by one, because you were the top scorer in the provincial entrance exam, Yang Na praised. Just finished the college entrance exam not long ago and still in college. That now already in charge of a multi-million-dollar company, such a freakish person. How many people like that are there in the world? This is also the reason why Yan Na will not easily question his layout. If such freakish things can happen, what does it matter? Ha ha, then I'll take Yan reporter's kind words. Yifeng laughed warmly. Then Yang Na continued to interview Yifeng about business management, then chatted about personal life, and this interview ended satisfactorily. After asking questions, Yang Na took out her phone to check the time, and unexpectedly, it was already 11:30. Chatting unexpectedly took longer than expected. She hurriedly said, "President Yi, I'm really sorry for taking up your time. Thank you again for accepting our interview." Yifeng waved his hand, indicating it was no big deal, then stood up and said, "I also thank you for coming to our opening ceremony. It's almost time, please. I still have to go see an old friend later." "All right, President Yi." Yang Na shook hands with him, then left with Wu Gang. After Yan Na and Wu Gang left the office, they first went to a rest area to have some tea. Wow, Na yeah, Yifeng is really amazing. He founded such a big company at such a young age. People are all different, that's life. Wu Gang sighed, full of admiration in his words. Yan Na sighed deeply and said, "Indeed, it's truly unbelievable. It's beyond words to describe him as a genius, but from the interview just now, I feel like having such an ambitious young entrepreneur is also good, ha ha." Yifeng arrived at the VIP lounge on the 32nd floor, pushed the door open and saw Gumuxi standing in front of the mirror adjusting her black dress. Underneath it was alluring black silk. She, you don't need to check yourself in the mirror anymore. You can't get any prettier than you are today, Yifeng teased. Gumuxi heard the voice and turned around, pouting, "HMPH, you're always smooth talking. Is your interview over?" "Yes. Just finished. Funny thing is, it's the two people we had noodles with this morning," Yifeng said with a smile. "Oh, it's them. Oh, right. They seem to be from the TV station," Gumuxi remembered. Her gaze suddenly fell on Yifeng's tie, looking a bit loose and crooked. "Wait, your tie seems crooked. Let me adjust it for you." She walked up and carefully adjusted it for him. A fragrant scent suddenly wafted into Yifeng's nose, making him feel a rush of heat throughout his body. He looked down at Gumuxi, her flawless white cheeks filled with seriousness, long lashes fluttering. Very cute. The black evening gown highlighted her snow-white skin, crystal clear like jade, tempting one to savor her delicately in the palms of their hand. Yifeng swallowed and thought, this girl is really becoming increasingly irresistible. Okay, all done. Gumuxi looked satisfied with her work, then raised her head and met Yifeng's intense gaze, her cheeks blushing instantly. "Why are you looking at me like that?" She blushed but still stared at him with her head held high. She appeared calm, but her heart was racing, almost jumping out of her chest. This Yifeng, is he thinking of something naughty again? Naughty, he's really something, but there's no one around now, so it should be fine. All right, I'm ready. Gumuxi closed her eyes slightly, subconsciously puckering her cute red lips, seemingly anticipating something. "Don't move," Yifeng suddenly whispered. Gumuxi's heart was almost leaping out of her chest, silently cursing, "Idiot, I didn't move." Breathing getting closer, Gumuxi could already feel Yifeng's breath. Thump, her heart was beating rapidly. "Hot, why hasn't anything happened yet?" She was about to open her eyes, Yifeng suddenly said, "Don't move, your lash seem to have something on them." Gumuxi, "Oh my, you're really ruining the mood, Yifeng." "All right, I'll help you get it off." Yifeng plucked a little cotton from her lashes and clapped his hands, smiling. Gumuxi suddenly opened her eyes wide and glared at him angrily. "Yifeng, what's wrong?" Yifeng asked curiously. "HMPH, jerk. Looks like Master Mo will have to take action." With that, Gu Muxi cupped his head with her hands, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him. Hout! Yifeng's eyes widened. Holy crap! Gu Muxi, you're too bold. But, heh, I like it. However, at that moment, there was a sound of the door being pushed open. Ha ha! Funzi, Ningzong, they're here. Wang Tai happily shouted, but the next moment, when he saw the scene inside, he froze in shock. Oh no! This is bad. Gu Muxi heard the sound, and quickly let go of Yifeng, her cheeks now as red as apples. Yifeng felt the twitch on his forehead. He slowly turned around and glared at Wang Tai, jokingly scolding, Damn, TZ, you really came at the right time. Ah, Funzi, I didn't do it on purpose. I swear. Wang Tai pleaded for forgiveness. Yifeng chuckled helplessly. Okay, where's Ning Lao and the others? Ha ha, congratulations, Yi. Best of luck on your opening. Ning Fiping's hearty laughter came from outside, followed by his grand entrance. With familiar faces like Cheng Bo and Zhao Tongxing, as well as the boss of the electric building. Congratulations, President Yi. Cheng Bo greeted with a smile. Young President Yi has achieved such a great feat at a young age. Truly impressive. Zhao Tongxing praised. The other bosses also came forward to congratulate Yifeng. Yifeng greeted everyone warmly. After looking around, Ning Fiping suddenly asked, Oh right, why didn't I see President Feng? Did you forget to inform him, Yi? He didn't know that Yifeng and Feng Zimin had fallen out. Yifeng just smiled. Oh, I didn't inform him. President Feng is a very busy man. He might not necessarily come. Ning Fiping was startled, sensing something underlying in Yifeng's words. It seemed that his relationship with Feng Zimin wasn't too good. He didn't know the reason and didn't inquire further, wanting to save Yifeng's face in this situation. It's almost time. Everyone, please, the inauguration ceremony is about to begin, Yifeng said, smiling at everyone. The bosses nodded and left. Yifeng asked Wang Tai to take care of the guests, then turned back and waved to Gu Muxi, smiling, Come, my most beautiful Miss Gu. Gu Muxi sweetly smiled, then elegantly linked arms with Yifeng. Let's go, my great President Yi. Yang Na stood among the crowd at the ceremony venue. She had no interest in chatting with the bosses and executives present, but was instead fixated on the variety of Chinese and Western desserts on the tables on both sides. Strawberry cake, wife cakes, and vanilla ice cream. I want them all, she exclaimed as if she had found a treasure, lingering around the tables and stacking up plenty of food on her plate like a small mountain. Ahem. Nah yeah. Let's pay attention to our image. You are the star of our program. Wu Gang kindly reminded her. Yang Na then realized and reluctantly stopped her actions, jokingly saying, Hey, I usually wouldn't dare to buy these things, and now that they're free, I got carried away. Alright, I will just have a little bit. Hey, nah yeah, let's not rush to eat. The ceremony is about to start, and we are drawing too much attention. We might come off as here just for the food. Don't let other colleagues look down on us, Wu Gan whispered. Yang Na turned her head to the group of journalists on the left, each carrying various camera equipment. And on the right, a large crowd of guests, including many corporate bosses, gathering towards the stage as the music began. Alright, let's go over there. Since we're done with our tasks, we can stand in the back. You can gather some materials, and I'll snack in the meantime, Yang Na said with a smile. Wu Gang tugged at the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself that he shouldn't have let her see the sweet snacks. The two followed the crowd towards the stage and saw Yifeng and Gu Muxi holding hands as they walked to the front of the stage. Journalists from various newspapers and media outlets took out their cameras and began taking photos, and the flashing lights didn't stop. At that moment, Yifeng and Gu Muxi became the focus of the entire event. Such a handsome man and a beautiful woman, truly a match made in heaven, Yang Na sighed as she took a bite of cake. TSK, Yizan is a winner in life. Wu Gang pressed the shutter button and took several photos in succession. On the stage, Yifeng bowed to the crowd and said loudly, Welcome to the opening ceremony of West Maple Group. I am extremely honored and would like to express my gratitude to everyone here. Applause resounded throughout the venue. Gu Muxi looked at the 300 to 400 people in the audience, feeling a bit nervous as she held Yifeng's hand tightly. her whole body stiff. It was her first time facing such a situation, and feeling nervous was inevitable. Yifeng gently squeezed her hand, signaling that she didn't have to be nervous, as he was there for her. As the applause died down, Yifeng smiled and said, "Here, I would like to share a little story with everyone. The name of West Maple Group is derived from my name Yifeng and my girlfriend, my future wife, Gu Muxi's homophonic name. It also embodies our expectations for the company and a bit of romance between us." Gu Muxi blushed at his words, feeling a bit awkward being openly praised in front of so many people. The audience, however, was enjoying the spectacle, and various comments filled the air. "Ha ha. When will Mr. Yi get married? We must attend the wedding. Yes, such a perfect match. Wow. Mr. Yi, quickly find a wife for us, will you?" Faced with the hundreds of people urging them to get married, Gu Muxi blushed like an apple, her gaze wandering as she looked at the ceiling, pretending not to hear anything. Yifeng raised his hand to quiet the crowd and said with a smile, "All right, we will invite you all to the wedding if we have one. Today is a joyous occasion as West Maple Group officially opens. To celebrate the opening, we will also have an unveiling ceremony," Yifeng continued. Following his words, the lights dimmed, causing Gu Muxi to breathe a sigh of relief. Without being stared at, she felt a little less nervous. She quickly whispered to Yifeng, "Yi Shao, I will never stand on stage with you again. I'll be going now." Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Muxi hurriedly walked off the stage, holding up her skirt. Yifeng shook his head and smiled. This girl still has such a thin skin. At that moment, Han Ping'an led for employees pushing a cart covered in red cloth towards the stage while the projection behind them lit up. Everyone in the audience was curious about what was under the cloth. Yan Na and Wu Gang squeezed into the crowd, equally curious as to what was hiding under the red cloth. Yifeng and Han Ping'an walked to each side of the cart. Yifeng announced loudly, "Today, I am excited to introduce to you all another flagship project under West Maple Group." He and Han Ping'an then unveiled the red cloth, revealing the words West Maple Esports in navy blue text to the audience. Following this, the projection screen displayed exquisite images of the West Maple Esports gaming cafe, featuring a stylish and modern design with leather sofas and a great atmosphere. Rows of neatly arranged desktop computers stood in the images, showcasing a grand scene. As the images appeared, the audience erupted in excitement. Ning Fei Peng was astonished, seeing such a large-scale gaming cafe for the first time. Not just one store, but 3. My goodness, Yilao Di is truly impressive in this venture. Yan Na and Wu Gang were equally shocked by the environment and scale of the gaming cafe. "Oh my god, this must be the largest chain-operated gaming cafe in the city, right?" Yan Na exclaimed. Looking at the scale of each store from the photos was truly beyond ordinary. The journalists frantically took photos, with their camera shutters clicking and flashing lights illuminating the venue. Listening to the gasps and murmurs from the crowd, Yifeng was pleased. He intended to use this opportunity to promote the gaming cafe and achieve the peak of his career from the start. Next, I would like to introduce to all of you our West Maple Esports General Manager, Han Ping'an, known as General Han. Yifeng introduced to the crowd. Han Ping'an couldn't contain his excitement and nervousness as he stepped forward to bow to the audience before stepping back. Facing so many guests and journalists, this moment felt dreamlike to him. Who would have thought that just half a year ago, he was scavenging for scraps of food on the roadside, with a bleak future ahead of him. Now, he was the head of a subsidiary company of a conglomerate, serving as the general manager. His destiny and life had changed completely since meeting Yifeng, a transformative moment that gave him a second chance at life. He believed that Yifeng had given him a new lease on life and was grateful for it. So he wholeheartedly followed all of Yifeng's instructions, putting in his best effort in every task, never slacking off. From building the management team to recruiting staff, managing the operations of the gaming cafe, and handling logistical support, he took personal control of every detail. A legend had spread within West Maple Group about his hardworking nature. If a task had to be completed that day, he would work tirelessly until it was finished, even if it meant working late into the night. If the employees below him failed to accomplish their tasks, he would sternly reprimand them but would also help them complete the work, earning their respect and admiration through strict management. Yan Na observed the calm and composed Han Ping'an on stage and was surprised. She saw a unique aura in this young man that was absent in others of his age, calm, restrained, and mature. If it were any other young person, being in such a position at the age of 20 would have led to excitement and exuberance. This position was one that could make them proud among their peers and give them the confidence to be ambitious. Yet, Han Ping'an was different, exhibiting a rare level of composure, devoid of the brashness typical of young people. What kind of monsters are the young people beside President Yi? Yan Na muttered, referring to both Han Ping'an and Wang Tai she had met before. These two young men, entrusted with significant responsibilities by Yi Feng, were his right-hand men. However, upon further reflection, she thought, perhaps the most extraordinary one is President Yi himself. On stage, Yi Feng took a few steps forward, signaled towards the large screen projection, and smiled, saying, "What you are seeing now are our 3 flagship gaming cafes." He continued, "Each store is equipped with 200 high-end computers." The audience was astonished upon learning that each gaming cafe housed 200 computers. My goodness, such a large scale. How much money would it cost to invest in this? At least 5 to 6 million, isn't it? West Maple Group sure is generous. Ning Fei Peng was in disbelief, thinking, Yilao Di, you really went big on this one. The scale of 200 computers in a single store was already the largest in the city, if not the province. But what he didn't expect was the even more shocking news Yi Feng disclosed next. Looking at the audience, Yi Feng declared, "I officially announced the new strategy for West Maple Esports. Within the next year, we plan to expand to 30 stores in Guangzhou, Shenzhen, Shanghai, and Beijing, with each store reaching this same scale." The audience, unwild at this announcement, Ning Fei Peng was dumbfounded. What? Opening 30 chain gaming cafes in a year? Yi Sai, are you crazy? Yan Na widened her mouth in astonishment. She couldn't believe that Yi Feng would come up with such a heavy, crazy strategic plan. Opening 30 chain internet cafes in a year, the investment must be at least 40 to 50 million RMB. How could he be so sure that internet cafes could make money? Why was he so confident? Not yet. President Yi, has he gone crazy? Wu Gang next to her asked in amazement. Yan Na forced a smile and said, "How would I know, but to establish such a large enterprise at such a young age, it shouldn't be possible. Would someone as extraordinary as him go crazy? Or is there a business opportunity that we can't see?" The crowd discussed, all shocked by the news Yi Feng revealed. Only Yi Feng and Han Ping'an on the stage remained relatively calm. Yi Feng turned around and signaled to switch to the projection screen. After a while, a new projection appeared, showing a computer configuration list. The appearance of the configuration list instantly attracted everyone's attention and left them amazed. Ning Feiping was the first to notice something. Shocked, he muttered, "My God! Such configurations for internet cafe computers?" Yi Feng introduced to everyone, "These are the mainstream configurations of our internet cafes, the Elite Edition and the Deluxe Edition. For the Elite Edition configuration, we mainly use Intel Pentium 2 as the processor, paired with a Kirin 748 motherboard. And for memory devices, we choose products from the top 3 manufacturers, with a running memory of up to 6 RAM. Moreover, the monitor used for the Elite Edition is a Philips 105A, the hard drive is 3G from Seagate. In comparison to the Elite Edition, the Deluxe Edition is upgraded to Pentium 3, with the running memory upgraded to 128M, far exceeding the configurations of general internet cafes, providing users with the best internet cafe machine experience." Ning Feiping smirked. These configurations indeed surpassed all internet cafes in the market, but with this, the price must not be low. Definitely not less than 15 RMB per hour. If these hardware were purchased from second-tier market agents, the higher costs would surely increase the usage price. But what Yi Feng said next left him dumbfounded. The pricing for our internet cafe is, the Elite Edition configuration costs 5 RMB per hour, and the Deluxe Edition configuration costs 10 RMB per hour. Yi Feng announced, "What? Such configurations for only 5 RMB per hour?" Ning Feiping was puzzled. Nowadays, internet cafe prices range from 5 to 10 RMB per hour, and many low-configure, underground internet cafes even charge 3 RMB per hour. Such high-end configurations priced at 5 RMB per hour. The internet environment, computer configurations, pricing, in all aspects have surpassed other internet cafes. It's like stomping on the competitors. Yi Laodi. This move is ruthless. He could already imagine the scene of the internet cafe booming after opening. In any aspect, there is no internet cafe in the city that can serve as a qualified competitor. They will all be completely outperformed by Shifeng Cybercafe. He was stunned, suddenly realizing why Yifeng decided to hold this grand opening ceremony. With Yifeng's low-key personality, he wouldn't usually go all out like this. This high-profile opening ceremony is probably to drum up popularity for Shifeng Cybercafe. He looked at the group of reporters on the left. The Shifeng group will surely rise to fame. And with the media coverage, Shifeng Cybercafe would effectively skip the extensive initial advertising effort. Impressive. Yi Laodi. This plan is indeed multifaceted. Ning Fiping secretly admired. On the stage, Yifeng continued to highlight the advantages of the internet cafe, including on-site services, and so on. Finally, Yifeng said to everyone, I welcome everyone to come and experience it when you have time. Today's opening ceremony ends here. Thank you all for your enthusiastic participation. Asterisk clap 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 asterisk. A tidal wave of applause erupted at the venue. Many people even gave a thumbs up to Yifeng, deeply impressed by him. After the ceremony ended, the lights came on again, the venue buzzed with excitement, and the festivities began. Yifeng met Ning Fiping and Changbo and their party as he came down from the stage. Ha ha, Yi Laodi, you are really something. After today, your internet cafe will just wait to make a fortune. Ha ha, Ning Fiping happily thumped his chest. Heh. Borrowing good wishes from brother Ning. Yifeng smiled. I've arranged another venue next to us, let's go there and chat. Different from the main venue, the side venue was smaller, specifically for hosting peers and partners of the Shifeng group. The side venue was more like a small circle, with less than 100 people. But it basically covered most enterprises in the computer sales industry chain in the city. Gu Muxi didn't follow him and was busy looking for food. Wang Tai approached her and asked, Gu Daxia Huo, why don't you go and find Funzi? HMPH tilde follow him around with a smiling face. How boring, I don't want to, Gu Muxi replied with a disdainful expression. She looked into the distance and saw Yifeng surrounded by many people, chatting and laughing. As the host, he naturally attracted a lot of attention and was constantly greeted and conversed with. However, faced with so many strangers, Gu Muxi knew she wouldn't be able to say a word. Suddenly, an employee walked hurriedly towards Yifeng and whispered something in his ear. It seemed like there was something urgent. Gu Muxi curiously watched, not knowing what was going on. What's wrong? Is there something going on? Gu Muxi turned to Wang Tai and asked. Wang Tai noticed Yifeng's expression wasn't right. He put down the plate he was holding and said, I'm going to see. Wang Tai rushed over to Yifeng and asked in a low voice, What's wrong? Funzi. Yifeng held a tall glass, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. It's nothing. Someone has come uninvited. How? Who? Wang Tai was surprised. Who else could it be? Funzong from Nanchao, Yifeng said coldly. At that moment, Ning Fiping hurried over, happily exclaiming, Ha ha, Yi Laodi, Funzong is here. At his words, everyone turned towards the direction of the entrance. Funzi from Nanchao Trading had control over many supply channels and held significant power in this area of the city. Suddenly, a group of people appeared at the entrance, and Funzi, with a smile on his face, walked ahead. Hey, Funzong is here. Hello, Funzong, good day, Funzong. The bosses and executives all greeted him. Funzi politely nodded to everyone and, surrounded by the crowd, walked up to Yifeng. Funzi looked at Yifeng with a smile, extended his hand, and said, President Yi, congratulations. Yifeng remained calm, shook his hand, and asked, Why has Funzi come? Meaning, I didn't invite you, so how did you come on your own? A hint of hostility flashed in Funzi's eyes. He sneered, Hehe, President Yi. Today is your opening ceremony. How could I miss such a good day? It's like this, Mr. Yi doesn't welcome me. Funzi stared at Yifeng with a joking tone. Ha ha. Mr. Fun. Always kidding around. How could Mr. Yi not welcome you? Chengbo took over the conversation with a smile. Exactly. What's the relationship between Yifeng and us? Mr. Feng is just joking, Zhao Tonqing echoed. Both of them didn't catch on, thinking Funzi was just kidding. In their impression, Funzi and Yifeng were old friends. Back then at Ning Feiping's party, when they first met, they all felt an instant connection. Funzi had high praises for Yifeng, and after a few drinks, they were calling each other brothers. Later on, they heard that Funzi and Yifeng had a good working relationship, always cooperating happily with frequent exchanges of favors. There were even rumors that Shang Company was taken down by Funzi and Yifeng working together, allowing Funzi to take over some of Shang Company's business. With such a strong bond, how could there be any grudges? That's why the two of them didn't think further, just assuming Funzi was joking. But Ning Feiping, on the other hand, sensed something more from Funzi's words. And since Yifeng hadn't invited Funzi to the opening ceremony, Ning Feiping was starting to figure things out. Now, it seemed there was a strange atmosphere between Yifeng and Funzi. Yifeng remained calm and said, Mr. Feng, only trouble comes uninvited. Are you really here just for my company's grand opening? Funzi shrugged. Yes, you've guessed it, Mr. Yi is indeed sharp. Come, bring the grand opening gift I prepared for Mr. Yi. Funzi gestured to the two young men in suits who approached with briefcases and handed over two documents. Funzi took one document out, showing it around as if it was a contract to be given to Yifeng. Chengbo admired. Oh, Mr. Feng is here to deliver documents. That's a very practical gift. Oh, had I known, I would have had my own grand opening to take advantage of Mr. Feng's generosity. Ha ha. Chengbo's joke triggered laughter around, bringing a cheerful atmosphere. But Funzi coldly smiled, handing the document to Yifeng. Mr. Yi, this grand gift, you must accept. This is a notice of termination of the strategic cooperation between Nanchao Trading and Zifeng Company. You must want to see it, don't you? From today on, Nanchao Trading and your Zifeng Group will cut ties completely. Before anyone could react, the smiles on everyone's faces froze. The lively atmosphere plummeted, freezing over completely. Chengbo stared in shock, not expecting Funzi's gift to be a notice of terminating the strategic cooperation. And he never imagined Funzi would stir up trouble in front of everyone on Yifeng's important day. Everyone was stunned, silent. Ning Feiping's face changed suddenly. Funzi was here to cause trouble, and on Yifeng's big day. Mr. Feng, what is this? Ning Feiping asked in surprise, unaware of the grudge between the two. The two of them had a good relationship before, and he had no idea things would escalate to this point. Funzi coldly replied, Mr. Ning, ask him. Why not ask Mr. Yi if he's collaborated with Keji Company? Ning Feiping was taken aback. Keji Company? The provincial agency? Could it be Yi? About this. Ning Feiping turned to Yifeng. Chengbo and Zhao Tonqing and the others also looked at Yifeng. Realizing that if Zifeng Group partnered with Keji Company, they would be exclusive sales channels in the city. This meant Zifeng Group and Nanchao Trading were now direct competitors rather than partners. Yifeng chuckled. Yes, so what? My company is independent, not a subsidiary. Do I need anyone's approval to collaborate with other companies? Mr. Feng, do you think you're qualified? Do you have the keys? How many do you have? Yifeng's words caused an uproar. With this, the conflict between the two had reached a breaking point. Yifeng took the document, not even bothering to look at it, and handed it to Wan Tai. Mr. Feng, if you just wanted to give me this gift, I've received it. You can leave now, no need for further courtesy. Yifeng shook his glass coldly. The grudge between him and Funzi didn't need anyone else to know or explain. Funzi had been eyeing his company for a while, even showing ambitions to enter the frontline sales market. So, Yifeng had long anticipated this day. The moment Funzi cut off supplies, both sides stopped walking the same path and became direct business competitors. Funzi smirked with his hands in his pockets. Mr. Yi, you're in a hurry to show me out, huh? Their eyes met, sparking friction. The room fell into a deathly silence, all eyes fixated on the two. With various expressions, surprise, excitement, anger, and more, each with their own thoughts, Ning Feiping felt mainly embarrassed. Yifeng had met Funzi through his party and had put considerable effort into facilitating their cooperation to benefit both parties. But never did he imagine things would escalate to such a point. He speculated silently that Yifeng wouldn't easily offend anyone, especially someone like Funzi who had helped him before. But he couldn't ask Yifeng now and couldn't stop the situation, so he stood awkwardly on the side without voicing any opinions. Chengbo and Zhao Tongxing shared a glance, silently communicating. Yifeng took a sip of champagne and sneered. "What, Mr. Feng, having trouble leaving? Planning to stay for a meal?" Funzi reached for the second document, but as he handed it to Yifeng, he suddenly let go, dropping the document on the ground. With a feigned expression, he said, "Oops, slipped my hand. Mr. Yi, this is the second grand gift I'm giving you. This is a legal letter from Nanchao Trading to Zifeng Group, Mr. Yi. You can send it to me, and I'll send it to you. Oh, and I should add, get ready to respond, Mr. Yi." Glancing around, Funzi declared, "From this day on, Zifeng Group is a competitor of Nanchao Trading, and my company's defendant. Nanchao Trading terminates all business dealings with Zifeng Group. Everyone, Zifeng Group and Keji Company have a direct partnership. You can decide whether to work with Zifeng Group or Nanchao Trading." Funzi's words made many people's faces change, with many distributors casting doubtful glances at Yifeng. Wang Tai's face turned unpleasant, knowing Funzi was intentionally sowing discord. He wanted to speak up but was stopped by Yifeng's raised hand. Seeing his purpose almost achieved, Funzi smirked with mockery. "Mr. Yi, you're too young. How could you not consider the consequences before acting? Hehe, I bet your grand opening won't last long. You'll be splitting troubles before you know it. The road ahead is long, we'll see how it plays out." With that, Funzi turned and left. The place fell into silence, with some individuals following Funzi shortly after, until nearly half the crowd had left. Chengbo and Zhao Tongxing also left together, with Chengbo adding a final taunt to Yifeng before departing. "Hehe, Mr. Yi, from now on, look after yourself." Half of the people at the scene had left, leaving a somewhat desolate atmosphere. It was not a good omen for an opening ceremony to encounter such a situation, as it damaged the reputation of the West Maple Group. Most people would have already been furious, but Yifeng remained calm, showing no signs of anger. On the other hand, Wang Tai was very angry. Funzi must have come here intentionally to make trouble. He's trying to drive a wedge between us and our peers, isn't he? Why aren't you letting me scold him? Taking a sip of champagne, Yifeng calmly replied. Will scolding him make any difference? It will only make us appear frantic and agitated. Wang Tai seemed reluctant, saying, "Chengbo and the others are just going with the flow." Yifeng smirked. "Why rush? They have left now, and there will surely come a time when they will need us. It's better that they have left. We can see some people's true colors without getting angry at them." How? Wang Tai was puzzled, not understanding Yifeng's point. Yifeng chuckled. "Taizi, just wait and see. When we build our e-commerce platform, those people will come back crawling to us." Immediately, Wang Tai understood Yifeng's intention, and most of his previous anger dissipated. "Funzi, I understand." Wang Tai clenched his fist and nodded vigorously. At that moment, Ning Feiping walked over, with a bitter smile. "Yilaudi, this situation, oh, why are you and Fengzon so unhappy?" Even his choice of words was quite euphemistic. It was not just unhappy. It was already a mess. Yifeng looked at him sincerely. "Ning Laoch, the situation has reached this point. Do you think there is room for reconciliation?" Ning Feiping remained silent, knowing the situation very well. Things had escalated to a point where both sides could not turn back. Yifeng continued, "Ning Laoch, I know this puts you in a difficult position, but sometimes reality can be cruel. If I hadn't planned ahead, West Maple Group might have been named Feng instead of Yi. Funzi has been eyeing the first-tier market for quite some time. Do you think I would agree to his threats using the source channels against us?" Ning Feiping was taken aback, realizing there was more to this feud than he had known. In the face of absolute interests, there are no permanent friends. He sighed. "Well, Yilaudi, on this matter I may be powerless." Yifeng understood his predicament, knowing that no one could help in this situation. "Ning Laoch, it's okay, I understand. I will handle this matter myself. Yifeng smiled. 3 days later, at Nanchao Trading Company. Funzi, I have made all the necessary moves. In the future, not many people will dare to supply goods to Yifeng from the city to the province. Even if he manages to get the goods, his prices will definitely not be able to compete with ours. You can rest assured, Chengbo said, lifting his teacup to take a sip. Funzi smiled and replied that Kid Yifeng thinks he can dominate the first-tier market in the city all by himself. He has big ambitions, but he's still quite young. Zhao Tongxing burst into laughter. Ha ha. Yeah, Funzi is right. Many of their interests were tied to Funzi. Their sources could complement each other, and they could share distribution channels. Originally, if Yifeng's West Maple Company had operated as a good accessory sales channel, it would have been a good partnership for all three of them. However, Yifeng's plan to cooperate with Keji Company and adopt a direct sales model undoubtedly shook their interests. Without hesitation, these two men turned their support to Funzi and mobilized relationships within the industry to restrict supplies to the West Maple Group. Relying solely on the products represented by Keji's company would make them too dependent and lack competitiveness in the market. Their sole aim was to destroy West Maple Group. Funzi took out cigarettes, handed them out to the two, and said, "How do you two feel about our joint channel plan? Utilizing our advantages in the supply chain, we will dominate the accessory market in the city. With our pricing advantage, West Maple Group's business in this area will undoubtedly perish." Funzi's plan was to form a subsidiary company through a joint venture with several major suppliers, establish its distribution channels, enter the first-tier market, and completely take over West Maple Group's market share with the advantages of diverse sources and pricing. I think it's great. Funzi's proposal is excellent, and I agree. Chengbo nodded, smoking his cigarette. Zhao Tongxing also concurred. I agree too. At least, West Maple Electronics can't monopolize this market. Funzi, hearing the agreement from the two, joyfully exclaimed, "Ha ha. Great. With us working together, how can we not make money? Once we unleash our efforts, what can that Yifeng kid do against us?" Chengbo suddenly asked, "By the way, Funzi, how is your lawsuit with Yifeng going?" Funzi flicked the cigarette ash, leaned back on the sofa, and confidently smiled. Hehe, I'm quite confident about that. After all, there are people on the judging panel who are on my side. How can Yifeng win against me? The trial has been ongoing for the past 2 days, and we are currently submitting new evidence. My company's legal team consists of 6 people, all top graduates from law schools. With additional lawyers from the Guanxi law firm and trustworthy law firm, we have formed a powerful legal team. Whereas West Maple Group is arrogant enough to assign only one person for legal matters. Ha ha. That guy. What was his name? Luoxian, something like that, is really a joke. How can one person compete with my legal team? I believe West Maple Group knows their chances of winning are slim, so they decided to handle it casually. How can I lose this lawsuit? Ha ha. Chengbo laughed and said that Yifeng kid is really relying on someone powerful. I thought he would spend a fortune hiring renowned law firms to fight the lawsuit, but turns out they only sent their own legal representative. Truly amusing. Zhao Tongxing chimed in. Hehe, that Yifeng kid probably knows he can't win the lawsuit. But let me tell you, Funzi is admirable. The company has so many legal experts and even hired trustworthy law firm. Wow, such extravagance. Funzi blew a smoke ring and sneered. Regardless of how much compensation we get, the money is secondary. I just want to see West Maple Group lose. Let all our peers see that the so-called West Maple Group is nothing but a shell without solid strength. At that moment, the door opened, and Lan Kai walked in, expressionless, and went straight to Funzi, dropping a resignation letter. Funzi, I have finished all my work handovers. Can I leave now? Lan Kai said calmly. Funzi's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. She was resigning in front of the two bosses. This was surely a slight to him. He stood up promptly and coldly said, "Come with me." The two went to the lounge on the other side of the office. Kai, I understand you may have grievances, but I admire your work ethic. Can't you stay and help me? Funzi questioned her in a deep voice. Lan Kai gave a sad smile. Stay here to help you. Would your wife approve? Funzi, are you joking? If she doesn't know, Won't it be fine? Just be a bit more cautious in the future, Kai. Honestly, after all these years you've been with me, I really didn't want to let you go. Funzi changed his tone to a gentler one and lightly touched her shoulder. However, Lan Kai took a step back, creating distance between them, and indifferently said, Funzong, please maintain your dignity. I believe I have no reason to stay at the company. Seeing her resolute stance, Funzi's expression turned cold, and he cursed, Damn, is this how you want to leave? Then get out, get far away. I was considering giving you a job out of nostalgia, but since you don't appreciate it, I see no point in keeping you. Get out. Lan Kai lifted her head, glanced at him, and a cold smile crept up on her lips. Funzong, this is your true face, isn't it? Heh, I guess all these years of my youth were wasted on you. Well, I'll leave right away. Lan Kai turned and left without hesitation. Funzi's expression shifted between dark and brooding. Then he spat a disdainful remark as Lan Kai left, HMPH, whore. In his heart, Lan Kai was just a woman used to alleviate his loneliness. She was just a plaything at best, a plaything with some work capability. After leaving the office and closing the door behind her, Lan Kai took out her phone, dialing a number. Hello, it's me. I have resigned. Yes, Yizong, I understand. Funzi returned to the reception room and plopped down on the sofa, looking rather unwell. Chengbo noticed and whispered, What's wrong, General Feng? Don't be angry about the secretary resigning. We can always hire another one. Tell us what you need. Funzi extinguished his cigarette, put on a smile, and said, Ahaha, you're right, Chief Cheng. Next time, I'll hire one even prettier. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from the company's legal manager. Lei Ruida, haha, my legal department is calling me. There must be good news, Funzi happily said as he answered the call. Hello, Ruida. What's up? Fan, General Fan, something bad has happened. At noon, Guanxi Court, Funzi rushed to a lounge inside the court with a grim face. In the lounge were 6 legal representatives from Nanchao Trading, with the Mediterranean middle-aged man, legal manager Lei Ruida, at the helm. Fan, General Fan, Lei Ruida stood up when he saw Funzi, but had a troubled expression on his face. What the hell is going on? Why did we lose this lawsuit? Why? Funzi glared at him, his eyes shooting flames of anger. When he first heard the news that they might lose due to new evidence submitted internally, he rushed over in shock. Lei Ruida sighed. General Feng, this lawsuit is about a breach of contract after they sued us, and we had a strategy in place. As long as we didn't admit to cutting supply, West Maple Group wouldn't have won. But West Maple Group's legal team is too cunning. Initially, with insufficient evidence, we were supposed to win by having them retract the lawsuit, and then we would countersue them for defaulting on payment. However, a guy named Luo Xian from West Maple's legal team argued that the procedure wasn't proper and demanded the court go through the legal process again, delaying us significantly. Just 2 days ago, during the new round of evidence submission, they got their hands on our internally stamped halt supply notification. This was confidential company material, a critical piece of evidence. I can't fathom how they managed to obtain it. So, just a while ago, there was a message from inside saying we might lose this one. Funzi's face paled. The opponent had gotten hold of internal documents. There is a mole within the company. This thought crossed his mind immediately. Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind. Lan Kai. Could it be her? Funzi's pupils constricted sharply, and a chill ran down his spine. Where is the team from Din Cheng Law Firm? Can't they turn the tide for us? Certainly. Din Cheng is a sizable law firm. They should be able to help. Contact them immediately. Lei Ruida hastily said, I'll make the call right away. After a while, the call connected. Put Liu the lawyer on the line. What? What are you saying? Detained. At the police station. What? Just now. Why? Lei Ruida's expression changed drastically, revealing a hint of fear. He hung up the phone immediately and rushed to Funzi. Feng, General Feng, something terrible happened. The lawyer in charge of this case, Liu Yat, has been summoned to the police station. He's been detained. Funzi. What? Detained. Funzi was dumbfounded. The lawyer from Din Cheng law firm, a renowned firm in Guangxi, detained. What kind of international joke was this? What the hell is happening? Funzi grabbed him by the collar in a fit of rage. Lei Ruida, looking pale, said, General Feng, please calm down. Din Cheng said lawyer Liu was accused of insulting the plaintiff's character. And since they refused mediation, he's being investigated and is preparing to defend himself. Who did this? Funzi pushed him away and asked repeatedly. It was the legal counsel from West Maple Group, that guy named Luo Xian, Lei Ruida said, swallowing hard. Funzi was stunned. The entire legal team on their side was thrown into chaos by a single individual. They not only lost the lawsuit, but their lawyer was now in custody. Damn it. Useless. What's the point of having you all useless? He couldn't contain his anger and vented out loud. The legal team felt ashamed and lowered their heads, unable to answer back. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Lei Ruida went to open the door, revealing a group of policemen. The middle-aged officer at the forefront pulled out his badge and said sternly, Hello, we are from the Financial Crime Investigation Division. We received a report that Nanchao Trading is suspected of tax evasion, producing and selling counterfeit products. We have officially launched an investigation. We got information that the person in charge of your company, Funzi, is here. Which one of you is Funzi? Funzi was thunderstruck and stood still. What? Someone reported my company. Officer, this is a malicious accusation. It's entirely false, Funzi screamed in despair. The middle-aged officer remained stone-faced and said coldly, You must be Funzi. We have received numerous reports, so you better come with us for investigation. Funzi's legs went weak, and he collapsed on the ground, his eyes devoid of spirit. Once again, the image of a certain figure popped into his mind. Lan Kai. Apart from Lan Kai and the company's finance team, nobody knew about tax evasion. It must be that B*******H if it was really her. The consequences were unimaginable. She knew far too much. With this realization, a sense of hopelessness washed over Funzi. He now understood. Lan Kai must have teamed up with Yifan. They were out to get him. No, you can't take me away. Our legal team is here. Lei Ruida, speak up. Sitting on the floor, Funzi shouted angrily, Lei Ruida, as if grasping at straws for help. Lei Ruida didn't want to see their boss taken away like this, so he stood in front of the officer and asked, Officer, can we discuss this matter? We are the company's legal team. Suddenly, a low voice came from behind the officer. A middle-aged man with a refined demeanor and gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward with an air of confidence and composure. His slightly smiling face sent chills down Lei Ruida and his legal team's spines. It's you. Luo Xian. Lei Ruida was shocked but quickly understood. Luo Xian might be the informant. What? Are you planning to obstruct justice? According to Article 270 of the criminal law, obstructing justice can lead to a maximum of 3 years in prison, Luo Xian said with a sly smile. Lei Ruida's face changed, showing more resignation than defiance. Head bowed, he remained silent. The middle-aged officer waved his hand. Take Funzi away. The policeman approached and handcuffed Funzi. At that moment, despair was written all over Funzi's face. He never expected Yifeng's retaliation to be so swift and severe. He knew. It was all over. The next day, Guangxi Bolan Company. Chengbo paced back and forth in the office with a worried expression on his face. Dang! Jia Panqing suddenly pushed open the door. Old Cheng, did you also receive the news? President Fun has been detained. How could this happen? Chengbo said with a troubled expression. You ask me, who should I ask? I just found out about it myself. But now, I'm sure the whole city knows about this news. Take a look for yourself. Chengbo picked up a newspaper from the tea table and handed it to him. Jia Panqing took it and saw the headline on the front page of the Guangxi Daily. Industry heavyweight news. President of Nanchao Trading Company suspected of tax evasion has been put under investigation. The bold and eye-catching font made it clear at a glance. Damn, could it be that President Feng was set up by someone? Jia Panqing could tell at a glance that this matter was not so simple. His first instinct was that Funzi was set up by someone. Chengbo sat on the couch, his face dark. I think this time Funzi's in big trouble. Generally, if the Economic Investigation Bureau opens a case, there is at least an 80 to 90% chance of conviction, otherwise they wouldn't act so rashly. The situation had turned. Just the day before they were like brothers, and now he was directly referring to Funzi by his real name. Zhao Tongxing stared blankly for a while, then couldn't help but shout, "What about the advance payment I made to him before? Over 300,000. Can we get it back?" "Crap, I had more than 300,000 with him. It was 1,100,000. I wired him the cooperative payment yesterday." "Crap." Chengbo was so angry that he blurted out a curse. Funzi was in trouble, and not just any ordinary crime. Tax evasion plus selling counterfeit goods. Just the fines alone could bankrupt them, and they would have to spend several years in prison. Wouldn't the money they had with Funzi be all gone up in smoke? This was something they couldn't accept. Zhao Tongxing also looked worried, took out a cigarette, and handed him one, asking, "How could this happen? Chen, who do you think is behind this? They're so ruthless. This is to make Funzi die." Chengbo took the cigarette, squinted, pondered for a moment, and said, in a deep voice, "Besides that kid, who else do you think it could be?" Zhao Tongxing was stunned, startled, and asked in amazement, "Are you saying that kid Yifeng?" "Hiss." Zhao Tongxing sucked in a cold breath. After careful consideration, he really felt that this matter was inseparable from Yifeng. Before, at the opening ceremony hosted by Yifeng, in front of so many people, Funzi embarrassed Yifeng, and the conflict between them was well known in the industry. This was not just a usual conflict, but a cutthroat business competition of life and death. "Damn, Yifeng is so ruthless," Zhao Tongxing asked in disbelief. Chengbo took a deep drag from the cigarette, glanced at him, and asked back, "Don't you remember about Sheng Company? You may not know, but I've heard some rumors. Sheng Company was brought down by a collaboration between Yifeng and Funzi. If that's really the case, I think that kid Yifeng is probably more terrifying than we expected. To be so ruthless at such a young age. If Nanchao Trading of Funzi goes bankrupt because of this, the entire supply chain in Guanxi City and even the entire province may fall under the control of Shifeng Group. It will all be in his hands." Zhao Tongxing was shocked and speechless at these words. After a long pause, he quickly sat down and asked, "So, what do we do? Will we have to cooperate with Yifeng in the future?" Chengbo also realized this, and instantly felt a headache. Before, he had publicly supported Funzi, and if they had to cooperate with Yifeng in the future, wouldn't that be a huge blow to their credibility? This was a difficult situation now. It's too early to discuss these things now. We should go and find some connections, understand Funzi's situation inside. If he can't come out, we'll have to take our money back ourselves. That's the most important thing right now, Chengbo emphasized by tapping the table. "Ah, right. We also need to try to make contact with Yifeng's side, repair the relationship, and send a gift first. I'll go do that. Guanxi Shengcheng Company, General Manager's office." Zhou Yan looked at the newspaper, his expression changing constantly. Suddenly, he threw the newspaper on the table and pressed the intercom. After a while, a young male secretary in a suit and leather shoes entered the office. "General Zhou, do you have any instructions?" The young secretary asked respectfully. "Go and sort out our business dealings with Nanchao Trading. Cut off all business relations with them." Zhou Yan waved his hand. "All of them?" The young secretary was surprised and confirmed. "Yes, all of them," Zhou Yan said with a grim expression. "All right then, I'll inform the business department staff later." The young secretary nodded. Zhou Yan pondered for a moment, then said, "By the way, contact the general manager Su from the Shifeng Group, and tell him that I missed the opening ceremony last time due to work, and now you represent me to send him a congratulatory message, and afterwards, I will personally call Yifeng. Also, prepare a gift suitable for the opening ceremony, like jade carvings or Buddha pendants. Make a purchase and send it over. Remember to get something of higher quality. Show it to me first after purchasing, and then go buy it." "All right, General Zhou, I'll go and do it later." The young secretary was puzzled. Why was Zhou Yan so concerned about the Shifeng Group? But he didn't dare to ask, so he could only follow his orders. After the young secretary left, Zhou Yan tapped on the table and muttered, Yifan is quite ruthless. At noon that day, in the office of the president of Shifan Group, Yifan sat at the tea table leisurely sipping tea, with today's newspaper on the table. Knock, 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 the door was knocked. Come in. Wang Tai pushed the door open, with a big smile on his face. Hey, Yizhe. Lao Luo is back. Luo Xian walked into the office, approached Yifan, bowed slightly, and smiled. President, everything has been taken care of. Yifan stood up and laughed. Luo Xian, come, sit down and talk. With your professional level, how many years do you think Funzi will be sentenced to this time? Luo Xian sat down and smiled, based on the evidence of tax evasion amount and the number of counterfeit products sold, which are considered a large amount, without surprises, a minimum of 5 years. Ha ha, 5 years. Lao Luo, you are really something. Wang Tai excitedly sat down as well. Yifan poured tea for both of them and continued to inquire. And the fine? How much will Nanchao Trading be fine? After taking a sip of tea, Luo Xian replied, the preliminary estimate is over 30 million. But there is a possibility that more evidence may be discovered by the police, so it could be higher. This amount is enough to bankrupt Nanchao Trading. Yifan finally smiled. Ah, just as expected. Wang Tai gave Yifan a thumbs up and praised, Yizhe, your move is really awesome. Striking at the root, before, when you asked me to give a gift to Lan Kai, would you have guessed that she would provide us with so much evidence? Yizhe, you're really amazing. Yifan chuckled. Sending gifts is just to maintain relationships. It can be said that the real fool is Funzi himself. You'd better remember, it's better to offend a villain than a woman. Between me and Lan Kai, we can only count on mutual help. It's more like mutual use, because we both have a common goal. Luo Xian admired. It seems that the president is still amazing, otherwise it would be troublesome to bring down Funzi through normal legal channels. By the way, President, there are people from their side in the court. Shall I take care of them? Dereliction of duty and bribery, at a minimum of 3 years. Yifang, ahem. Lao Luo, you don't need to touch them for now. Funzi is our target. And as for those inside, as long as I get some evidence, then we can deal with it later. Luo Xian was also a smart person. He understood immediately what Yifang meant, and smiled. Oh, I see, that's a wise decision, President. Seizing the other's weakness, and then using it for one's own benefit. He understood it the moment he thought about it. Yifan turned to Wang Tai, instructed, TZ, remember to go give some tea leaves to Editor-in-Chief Su of the Guanxi Daily, and then tell him that we'll definitely treat him to a meal another day to show our gratitude. Wang Tai grinned and nodded. Okay, no problem, I'll go later. Suddenly, Luo Xian's phone rang. He picked it up, looked at it, and answered. Hello, this is Luo Xian. I see. I got it. I'll go over later. Luo Xian hung up the phone, wearing a strange and slightly puzzled expression on his face. Yifan asked, what's wrong? Did the police have any news? Luo Xian touched his chin and replied, well, it's a message from the police, but the police said that Funzi has been bailed out by someone. Yifan frowned. What? Bailed out by someone? In the evening, at the Fanghai residential area, a black Mercedes-Benz car drove into the estate and stopped in front of a luxurious villa. The car door opened, and Funzi got out of the car. At this moment, his face was haggard, and his eyes were bloodshot. After spending a night squatting in a cell and facing intense interrogation, his psychological defenses were nearing their limits. If he didn't come out now, he would completely collapse. He wasn't afraid of going to jail, but he was afraid that once he went to jail, he would lose everything. Mr. Fun, let's go. The boss is waiting for you upstairs. A middle-aged driver reached out indifferently, speaking without a hint of respect in his tone. Okay, Funzi replied, dragging his weary body upstairs. As soon as he returned home, he saw the front door wide open, with lights on inside. Stepping inside, he saw 7 or 8 well-built men in suits standing in the living room, with an elderly man sitting on the sofa. The old man, dressed in a traditional Chinese garment and holding a golden sandalwood cane, had a stern expression and a majestic demeanor. Funzi's wife and child were sitting beside the old man. His wife Wulan held their son tightly, staring coldly at him. "Dad, I'm back," Funzi said, lowering his head and shuffling towards them. He didn't dare to meet his father-in-law's gaze, behaving like a guilty child. Thud. The old man slammed his cane on the floor, the sound reverberating in the silent room. It felt like thunder striking Funzi's heart, causing his legs to tremble involuntarily. "You dare to show your face to me?" The old man turned to him, exuding a formidable air without anger, giving off a strong sense of oppression. "Dad, I know I was wrong." Funzi lowered his head, weakly admitting, Wuhai, never asked anyone for help in my life. Yesterday, because of you, I had to personally go to the police station and lose face." "Funzi, you're really something." Wuhai stood up leaning on his cane, limping towards Funzi. "Dad, I'm sorry." Funzi hurriedly apologized. Suddenly, smack. Wuhai raised his hand and smacked him hard across the face. Funzi staggered from the blow, his legs giving way, kneeling on the ground with a swollen cheek. "Idiot." Wuhai raised his cane and struck Funzi hard. The blow knocked Funzi to the ground, writhing in pain, gritting his teeth but not daring to cry out. Wuhai continued to rain down blows with his cane. After several strikes, Funzi could no longer bear the pain, collapsing on the ground, clutching his head and groaning. The others in the room watched helplessly, none daring to intervene or persuade, knowing the old man was in a rage, and no one could stop him. The child, witnessing his father being beaten by his grandfather, cried out in fear. After beating him a dozen times, Wuhai grew tired. Just as he was about to catch his breath and continue, Wulan couldn't bear it and stepped forward to stop him. "Dad, your grandson is watching." Wulan grabbed her father's hand, pleading earnestly. Wuhai turned to look at his grandson crying loudly, and finally let his raised hand fall slowly. "HMPH. Funzi, if it weren't for Zilan, I would slap you to death. You truly have pushed it too far. Running a company until it leads you to the police station?" Wulan brought a chair for her father to sit on, trying to calm him down. "Dad, please calm down. Don't let your anger affect your health." Funzi, bruised and swollen, climbed to his feet from the ground, continuing to kneel, gritting his teeth. "Dad, I know I was wrong. But this time, I was set up by someone. And I'm sure it's the kid Yifeng from the Zifeng group setting me up." "Dad, I'm being framed." Wuhai pointed at the broken-nosed Funzi and scolded, "Bastard. Do you still have the nerve to claim innocence? Do you think the Economic Investigation Division is a joke? If there isn't enough evidence, would they take you in for investigation? And now you're shouting innocence at me. I don't think you're innocent at all. Let me make it clear, this time, I can only try to get you bail pending trial. If the Economic Investigation Division has solid evidence, you better comply and spend 2 or 3 years inside." Funzi was shocked. What? 2 or 3 years in jail? He thought his father-in-law had the power to settle the case for him, only to find out it was just bail pending trial, and he would still have to go to prison. Thinking about the dark prison cell, Funzi crawled to Wuhai's feet, begging while embracing his legs. "Dad, please, this time, you must help me. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want my company to go bankrupt." Wuhai kicked him away, scolding, "Idiot, do you think I'm a judge? Can I decide your fate however I want? You're definitely going to jail. But for the sake of Zilan and my grandson, I'll try to reduce your sentence. Maybe you won't need the full 3 years. If you behave well inside, you might get out in a year or 2. Consider this a lesson." Funzi was stunned, urgently asking, "What about my company?" "Dad, my company?" Wuhai glared at him. "You're about to go in, and you still think you can manage that wreck of a company of yours?" No, Dad. Nanchao Trading is my life's work." "My life's work?" Funzi's eyes were bloodshot, hysterically shouting. Nanchao Trading was the company he had founded single-handedly, pouring all his effort into it. He couldn't accept the idea of his company going under. He continued to plead, "Dad, going to jail is one thing, but please save my company." "How can I save it? The minimum fine estimation is over 30 million. Do you expect me to give you that?" 30 million? Wuhai stared at him indignantly. "Let me tell you, it's impossible. Your company can't be saved." This declaration landed like a thunderbolt on Funzi's heart. Nanchao Trading couldn't be saved. He stood up from the ground, uttering a mournful cry, his sanity slipping away, like a crazed trapped animal. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Wu Hai. I can't accept this. I can't accept it. Do you know how much sacrifice I've made for the company? How much effort I've poured into it? To you, it's just a failing company. But to me, it's everything, everything. Do you understand? Funzi roared hysterically, but Wu Hai remained cold and indifferent, ignoring the anger that spewed from Fun HMPH. Fun sneered. Yes, you won't understand, because in your eyes, I'm just a dog to you. A dog from your Wu family, being insulted and bossed around, as you please. Even a dog wagging its tail can get a bone, but when I wag my tail, I don't even get a smiley face. Fun shouted angrily towards Wu Hai, venting the dissatisfaction he had held in for years. At this moment, his spirit was on the verge of collapsing, and he had made up his mind. Wu Hai's face turned pale with anger, breathing heavily. You scoundrel. Wu Lan's face changed, knowing that if this continued, her husband would truly be beyond Satan. She stepped forward and slapped Feng's face hard. Funzi, that's enough. Without my father, could your Wu family have that pathetic company of yours? Do you even understand the meaning of gratitude? When will you apologize to my father? Fun was slapped by Wu Lan but simply rubbed his face. Ha ha. Yes. It's all thanks to your Wu family. You guys are amazing. Too amazing. The shipping mogul of Guan province, the boss of the Pearl River fleet, your Wu family is truly impressive. I've climbed up high, so according to you, I should spend my whole life bowing down like a dog in front of you. Is that what satisfies you? Are you happy now? Fun turned to Wu Lan and coldly said, but, from now on, I completely cut ties with the Wu family. Even if I go to jail, I don't need your help. Wu Lan was furious, cursing, you scoundrel Funzi. Are you trying to divorce me? I'll kill you. Wu Lan raised her hand to slap Feng, but he firmly grabbed her wrist, preventing her from moving. Wu Lan, that's enough. I am also a person, a man. After saying that, Feng released her hand and walked away. Wu Lan looked a bit panicked, fearing that Feng might just walk away like that. Funzi, you, come back to me. If you dare to walk out that door, don't ever come back, just wait to rot in jail. Without looking back, Feng left the room, his figure disappearing at the doorstep. Funzi, Wu Lan wanted to chase after him but was stopped by Wu Hai. Come back, let him go. Just let him go. Wu Hai was furious, shouting, Dad. Tears welled up in Wu Lan's eyes as she pleaded with her father. Even if Feng was cheating outside, she chose to forgive him once, just to ensure that her child would still have a father, and the family would at least be intact. But Wu Hai's face remained stern, showing no signs of emotion. The next day at Nanchao Trading Company, Funzi sat in the boss's chair in the office, with a stack of resignation letters neatly placed on the table. The office door was wide open, and many employees outside had already started packing their personal belongings, with discussions and gossip filling the air. Hey, Lao Li, what are you waiting for? Waiting for severance paid? Don't even think about it. The company doesn't have the money to give you. That's right. I heard the boss is going to be fined a lot this time. He might even go to jail. This company has no future. Better leave early. Hey, brothers and sisters, I'll leave first as a sign of respect. See you another day if we're destined. I have an interview with another company this afternoon. Goodbye. The bustling sounds from the office seeped into Funzi's ears. But he lay on the boss's chair without expression, staring blankly at the ceiling. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door brought him back to reality. Funzi sat up straight as he saw the human resources manager, Kui Min, entering. Boss. These are the second batch of resignation applications today. Kui Min whispered, placing the documents on the table. Funzi sneered, applications? When everyone is leaving, do we really need applications? Does it make a difference whether I approve them or not? Kui Min remained silent, as most people just left a resignation letter and walked out without waiting for the company's approval. Sun even disappeared without following procedures, not even uttering a word of goodbye. From her briefcase, Kui Min took out a resignation application and handed it to Funzi. Boss, this is mine. Funzi glanced at the document and asked, "Are you leaving too? You've been with me for 3 years. Don't you think I'll bounce back this time?" Kui Min looked apologetic, saying, "Boss, my mother has been ill recently and needs hospitalization. It's costing a lot of money every day. It's not that I don't trust you, but life forces me to do so." Funzi slammed the table and pointed at Kui Min, scolding, "Excuses. Get out of here right now." Kui Min was startled and walked away with her head down. When she reached the door, she hesitated and turned back, saying, "Boss, maybe we'll meet again in a few years." And with that, she disappeared from the doorway. Funzi angrily picked up the resignation letters on the floor, tossed them into the trash can, and stood in front of the mirror, adjusting his appearance. Shortly after, Chengbo and Zhao Tongxing rushed to the office. As soon as they enter, they saw Funzi leisurely brewing tea at the tea table. Chengbo was surprised that Funzi was so relaxed at this time. Had he resolved the situation already? "Oh, Funzi, quite elegant and leisurely." Chengbo walked over and sat down in front of him. Zhao Tongxing seemed more anxious and directly asked, "Boss Fun, my 30,000 payment from last time, has it been settled?" Funzi's heart turned cold at the words. They used to be like brothers, drinking and socializing countless times. And in his heart, these two were supposed to be friends more reliable than family. But now, they were here only talking about money, without even the pretense of greeting or pleasantries. They couldn't even bother to pretend anymore. Such emotional detachment and worldly cynicism. Though Funzi was mentally prepared, seeing Zhao Tongxing's demanding gaze still deeply chilled him. Fun took a sip of the tea, calmly saying, 30,000? Forget about 30,000. I can't even come up with 3,000 right now. What about my money then? Should it just go down the drain? Today, no matter what, you have to come up with a solution for me. Zhao Tongxing slammed the table and demanded. Chengbo coldly added, "Yes, Funzi, because of your mess, we are both affected. There has to be an explanation. Isn't your father-in-law wealthy? Can't he help out?" Funzi looked at them and said, "Definitely no money. You don't need to bother thinking about it." What? What do you mean? Chengbo also couldn't help but angrily ask. Funzi poured tea for both of them and said, "Cheng manager, don't rush. I have a solution. To be honest, even if I'm sentenced, I won't give up this company. As long as we can come up with the fine amount, pay it in full, and after the judgment, the company's accounts will be back to normal. Then you'll get your money back, right? Moreover, I'm willing to transfer 49% of the company's shares to you both and promise to allocate all the company's profits for the next 3 years to you. With the current resources of Nanchao Trading Company, earning $1 million or 2 in 3 years should not be a problem, right? After I get out, you can still keep the shares and enjoy hundreds of thousands in annual dividends." Funzi stood up, placed his hands on the table, stared at both men, and said in a deep voice, "Listen, as long as I'm alive, as long as we keep Nanchao trading, we still have a chance. This is our only way out, please believe me." In the end, he almost pleaded with them, with a desperate look and tone, grasping onto that last straw of salvation. But his hope was shattered when Chengbo gave him a cold, indifferent look and a mocking smile. "Are you insane, Funzi? This is 30 to 40 million, not 3 to 400. Why should I continue to gamble with you? Believe you and end up like this." "Ridiculous," Chengbo said coldly. He then stood up, took out a document from his bag, and slammed it in front of Funzi, saying, "This is a debt document. Sign it quickly. The money you owe us is not the company's income, but debt. When Nanchao Trading settles its accounts in the future, we will be one of the creditors. If you don't sign, be prepared to spend more years in jail." Funzi felt like he had been hit by lightning, his head buzzing, his vision spinning. The final lifeline had been completely cut off. He was in despair. He couldn't believe that his once brothers, close friends could be so cold and ruthless. Not only did they not lend a helping hand, but they also kicked him when he was down. What kind of fake brothers, what kind of friendship is this? Damn, it's all fake. At night, the Nanchao Trading Company was deserted, with only one office inside illuminated. Lan Kai pushed open the company's door and looked into the office with indifference. Click, click, click. The crisp sound of high heels echoed inside the office. She walked step by step towards the office, arriving at the doorway and peering inside to see Funzi lying back in his chair smoking, looking disheveled. Seeing Funzi in this state, there was no ruffle in her heart. "You're here." Funzi took a drag from his cigarette, then turned slowly to look at her. "What business do you have with me?" Lan Kai's expression was emotionless as she walked up to him. Funzi chuckled. "You betrayed me and still dare to come see me. Aren't you afraid I'll do something to you?" Lan Kai's voice was cold. "What is there to be afraid of? Are you going to kill me? If so, that's not a bad idea. I can just drag you down to hell with me." Funzi stared at her coldly, squinting his eyes. Funzi, smart all his life, but in the end, didn't expect to be ruined by a woman. One was Wu Lan, and the other was you. "I admit, I do regret marrying Wu Lan now." He chuckled self-deprecatingly. "No, I regret marrying into the Wu family. I also admit, I do regret meeting you. You are very beautiful, made me heart flutter. I believe most men who see you would be captivated and want to possess you. Between Wu Lan and you, I did choose Wu Lan, because she still has some use for me, while you have become tedious." Lan Kai's face turned cold. She questioned, like a toe that's grown old. Just discarded casually, "Funzi, I hate you." This was the first time they had such a frank conversation after laying their cards on the table, stabbing a knife once again into her already scarred heart. Now, all that remained in her heart was hatred, an endless hatred. As deep as the love had been in the beginning, so strong was this hatred now. Funzi blew a smoke ring, his voice hoarse. Hate me, you should hate me. I only wanted to ask you one thing by coming here today. When did you start getting involved with Yifeng? Was it the first time you met him, or when he gave you makeup? And, have you slept with him?" Funzi questioned one after the other, his gaze piercing. Suddenly, Lan Kai stood up and slapped him across the face. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the quiet office. "Funzi, do you think everyone in the world is like you?" Lan Kai shouted angrily at him. Funzi held his face, stunned. It was the first time he had been slapped by Lan Kai. He also understood the response contained within that slap. "Well, Yifeng doesn't find you attractive. Thinks you're dirty." Funzi rubbed his face and chuckled lightly. Lan Kai, with a cold face, said, "Funzi, rest assured, without you, I will live better. All I want now is to see you behind bars." Funzi sneered, took a drag from his cigarette, then made a phone call. After a while, the call connected. Funzi, Yifeng's voice came through the phone on the other end. "Yes, it's me." Funzi flicked the ash off his cigarette, calm. At this moment, Yifeng was in his office, standing by a huge floor-to-ceiling window. He wondered why Funzi was calling him at such a late hour. Could it be for a plea? "Funzi, calling me so late, what's the matter?" Yifeng chuckled lightly. Funzi's eyes were bloodshot, with a vacant look in them, unaffected even when hearing Yifeng's laughter. "Yifeng, you've won. But don't be too happy just yet. I won't let you take control of Nanchao Trading." Yifeng smirked. "Hey, Funzi, you think quite highly of yourself. Is Nanchao Trading important to me?" "Not at all. Is your company's resource channel important?" "Also not. Your resources and Nanchao Trading are not important to me." Funzi raised an eyebrow. "Then what is important to you?" Yifeng replied, indifferently. "You. Without you. That's what's important to me." Funzi was taken aback, then understood many things. He had originally thought Yifeng was after seizing the market or even swallowing up his company. Never did he imagine that Yifeng wanted him gone. Despite discussing with Changbo, Zhao Tonxing about how to compete against the Zifeng Group in the market, how to take down Zifeng Group's computer components business, and dismantle Zifeng Electronics. Contrary to that, Yifeng had no intention of using such tactics from the start, but rather, a more direct, ruthless, and brutal approach. What a ruthless young man! Funzi could no longer suppress the anger within him, trembling all over. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug into his flesh, drawing blood. Seeing this, Lan Kai unexpectedly smiled, feeling a sense of revenge. It was the first time she had seen Funzi this angry, but in that anger, There was more helplessness, as if an old tiger about to die was trapped in a cage. Funzi slammed the table, lowly roaring, "Yifeng, you've won, but I'm telling you, you will pay the price sooner or later." "The same price as me," Yifeng chuckled. Hey, is that so? I'll be waiting." "Damn it," Funzi violently threw his phone, shattering it instantly. Lan Kai stood up, coldly stating, "Funzi, I don't have the time to go crazy with you now, but I'll be eagerly waiting for the day you're in prison." With those words, Lan Kai turned and left. In the office, Funzi was left standing alone. His face was blank. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, then exhaled slowly. "Hey, Yifeng, Lan Kai, I won't let you have your way. You'll both pay the price." A hint of madness appeared on his face. Lan Kai walked out of the building's entrance, the street deserted with only a few sparse pedestrians. The north wind howled. She tightened her collars, about to take a step away. Suddenly, bang! A dark figure fell in front of her not far away, crashing heavily onto the concrete ground. Tian City roadside night market street, brightly lit, bustling with people coming and going, noisy and chaotic. The smell of fireworks and the fragrance of stir-fried noodles permeate the street, filled with the hustle and bustle of human life. "Boss, 3 orders of stir-fried beef rice noodles, a bowl of pork, offal congee, and 24 baked oysters," Wang Tai shouted to the night market stall owner. "Okay, please have a seat first," the middle-aged boss replied. "Boss, make the oysters spicier," Wang Tai instructed before turning to Yifeng and asking, "Funzi, do you want to eat something else?" Yifeng sat down and shook his head. "I'm not very hungry. Just order more for yourself if you're hungry." "What about you, Ping'an?" Wang Tai asked Han Ping'an. "I'm not hungry either. I just want a couple of drinks," Han Ping'an replied with a smile. "Come on, you guys aren't eating, making it difficult for me to order more. Am I the only one getting fat? Can't you all join me in getting fat?" Wang Tai frowned in frustration. Yifeng and Han Ping'an both replied in unison, "No." Wang Tai took a chair and sat down, asking Yifeng, "Funzi, who bailed out Funzi? Any updates?" Yifeng pulled out a cigarette and calmly said, "Yeah, found out. Quite a significant backing." "Oh, who?" Wang Tai curiously asked. Han Ping'an also looked at him in confusion. "Wu Hai, the big boss in ship transport in Guan province." Yifeng furrowed his brows. Upon hearing this name and thinking of Funzi's wife's name, he could roughly guess that Wu Hai is Funzi's father-in-law. Wu Hai's appearance made him feel a bit tricky. Ship transport in the Pearl River Delta region of Guan province has always been prosperous, relying on the Pearl River system and other intertwining inland rivers connecting cities like Ai and Xi'an. As the saying goes, where there is business, there are people, but the shipping industry has never been easy for ordinary people to enter. Making money in the transportation industry is simple logic. The ship transport company earns money by transporting goods for clients. However, this industry is quite intricate, and not everyone can handle it. One of the clear aspects is shipping orders, which can only be obtained through strong connections. If you're not familiar with the client, why would they give you an order? Hence, the shipping industry emphasizes networking resources. Another aspect is dock handling. Without strength and influence, it's challenging to get your ship loaded or unloaded promptly, often being pushed back by other companies. Every day a ship stays idle means losing money on crew salaries and fuel costs. If constantly pushed back in dock operations, the business would become unsustainable. These are just a few visible aspects of the industry. There are many more unwritten rules and nuances. In conclusion, those who thrive in the shipping industry in Guan province are no ordinary individuals. One needs substantial power to handle this lucrative business. Wu Hai. Haven't heard of him, but to bail someone out of custody, that requires a significant amount of influence, Wang Tai pondered. Yifeng handed out cigarettes to the two and smiled. Those who can be ship bosses are no ordinary folks. But it doesn't matter. If Funzi needs to go in, he will have to go in. For now, he's just out on bail. Han Ping'an chuckled. Luo Xian said, if the police department actually frees him, he won't agree to it. Wang Tai smirked. Old Luo is quite strong-willed. Suddenly, Yifeng's phone rang. He picked it up and answered. Hello, it's me. Mr. Yi. Funzi, Funzi jumped off the building and committed suicide. Blue Silk's tremulous voice came from the other end of the line. Hot. Yifeng was momentarily stunned, standing up abruptly. Suicide. In the evening, in the Fanhai residential area, Wu Hai was practicing calligraphy in his study. He only practiced to calm his mind and avoid seeing his daughter cry. He wanted to maintain a composed appearance. Outside the door, a commotion was heard. Move aside. I want to see my dad. Wu Lan's voice was heard from outside the door. Wu Hai massaged his forehead and shouted to the door, let her in. The door was pushed open abruptly, and Wu Lan rushed in, crying and calling out, Dad, Dad, Funzi is dead. What? Dead? Wu Hai's hand holding the brush trembled. 3 days later, at Bolan Company, Zhao Tonxing angrily slammed the newspaper on the ground. Damn, Funzi died just like that. We can't recover our money anymore. Chengbo's face darkened. He never expected Funzi to choose suicide, leaving a mess behind with unfinished matters. And the debt documents he had signed had gone silent. Old Zhao. What's the use of cursing him now? Can cursing him bring him back to life? The most crucial thing now is to take over Nanchao Trading's resources. We have to quickly fight for other product agency qualifications. Zhao Tonxing sighed. It's too late. See for yourself. Chengbo took the newspaper and scanned it briefly. The front page featured news about Funzi's suicide by jumping off the building. Nanchao Trading declared bankruptcy due to fines. I've seen this already. What's the matter? Chengbo asked. Check the finance section at the back, Zhao Tonxing replied. Chengbo flipped to that page and a headline caught his eye. Zifeng Group establishes connections upstream, deepens cooperation with Bangyuan Group. Seeing this headline, Chengbo was immediately dumbfounded. Damn, Zifeng Group is moving so fast. Now, Zifeng Group was the one replacing Nanchao Trading's resources. The speed at which Zifeng Group was operating was unexpectedly rapid. Chengbo was at a loss. He thought he could still benefit from Nanchao Trading, but now even that was out of the question. Bangyuan Group is renowned in the industry, representing various brands and being a major agent in the computer accessories industry. More importantly, Bangyuan's previous partner was Nanchao Trading. This indicated that Zifeng Group had officially begun taking over resources originally controlled by Nanchao Trading. With these resources, combined with those of Keji Company, there would be no competition in the entire city or province against Zifeng Group in this field. In the realm of computer accessories in Guan Province, Zifeng Group was unrivaled. Chengbo widened his eyes and muttered, It's over. It's all over. Zifeng Group probably has no rivals that can stop them now. 1 month later, Yan Na visited Zifeng Group again, this time to attend Zifeng Group's new product launch event. She sat in a corner of the venue, sipping on a beverage, waiting for the event to begin. Wu Gang, next to her, was setting up camera lenses. Na yeah, what exactly is Zifeng e-commerce platform? And what is e-commerce? Wu Gang asked curiously. It should be electronic commerce. I heard it's popular overseas, but I'm not entirely sure. I haven't had any direct dealings with it. Yan Na shook her head, feeling helpless. She was least adept at writing such news reports, and she would have to consult someone from Zifeng Group before sending it out. Music started playing, signaling the official start of the launch event. Both quickly stood up and prepared for recording and documenting. This time, the presenter was not the CEO of Zifeng Group but the vice president of Zifeng e-commerce, named Cai Tongming. Hello, everyone. I am Cai Tongming, the vice president of Zifeng e-commerce. He greeted the reporters with a smile. Welcome to our Zifeng e-commerce launch event. Cai Tongming stood at the front of the stage, greeted the reporters, and then continued. Zifeng e-commerce is another heavyweight product under Zifeng Group, the country's first large-scale comprehensive online sales platform. The function of this platform is to break traditional information barriers, allowing consumers to buy high-quality products at favorable prices and enabling businesses to reach consumers nationwide, even globally, helping more enterprises sell their products globally. Therefore, this platform is comprehensive, catering to both B2B and B2C markets. Zifeng e-commerce's B2B platform serves large-scale business-to-business purchases, while the B2C platform addresses a broader consumer base. allowing users to shop for products from across the country and the globe without leaving their homes. This year will be the prime year for e-commerce. Let us witness together the growth of Zfen e-commerce. Morning, at the Non-Hua University's female dormitory. Chen Jiajia is packing her belongings and turns around to ask, only 2 more days until New Year's Day. Zixi, aren't you going home? Muxi is sitting in front of the computer typing on the keyboard, with messy hair, not going back. I need to quickly finish editing the script for Wulin Legend, otherwise I won't have time to play during New Year's. And we have a performance scheduled back after New Year's. So busy. Jiajia empathizes. New Year's has a 3-day holiday. Can't you just take these 2 days to finish it? Where are you going to play on New Year's Day? Don't tire yourself out. Muxi turns her head, her eyes fixed on her dark circles, looking like a national treasure. No. I've already made plans to go play in Hang City with Yishao. I heard it's snowing over there. I can't bring work with me to play, otherwise I'll be preoccupied with it. I have to finish it all within the next 2 days. Jiajia is surprised and exclaims, my goodness. You're going out of the province to play. Isn't that a bit extravagant? Well, yeah, but it's because your boyfriend is a big president. They say money doesn't necessarily bring happiness, but from what I see, the happiness of wealthy people is unimaginable. Muxi, proud upon hearing this, shows a touch of pride on her tired face. Hey, can't help it. Who made my Yishao so ambitious? Jiajia suddenly feels sour, imitating her tone. Oh my Yishao is so ambitious. I like it. Zixi. Today you're prohibited from teasing me with dog food. Muxi laughs. Oh well, who can blame you? Lately you've been getting quite close with Wang Tai, haven't you? Meeting up for meals every once in a while. Admit the facts honestly, resist the strict ones. Come clean. Have you two developed feelings for each other? Jiajia, cheeks slightly red, defends herself. No, absolutely not. Forget it, I have to sort out my things, HMPH. Muxi sees through her attempts at concealment and teases, no need to explain. Explanations are just cover-ups, otherwise I'll ask Wang Tai about it later. Please don't, it'd be so embarrassing for both of us if you did. Jiajia hurriedly stops her. Muxi playfully says, look at you, getting all flustered. Alright, I won't tease you anymore, I have to get back to work. She turns around to continue editing the script. Suddenly, a pop-up window appears on her computer from the 361 computer security guard saying, warmly celebrate the official launch of West Maple e-commerce, 20% off on computer accessories. Muxi murmurs, a bit puzzled. West Maple e-commerce, what's that? She clicks on the link, entering a portal site with various categories, mainly featuring computer accessories and small household electronics on the homepage. That guy West Maple, what's he up to now? Muxi scratches her head, closes the web page. Then, she remembers Yifan, so she opens QQ and finds Yifan online. She sends a message, Yifan, what are you up to? Yifan? Guess. Muxi, am I supposed to guess or not guess? Yifan, I'm booking flight tickets and searching for travel guides. Are you wondering how long the snow will last in Hang City? Oh, how did you know? I'm your dragon in disguise. Muxi, jokingly. More like a tapeworm. Skinny and long. Yifan, fuming nonsense. Clearly, large and long. Muxi stifles a laugh, types, I've got warm clothes ready. Down jackets. Do you need me to buy a couple for you? Yifan, already got them. And I've got a mysterious gift for you. Muxi curiously asks, what mysterious gift? Yifan, it's called a mysterious gift for a reason. If revealed, it won't be mysterious anymore. Piquing her curiosity, Muxi feels like a cat being teased. HMPH, alright, enough secrets. I'll think of something to torment Yifeng's curiosity as well. A mysterious gift perhaps, maybe make a small cake. Oh no, last time I made a cake, that scoundrel Yifeng laughed at me to death. I got it, had an idea. What idea? Who has an idea? Startled by her sudden excitement, Jiajia asks, what? Zixi, what idea? How many months are you me goodness? Muxi, what are you thinking about? It's not that. What idea am I so excited for? Jia rolls her eyes. Since it's not that, why so excited? Blushing, Gu Muxi says, I thought of a gift for Yifeng. What gift? Jia leans in, full of curiosity. Gu Muxi whispers a few words in her ear. After listening, Jia's eyes widen, exclaiming, Oh my, Zixi, you're really taking it up a notch. This is so naughty, but sounds quite interesting indeed. Heh. I want to see it. Remember to take a picture and send it to me when you're there. Gu Muxi claps her hands, giving a thumbs up. Of course, need some fun. ... 2 days later, on New Year's Day, Guangxi Airport, 7 in the morning. A black Toyota sedan approaches the airport gate and stops. Among the crowd of Santanas and Chialis, this Toyota stands out, attracting many onlookers. Wow, a Toyota S-Class. Is it the S320? Whose car is this? I don't know, but I'm sure whoever can afford to drive this car is very wealthy. Oh, you're stating the obvious. How is this ordinary riches? I haven't seen many in Guangxi. TSK. Oh, how envious. When will I be able to drive a luxury car like this? Forget about it. If you didn't own one of these at birth, chances are you won't have one in the future. Oh, look, there's even a driver. Must be some big shot. The passers-by discuss among themselves, and soon a crowd has gathered around the car. At the turn of the 2000s, it was difficult for an average family to afford a car. Purchasing a car was a major expense, similar to buying a house. Being able to drive, even a Santana or Shali, indicated a relatively well-off middle-class status. Those driving luxury cars in Guangxi were considered wealthy business magnates, especially for vehicles like the million-level Toyota S-Class, rarely seen on the roads. The driver opens the back door, and a young man and woman step out of the car. The man looks refined, and the woman stuns observers there. She wears a light gray coat, with her shiny black hair cascading down, delicate features, flawless skin, lively eyes, exuding youthfulness that captivates onlookers, making hearts race. Wow, what a beautiful girl! Someone in the crowd can't help but exclaim softly. The girl gently takes the man's arm, laughing joyously, her eyes forming Q crescents. The two display intimacy, instantly breaking the hearts of surrounding men. Looks like the flower is already taken. Ouch! It hurts too much. President, here's your luggage. Do you need help carrying it inside? The middle-aged male driver presents the luggage and asks respectfully. No need. Lawley, you can go back, we'll handle things from here. Yifeng smiles, the driver nods, heads back to the car. Gu Muxi grabs her suitcase, cheerfully exclaiming, woohoo. Let's travel. To see the snow, Yifeng asks curiously, Zixi, just tell me, what mysterious gift have you prepared for me? Gu Muxi teases mischievously, heh, you guess. But, if you guess and I won't tell you, we'll just have to wait until we reach Hangzhou City. Dear passengers, please fasten your seat belts securely as the flight from Guangxi to Hanchen is about to take off. The airplane announcement echoed through the cabin as Gu Muxi in the first class was still figuring out how to fasten her seatbelt. Yifeng couldn't help but ask with a smile, can't you figure out how to fasten it? Do you need my help? Gu Muxi pouted and replied, don't laugh at me. It's my first time flying. Yifeng teased, HMPH, do you need me to help? This little lady is sharp and clever. How can she not handle such a small thing? Yifeng watched her fumble around but couldn't find where to insert the buckle. Gu Muxi, getting frustrated, exclaimed, where did it go? This was her first time flying and she was in first class with no experience. Yifeng took over the buckle from her hand and suddenly embraced her. The sudden closeness made her heartbeat accelerate. Looking at Yifeng's face so close to hers, she blushed and said, Yifeng, what are you doing? Yifeng teasingly responded, I'm helping you buckle up, what else? Gu Muxi blushed and playfully scolded him, hurry up, do you want to flatten me? Yifeng chuckled, click, done. Yifeng fastened her seatbelt, then let her go. Blushing, she poked Yifeng's forehead. Stop it, you just want to tease me. What are you thinking? Yifeng gave a knowing smile and asked, do you know what I'm thinking now? Blushing, Gu Muxi raised her hand to tap him on the head. Don't think too much. Mushi, I challenge you. Hot. The next moment, an air hostess opened the cabin door and saw the two playfully fighting each other. The air hostess was taken aback by the lively atmosphere. Excuse me sir and miss, do you need any assistance? The air hostess asked politely. Embarrassed, Yifan quickly let go of Gumushi's wrist. The air hostess offered them breakfast options, and seeing the expensive items on the menu, Gumushi hesitated. Yifan explained that all food and drinks were free in first class. Surprising Gumushi, they finally settled for a meal, and Gumushi was amazed that all this luxury came with the expensive plane ticket. Yifan playfully promised her a mysterious gift if she wins a game, leaving Gumushi curious about what it could be. Game? What game? Gumushi asked, determined to win this mysterious gift. Yifan smiled and explained the rules of the game called Forgetful Water. They started playing, with Gumushi confident about her quick responses. However, as the game progressed, she ended up making a mistake leading to her losing. Yifan teased her about her defeat, and Gumushi teasingly hit him back. Yifan then proposed a playful punishment where Gumushi had to act overly affectionate towards him. Although initially embarrassed, Gumushi fulfilled a punishment as she had lost the game. Their playful banter continued as they enjoyed their flight, until they arrived at a hotel where they exchanged quirky gifts and ended up planning to have some fun at the West Lake. Surprisingly, both of them had planned a prank on each other with funny headgear gifts, leading to a light-hearted and humorous situation. They ended up laughing and enjoying each other's company, with Gumushi suggesting they visit the West Lake together. After half an hour, two people wearing strange headgear walked out of the hotel, attracting the attention of passers-by along the way. Stinky Fun, are we being watched? Gumushi walked forward with her head down, too scared to look around. Yes. Yifan, wearing sunglasses, pretended to stay calm. How many? Everyone. 6. Zixi, be careful not to hit the utility pole. Can't worry about that now. Hurry, hurry, it's too creepy. The two sped up, braving the cold wine, and walked out of the hotel, heading straight for a taxi. Once inside the taxi, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Driver, take us to West Lake, Yifan said to the middle-aged driver in front. The driver, a Mediterranean man in his 40s, looked at the two of them through the rearview mirror, puzzled. Okay. But, your headgear, kids, it's quite trendy, he said, unable to suppress a laugh. Yifan, driver, are you still in business? The driver immediately held back his laughter. He couldn't afford to offend the customers. Yes, of course, ready to leave right away. The taxi started and headed towards the Westlake scenic area. Inside the car, Gumushi looked out. The sky was dark and cloudy, but unfortunately, there was no snow. Most of the snow from before had melted, leaving only dirty slush. Ah, what a pity. I thought Hangzhou would snow today, Gumushi lamented. They had come to Hangzhou just to see snow in the south, but it seemed their wish wouldn't come true. Yifan also looked outside, reassuringly saying, it's okay, there might still be a chance. The driver suddenly spoke up, you guys arrived late. It was snowing for several days, but it stopped last night. Driver, will it still snow in Hangzhou? Gumushi asked eagerly, who can say for sure, the weather forecast is unreliable. Weather? Only the gods can predict, right? The driver casually replied. Gumushi worriedly asked, if it snowed a few days ago, does that mean it won't snow in the following days? Yifan patted her head, smiling. Uncle said it's uncertain. If we're lucky, we might still have a chance. We should think positively. Gumushi rolled her eyes, not wanting to dampen the mood. All right, I'll listen to you. Yi. The car passed through the city center, and Yifan looked at the buildings that seemed to be retreating. Hangzhou at that time had only a few tall buildings. With most of the streets lined with old buildings, only a few new commercial buildings. Everything seemed underdeveloped, with low housing prices, even advertised at only a few thousand yuan per square meter. But who would have thought that 20 years later, Hangzhou would become one of the cities with high housing prices nationally, with prices reaching over 30,000 yuan per square meter, and even 70 to 80,000 in some areas. The real estate industry was entering a period of explosion due to urban renovation. While soaring housing prices were beneficial for the economy, they also brought challenges. On one hand, high housing prices indicated high demand and market activity, stimulating various related industries like steel, cement, and building materials, boosting the economy. Local governments could sell commercial land at higher prices, significantly increasing revenue and promoting local industries' development. Real estate played a significant role in contributing to the national economy, and neglecting or discriminating against the industry was not objective. However, like everything, economic overheating could lead to land hoarding, high housing prices, making it a burden for many. It became a common joke that people are born to struggle for a house, spending years working after graduating, reaching middle age, buying a house with a down payment, and then spending the following 30 years repaying the mortgage. This reality was quite tragic. Yifeng had considered entering the real estate industry, but he didn't want to fuel rapid price increases. Yet, he realized that as an individual, he couldn't resist the development trend. In this rapidly changing era, everyone seemed to be swept forward. Contemplating this, Yifeng couldn't help but sigh. Gu Muxi noticed his somber expression and asked, "Stinky Feng, what's wrong? Why are you sighing?" "Nothing. Just thinking about some inevitable things," Yifeng sighed unenthusiastically. Gu Muxi disdainfully looked at him and said, "Idiot, do you think you're an all-powerful deity? Everyone faces challenges they can't change. If you can't do anything about it, why bother worrying?" Yifeng was momentarily stunned, finding her words profoundly rational, feeling awakened. Indeed, if change was impossible, why be distressed? Going with the flow might be the right approach. TSK, Zixi, rare to hear such profound words from you, Yifeng praised. Gu Muxi raised an eyebrow. Huh, are you saying it's rare for me to speak sensibly? After a brief pause, Yifeng replied seriously, rare, but not impossible. The next moment, a sudden cry of pain. The taxi stopped at the entrance of the West Lake Scenic Area. It was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and with the cold weather, there weren't many people at the park entrance. Yifeng's bright green frog headgear stood out, becoming the center of attention, while Gu Muxi's pink pig headgear appeared cute. Despite this, Gu Muxi felt uncomfortable, keeping her head down and pulling Yifeng's arm, saying, "Let's go, Stinky Feng. Let's explore West Lake." "All right, let's go." Yifeng, thick-skinned, ignored the stares. Suddenly, the roar of a motorcycle came from behind them. Before either could react, a motorcycle swerved from the side, snatching Gu Muxi's small bag and speeding away. Yifeng was alarmed. "Watch out." Gu Muxi almost tripped, and he instinctively grabbed her, holding her tightly to protect her. However, the strong inertia caused them both to fall heavily to the ground. When Gu Muxi regained consciousness, she lifted her head and saw that the motorcycle had already driven several meters away. She wanted to chase after it, but when she looked down, she saw Yifeng grimacing in pain. "Yifeng, are you alright?" Gu Muxi was a bit flustered and quickly got up from him. It was all because Yifeng acted as a cushion, otherwise, this fall would probably have broken several bones. "I'm fine. Your helmet saved me. Ouch." Yifeng struggled to get up, rubbing the back of his head and finding a lump. Fortunately, the frog helmet protected his head, or else there would have been bloodshed. "Damn it, Yifeng, just wait, I'll avenge you," Gu Muxi said angrily. Yifeng quickly pulled her back and advised, "Those hooligans are ruthless, and they might even have weapons. Don't go. It's dangerous. You can earn back lost money, but you can't get your life back. Besides, they must have run far away." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang from ahead, as if something had collided. They turned to look and saw that the motorcycle had somehow crashed into the park wall, with its 2 wheels flying off. The 2 thieves tumbled head over heels. "Look, they haven't escaped yet. Let me deal with them." Gu Muxi rolled up her sleeves and ran over. Yifeng was worried she would get into trouble, so he quickly followed. At this moment, the 2 thieves helped each other get up. "Damn it, who the hell put the steel pipe in the middle of the road?" The thin, dark-skinned man who stole the bag cursed. People around stared at them, but no one dared to speak up or take action against them. Most people lacked the courage and valor of a hero. "Stop talking nonsense, let's go." A crew-cut man in a gray jacket pulled him and urged him, hopping as if he had broken his left leg, grimacing in pain. "Damn it, my motorcycle is ruined," remarked the man called Bao. The two of them were about to leave when a figure blocked their path. "You dare to steal my bag and run?" Gu Muxi rubbed her fists and coldly stared at the two. "Oh, a little girl wants to go out to dinner with me. If you like to play, Big Brother can accompany you." Heh. Bao laughed vulgarly, his gaze incredibly lecherous. Gu Muxi cracked her knuckles, making a chilling sound. "How do you want to die?" Bao couldn't help but laugh. "I want to die gloriously." "Ha ha. Little girl, do you dare to fight with me?" Yifeng rushed over and protected Gu Muxi. "Muxi, don't be impulsive. Oh, there is someone daring to play the hero, really asking for trouble. I want to see how capable you are." Bao sneered and quickly approached, punching Yifeng. Yifeng gritted his teeth and met him head-on, tightly grabbing the approaching arm and shouting, "I'll hold him off. Muxi, you go. Call the police." Yifeng wasn't scared at all, just didn't want to risk his life. In case these two guys had knives, it could end tragically. But for Gu Muxi, he could risk it all. The people around gasped as they saw the confrontation. Suddenly, Gu Muxi took action. She pulled Yifeng away with one hand and delivered a powerful elbow strike to Biao's stomach. Bang! Puff! Bao was hit in the stomach, causing him to spit out stomach acid. Go! Gu Muxi grabbed Biao's arm, performing a powerful shoulder throw, tossing him hard on the ground. Dang! Bao crashed heavily onto the ground and rolled twice. Gu Muxi's whole movement was fluid and highly impressive. The whole place fell silent, all the onlookers in awe. Wow! Her skills are amazing. This girl is really strong. She must be a martial arts expert. Wow! What a powerful girl. The surrounding area buzzed with comments. All the men were left speechless and amazed by Gu Muxi's abilities. After retrieving her bag and patting off the dirt, Gu Muxi said, "HMPH, serves you right for trying to steal from me." Yifeng smirked, realizing he had underestimated Gu Muxi's fighting skills. "Muxi, you took a big risk back there, but luckily someone placed a steel pipe in the middle of the road. Otherwise, they would have escaped. We should thank that kind person." Reflecting on the moment, Yifeng appreciatively remarked, "Ha ha, no need to thank me. It's only right to stand up for what's right." A cheerful voice behind Yifeng chimed in. Yifeng found the voice a bit familiar and turned around to see a man with a distinctive appearance. He was charismatic, or rather, some might say he looked like an alien. The man, noticing Yifeng's astonished gaze, seemed puzzled as he asked, "Hey, young man, do you know me? Have we met before?" Yifeng awkwardly replied, "Oh, no, it's our first time meeting." The man greeted Yifeng warmly. "Hi, then we can call it fate. By the way, let me introduce myself. Man, what should I call you?" "Little brother." Yifeng, haha, what a poetic name. Your accent doesn't sound like a local, right? "No. We are from Guangxi. We came here for holiday for New Year's. Welcome, a warm welcome. Although you've encountered some unpleasant incidents, overall, Hangzhou City is still great. With beautiful lakes, mountains, and the charm of Jian and all here." Ma Yun chuckled, speaking warmly and giving off a friendly vibe. But Yifeng was just staring at him intently, not really paying attention to what he was saying. Ma Yun felt a bit uneasy under Yifeng's gaze and asked again, "Yi, do you really not know me?" Yifeng withdrew his gaze and replied seriously, "No, we are really meeting for the first time." Even though he said that, how could Yifeng not recognize the famous Ma Yun? Ma Yun, a legendary figure in business, co-founded the Alibaba Group, achieving the largest IPO in history and gaining global fame. He was a man who changed the landscape of domestic commerce, an idol admired by many in the internet world. However, Yifeng was not one of his admirers. He was more curious than anything, curious about the kind of person Ma Yun was. What kind of person could create such a successful enterprise? It was unexpected to encounter him here at Westlake in Hangzhou City. Ma Yun checked his watch and said, "Oh, little brother, I have something to attend to shortly, so I may not be able to accompany you for the rest of the tour. Sorry about that. If you need any assistance later, you can contact me. Here is my business card." Ma Yun took out a plain-looking business card from his pocket and handed it to Yifeng. Yifeng politely accepted it, glanced at it, and saw Chairman of Alibaba Group, Ma Yun. However, the quality of the card was subpar, looking quite ordinary. It was understandable, as Alibaba was a startup. Founded in '99, they received investments of over $20 million from SoftBank and DCM in 2000, making waves in the industry. Ha ha. Little brother, fate will bring us together again. Ma Yun bid farewell and left. Yifeng pocketed the business card, feeling a sense of anticipation. His West Fund Group had also entered the e-commerce sector, and in some areas, there would be conflicts, such as in the B2B business. But he was particularly interested in Ma Yun's Alibaba Group. Having the chance to control such a company would be intriguing. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Stinky Feng, what's wrong? Do you know that person? Gu Muxi asked, leaning over. I don't know him, but we will get to know each other later. Yifeng smiled. All right, let's escort these two robbers to the police station. After completing the procedures at the police station and recording statements, they came out in the afternoon as darkness fell, the world becoming dim and chilly. The dim streetlights illuminated the way, and the chilly wind penetrated their bones. Oh, what a mood spoiler. I wanted to go have a stroll at Westlake, but these two ruined the good vibes of the day. Humph, Gu Muxi pouted cutely, hands in her pockets. Yifeng gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder, pulling her close, and comforted. Cheer up, isn't it nice to have me by your side? Hearing this, Gu Muxi sweetly smiled, finally displaying a happy expression. You're right, I have you, Stinky Feng. Although today was a bit disappointing, as long as she saw Yifeng by her side, she felt secure and happy, proving Aunt Kion's words right. As long as one's beloved was by their side, any place could be home. She suddenly tiptoed and kissed Yifeng on the cheek. Hehe, Stinky Feng, this is your reward for making me happy, Gu Muxi happily said, her eyes forming cute crescents. Yifeng pretended to have a poker face. What's this? Just one kiss? No, absolutely not. Gu Muxi blushed, spitting out. Hey, what do you want, Stinky Feng? You're so cheeky. It's just that I want you to kiss me again. Yifeng teased. Hey, you're getting bold. I won't allow it. This is a huge loss for me. I won't accept it. Gu Muxi turned away. Then I'll do it myself. After saying that, Yifeng quickly pecked her on the cheek and ran off mischievously. Stinky Feng, stop right there. Gu Muxi blushed and called out, embarrassed. The two played around, their shadows elongated by the streetlights. Laughter echoed joyfully on the empty street. Suddenly, Yifeng stopped in his tracks. Gu Muxi didn't, and she ran straight into his arms. Stinky Feng, what's wrong? She asked puzzledly. Yifeng reached out his hand, looked up at the pitch-dark night sky, and murmured, Muxi, it seems it's snowing now. Gu Muxi lifted her head, a snowflake landing on her delicate nose and melting instantly. But following that was a multitude of glistening snowflakes cascading down from the night sky. Oh, it's snowing. Gu Muxi excitedly hugged Yifeng, bouncing around like a child seeing snow for the first time. Yifeng observed the snow decorating the eaves of buildings in an instant, covering the ground in a white blanket, transforming the world into a silver wonderland. Yes, it's snowing, so beautiful. Yifeng marveled and hugged Gu Muxi tightly. Muxi, it's truly a blessed moment to watch the snow with you. Gu Muxi sweetly smiled and replied, Stinky Feng, I feel the same way. They embraced under the streetlight, snowflakes falling gently, like petals of blessing for them. In that moment, both of them were filled with happiness. After holding each other for a while, both of their stomachs grumbled in protest simultaneously. Ha ha, they shared a smile, realizing they were both hungry, too occupied with watching the snow. Let's go. It's time to eat. Gu Muxi beckoned. What about after eating? Yifeng grinned mischievously. Of course, we go back to the room to sleep. Gu Muxi replied matter-of-factly. Yifeng chuckled. Then, why not eat in the hotel room, so that after eating, we can exercise? Exercise? What exercise? Gu Muxi tilted her head, looking puzzled, and asked. Yifeng contemplated for a moment, then replied, uniform motion and accelerated motion. Gu Muxi suddenly had some images flash in her mind, then her cheeks turned red, embarrassedly grabbing his ear. Dad egg, can't you have some serious thoughts in your head? Hey, it hurts, be gentle. Isn't this serious enough? Is there anything more serious in the world? Yifeng defended. Gumuxi continued to grip his ear, her cheeks as red as apples, muttering, HMPH, nonsense, I'm not talking to you. Besides, these days, you won't have a chance. Yifeng immediately understood her meaning, his face fell. Darn it, this is our rare solo trip. Just thinking about it, Gumuxi's point was that relatives coincidentally came to visit. Alas, it's a pity for these rare 3 days off. Gumuxi sought his evident disappointment, a hint of mischief flashed in her eyes. Then she patted his head and reassured, Hey, Stinky Maple. Don't be so disappointed, there'll be other opportunities in the future, right? Yifeng chuckled and said, All right, no need for comfort. But you, be careful these days, don't catch a cold, and no ice cold stuff, especially popsicles. With that, Yifeng took off his scarf and carefully draped it over her shoulders. It's snowing. Don't get cold. Gumuxi's heart warmed. She stuck out her tongue playfully, making a cute face. I know. You're as naggy as my mom. It's all about caring for you, right? Let's go. You must be starving. Let's go back to the hotel and eat something delicious. Yifeng put his arm around her shoulder, shielding her from the wind and rain. The two leaned on each other, walking amidst the snowflakes, occasionally whispering to each other and bursting into laughter. Returning to the Four Seasons Hotel, they headed straight to the dining area, Hangzhou Flavor. This dining establishment located inside the hotel was a top-notch Jiangsu and Zhejiang cuisine restaurant in Hangzhou, listed in various gourmet magazines and considered upscale dining. When Gumuxi entered the restaurant, she was stunned by the luxurious scene before her. The walls were adorned with dark golden embroidery, and crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, illuminating the tables and chairs covered with delicate silk fabric. The entire restaurant exuded a sense of luxury, with every detail showcasing extravagance. This way, please, the beautiful waitress gestured. Led by the waitress, they reached a window-side table where they could see the snowy scenery of Westlake outside, illuminated by lights reflecting off the lake, creating a picturesque view even at night. What would you like to eat? Here's the menu. We offer a combination of Chinese and Western cuisine, with Hangzhou dishes as our specialty. The Westlake vinegar fish is one of our signature dishes, the waitress introduced. Gumuxi opened the menu and was surprised by the prices of the set menus on the first page. She leaned in to whisper to Yifeng, Stinky Maple, this hotel is too expensive. Even the lowest set menu is $18.99. Little she, when you're out with me, do you still care about money? Have you even thought about who your boyfriend is? Yifeng chuckled softly. Gumuxi pouted, saying, But I still feel it's too expensive. I'm having second thoughts. Yifeng playfully tapped her head, teasing, You're such a silly goose. Are you holding back on spending money? It's not a big deal. Gumuxi flipped through the menu and besides the Western steak, she had never tried any of the dishes listed. This left her a bit indecisive. Yifeng decisively selected the most expensive set menu priced at $6,999, saving her from the dilemma. Soon, the appetizers were served, including crispy lotus root with caviar and Longjing shrimp. Gumuxi looked at the small portion dishes in front of her, feeling dumbfounded. Is this all for the price she paid? The waitress explained. This dish is called Longjing shrimp. We use Lion Peak Longjing tea leaves, and the lobster we use is deep-sea lobster from New Zealand. These lobsters inhabit the deep sea, making them difficult to catch, but they are extremely delicious. We don't have these top-tier lobsters every day, as they need to be pre-ordered from overseas. After listening to the waitress's explanation, Gumuxi was shocked. This was the legendary top-notch seafood, right? It made sense why it was so expensive. You must be starving. Eat up. Yifeng expressed concern. Gumuxi picked up a piece of shrimp with her chopsticks. The fragrance of Longjing tea complemented the exquisite sweetness of the lobster, making it a delightful and fresh taste. Although delicious, the taste seemed like another form of money. Gumuxi felt a bit sorry after taking a bite, estimating that it cost roughly $100. Delicious as it was undeniably expensive. As soon as she finished one dish, The waitress brought out another, one after another. The $7,000 set menu included a total of 28 dishes, making the meal last nearly 3 hours. After finishing their meal, Gumuxi slumped onto the chair, rubbing her belly, burping contentedly. This meal feels like it exhausted my yearly food budget. Yifeng sipped his tea, relieving discomfort, and laughed. Little she. You should think this way. The richer you become, the more you should spend. Work hard to spend your money so others can earn. If wealthy people keep hoarding their money, it loses circulation and will never return to benefit other people, halting the progress of increasing wealth in society. Gumuxi listened, somewhat understanding but feeling confused. Unable to fully comprehend, as she couldn't relate to having so much money to understand that perspective and reasoning. After the meal, the two returned to their hotel room. Despite the cold and snowy weather outside, the suite was warm and cozy, with the heater working in full blast, ensuring no chill in the room. Hey, little she, tonight, we're sleeping on the same bed. Yifeng sat on the bed, grinning mischievously and patting the bed. Gumuxi blushed but tried to sound assertive. Sleep with me, and watch out for falling off the bed in the middle of the night. I'll go change my clothes first. Yifeng was puzzled. Why did this girl want to change clothes without taking a shower first? Gumuxi grabbed her luggage and ran to the other room in the suite, slamming the door shut and locking it. What's going on? Why all the mystery? Yifeng scratched his head, puzzled. Inside the room, Gumuxi placed her luggage on the floor and took out a black bag from under it, containing a certain piece of clothing. Hehe, Stinky Feng, haven't you thought about it? This is the real gift, right? She blushed as she held the item, burying her head in the blanket, kicking her feet in the air. Do I really have to listen to Jia and wear it? It's downright embarrassing. Gumuxi calmed down slightly, sat up, opened the black bag, and pulled out a thin black silk pajama from inside. The light shining through the lace pattern on top made it especially enticing. Do I really have to wear this? Gumuxi blushed, feeling hesitant. She then took out a pair of black silk stockings from the bag, feeling embarrassed just looking at them. Oh no! Why did Jai choose something so revealing? But how do I even wear this, like pants? Gumuxi placed the two pieces of clothing on the bed, pondering on how to put them on. However, the clothes seemed like separate pieces with several straps on top that she didn't know how to connect, and there was no manual. After fiddling around without success, she reluctantly called Chen Jai. The call was quickly answered, and Chen Jiai's excited voice came from the other end. How's it going, Muxi? Is your trip date fun? Gumuxi pursed her lips and said, It's fun. But, Jai, how do I wear the outfit you picked for me? Chen Jai was taken aback and asked, You don't know. Rolling her eyes, she said, If I haven't worn it, how would I know? After a moment of silence, Chen Jai confessed, Well, to be honest, I don't know either. Gumuxi was at a loss and exclaimed, What do we do now? What do we do? Just figure it out as we go. Chen Jai chuckled. Gumuxi widened her eyes and said, Isn't this all your fault? Chen Jai laughed and replied, Come on. It's just a transitional phase, go with the flow. Whatever you wear, maybe Yifeng will prefer you wearing nothing at all. Gumuxi blushed at the thought and retorted, What are you saying? Jai, your boldness is increasing, isn't it? Chen Jai laughed and said, We're both adults, there's nothing to be shy about. If I had a boyfriend, during the honeymoon phase, he'd easily gain a few pounds. Gumuxi teased back, You guys are so conservative, come on, it's the new century. After a moment of contemplation, Gumuxi said, You're quite daring. Maybe I should have Stinky Maple bring back a few pounds of wolfberries from Iron Belt. What are you talking about? What does Iron Belt have to do with Stinky Maple? Come on, back to the topic, talk about your outfit. Chen Jai quickly redirected the conversation. Gumuxi sighed and said, All right, I was going to ask you, but if you don't know, I'll figure it out myself. Teasingly, Chen Jai said, Good luck, Muxi. Get Yifeng under your spell. Gumuxi blushed and replied, I'll ignore you. After hanging up, Chen Jai called a friend who had experience in dressing up for a boyfriend and asked for advice. Gumuxi picked up the clothes and tried to put them on. As she struggled with the sleeves, one of them tore. She looked at the damaged garment in frustration. What kind of poor quality is this? Can it even be worn? Eventually, she managed to put on the other sleeve, but as she tugged slightly, the fabric tore under her armpit. Gumuxi exclaimed, "This is too fragile." What a waste! She sat down in disappointment, but accidentally ripped a big hole in the back of the outfit while adjusting it. In the end, the new clothes had turned into scraps. Exasperated, Gumuxi took off the damaged outfit. At that moment, Chen Jai called her and Gumuxi complained about the poor quality of the clothes. However, Chen Jai explained that the outfit was meant to be easily torn for a specific purpose. That's the use of this outfit, to be torn by the partner, Chen Jai explained. Embarrassed, Gumuxi realized she had misunderstood the nature of the clothing. She decided to use the ripped outfit as a makeshift cloak and put on the shredded stockings reluctantly. Disappointed at the torn appearance, Gumuxi decided to embrace the new look and prepared to face Yifeng's reaction. Outside the room, Yifeng was eagerly anticipating the surprise he had prepared for Gumuxi, unaware of the mishaps with the outfit. "Okay, I'll close my eyes." Yifeng covered his eyes with both hands, but there was a gap between his fingers, allowing him to peek through. Suddenly, Gumuxi's head popped out from behind the door. Staring at him, he was caught with just one glance. "See? I knew you'd peek." Gumuxi blushed, giving him a glare. Yifeng chuckled. "Hehe, you caught me. Okay, I'll close my eyes for real this time." He obediently closed his eyes with his hands this time. With his eyes shut, Yifeng heard the soft footsteps coming closer from Gumuxi's direction, indicating she was sneaking out. The footsteps halted right in front of him. Okay, you can open your eyes now," Gumuxi's crisp voice sounded in front of him. "Maple, this is the surprise I prepared for you." Yifeng lowered his hands and slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a light blue sailor outfit and Gumuxi's slender waist. Looking up, Yifeng noticed that Gumuxi seemed to be wearing a black cloak. Yes, a cloak. Moving his gaze upward, Yifeng saw Gumuxi with her hands on her hips, trying to gather the courage, her face blushing and a bit shy. "How do I look? Isn't it nice?" Gumuxi revealed the black lace dress she wore behind her and draped it in front of her. Then, she made a very charming pose, winking at Yifeng continuously. Yifeng widened his eyes in surprise, unable to find the right words to describe this slightly bizarre dress style. "Ow, it looks nice." Gumuxi was stunned by his response, and she turned around in place and asked, "How about it? Does this outfit not seduce you enough?" Yifeng looked down and discovered that Gumuxi was wearing black stockings that had many runs and snags, with lots of threads coming out. The black stockings revealed her fair skin underneath, resembling irregular patches. However, Gumuxi's long and fair legs still looked stunning no matter what she wore. Muxi, if you don't have money to buy clothes, you must tell me. These stockings are in such a bad condition, we shouldn't wear them, right? I'll buy you a new pair later." Yifeng said earnestly. "Gumuxi." She pressed Yifeng's shoulders, exasperatedly saying, "Ah, is my outfit today such a failure? Is there no seductive charm at all? Can't it evoke even a bit of your inner beast?" Now Yifeng was really confused. What? Inner beast? Gumuxi released him and showed her skin to him, saying seriously, "Yeah, don't you want to tear it apart? Isn't it a sexy look?" Yifeng looked closely and suddenly realized. It wasn't a black cloak, but a seductive black lace nightdress. It seemed like Gumuxi misunderstood it as a cloak. But why would I want to tear it? A sudden flash of memory hit Yifeng, recalling a similar scene from a movie they watched together. Tear it. Tear apart. Oh my god. Gumuxi, do you like playing this wild? Yifeng stared at her in disbelief. It was unbelievable that Gumuxi, who was usually reserved, had such wild thoughts and actions. But I kinda like it. Haha. Gumuxi blushed even more, but still proudly raised her chin, saying, "Yeah, that's right. This young lady is wild like this. What? Can't you like this style?" Yifeng seemed to have figured out what was going on, burst into laughter. "Hey ha Gumuxi, who gave you this crazy idea? Is it Chen Jia? Haha, this is hilarious." Gumuxi, seeing Yifeng almost rolling with laughter, finally tore off the cloak in annoyance. How dare you laugh at me? I'm going to tear you apart. Muxi pounced and playfully pinched Yifeng's cheeks, turning his face into a funny expression. Stop it, Yifeng surrendered, raising his hand in submission. Muxi let go of his cheeks, puffing up her cheeks in a cute way. Yifeng rubbed his face, trying not to burst into laughter. Are you still laughing? Muxi glared at him with watery eyes. Yifeng held his mouth with his fingers, containing his laughter, and said, No, Muxi, I've been professionally trained. No matter how funny it is, I won't laugh. Unless, I can't help it, ha ha. Yifeng couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Maple, I'm going to get you. Muxi, annoyed, continued to playfully attack him, trying to cover his mouth with her hands. Yifeng took the opportunity to embrace her before she could, saying, haha, okay, let's stop goofing around. Let's be serious. Ooh, what seriousness? Muxi's puppy eyes stared at him. Yifeng touched her head, comforting her. Silly, everything you wear looks good on you. You don't have to prepare all these just for me. The most natural and innocent you is the one I love. Sexy stuff can go to hell. Muxi rolled her eyes and whispered. But people say that cuteness is nothing compared to being sexy, right? Yifeng was touched by Muxi's intentions and pinched her nose, saying indulgently, You don't have to do this for me, for you, and for things that trouble you. Muxi looked surprised. Silly. Because I love you, I can accept everything about you, your strengths, weaknesses, you can be cute, not sexy, not gentle, and so on. You don't have to change yourself for me, the real you is the one I love. Muxi, feeling happy, buried her head in his chest. But in the next moment, she looked up at him and asked, wait, did you just say I'm not gentle? Maple, you rascal, where am I not gentle? You better explain yourself clearly. Yifeng chuckled, sigh. Muxi, you are the gentlest in the world. That's more like it, Muxi said satisfactorily. Can you, not grab my waist? Muxi retracted her hand, smiling. All right, I'll try to be a bit gentler with you in the future. Yifeng found her statement somehow strange, more like a threat. Sitting up straight, Yifeng grinned and said, Muxi, I've realized that we are quite consistent in certain things. Actually, I've prepared a surprise for you too. What? Surprise? Muxi was stunned, not expecting Yifeng to have prepared another gift. Could this be considered another way of expressing their hearts being in sync? Yifeng pinched her cute little nose and teased. Yes, actually, the real gift I prepared for you tonight is something else. Come, let's go to the balcony. But it's quite cold outside. Why don't you put on your down jacket first so you won't catch a cold? He said. Muxi quickly got up from him, excitedly saying, Sure, I'll go change my clothes right away. She bounced off to put on a coat, all the while curiously asking, Quickly tell me, what gift is it? You're such a person, you like to keep me guessing all the time. Just tell me. Yifeng also got up to put on a down jacket, mischievously replying, You'll find out soon. If I tell you now, it won't be a surprise anymore. You're so annoying, Muxi pouted at him. Ha, if I'm so annoying, do you still like me? Yifeng joked. Look how you're showing off. Muxi playfully rolled her eyes. After changing into her clothes, Muxi happily approached him, linking her arm at his and asked with a coy smile, Shall we, Mr. Yi? Yifeng nodded, and the two of them opened the balcony glass door and stepped outside. Looking out, they saw light snow falling, the distant west lake shore, lined with street lamps forming a chain of lights reflected on the lake, creating a poetic scene. However, aside from that, everything else was shrouded in darkness, nothing particularly special. Where's the gift? The surprise, where is it? Muxi looked around in confusion, thinking there might be something emerging from below, so she ran to the railing edge to look down. But it was pitch black below, with nothing in sight. Yifeng patted her shoulder and smiled mysteriously. You'll find out soon. I arranged this gift for you a week in advance just to surprise you. With that, Yifeng took out his phone and made a call. Hello. Manager Su, you can start now. Yes, Mr. Yi. After hanging up the phone, Yifeng and she leaned side by side on the railing, watching the snow scenery outside. Zixi. Look, isn't this snow beautiful? Yifeng remarked. Yes, I really hope there will be some snow accumulation downstairs tomorrow so we can have a snowball fight, Gumuxi said, reaching out to catch the falling snowflakes, only to see them melt gradually in her hand. Oh, it's so cold, she marveled. It was her first time seeing snow up close, a novel experience that would be unforgettable. Do you want to see some colorful snowflakes? Yifeng asked with a smile. How? Colorful snowflakes? Gumuxi was surprised. At that moment, on West Lake, 10 boats were sailing from a distance towards the hotel on the opposite side of the lake. Manager Su, we're almost in position. A young man in a suit walked out of the cabin and whispered. Standing at the bow was a middle-aged man with a large backhead hairstyle. He was Su Fang, the VIP client manager of Four Seasons Hotel, specially responsible for catering to various VIP clients' needs. However, this was the first time he encountered a request from Mr. Yi to make tonight's surprise possible. He had gone through administrative procedures a week in advance, made all the necessary preparations, and even arranged for 10 cruise boats. All right, get ready, and signal the lights, Manager Su instructed. Yes. The suit-clad young man nodded in response and returned to the cabin. After a while, a bright red light on the leading boat began flashing rhythmically. At that moment, on the balcony of the hotel room, Gumuxi and Yifeng were also captivated by the shimmering red light in the lake. Hey, Stinky Feng. Look, there seems to be lights flashing in the lake, like stars. It's so beautiful. Gumuxi exclaimed. Upon seeing the signal, Yifeng knew the surprise was about to unfold. He suddenly reached out to hold Gumuxi's hand, indulgently saying, Zixi, keep a close eye now, my gift is about to appear. How? Gumuxi was puzzled, not understanding what he meant until suddenly, a sharp firework shot up into the sky. Boom! A dazzling firework burst in the sky above West Lake, unleashing brilliant red starbursts that instantly illuminated the vicinity of the entire West Lake. The red fireworks reflected on the mirror-like lake surface, as if two worlds were both blooming with fireworks, an incredibly picturesque moment. Startled by the sudden sound, Gumuxi tightly held Yifeng's wrist, but as she witnessed the blooming red fireworks, she was left in awe. Oh my, it's so beautiful! She was both amazed and moved by the scene unfolding before her, her eyes filled with tears of joy. Is this all prepared by Stinky Feng for me? It's so beautiful. This breathtaking scene would be etched deeply in her mind, a memory she would never forget for the rest of her life. Ha ha, Zixi. Do you like my magic trick? Yifeng chuckled. Gumuxi turned to look at him, tears glistening in the corner of her eyes. Tears of happiness as she nodded vigorously. It's beautiful. But, did this cost a lot of money? Yifeng gently wiped away the tears from her cheek, affectionately smiling. As long as you're happy, no amount of money is too much for me. Because, I love you, silly girl. Why are you crying? Gumuxi wiped away her tears, and then playfully tapped his chest, saying, You. Always sweet talking. But, I love hearing it. Thank you, Stinky Feng. Thank you for the gift you prepared for me, she said, as she wrapped her hands around his neck, tiptoe, and kissed him on the lips. The two of them embraced on the balcony, their shadows cast on the white wall by the fireworks on West Lake. At that moment, by the West Lake shore, many couples and tourists stopped to gaze at the fireworks show above them, capturing the picturesque scene. On the lake, the leading boat, Manager Su was also looking up at the fireworks, a smile on his face. Mr. Yi and Miss Gu must be very happy now. I wish them well. May they be happy forever. He turned to the suit-clad young man and ordered, You can turn on the lights now. Illuminate the hotel and the West Lake with all the lights. Yes. Manager. The young man nodded and made a phone call. At that moment, on the balcony, the two of them who were sharing a kiss suddenly heard the sound of lights turning on one after another, making the surroundings brighter. Gumuxi blushed, snapped out of her reverie, and looked outside in astonishment, seeing the entire hotel and West Lake illuminated by lights. The brightly lit West Lake looked like a huge mirror reflecting the lights, creating a mesmerizing sight with the snow-lined shores connecting with each other. This beautiful scene left them in awe. Yifeng gently caressed her hair and smiled. Zixi, I have another gift for you. How? Not just this, Gumuxi asked in confusion. Yes. Yifeng smiled. then reached out and patted on the railing outside. After a while, a bunch of balloon flowers rose up from below, forming a heart-shaped, made of colorful helium balloons. Gumuxi watched as the balloons ascended slowly, covering her mouth in astonishment, looking incredulous and pleasantly surprised. She hadn't expected Yifeng to prepare such a ceremony. Beneath the balloons, there was a small basket with a red ornament box on top. Yifeng took out the ornament box and opened it in front of her, revealing a delicate pink bracelet inside. The bracelet was made of pink crystal beads, with a bright pink diamond in the center reflecting dazzling light. A total of 19 beads with their names engraved on them, symbolizing the 19 years they had been together. I hope this bracelet will always be with you, just like how I will always be by your side, Yifeng said affectionately. This is my promise to you. This is my promise to you. Yifeng's words were firm and resolute, full of deep affection. Gumuxi's heart trembled, her nose tingled, and tears welled up in her eyes uncontrollably. You scoundrel, Feng. This bracelet belongs to me now. I will wear it always, just like how you will never escape my palm in this lifetime. She laughed and cried, snatching the bracelet from Yifeng and putting it on her own wrist. HMPH you better keep your word. Don't you dare leave me. Otherwise, I won't let you off. She wiped away her tears and warned sternly. Yifeng smiled and embraced her, saying softly, All right, I will never leave you in this lifetime. Gumuxi held him tightly, not wanting to let go. As the fireworks faded, the lights dimmed, Westlake returned to tranquility, and the night wind whispered softly. Feng, I'm sleepy. Gumuxi, blushing, lifted her head to look at him with watery eyes full of affection. Yifeng chuckled. All right, my lady, let's go to bed. With that, he scooped her up in a princess carry and took her back to the room, gently placing her on the bed. The lights went out. Darkness enveloped the room, and the muffled sounds of the two of them filled the air as clothes were shed. Huh? Wait a minute, Zixi, aren't your relatives coming to visit? Yifeng's puzzled voice echoed in the darkness. Silly, I lied to you, Gumuxi blushed and whispered softly. Well, daring to lie to your husband, I'll eat you up. GRR, the next moment, Yifeng turned into a big gray wolf and pounced on the little white rabbit. Outside, snowflakes drifted, cold winds howled, but inside was full of spring, romance filling the air. This night, the cold snow melted into gentle water. This night, souls of different beings intertwined and merged with each other. ... The next day, 10 a.m., the light outside the floor-to-ceiling window was growing brighter, filtering through the white gauze curtains to the bed. Gumuxi's long eyelashes flutter, and she slowly opened her watery eyes. The first thing she saw upon waking was Yifeng still asleep. Their faces were less than a fist's distance apart, with her lying in his arms, nestled against his chest. This big Feng slept so deeply. She smiled blissfully and sneakily pinched his nose. Suddenly unable to breathe, it seemed to wake Yifeng from his slumber. She released him immediately and continued to pretend to sleep, heart pounding. But after a while, she realized Yifeng made no movement, appearing to have fallen asleep again. Fallen asleep again. Well, he must have been exhausted last night, right? With that thought, Gumuxi's cheeks blushed like apples. Memories of last night's craziness flashed through her mind, and she felt her cheeks burning with embarrassment. She couldn't quite remember how many times they had tussled last night. 5 times, 6 times, maybe 8 times. She wasn't quite sure, but one thing was certain: it was wilder than she had ever imagined. Why am I even counting these times? It's so embarrassing. Oh asterisk closing parenthesis Q tilde. She shyly pulled the blanket over her head, feeling a slight soreness. Ouch! Gumuxi gasped, refraining from moving. Maybe her fidgeting under the covers had roused Yifeng, as he suddenly woke up. She hesitated to move further. Zixi, you're awake? Yifeng asked softly. She kept her eyes shut, pretending to be asleep. Yifeng stared at her and chuckled. This little girl is still pretending to be asleep. Let's see how I can tease her. Odd, so you're still not awake? Such a lazy little piggy. Let me see if the lazy piggy has gained weight. If so, I can tickle her. Yifeng reached with his cold hand into the warm bed and touched her. Gumuxi yelped as the cold hand shocked her, and she immediately opened her eyes. Feng, you dare to chill me? Gu Muxi retaliated by tickling him. Ha ha. Stop, Zixi. No way. Ha ha. It's your fault. Take this. Stop. Where are you tickling? You tickled me. I'll get back at you. I'll restore my dignity as a husband. Huh? What did you say? Restore your dignity? Xiar tilde Gu Muxi. For the sake of your future happiness, I suggest you stop. Hehe tilde daring to restore your dignity with me. Seems like you still have plenty of energy. Gu Muxi boldly laid on him, blushing, looking at him provocatively. What? What are you up to, Zixi? Yifeng was taken aback, of course. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do it again. With that, Gu Muxi pulled the blanket over both of them. You're going too far, Gu Muxi. I'll show you. At 12 o'clock noon, in the deluxe suite, Yifeng had already gotten up, finished washing up, and was standing in front of the mirror fixing his outfit. Putting on a handsome suit and styling his hair to look mature, Yifeng appeared young in the mirror, but his eyes were filled with maturity and even a hint of melancholy. Zixi, how do I look in this outfit today? Yifeng turned to Gu Muxi, who was still lying in bed without getting up, asking with a smile. Gu Muxi lazily stretched and looked a bit tired. She glanced at Yifeng and sweetly replied, Yishao is really vain today, but quite handsome. Yifeng snapped his fingers, complimenting, your taste has improved today. Lazy bug, get up already. Aren't you hungry? I'll take you out for a meal. Gu Muxi blushed and teased, Who made you fuss around for so long? I feel all sore now. Need a hug? She reached out her hands towards Yifeng, asking to be picked up. Yifeng smiled, walked to the bed, lifted her from under the covers, kissed her forehead, and indulgently said, All right, little lazy bug, go take a shower. Gu Muxi blushed and responded, then quickly ran into the bathroom. Half an hour later, the two left the suite together, holding hands and heading to the restaurant for breakfast. On the way, Gu Muxi walked a bit awkwardly, adjusting the scarf around her neck. Inside the room, she was wrapped tightly. Zixi, isn't the scarf too tight for you? Yifeng asked in surprise. Gu Muxi turned to him with a huff. How dare you say that? Look, these are all you're doing. She loosened a part of her scarf to reveal her white neck, but there were bright strawberries planted on it. This. Yifeng chuckled, realizing it was indeed his doing, as they were quite wild last night, not paying attention to this detail. But you left some too. We're even. Yifeng unbuttoned his collar, revealing strawberries on his neck as well. Gu Muxi blushed, retorting, HMPH, you bit me first, Yifeng. It was you. Gu Muxi, it was you. They stared at each other. At that moment, a cleaning lady passed by, giving them a strange look. They smiled at each other, quickened their pace, and headed to the restaurant. In the restaurant, after ordering some food, they ate hungrily. After a night of intense activity, their bodies were exhausted and hungry, and they were too absorbed in eating to speak. Suddenly, Yifeng's phone rang. It was a call from Yanzi. Hello, Yanzi, it's me. What's up? Yizong, our PR department received a call from Alimama Company, saying they want to invite you to participate in the first Westlake Sword Fighting Conference. Do you want to attend? Yanzi explained over the phone. Westlake Sword Fighting? How did they think of inviting me to attend? Yifeng questioned. They mean you can represent 361 computer security steward to participate in the conference. After all, our 361 computer security steward holds the highest market share in the network security field and is also a leading internet company. The Westlake Sword Fighting is an event where leading figures of the internet industry are invited to discuss the development of the domestic internet industry. This is a self-organized event by Alimama and not an official one, Yanzi clarified. Yifeng recalled, having some recollection in his mind. The Westlake Sword Fighting was essentially a gathering of internet people boasting to each other. Yifeng thought it would be exciting to meet the reigning stars of the internet world and felt invigorated. All right, reply to them that I will attend. It works out perfectly, as I am also in Hangzhou, Yifeng said. Got it, Yizong. The conference is scheduled for tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock at the Four Seasons Hotel by Westlake, Yanzi informed. Yifeng chuckled at the coincidence. Well, I am currently staying at the Four Seasons Hotel, Yifeng replied. Well, that's quite a coincidence. I'll reply to them now. I won't disturb you further. Okay. Go ahead. Yifan hung up the phone and continued eating to fill his stomach. Kumushi asked curiously, Stinky Fun? What's the matter? Yifan smiled and replied, Nothing much. Just attending a forum tomorrow to meet some people. Finish your meal, and then we'll go play in the snow outside. Hehe. Okay. I've been wanting to play in the snow. Kumushi happily exclaimed. Alimama company in Hangzhou, Ma Yun was making a call in the office. Hey. Lao John, will you be on time tomorrow? A man's voice on the other end replied, Don't worry, I'll definitely be there on time. Haha, that's great, I'll be waiting for you at Westlake. Ma Yun laughed joyfully as she hung up the phone. Just then, her secretary knocked on the door and entered. Ma Zan, I just received a reply from Shifeng Group. Yifeng, the CEO of Shifeng Group, will also attend the Westlake sword fighting and it seems he's in Hangzhou, the secretary, Zhang Yunjing, reported. Haha, great, I didn't expect the CEO of Shifeng Group to give us face like this. With his attendance, our Westlake sword fighting forum will gain more influence. Ma Yun was excited. The Shifeng Group's 361 computer security steward had been rapidly developing lately, especially after successfully combating the prevalent computer viruses in the country, gaining significant fame. The software had become a must-install for every computer after the system. The 361 computer security steward was on the verge of dominating the computer network security field, with other security stewards lagging behind, making them no match for 361 computer security steward. Ma Yun highly valued this emerging force in the internet industry, much more successful than her own Alimama established a year ago. Inviting the CEO of Shifeng Group to the event would enhance the forum's influence. Yes, based on the interaction, Shifeng Group is very cooperative. Their reputation in Guangzhou is also excellent. I believe CEO Yifeng's participation may bring something different to us. Zhang Yunjing smiled and agreed. Ma Yun nodded in approval, but suddenly, a bright light flashed in her mind. It seemed like she had overlooked something extremely important. Ma Yun was first puzzled, then abruptly stood up and asked, What did you say? What's the name of the CEO of Shifeng Group? Ma Zan. His name is Yifan. Easy as in Yi, and maple leaf as in Fang, Zhang Yunjing replied, but found Ma Yun's expression quite unusual. Yifang. Ma Yun muttered softly, suddenly recalling the image of that young man from yesterday. That young man was also named Yifang. But he seemed too young, it can't be the same person, right? Maybe the young man's name is just a similar sounding one, like Yifang. What's wrong, Ma Zan? Zhang Yunjing whispered lowly, interrupting her thought process. Oh. Nothing. Maybe I'm overthinking. It's nothing. John, just proceed as usual. Ma Yun replied. Oh, remember to pick up Mr. Jin and make sure to settle him in. Don't neglect him. Zhang Yunjing, Ma Yun instructed. Yes, Ma Zan, you can trust me to handle the reception for all our guests. Zhang Yunjing nodded. Well, go ahead, and if there's anything, give me a call. Oh, and Ding Sanchi, the director of Netera, and Wan Xianbei, the CEO of Xinlan should be arriving today too, so go greet them as well. I have some matters to attend to today, and I'll see them tomorrow. Ma Yun continued to remind. Yes, Ma Zan, I will go to the Four Seasons Hotel to prepare right away. Zhang Yunjing bowed and then left the room. Ma Yun walked to the French windows, gazing at the snowy world outside, feeling determined and hopeful. Westlake sword fighting. Focused on the internet, the future internet world, Alimama will have a place in it. In the afternoon, a black Audi sedan drove into the Four Seasons Hotel and stopped at the entrance. Zhang Yunjing got out of the passenger seat and hurriedly ran to the back seat, respectfully opening the car door. Mr. Jin, please watch your head. He carefully placed his hand on the roof, helping the elderly man out of the back seat. The old man was wearing a black top hat, brown thick-rimmed glasses, and a dark green overcoat. He had an elegant and dignified demeanor. Thank you for coming to pick me up. It's really troublesome for you, the old man kindly smiled, expressing his gratitude. Zhang Yunjing sincerely said, It's an honor for our company that you could rush from Hong Kong to attend the Westlake Forum. It's not a trouble at all, but I appreciate your effort in making the trip. You and our President Ma have been friends for many years. I have long wanted to come and see him again." Mr. Jin chuckled. "Yes, Mr. Jin, please come this way. I have prepared a room for you. Please rest today, and tomorrow we will hold the Westlake Forum in this hotel." John Yunjing respectfully replied. "Sounds good. I haven't been to Westlake in a long time. I heard it snowed yesterday. The scenery should be beautiful." "You don't need to accompany me. I am still agile. You can go about your business, Mr. Jin said with emotion. "Sure, Mr. Jin. Feel free to call me if you need anything." John Yunjing bowed and left. Mr. Jin, hands behind his back, walked into the hotel, like a neighbor taking a stroll. The architecture and decor of the Four Seasons Hotel were antique Chinese style, giving off a Jian and garden charm. By the West Lake, he strolled around, eventually finding himself in a garden outside the hotel. Suddenly, he heard crisp laughter ahead, like the sound of silver bells. As he approached, he saw a young couple happily building a snowman in the garden. The girl had delicate features, a fresh and sweet smile, resembling a beautiful female lead in a TV drama. The beau, with refined features and a scholarly air, dressed in a suit but exuded a mature aura that didn't quite match his appearance. Mr. Jin watched the two young people joyfully playing in the snow, blending in with the surrounding scenery, creating a unique painting. Feeling tired, he sat in the gazebo in the garden, watching the young couple play and couldn't help but sigh. Youth is truly wonderful. Suddenly, a snowball landed near his feet. The young man quickly ran over, apologizing. "I'm sorry, sir. Did I hit you?" "Ha ha. No. No need to apologize," Mr. Jin chuckled. "Oops. Sorry about that, sir." The young man scratched his head sheepishly. At that moment, two female hotel staff brought tea. "Mr. Yi, your tea is here," one of the waitresses respectfully said, placing a tea set on the table. "Great. Thanks," Mr. Yi nodded, then turned to Gu Muxi and said, "Are you thirsty? Come have some tea." "I'm not thirsty. I want to finish the snowman's head." "You go ahead and drink," Gu Muxi replied, focusing on the snow. Mr. Yi shook his head and smiled. This girl couldn't resist playing with the snow. He turned to see Mr. Jin with his hands folded, and then asked, "Would you like a cup, sir?" "Can I?" Mr. Jin asked politely. "Of course. Just a cup of tea. Nothing special," Mr. Yi replied cheerfully. Being outside, in the cold weather, the hot tea steamed up, emitting the fragrant aroma of Longjing tea. Soothing the senses, Mr. Jin picked up the teacup, took a sip, and remarked, "Is this golden tip Longjing?" Golden tip Longjing costs over 2,000 yuan per pound, and this young man was drinking such high-end tea. It made sense. Anyone staying in this place must be well off. Perhaps this young man was from a wealthy family or had his own fortune. "You had excellent taste, Mr. Jin, to recognize the tea just by looking at it." "Impressive," Mr. Yi admired, as if finding a kindred spirit. Mr. Jin shook his head modestly. "I've just been drinking tea for many years. I can't say I'm an expert. By the way, it seems like you treat this kind of tea as an everyday drink. You must be quite wealthy." Mr. Yi took a sip of tea, smiled, and said, "Money is meant to be spent, isn't it? If we don't spend it, it's just useless paper. As long as within your means, spend as much as you need." Mr. Jin mused at this interesting point of view. The economy hadn't been great in recent years, and most people lived quite frugally. Even those with some wealth tended to avoid unnecessary expenses. It was unexpected to meet a young man who believed in spending money diligently. It was intriguing. Mr. Jin suddenly became interested in this young man and his unconventional ideas. "It seems like you've gained quite a bit." "Congratulations," Mr. Jin teased. "Not much. I've only recently started my business, but I don't want to become a slave to money," Mr. Yi replied calmly. Mr. Jin's eyes lit up. "Ha ha, you are an interesting person. You seem like a character from a martial arts novel, independent and true to your heart." "Oh, Mr. Jin, you flatter me." Mr. Yi raised his teacup in a toast. The two gentlemen continued to sit, chat, and enjoy their tea in the garden, with a wide range of topics. Although the discussion topics varied, Mr. Yi always had something to say. showing his broad knowledge. After about half an hour, the two men appeared at the garden entrance. Ha ha. Mr. Jin, we're here. The leader was wearing luxury brand down jacket with a prominent Louis Vuitton logo. He rushed over, shaking hands warmly with Mr. Jin. Mr. Jin, I'm Ding Sanchi. Do you remember me? He greeted. Hello, Mr. Jin. I'm Wang Xianbei. I've long admired you. The other thin men exclaimed excitedly. Hello. Nice to meet you both. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Yi, also in the internet industry. Running a new startup for about half a year, still in the early stages, Mr. Jin courteously introduced Mr. Yi to the two men. Ding Sanchi, the CEO of Wang Yi, glanced at Mr. Yi and internally commented that this young man seemed too young. Starting a business at such a young age, probably just squandering his parents' money. Oh, hello, I'm Ding Sanchi. Ding Sanchi straightened up, extended his hand, and casually added, from Wang Yi. He secretly thought that people in the internet industry should know who he was, but Mr. Yi's calm reaction surprised him. Mr. Yi's nonchalant response caught him off guard. This young man seemed quite proud. Beside him, Wang Xianbei, CEO of Xinlang, unexpectedly glanced at Mr. Yi. This young man didn't seem excited to meet the renowned internet entrepreneur, the chairman of Wang Yi. Mr. Yi extended his hand calmly, smiling. Nice to meet you, I'm Yi Fan. Ding Sanchi dryly laughed, withdrew his hand, and said in a paternal tone, you have courage to venture into entrepreneurship at a young age. It's admirable. However, running a company requires dedication. I hope young people like you can work diligently, be less impulsive and more steady. If you do that, you will achieve great things, he advised. Starting a company can be challenging, as long as you can support your employees and make some profit in the beginning. Earning a few thousand yuan or even tens of thousands, you've already succeeded halfway. At least, you have to survive first before talking about development, he continued. Ding Sanchi used a tone reminiscent of a senior instructing a younger person. And he didn't forget to encourage Yifeng with these words. As long as young people dare to fight and strive, I believe nothing can stop them. Work hard. Yifeng was a bit surprised, but he knew Ding's words were not malicious. He smiled and replied, yes, Mr. Ding is right. I will work hard. Ding Sanchi, thinking his words had an impact, felt relieved and said, that's right. Work diligently. If there's anything you don't understand, we can communicate and learn from each other. Jin Lao beckoned everyone to sit down and chat, then asked Yifeng if he would share his top-quality tea. Yifeng responded cheerfully, tea, alcohol, and cigarettes are all the same. It's more fun to drink tea together. Everyone took their seats, and Yifeng poured hot tea into cups for Ding Sanchi and Wang Xianbei. Jin Lao, you came without informing me. I could have picked you up, Ding Sanchi said to Jin Lao in a joking manner. Jin Lao waved his hand. You are all company bosses. How could I trouble you? Ha ha. Mr. Ding, why don't you try the tea first? Drink some hot tea to warm up. Jin Lao, despite his old age, was still very knowledgeable and savvy in social interactions. When Ding Sanchi didn't drink the tea immediately, Jin Lao casually reminded him. Ding Sanchi, coming from a background in technology and the internet, was not someone who paid much attention to these formalities. However, upon Jin Lao's suggestion, he took a sip of tea. Not bad. Why taste buds can't really discern good from bad, Ding Sanchi remarked. Jin Lao, you flew all the way from Hangzhou to Hangzhou City. We are all very happy. Yifeng, overhearing the conversation, couldn't believe that this respected elder was Jin Yang, the legendary author. Yifeng raised his eyebrows and asked in a low voice, Jin Lao, could it be that you are the esteemed author of the legend of the Condor Heroes?